The forge. It's early spring, which, in our area of the province, means rising temperatures, buying livestock, and a small continuing of winter snow. There's a bitter chill in the morning air. Green and yellow blades of grass are slowly overtaking the snow and returning life to the ground that winter made barren. The river is cold and refreshing. Fish lace behind rocks, shielded from the powerful current. Dark green moss blankets the tops of rocks and provides a nice contrast to the white snow, the only thing anyone's known for months. The only reason I'm warm is because I'm next to a blazing fire, hitting hot pieces of metal with a heavy hammer. The chill has penetrated the walls of my forge. The burning coals quickly warm the structure, but not uncomfortably so. I pull a rope to my left, which runs along a short pulley system and pumps the bellows next to the fire. With every pump, the coals glow brighter orange, sections of wood turn black, fall apart, and slowly disintegrate into white ash. The heat emanating from the bellows forces a sweat from my hardened brow, the crackle of the coals casting an odd flickering shadow of my rhythmically moving arm. Many windows allow natural light to enter the large shop. A stone chimney rests directly above the fire, great bellows sticking off to either side. Large wooden beams cross the slanted ceiling. Racks of tools hang on the wall across from the fire, and right in between, I stand swinging my hammer at a glowing orange piece of metal. The door creaks open and bumps a rack on the wall, shaking all of the hanging tools. My father walks in and shuts the door subtly. "You beat me again," he says, an accusing edge in his voice. His 6.5-foot form stands up straight and he folds his broad arms like he does when he's telling someone off. I simply nod and look at him mischievously. "I can't let you get here first every time, can I?" He grins and takes his hammer from the wall. "I'm getting old, Cadmus. I'm not as strong as I used to be." His black and silver beard moves slightly with every syllable. "Of course you are." I smile. "You can still smith a much better, well, anything than I can." "You're catching up, though," he replies. "There's not much more I can teach you, and you have many years of experience ahead of you." He spots a note lying on the desk across the room and strolls across to pick it up. "What's this?" "It's a note from Leon. He needs a new set of butcher knives." "About time." "Have you seen his set? Deathly dull, some of them cracked. It's a wonder he's still been able to get his cuts so smooth." "Yeah. Right now I'm working on the plow for Neorm. He needs it so he can start on his fields as soon as the snow stops. I might make a pot for your mother. She's been complaining that ours isn't big enough anymore. That's a great idea. I think all of us would appreciate a little extra in our helping at dinner. Especially Nathaniel." I echo him with a smile, especially Nathaniel. There's a minute of silence where the only sounds are the small crackling of the coals and the banging of our hammers. I break it and say, "His birthday is next week, isn't it? I have to get working on his present. Making him something? He needs a good new hunting knife. Thought I'd do it myself." "That's thoughtful of you. Just don't lose a finger on it," he chuckles. He is, of course, referring to my 2 missing fingers on my left hand. In an accident many years ago, I lost my 4th and 5th fingers just below the knuckle. Only 2 stubs remain. I just smile and shake my head. Father waits a moment before suddenly saying, "All of my children are growing up." "How do you mean?" "Of course we are. You won't understand, Cadmus, until you yourself are a father. It seems that only yesterday I held your brother Gunther in my arms. But look at him now. He's off by himself, running his own forge and terrace. And you? I never thought you'd grow to be as big as you are. Taller than me, but just as broad. And Nathaniel is turning 16. Don't remind me. That's another year to add to my age." He sticks the long iron bar into the fire and pumps the bellows. "Don't worry, you'll get to hold on to Ethan and Nicholas for another few years. Ethan's only 12 and Nicholas is half that." I study the contour of the plow and, finding it to my satisfaction, immerse the long piece of steel in a barrel of cold water. The water boils almost immediately with a loud hiss, and steam puffs to the ceiling in a great cloud. The steel stays there only a few moments, and then I pull it out and examine it to make sure it has not cracked. The steel is flawless. "Any news on the war?" I ask. "None that's new." I nod. "There are 8 clans, or kingdoms, if you'd like to think of them that way, across the continent. We are members of Gilgal. Each clan specializes in certain industries, and Gilgal happens to be the least noticed. It, or we, I should say, resides along the east and northern sides of the Wolfpack Mountains, and sits just west of the Redwood Forest in the province of Greendale. We don't bother anybody, and they don't bother us. Actually, we are in kind of an unspoken alliance with Mohanri and Harak, 2 of the most powerful clans. they protect us and we give them food. Fair enough. Not that there are many threats next to us. The Wolfpack Mountains are scary, but you'd have to be an idiot to go in very far without a good reason. Tigner is the closest hostile clan, with settlements as close as 7 leagues away, but they tend to leave us alone. I take the metal to the grindstone to polish and sharpen it. Gilgal is a very industrious clan. We grow food, make things, and even mine a little. I would venture a guess that we are one of the most economically rich clans, but maybe the reason we don't have much of a military is that everyone is away working. I'll check today while I'm in town, I say. Even if this isn't our war yet, I like to keep up with whatever happens. My father nods and stops hammering for a moment. He looks, eyebrows furrowed, at the ground, turning his head in my direction. I'm afraid, he says, that this war is about to become much more real for us all. He looks back at his anvil, starts hammering again and states, but we'll get through it. No matter how it ends. The rest of the morning passes in silence, but for the clanging, grinding, and crackling of our work. After lunch I begin my work on the knife for Nathaniel. It will be a glorious hunting knife worthy of his skill. Father looks at me and says, he wants you to go with him, you know. What? Nathaniel will want you to go hunting with him. He looks up to you, Cadmus. They all do. Yeah. You will go, won't you? Yes, I'll go. For him. Good. He'll love it. And he'll love the opportunity to use the new hunting knife you're making. Not a word to him. Of course not. I remove the steel from its stone mold and have a decent knife-shaped piece of metal on the end of a steel rod. Then, as the afternoon progresses, the knife's shape is refined between my hammer and anvil. There's a knock on the door, and Ethan pokes his head in. Cadmus. He calls. When are we leaving for Terrace? Tomorrow morning. My swings don't stop, I answer without even looking up. Right, he says. You have everything ready? I ask. It's only a day's trip if we're moving fast. Yes. Mom's gone through my pack 4 times already. I just came to make sure you didn't forget to repair your pack before we left. Oh, I sigh. Right. I look up at Father, who says, you'd best go ahead and do that. I'll close up in a couple of hours. Okay. I hang my hammer on the wall and place the knife project by the desk. As I leave, I thank my father. When I turn back around, Ethan is already gone, probably gone home so he didn't have to bother with whatever business I was doing. I start down the little stone road that hugs the river to my right. The water is clear, about 15 yards across, and somewhat violent. The current is strong and small hills of whitewater dot the surface, creating a non-stop rushing noise. The air near the river is fresh, and I can begin to smell pine on the light breeze. I'm walking downstream, towards town, so it isn't long before I pass the ancient bridge that spans the river and the just as ancient tower that watches over it. Both were built and used in a war ages past, but both still stand strong though scarred by the wind and rain. Streets branch off to my left, leading to houses and shops and other things. I take the fourth, and walk down only part way before turning left into Bone and Shop appropriately named, Life's Commodities. It's a small wooden building that somehow appears slightly larger on the inside. Shelves line the walls and objects of all kinds fill every shelf of every aisle. Bonan looks up from his wooden counter when he hears the door open. Cadmus. How are you this evening? He stands and a grin comes to his face before he walks around the counter and greets me with a very enthusiastic handshake. He's got bright blue eyes and a lengthy reddish-brown beard that matches the curly hair on top of his head. He wears a leather vest over his white tunic, the sleeves of which are rolled up like he's been working hard. I'm doing very well. Yourself? I find myself always being just as enthusiastic as he whenever I'm in his presence. Never better. He replies. He walks back behind the counter and asks, what can I help you with? I need a small square of leather and a little bit of thread. As he gets up again he says, What'd rip this time, Cadmus? Do I want to know? He walks down a couple of aisles, as if he's forgotten where he keeps anything. My pack, I answer. It got in a fight with a tree on the way back from a hunting trip a few weeks ago. Ah. I see. He brings me just what I asked for, but as I reach for my coin pouch he says, Nah, don't worry about it. It's just a small thing. What? No, come on. Yes, just take it. Keep your coins. We could all use a few extra these days. Which is why I'm paying you. Cadmus. He thrusts the items into my hands and says, Don't worry about it. Then he smiles and sits back down. Well, take this as a tip then. His grin widens as he catches a coin and shakes his head. Safe travels. he calls. The door shuts with a small click, and I head back towards the river. There, I turn left to go a little further into town. It's been a while since I've seen Frederick, and he loves company. The temple in which he resides sits on the bank of the river, a short while after the bridge. I see the statue in its courtyard before I see anything else. It's a tall statue of Caeth, the king of the gods. The god is portrayed with a noble clean-shaven face and hair raised like flame. There's a fire in his eyes, but it's a friendly one. He's of a medium build. He wears a breastplate, greaves, and sandals, and holds a long sword with both hands, the point resting on the top of his tall pedestal, like he's standing guard over the temple. It's a humble building. A small set of stairs rises on either side of the statue, both of which lead to the same small pavilion. A single door stands behind the statue, raised on the pavilion. The rest of the building is rather squarish, but for the slightly triangulated roof, made of gray brick tinted violet. Without hesitation I hop up the stairs and enter. The great hall, like a miniature cathedral, is lit mostly by the enormous window at the back. Candles hang on chandeliers. Stone pillars placed about 10 feet apart, 4 on each side, hold up the arched ceiling. In between the pillars sit doors that lead to the priest's quarters, holy rooms, and even the ancient crypt that the temple is said to have been built above. Our town's, Bertha's, greatest heroes are said to have been buried there. At the end of the hall, under the enormous window, the altar glows. It's a tiered table shaped like a semicircle. Rows of candles flicker on the outermost tier. Coins glitter underneath their light, generous donations from charitable townspeople. Some books lie closed on the altar. Statues of other gods stand up above each doorway on a pedestal. Theog, god of the agriculture. Niazi, goddess of the harvest. Oclear, god of war. Fregil, goddess of fertility and womanhood. Ryler, god of healing and life. There are others, and many more whose statues are not included inside the temple. One of the doors creaks open and a few priests step out. Only one of them looks up at me, but he quickly runs over and shakes my hand. Cadmus. How good to see you. How are you, Frederick? Same old, Cadmus. He has a small smile on underneath his old, somewhat hooked nose. His eyes are aged and tired, but very kind. He's bald, but at the moment his dark hood is up. He's a little hunched over, which makes him appear smaller than he already is. His eyebrows are light and unaccented. Have you heard from Gunther lately? No, not for the past week. Last I heard though, he was quite successfully running his own forge and terrace. He's built his own home and he's happy. Ethan and I are going to go see him tomorrow, Good. He nods vigorously. Good. I look forward to your report. He punches me in the shoulder much harder than I would have thought possible for a man his age. Give that to your brother for me, would you? His smile has become slightly mischievous. For keeping your mother waiting for grandchildren. He chuckles as he turns away. Got to go. Send my regards to your parents. His form shuffles quickly away and into another door, but he winks at me before he disappears. The sun has already begun to disappear behind the mountains to the west. The air starts to lose some of the little warmth it has, and the sky turns orange, spotted with clouds of dark gray and blue. The mountains have become dark silhouettes, ominous shadows in the sky. I hurry back up the road. My home sits at the top of the hill, at the root of one of the closest mountains, so it will take a few minutes to walk. I pass the forge and check the door. It's locked, which means my father has already left. A guard passes by. No words are exchanged, we simply nod to each other. There are only a few of them here. The recent events in the war have made us take precautions, and one of those precautions is the guard. It's a small company of trained men, headed by Captain Ruger, who take turns patrolling the roads that lead in and out of the small city. I've only seen the captain out and about on rare occasions, usually he wanes time away in the guardhouse drinking wine or doing who knows what. One of them always stays in the top of the watchtower to the north, where there sits a large war horn built into the tower. Most people, the guards included, think the whole ordeal unnecessary because we have been left out of the war for the few months it's been going on. I pass a small house, round a corner, and find my ears pleased to recognize the sound of rushing water, the Fravora River. Within minutes I am walking beside the river, staring into its churning depths. Various rocks and boulders bar the water's way, but it blasts over them in waves with power I haven't seen matched. As I walk farther upstream, I find small eddies and pools where the water is calmer and many small fish are taking shelter. They wriggle away as my shadow crosses the rippling water. Color waves across their small panicking bodies until they hide under a protruding rock, where they become dull. Not far ahead of the pool, the large river crashes down a series of waterfalls. Evanescent mist spray from the rocks and curl from the falls themselves, creating a fantastic feeling that I'm in some sort of magical forest. My attention must turn to the road, however, as the path winds up a steep incline next to the waterfalls. It looks even more amazing from the top of the climb. There are 4 falls, but 2 of them are so close together that I can't tell if they're together or apart. Each pours into a small, wildly roiling pool, only to have that pool empty over the next waterfall. This continues until, of course, the water reaches the last pool and continues off beside the town, winding into the redwood forest a league or 2 away. Though it seems long, my brother Nathaniel and I can make the trip to the forest in about half a day. An enormous pile of green moss across the river catches my attention, and I notice it hangs over the falls. Similar piles layer themselves all over the rocks in or around the water, drooping lazily over almost every drop. The grass is green. Not just any normal green, it's a dark, deep green. The sun's last rays are shining just over the tops of the craggy peaks of the Wolfpack Mountains, turning the immediate sky orange. The orange slowly fades to cavernous indigo full of millions of tiny, sharp points of light. I remember that Mother is waiting for me and hurry along my way, thinking about all sorts of appetizing dinners that could be on the table tonight. Since we're going to terrace tomorrow, my mother would want to fill us with something quite substantial. As I leave the town, the road becomes dirt instead of stone. The river, now to my left, becomes increasingly violent, but more beautiful. The dirt path turns right, away from the river and further up the hill for another 100 yards to my home. It's right at the base of one of the mountains, so our backyard is bound by a rock cliff. We have an excellent view of the town and the stone bridge at the base of the hill. Originally we lived in the upper floor of the forge, but Mother couldn't stand the atmosphere and our family grew too large, so we moved to this house on the hill. My grandfather lived here with our family for a few years, but then he passed away and we inherited the house. The 2-story house was built by my father's father many years ago. It's made mostly of rock bricks quarried from the mountains, so it will still be here for a long while. It's not exactly a huge house, but it fits my parents and all of their 4 children still at home. A friendly light, orange and yellow, shines from almost every window. The path goes all the way up to our little wooden porch, and then branches off to some other farmhouses further down. Each of the 3 wooden stairs creaks, but supports my weight easily. The porch only clunks slightly with every footstep. The door hinges creak as it swings open, and a beautiful smell shoots up my nose. I close the door and kick off my boots, enjoying the smell of the stew before sitting down at our dining table. Father sits at the head, with Mother on his right. Signs of age are hardly coming to her. Her hair is still nicely dark brown, face is still smooth. She has a medium build but is stronger than she looks, which is one of the reasons I believe my father married her. It's in her eyes that I can see her age, but it's in a non-physical way. In her eyes I can see her years of accumulated wisdom. They're talking right now and seem barely to have noticed that I've come in. All 3 of my younger brothers are in a human knot on the floor, knocking each other about and yelling. Mother smiles at me and motions for me to take a bowl, and I do so without hesitation, sitting on her right. "We started without you, Cadmus," smiles my mother. "Sorry. I would have waited, but," she gestures to the pile on the floor. I take the ladle and pour myself a generous amount. I notice that Mother has gotten hold of some green pepper. She probably traded some of the carrots from our family garden. My mouth is full of potatoes and lamb before I make myself chew. An odd texture makes me wonder for a moment, but then I realize that Mother has also added the delicacy of mushrooms to the stew. It's not until then that I realize that the stew's still steaming. I wash my burning tongue by drinking some fresh milk, milked this morning from our own cow, and then reach for a slice of bread before my brothers can eat it all. It's still warm. "What took you?" asks my father. "You've been gone longer than I expected." "I went to say hello to Frederick." Father chuckles. "What did he have to say?" "He punched me and told me to give it to Gunther." "What for?" He's still got an amused grin on his face. "Well, for not bringing you grandchildren." Father laughs loudly, but Mother turns slightly pink. "Give him another one from me, won't you?" he says. "Cadmus," Mother says sternly. "She's not talking to me, she's talking to my father, my namesake." "All right," he says. Then he takes another bite of his stew. He gives me a look that says, "I was serious about that." I nod and eat. "When are you planning on leaving tomorrow?" asks Mother. "Early." She rolls her eyes at me, but only says, "Just get me up so I can see you off." I nod. "Of course." After I finish, Nicholas and Ethan finally notice where I'm sitting and manage to get me off my chair and onto the floor. Mother saves both from a headlock by saying simply, "Time for bed." Everyone obeys. "Cadmus, stay," she commands. I stay. You're going to terrace tomorrow with Ethan? I nod. Okay. I'll give you a little something tomorrow morning. I give her a questioning look but understand almost immediately afterwards. Who else is going with you? Percival and James. She smiles. That'll be fun. I'll be sure to get some food ready for you to take. Now go get some sleep. You'll need to be well rested for the road. Terrace. The following morning, I and Ethan wake Mother, who gives us each a pack of food to ration for the trip and hugs us each multiple times. Finally, she lets us out the door and Ethan and I start our journey. We follow the dirt path to town, where we meet Percival and James at the stone bridge and tower. Ready? Says Percival with a small smile. He's tall and skinny, though muscular, with a careful nature that makes him indecisive and a little stubborn, but also makes him reasonable and sensible. His bright blue eyes shine with intelligence and wisdom. He's very down-to-earth and presents a deep understanding of life on a plane almost none else can reach. He wears a humble brown tunic that slightly hugs his form. He's my age and a baker, and a good one at that. Took you long enough, says James with a hint of sarcasm. His blonde hair sticks up like the statue of Caeth, but despite all the years I've known him I still have not figured out how he does it. He's not very tall, a few inches less than 6 feet. He's got a medium build and is slightly stocky. James is also the polar opposite of Percival, reckless, and most of the time extremely stubborn and hot-headed. He also considers himself a ladies' man. I ignore James and answer Percival, only if you are. He nods. Let's be off then. The bridge spans just more than 20 yards of water, but is wide enough for 2 carriages to travel side by side, even though Verfith hasn't seen one of those in at least 6 years. It's made completely of stone with built-in crenellations, and I marvel at how the builders of the bridge could have constructed such a thing centuries ago. On the other side of the bridge, we find ourselves outside of the village and on a dirt road that turns right, to run along the riverside. There's not much conversation along the road, we just enjoy the clear air and the severe verdant beauty of the world. As the day progresses, the road climbs up a rocky mountainside and away from the river, which continues to flow violently over everything in its path. The opposite side of the river is a titanic cliff face, with fallen trees and dark green growth along the bank. Large boulders from somewhere far up the cliff have made their way into the river, whether over hundreds of years or in only a few moments. Pine trees grow everywhere. Either side of the path is overgrown. Great boughs hang like arches over the road, welcoming us into their domain. Enormous stumps, at least 5 or 6 feet in diameter, mourn silently for their lost luster, which lies either dead and crumbling next to the path or at the bottom of the ravine, lost in the swell of the roaring river. The fallen trees are enormous, with boughs sticking out every which way like a monstrous barbaric mace. One even had fallen on top of some other trees, cracking a few over until one was strong enough to hold the weight. The road lets out of the forest momentarily, into a small valley covered with bushes and some flowers of varying reds, purples, whites, and yellows. Pines grow only on the sides of the valley, but not inside it. Then we are plunged back into the mountainous forest. Always we can hear the roar of the river. The road, rather than simply going straight, follows the contour of the mountains. It goes up and down and left and right, but the river is always down in the gulf to the right. At about midday, we come to High Rock Lookout. The road takes a sharp left turn around the mountain, but at that point the trees to the right recede from the path and create a clearing to the right of the path. A flat rock, about the size of my home, sticks straight out of the mountainside like an enormous shelf, with only cliffs below and to its sides. In ancient days it was used exactly for what the name implies. It's the highest point the road reaches on the way to terrace, so all can be seen for miles. I can't resist the urge to stop here and enjoy the view. It's almost a rule to me, I must stop here. We must be at least a few hundred feet up from the bottom of the valley. Mountains roll into the distance and out of sight, reaching to stroke the underside of the passing clouds. Forests of pine cover them like a fur coat. The sun shines brightly in the middle of the sky, almost directly above. Sheer rock faces decorate the mountains. At the very bottom runs the Fravora River, which is still both visible and audible. Here we eat lunch. James says something about how it's hot, and Ethan tells a fascinating story about how he once convinced Nicholas that a goose had passed loud gas. He and James continue to trade stories of such nature, but I sit next to Percival who doesn't say much of anything until he's finished. Even then he's silent, staring out across the mountains until I ask what he's thinking about. I wonder what's beyond them, he says. I've never been on the other side. What other people are there? What's their culture like? One day I think I'll get courageous enough to leave Gilbil and go on my own adventures. Why? He pauses. I want to see the world. I nod. Me too, Percival. But for now I guess the view from this rock is what we're gonna have to deal with. He nods and gets up. He walks to the edge and holds his hands clasped behind his back as he observes the world. I look over at James and Ethan, who are both recovering from a joke of some kind or another. Come on, I say. Let's see if we can get there before dark. I walk next to Percival, with the other two close behind. Birds consume most of the silence with their call and response tactics, calling with higher and responding with lower pitches. The road slopes down the mountainside, cutting across the face. It's a gradual descent, but it means that we're almost there. Eventually the road evens out and the forest clears for the most part. We're still about 100 feet up from the bottom of the gorge. Both sides of the canyon below us seem impossible to navigate, as they are strewn with boulders, trees, and intense overgrowth. Everything is very green. We're standing in a large clearing similar to High Rock Lookout, but an enormous bridge spans the gulf from the tip of the clearing to the other side, where sits a great stone wall with a wooden gate in the center. The wall is short, it spans the small distance between the cliffs of two different mountains, with an arch placed over the gate. The bridge and the wall are ancient and somewhat mossy. Terrace lies in the vale behind. It's a beautiful scene. Another branch of the road, instead of turning right to the bridge, curves left and around the mountain to head south. Eventually it leads to Kara, but that's another week's worth of travel. The mountain peaks to the sides of the wall are impenetrable, with cliffs leading into the gorge below. Their tops are round and dull. Fire pits sit on either side of the bridge and the gate, both on the ground and on top of the wall. They're dormant now, but when they're lit, the whole canyon is lit up with orange light. Only a couple of guards stand on top of the wall, rigid and unmoving. The gates stand open, thick wood doors braced with steel, held by several large steel hinges. Ever since I was small, I've assumed that they're controlled with connected levers on the insides of the adjacent towers. Short towers jut out of the cliffside, out of reach of any sword or spear, on each side of the wall. They are accessible only from tunnels that lead from inside the city. Most people simply call them the cliff towers. I notice a guard leaning against the inside of the left gate. He only nods as we pass through, his helmet clinking slightly against his steel breastplate. As we emerge on the other side, the mountains surrounding the city become visible. The walls of the city are the cliffs of the mountains, the towers are built into the rock. The inside of the city isn't terribly exciting. Traveling merchants have stopped their coming and going because of the war, so parts of the market usually abuzz are empty and silent. Many men from this city are risking their lives elsewhere, and here their wives wait in agonizing uncertainty. Some may have already received letters of condolences. Though Gilgal is not taking a huge part in the war, it is still a part of it. Despite the somewhat melancholy weight in the air, people go about their usual business, most at least with some form of smile. There are people talking, laughing, playing music, dancing, and other things. We pass straight through the market district and pass a few blocks of the housing portion of the city. As we walk down the road deeper into the city, the surrounding mountains loom higher and higher. The valley is becoming cloaked in shadow as the sun sets. Red streaks the sky and stars start to appear. An enormous structure comes into view at the back of the city. The keep, as it is called rather than its longer name, sits as one with the mountain. It was built many ages ago but is kept sound by the multitude of hands that thrive in its shadow. Its halls and rooms run under the mountain, proving it a nigh impenetrable fortress. Nringners Deep. It is within this keep that Hralfr, Lord Jarl of Gilgal, resides. At this time it is lit by enormous braziers, similar to the ones at the front gate to the city. The light of soldiers' torches glints in the shadow of evening. Gunther lives east of the keep, so that's the direction we head. It doesn't take us too long, after only a few minutes we stand at his door. It's a small home, constructed of wood and stone. He answers, almost with a concerned air about him. As soon as he sees us, however, his expression brightens. Cadmus. No one told me you were coming. We would have gotten here before them anyway. He laughs and claps me on the back in a bear hug. I'm taller than he, but he's almost as broad. That doesn't make him any less of a blacksmith. The trip was good, yes? He pulls away. No trouble? None. Everything went great. Good. It's been too long, brother. Come in, come in. Everyone. We file into the small house as he says something about getting more wood for the fire, which is still slightly burning in the stone hearth. A table and some chairs sit in the middle of the room, and it is on these that we finally rest. Gunther sits at the head of the table, next to the fire. I'm assuming you all brought something to sleep on, because I'm not cramming all of us on my bed. Oh yes, don't worry, says James. That won't be a problem. Percival chuckles slightly and nods. Good, says Gunther. There's not much space here, but we can make it work. As we move the chairs and unpack our bedrolls, I ask Gunther, "How's the forge been treating you?" He seems to mutter something under his breath, and then realizes that I've said something to him. He says. "How's the forge been treating you?" I repeat. "Well." He nods. "Haven't lost any fingers." His smile soon disappears, however, and he stares into the fire, the reflection of which flickers in his eyes. The orange light floods the house. "What's wrong?" I ask. He takes a deep breath and smiles again. "I'm just so happy to see you again. Tell me what I've missed, Dot." We then proceed to talk about Nicholas and his increasing height, Nathaniel and his love for hunting, and what I've been doing in the forge. "I'm still doing the same old thing," I say. "But I love it. Making farm tools and butcher knives is what I do." "How's business here?" "Let me just say that I've learned how to forge a good sword," he says. "The war is taking its toll here and I make more swords than just about anything else." "Makes for good business," I observe. "Any news on the war?" "Not much," Gunther replies. "It's sort of reached a stalemate in Watervale, just west of Corn Lake. No one can gain any ground." I nod. "I've heard Tigner is trying to move on them from the south," he continues, "but Jarl Kjun of Kara has been able to hold them off. Who knows for how much longer?" "I hope all goes well," I say quietly. "It would be bad for us all if Fyrclan were to win this war." Gunther agrees with a slow nod, looking into the fire contemplatively. "That's why we'll win it," he says. There are a few moments of silence. "Well," he stands up and claps my shoulder. "I'm going to get to bed. I have to get up to my forge tomorrow." He walks to a door on the wall and goes into what I assume must be his bedroom. "Good night." A few minutes later, after the fire has died down and all is dark, I ask Ethan, "Did you notice anything wrong with Gunther?" "No." "Why?" "Nothing." I put my restless thoughts to the back of my head and force myself to sleep. The next morning, we wake after Gunther has already gone. I find a note on the table that says, "Help yourself to breakfast. What's mine is yours." We take his word to heart. After breakfast we head out of the house, towards the market district. It's early enough that the sky is blue and lit, but the sun is not yet over the mountain ridge. Sunlight is making its way down the western mountain faces, and is barely groping the top of Nringnir's Deep. Trees bask in the sunlight, up and down the mountains. The market is more alive this morning than it was yesterday evening. People wander in the thin crowd, looking for things they need or want. I find very quickly what I am looking for, a blanket for Nathaniel when he goes hunting. It's made from assorted animal pelts, but it's light and warm. That's all that matters. If I could, I would have loved to buy the Fenrir wolf pelt. Fenrir pelts are incredibly soft and comfortable, but sadly cost more than what we have. The beasts are tough and don't come down easily, and on top of that the pelt would have come all the way from Friggiskan, the land to the southeast, always in a blanket of snow. Percival has some fun sorting through chess pieces and sets at a particular vendor. He doesn't buy, but prefers to look. "Does Gunther have a chess set?" he asks. "Not that I'm aware," I say. "I think I beat it out of him." "Probably true," grins Percival. Ethan somehow convinces me to let him get a small pouch of sugary treats. It's with his own earnings, so I figured he could. We spend most of the day in the market. Then we make our way back to Gunther's house. I get bored rather quickly and decide to go find Gunther at his forge. It's not hard to find. I've had the city memorized since I was 8. I would come here with my father on little trips to buy supplies, or just for fun. His forge is just as small as his house and made completely of stone brick, but for the thatched roof. I let myself in. He glances up from his anvil. "Cadmus. Do you need something?" "I want to talk to you, Gunther. I haven't seen you in such a while. What's really going on?" He straightens up and his eyes narrow. "What do you mean?" "I mean you don't seem yourself. What's up?" He smiles slightly and shakes his head at the floor. "You are as perceptive as you are big," he says. I sit down in the corner, resting my arm on the old wooden table, with an expression that says, "I'm waiting." He sets down his project and sits down across from me. Then he says, "Cadmus," he shakes his head and covers his face like he's embarrassed about something. "What?" I coax. He shifts in his seat and fidgets with a button on his shirt. "I'm engaged," he finally says. My jaw almost hits the floor. Of all things, that was the last thing I expected him to say. He just stares at me, with the slightest bit of a smile tugging at his lips. Finally I manage to get out one word, "Serious?" "Deathly," he says. I'm silent for long enough that he says, "Are you okay?" Then I start laughing. Gunther takes it the wrong way and makes to get up, but I grab his arm and say between snickers, "No. That's great, Gunther. I just..." He raises an eyebrow at me, wondering at what I just never thought, the possibility never entered my mind. And it came as such a shock. He nods. Right. I calm down and say, "That's really great, Gunther. Who is this girl?" He shifts again and says, "She's visiting this evening." "So what were you going to say to us this evening?" He shrugs, and I laugh again. "Do I get to tell Mom?" "Sure," he says. "Just give it to her soft." "Yep. Well, I need to get back to work. I'll see you tonight." "Will do." On the way home, I pass a large board that has all kinds of things tacked up on it. There are a couple of wanted posters, and notes requesting workers. What grabs my attention, however, is the parchment tacked in the very middle. It reads, "Mohanri calls for aid." Upon the 2nd of rainfall, the city Powali was put under attack by the armies of Diagral. The attack was vigorous but unsuccessful. Although the city remains under control of Mohanri, the following casualties have been recorded. Mohanri, 264. Diagral, 314. Honorable Lord Jarl of Mohanri, Archeantus, heir of late High King Thurantus, sends this request to all able-bodied men that desire to resist the conquest of Diagral. More soldiers are needed with every dawn. You are needed. To every man that enlists in the armies of Mohanri, a considerable sum of wealth or land will be bequeathed at the war's end. Underneath, the parchment has a list of every clan and their standing in the war, reading either hostile, neutral, or ally. The hostiles read Diagral, Tigner, and Zjad. Ryth, the Orcs, and Cumarin, the men of the north, both read neutral. Harak and Gilgal both read ally. It's a sad thing. I turn, startled. It's an older man, balding, with thin brown hair and a well-kempt beard. His eyebrows are thick. He wears an eye patch over his right eye. He's tall and leaning on a cane that he holds in his right hand, and he's reading the same parchment I had been studying. "I'm sorry?" I say. "It's a sad thing to see the world at war again." "Is that where you got your..." I'm struggling to find the right word, but can't. "No," he replies. "I'm not that old. I got this from a Volfa many years ago, when a rogue party of them raided my small town." "That's terrible." "Indeed. They're horrible creatures. Killing, making off with food and supplies, showing no mercy to women and children." Before I can respond, he continues, "This clan, Diagral. It's just like those Volfa. Horrible. Driven by selfishness. Conquest to have power over others." He looks at me and I glimpse a tear in his eye. It does not fall. His age has made him shaky, almost like he's constantly shivering. I wonder how long before they pull away our sons. Before they pull away our fathers. Before our crops are burned and our wives ravished. The old man looks me in the eye, as if discerning the darkest corners of my soul. I return his gaze for a moment, and then he speaks, "But they will have to get through you." I'm a little surprised by his comment, and say only, "We'll see." He turns slowly and starts to hobble away saying, "It's a sad thing." When Ethan and Percival ask me what I had been out doing, I just reply with, "Oh, nothing." Gunther arrives a few hours before sundown. When he walks in, I give him a sly wink and he just raises his eyebrows slightly. There's a knock at the door only minutes later, while we are eating our small bowls of stew. I lean back in my chair and cross my legs, hiding a small smile with my hand. Gunther answers the door and trades a few words with the visitor, and then pulls the door wide open. "This is Rachel," he says. James' eyes widen. Percival shifts in his chair and crosses his legs. Ethan takes another bite of stew. "She's pretty. Her eyes are blue and her hair is straight and brown. She has a small, skinny build, but her posture presents her as strong and in charge. Her smile is brilliant. This is James and Percival, a few friends from Verfith." Gunther gestures to each of us as he says our names. "And this is Ethan and Cadmus, my younger brothers." She curtsies and says, "Nice to meet you." James just nods, his mouth slightly agape. The other three of us say together, "Thanks." "You too." "And you as well." Everyone, continues Gunther, Rachel and I are engaged. Percival smiles slightly and Ethan suddenly almost falls out of his chair. Rachel laughs faintly. "When?" I ask. "In a couple of weeks," he answers, holding his fiancée around the waist. His smile gets a little bigger as he says it. Ethan gets back into his chair and says, "Wow. Can I tell Mom? Gunther glances at me and I give him a "why are you looking at me, it's your marriage" look. Better let Cadmus do that, he says. Why? Ethan whines. Because Cadmus will let her know soft and easy. That way she won't die of shock. Ethan grumbles something and takes another bite of stew. Congratulations, says Percival simply. James finally musters up the ability to speak, but only says, whoa. Rachel only stays for a few minutes. We talk about the family she's from and her father's career. It becomes obvious soon that we're just as interested in learning about her as she is about us. As soon as it starts to get dark, she says something about getting home and Gunther offers to escort her. She accepts, of course, and Gunther comes back a few minutes later. As soon as he walks in, James says, "You lucky man." We tease him for a moment, mostly out of jealousy, but the conversation quickly turns to when we will be leaving. Tomorrow morning, I say. We don't want to stay and eat all of your food. I appreciate that, he says. Early? Yes. I'll be up, hopefully. If I'm not, get me up to see you off. Will do. And with that, each of us trails off to bed. The next morning Gunther is awake and active right when we are. He's generous enough to let us take a little something for lunch. But just as we're walking out the door I say, hold on. I need to get something. Go on, I'll catch up. Gunther's sitting at the table, looking at me with an eyebrow raised. What's up? He asks. The mild question hangs in the air and burns at me. Finally I answer, quietly, I'm just wondering how you're doing. He gets up and looks at me suspiciously. Fine, he says. No, I answer. How are you really doing? A confused expression sweeps across his face, followed by sorrow. I miss you guys, Cadmus, he says. Here we get just about weekly updates concerning the war, and I'm afraid I'm so far away that if anything should happen to you, I won't be able to get there in time, but... He furrows his eyebrows and stares at the floor, waiting for a reprimanding remark. Instead I say, you're only a day away. Just a few minutes could make all the difference. He does have a point, but after a minute of silence, I say quietly, but you have family here. He nods slightly. In a few weeks, you'll have a wife. After that, you'll have kids. I did it without telling you. You guys are my family. That's okay. You have a future here. We could be farther away, really. But we're not. You have a great job, great friends, a house, and, soon, at least, a new family. You have good reason to stay here. He nods, envelopes me in a hug and claps me on the back. Love ya. Love you too. He pulls away and I say, oh. I almost forgot. What? I punch him twice. Not very hard, but solidly. He recoils and exclaims, what was that for? One was from Frederick and the other was from father. For not bringing grandchildren yet. Ah. He rubs his shoulder where I hit him, and nods. So, you do want me to tell mother about your engagement? That would be best. I think it would make her faint for a week if I waltzed into town one day with a wife and a son. I nod. I'll break it to them slow. But I won't tell our brothers, I'll let father do that. Assuming Ethan doesn't tell them first. Sounds good. You tell us when Rachel's expecting. He immediately gets what I mean and says, don't worry, I'll let you know somehow. Ethan pounds on the door impatiently. You'd better go, says Gunther. Ethan's getting mad. You stay safe, I say as I walk towards the door. I throw him a coin as payment for the food. You go find a girl, he says, and then gives me a wink as he throws back the coin. I'll work on it, I answer, opening the door and tossing the coin back to him. You'd better. His smile is the last thing I see before I catch the coin and shut the door behind me. I wonder what he'll think when he sees the small pile of coins I left in his cupboard. I feel much better after that, like our mission here was more than just to get something for Nathaniel. Gunther is with us again. Hunting trip. It's always sad to see Gunther's house disappear behind the adjacent block. Ringner's Deep stays in sight until we exit the front gate and start across the bridge spanning the canyon. The trip home is uneventful. The only reason we don't stop at High Rock Lookout is because a patrol of guards has made camp there. They eye us suspiciously but don't do anything to hinder our trek. We eat lunch in a small clearing. James gets stung by a bee. It was a little shocking to us all because from nowhere he was suddenly yelling curse upon curse, maliciously stomping on an already dead bee. It's always easier coming down the mountain than hiking up. Naturally we make much better time, and walk into town around mid-afternoon. James slips away from us and says something like, "See you later." Percival follows suit a couple of blocks later. The sight of home is fabulous, even if it's been only a few days. After a few weeks, it's even better. I have a nice little chat with Ethan before we walk in, telling him to not say anything concerning Gunther's engagement. To my surprise, he does as I say and keeps quiet. Mother hugs us each and asks how it was, and I say fine. Ethan runs off to the room he shares with Nathaniel and Nicholas, and that's when I take the opportunity to tell Mother. "Where's Nathaniel?" I ask. "Down at the forge with your father." "Good." I pulled a new blanket out of my pack and present it. "Fantastic. You paid Gunther, right?" "Of course." "He accepted it?" "No. I just hid a little bit in one of the cupboards we helped empty." "Ah. There is something I need to talk to you about though." "Well, let's talk, Dot." I have no idea how to bring it up gently, so I decide to come up with some sort of game. "Guess what's happening with Gunther?" "Soon." Mother raises an eyebrow. "What?" "Guess." "Is he coming back?" "No. I think he wanted to, but I managed to persuade him otherwise." Her eyebrows point in an arrow at me. "Why would you dash?" "It has to do with the surprise," I say mysteriously. "Any other guesses?" "He got a job as a goat breeder?" She's just joking sarcastically now, so I decide to tell her. "Don't freak out when I tell you," I say, knowing that she will anyway. "Gunther's getting married." Stunned silence. She stares at me with her mouth agape for probably a minute. Then slowly, very slowly, the corners of her lips start to come up. She cups her hands over her mouth and says, "Oh my. Oh my." I thought her reaction would be a little louder. And maybe a little more violent. "To who?" She finally gets out. "A girl named Rachel." I don't know her last name, but I met her and she's really nice. Mother nods. Then suddenly a tear runs down her cheek. My Gunther is getting married. And then she hugs me and sobs into my shoulder. I'm assuming they're tears of happiness, but I'm still second-guessing Gunther's advice to get a girl. She looks up at me and smiles like I'm the one getting married. "When?" "In a few weeks. I don't know the exact date." So I can begin to expect grandchildren. She starts to look a little faint, so I go to put my arm around her. That's exactly what she does, however, faint. I put her in her bed and go to the kitchen to fill my stomach. When Father comes home, he greets me with a pat and asks me how the trip went. I decide to let Mother tell him about Gunther's engagement, and just say it went well. Mother makes the announcement at dinner. Everybody is shocked. I can't believe that they're speechless because Gunther was bound to get married sometime, the strong young man that he is. I wake up and milk the brown cow in our little shed. It's usually what Nathaniel's supposed to do, but since it's his birthday I decided to let him have the day off. We have breakfast as a family and decide to do Nathaniel's celebration before Father and I have to go work in the forge. Nathaniel appreciates the blanket, saying thanks. My old one's been through way too much. If it had any more holes, it would only be a wad of stitching. Nathaniel just about falls over when he sees the knife I have made for him. "You made this? Why does that surprise you? I don't think you've done any work before that's this good." "Thanks," I say lamely. Just a few minutes later, Father and I head for the forge. We're quiet. Leon's knives are almost done, and the less talking we do, the more work we do. The sounds made in the forge are some of the best in my opinion. "When are you leaving tomorrow?" asks Father. It takes me a few seconds to realize that I'm going hunting with Nathaniel tomorrow. Probably as soon as we get up. That way, we can get to the redwood forest by noon. That quickly? We've done it before. That's a fast trip. Good luck hunting. I hear good hunting is hard to come across. Tigner must be hunting the animals down. Tigner doesn't reach to the redwood forest. True, a while later he says, "I appreciate you going with Nathaniel. He's always loved hunting, but it's not what I do. I can strike with a hammer but can't hit the side of our house with a bow and arrow." He smiles at me, his facial hair hiding it slightly from view. "But you are multi-talented, Cadmus. You can work fine material in the forge. You can shoot with a bow. You're a great knife thrower. You are compassionate and humble." He nods at me. I am blessed to have such a son. I have no idea what to say, but he doesn't expect me to say anything. He just goes back to his project. "Thank you," I say quietly. The next morning Nathaniel and I leave early. We've got enough food with us to last us a couple of days at least, but if we're successful we can stay out for even longer. Nicholas and Ethan are supposed to cover our chores, but no guarantees. Nathaniel is excited to use the new knife I have given him. He talks ecstatically about how he is going to gut various animals with it, but I only listen half-heartedly. Despite how much I care for my brother, I'm not one for hunting and ripping the guts out of animals. The road stops long before it reaches the forest, but the river doesn't. The Fravora guides us at a steady downward grade until we reach the edge of the forest, where it cuts a path through the trees into the heart of the woodland. We stop in this familiar spot to eat lunch, and I end up studying the area. Grasses are starting to gain color as the day and the season wax on, and they contrast sharply with the rocks that line the river sporadically. Some trees stand apart from the main body of forest in a feeble attempt to gradually introduce the forest to the landscape. I'm not much of a hunter, so once we enter the forest, I follow Nathaniel and try not to make any noise. He leads me for a little while without any luck, which isn't really surprising because most of the good animals are towards the middle of the forest. I snap a branch accidentally and he gives me a little glare. I mouth, sorry, to him, and we move on. We stay relatively close to the Fravora, but always keep in mind which direction we come from. If we ever get lost, which has happened before, then all we need to do is find the river. It's our compass in this forest. Nathaniel, his bow strung, moves quieter and with more graceful, precise movements. This suggests that he has seen something, so I copy him. Suddenly, in one motion, he draws an arrow, nocks it, and shoots it through the eye of an animal 20 yards away. The rabbit doesn't so much as squeak. It's just a little one, but I'm a fan of rabbit stew and the fur usually sells alright. Nathaniel strings it to his backpack by the foot, and leads us deeper into the wood. The trees are getting taller, and soon they loom so high over me that I think they must be mountains. I try to wrap my arms around one, but only come around about a quarter of the way. The deciduous leaves block sunlight from the ground, so only pockets of the golden stuff make it to the dirt. Normal pine trees seem to be a little jealous of the height of the enormous redwoods. Fallen pine needles, pine cones, and some rocks litter the ground. Shrubs, ferns, and smaller trees provide cover for undersized animals, but Nathaniel can't detect any. When he does, it usually ends up startling him or getting away. We walk over a tree that must have died and rotted until it fell over. Most of it remains intact, but parts of it are crumbling open to reveal the softening red insides of the gargantuan tree. Inside one of the rotting cracks in the tree, I hear buzzing. Both of us freeze. Nathaniel looks at me and I whisper, "Dingflies." Dingflies are ugly little insects that nest in colonies, like bees. They have their own little society and act almost just like bees. But they can't defend themselves. Dingflies can't bite. They can't sting. They can't scratch. It's pathetic, really. The worst they can do is buzz around your face and get into places they shouldn't, which includes, well, never mind. The little purple bugs are named because they look like flies, but also because of the sound their nest makes when you hit it. Some use it as an instrument and have figured out how to fluctuate the tone produced, but nobody can figure out why it makes such a sound. The only reason we want to steer clear of them is because once they lock onto our food, they won't let it get away until it's gone or they're dead. A few dingflies surface from the rotting tree, but we pass quietly and they leave us alone. After another 2 hours pass, I know that the rabbit was a lucky shot. Nathaniel has missed 2 small mammals, one of them by a mile, and scared off another. At the moment he's on the trail of a deer, which we're following intently. It's no surprise that the trail is headed towards the river. I'm glad because I want to take a break and splash my face a little, half hoping that we mysteriously lose the deer's trail. Once we reach the river, Nathaniel has no idea where the deer has gone. The river is wide at this point, and a rock outcrop juts about a quarter of the distance outward. Rapids crash by just under the point, made all the more violent by more rocks and boulders sticking up out of the water. A large log sticks out at an odd angle. White water is everywhere. There's no way the deer could have crossed, but where else could it have gone? I managed to persuade Nathaniel that we need to set up camp. Despite the quickly darkening sky, he wants to keep going. I forbid it. Nathaniel is happy to use his new knife and skins the rabbit before it rots. Then we cook the meat and share it around the fire with some bread, finally going to bed afterward. We wake early. The fire still smolders weakly, but I dump some water on it anyway. Then I dig around in my pack and find some rope. I twist, tie, and lay it out until I have set a formidable trap. I repeat the process twice, and then we leave the campsite. This day goes much the same as the last. But today I get out my throwing knives and hold one ready, determined to get at least one thing with only a knife. My chance comes when a large pheasant-like bird perches on a branch next to us. It's an ugly thing and is just about to scream us a lullaby when my knife cuts it short. I'm very satisfied with my bird and decide to keep some of the longer feathers to put on arrows. We try to stay in the cover of thicker thickets, but with the trees as large as they are, good cover is sometimes hard to come by. Aside from my bird, today we are unlucky. We camp at the same rock outcrop over the river, but don't dare sleep over the angry frivora. We sleep on the shore, safe and sound. My bird proves tasty, and my traps prove empty and unsprung. In the morning we consider crossing the river but quickly decide against it. It bothers me that we haven't seen anything larger yet. Usually by now we will have at least spotted a deer or a bear, but I'm not at all eager to encounter the latter. I think that they might be on the other side, the height of the water suggests otherwise. Nathaniel shoots 2 birds the following day. To make it even better, I find that 2 of my traps have caught me a rabbit each. Our luck starts to pick up. We eat only one of the birds, but pluck the other and skin the rabbits. We fillet the meat and package it carefully with prepared bags, and then put it in our packs. It won't last long, so we'll either have to eat it quickly or head home. We decide to eat the other bird. When we wake the next morning, I feel something is a little different. It's not the air. Not my clothes. Not my hair. Not my pack. I ask Nathaniel if he notices anything, but he asks me what I'm talking about and continues moving. I shrug off the feeling and it goes away. Finally, we see one. A deer. It's a buck with a good-sized rack, and it stands tall. But there's another, a doe. It's rather small, and a good distance away from the buck. Nathaniel nocks an arrow and takes aim. I see a funny movement out of the corner of my eye. As soon as I turn to see, Nathaniel fires. The doe bounds across the clearing and the arrow enters her side. The buck takes off into the trees before I can blink. Nathaniel gives me a look. What were you looking at? The doe, I answer. It was running at the buck. I look at where the doe fell. Why'd you shoot the doe? You distracted me. I was aiming for the buck. You're that easily distracted? Apparently. I stare at him. Well, I say, at least you got something. He nods and says, come help me get it. It's just a little doe, so both of us grab an end and carry it without too much trouble. But by the time we make it to the frivora, we're exhausted. After a minute or 2 of rest, we get to work. Using my trap ropes, we lash some smaller logs together and make some sort of crude makeshift sled. Then we work quickly on the deer, readying it for travel and getting rid of its insides. We have to start home quickly, before the dough spoils. We take turns pulling the sled like a handcart. It doesn't take us too long, though the trip home is obviously longer than the trip there. Once we get home, Nathaniel takes the deer to the shed to skin it. He prefers to butcher his own meats instead of paying the butcher to do it. I help him with the whole process, and then set about the drying and salting. It takes multiple hours. It's a good thing we got home when we did. If we had been a day later, our family would not have been there to greet us. The war comes to US. A loud crack starts me awake and I shoot out of bed. Outside of my window I hear yells, but when I go to investigate, my father roars wake. Attack, dot. I throw myself away from the window and dress in record time, then rocket down the ladder, because my room doubles as the attic, and into the den where my father was yelling from. Mother is there with him, and my brothers quickly follow. I smell and hear fire, and outside there's an eerie orange glow. What's going on? Nathaniel yells. Bandits, says father. He's holding his old sword, a great steel claymore he made for himself many years before. Normally it hangs above our fireplace, but now he holds it ready. Cadmus, come with me. Everyone else stay here. Get into the cellar and lock the trapdoor. You will be safe there. No one moves. Now. Father commands. Cadmus, get your throwing knives. What? You heard me, get them. I run back into my room and grab my 5 throwing knives, sticking them into little loops on my belt. When I come back down, father is coming out of the cellar. He hands me a sword, saying, you will need this. Then he helps my 3 brothers and mother into the cellar. He hands Nathaniel a sword similar to mine and commands, Nathaniel, if anybody aside from me or Cadmus comes in this house you will use this. Do you understand me? He is speechless. Do you understand me? Nathaniel nods slowly. Good. Stay here until I return. Then he shuts the trapdoor and locks it. Cadmus, he says, resting his hand on my shoulder. These people will try to kill you and your friends. We cannot let that happen. You have to use this. Do you understand? Yes. Good. Now follow me. We exit the house and lock the door behind us. There's fire. Screaming. clanging, yells of men. I run down the hill, close behind my father, holding the sword in my right hand while my left hovers over my throwing knives. The stars are still out, it must be hours until dawn. It's not until we get into town that we see people. Townspeople run screaming. My father cuts down a shadowy figure and we keep running. Baonan! He yells. Leon! Another few figures come down the street at us. Father puts them down with ease. Suddenly one jumps at me from a side alley, and I stumble back in fright. My father gets him from the back and says, "Come on, Cadmus." Baonan! He yells again. Leon! A reply comes from behind a nearby building, which I recognize as Leon's butcher shop. We make our way there, where we see Leon and Baonan each with their own sword, cutting through the bandits. They are accompanied by 2 guards. "How many are there?" asks father. "We don't know," answers Baonan, his beard shaking. "Too many," replies Leon. One of the guards responds, "Enough to stretch all of our forces across the town." "Where's Captain Ruger?" The second guard says, "We don't know. He gave orders and then ran to the bridge with some of our men." Percival and his father, Darius, appear out of the smoke. Both are holding bows. Darius speaks to my father. "They came from the south, over the bridge. They've taken the tower there and are shooting from it, killing anyone they can." "Who are they?" he asks. "We don't know, their armor is different from any I've seen before." "We need to know their numbers," says Baonan. "If there are only a few, we can stand our ground and fight. If there are many, we must fall back and fight elsewhere. Or retreat," says Leon. Jericho, a tall skinny boy my age, appears with his father. His black hair is speckled with ash and his brown eyes dark perceptibly over everything. I nod to him, and he nods back. Formal hellos are for another time. "Darius," says my father. "The old tower to the north. It has the war horn inside, at the peak. From there you can see their numbers. 1 blow for less than 50. 2 blows for 100. 3 for anything more." Darius obeys without question. "Come, Percival." Percival nods to me and then follows his father back up the street. "What of us?" says Leon. "We go to the town square," says my father. "Get the women and children safe." With that we take off at a sprint, the guards close behind. Bandits pop out of almost every alley. Too often we pass the unmoving body of an innocent, slaughtered in cold blood. With every one we pass, my blood boils a little hotter. Men join our band, each bearing their own sword. Once in the town square, we split into pairs, me and my father, Jericho and his father, and Leon and Baonan. Find and gather as many people as you can. Return here. My father turns and kills another bandit. As of yet, I have not even swung my sword. Together we make our way down the street, helping the men in their fights and making sure women and children are safe in their homes. In only minutes we return to the town square with a band almost 30 strong, and Leon and Baonan have done the same. About 15 additional guards have joined us. "Where have they gone?" asks father. Everyone looks about warily. "Have we won?" asks one of the men. "Where have they gone?" Father growls. Some of them appear out of the darkness and into the street, at least 20. Then more. Then we hear the horn blow. It's a loud, baritone horn. The sound has a bit of a rattle in it, but a constant pure tone. The bandits are set back slightly. The first ends and a few long seconds pass. Then it blows again. My father's face hardens. 100 strong, he mutters. "Where did you come from?" The bandits are overcoming their fear of the horn, and they begin a charge down the street at our force in the village square. To our terror, the horn blows a third time. Though we have little training, we fight for our homes. It makes us strong, and we fight harder and stronger than they. The small group of bandits tries to overcome our makeshift army, but they have little luck. I get into a sword dance with one of the bandits. Then there is an opening, and I take it. I don't realize what has happened until he is already dead. I'm disgusted with myself. Then a voice inside me says, "If you hadn't, it would be you on the ground." Then the horn blows. Father looks in unbelief to the north, where the tower stands on the mountainside. "For blows," he says. He looks back towards the approaching bandits and says, "This is no bandit raid. There is an army upon us." He looks about frantically for a moment, and then yells, "Stand strong, men! Stand!" The men look about in fear. Then he faces me. "Cadmus," he says. "My son." Go, get your mother and brothers, and make for terrace. What? Go. Not without you. Son, my place is here to protect you and our family. Get them to safety. Go now. Then he turns to talk to Leon, Baunan, and Jericho, I'm assuming to say the same thing. They run off in different directions. I run. Everyone who crosses my path, I tell them what my father told me. Get your women and children and get out. The town is lost. When I open the trapdoor in my home, Nathaniel about stabs me. I almost reprimand him, but instead say, there is an army upon us. We have to leave. Now. I help everyone out of the cellar and all of us get what we need. Mother takes some persuasion because she refuses to leave father. He said that his place is there to protect his family, I retaliate. He gave me the job to get you to safety. So that is what I am doing. In minutes, we are headed out the door and on the road to terrace. Once safely out of the town, I tell them to keep going. I'll be back as soon as I can. Don't stop for anything. You can't let them catch you. Our family wasn't the only one who had that idea. There are a few families fleeing the town, made possible only because the fathers are standing in the way of the encroaching army. I run past them all. I will not leave without my father. I follow the sound of fighting and make my way to the center of the brawl. Sure enough, there stands my father swinging his sword, along with the others. Are they safe? He says. Yes. Good. Are other families making it out? Yes. How many? Only about 30. He nods. They will not kill all civilians. If they stay in their homes, they will be safe. If we leave, will they follow us? Most likely not out of the city. This army was not meant for us, however. It is meant for terrace. Then they will follow. Yes. They will march on terrace. He turns and kills another soldier before yelling, retreat. Retreat. We make for terrace. Some of the families have not had time. I reason. What will befall them? He answers, Tigner will not kill them all. They will need to keep workers for the farms and fields. Whether they run or not is their choice. The men turn and run. Their numbers have been cut drastically. For many families, this will have been the last time they have seen their father. What can we do? I ask. There must be something. My father shakes his head. Live to fight another day, my son. The army does not follow us. We bought enough time to get most of the families out. Not all, however, will get to see the next dawn. We catch up with our families quickly. My father, as well as a few of the others, tallies the living. The numbers are excruciating. I find Percival and Darius with their family, a little beaten up, but okay. James and his sister Jessica are fine as well. Jericho has a bandage wrapped around his left arm and another wrapped tightly around his head, covering his right eye. He sits in the back of a cart pulled by an ox. Frederick has fled with us, though the soldiers are likely too superstitious to kill any of the priests or desecrate the temple. The dawn is blood red. Streaks of scarlet stream across the sky and pool together in large clouds. Most of the sounds are simply wails of the morning. The guards of Terrace appear more than slightly alarmed when they see most of the population of Verfith on their doorstep. The commanding authority quickly makes himself present and commands the doors open the second he sees the multitude beneath him. Then he exchanges some words with the guards and disappears. Families trail into the city, congregating in the large space behind the front gate. Guards block the streets. The officer reappears on top of the gate and asks to speak to our leader. When no one else does, my father steps forward. Why have you come? Asks the officer. We were attacked, father says blankly. Tigner from the east. We come seeking refuge and to provide warning. The army they brought was not for Verfith, it's to mount an attack on Terrace and destroy Gilgal. The officer nods and says, where is Captain Ruger? He did not return. He nods again and says, keep the people here. I will return. Then he sets off at a quick pace and out of sight. Will we stay with Gunther? Ethan asks. My father does not respond, so I shrug. An uncomfortable hubbub overtakes the crowd. Residents of Terrace are gathering on the other side of the wall of guards, just to see what's going on. After what must have been an hour, the officer returns and stands in his spot on the wall. Then he says, by order of Lord Jarl Hralfr, all able men of Gilgal at least of age 15 are to report to Ringner's Deep. The hubbub gets louder. Tigner is upon us and we must defend ourselves. Bring only what you need. You will be expected to be there within the hour. This time he stays on the wall and issues orders to a few of the guards. Nobody moves. The officer notices this and says, those who do not comply will be taken forcefully. He gestures to the wall of guards. If you do not protect yourselves, then who will? Then he disappears for the last time. My mother is in shock. Every member of my family is looking at her, but for Nicholas, who is staring wide-eyed at my father. Then she moves and embraces father. You know I have to, he says. She only sobs into his shoulder. There's a similar experience that Nathaniel and I both get. She tells us how much she loves us and many tears are shed. Just about every family in the city must be having a comparable experience. Nathaniel and I each embrace Ethan and Nicholas. Father just picks up the latter and squeezes him. Take care of your mother, I hear him whisper. Nicholas nods. Mother and father embrace one last time before we leave. Guards are starting to mingle with the crowd to get things moving. My father's beard quivers as she says, I love you, Cadmus. Trails of men make their way to the keep at the back of the city. By now it's about midday, but I have no appetite. The keep is lit well during this time of day, though short shadows are beginning to lengthen and make the keep seem dark and foreboding. Guards stand on either side of the gates, which are about twice my height and as wide as the road. We enter with the stream of people. I can't help but wonder where Gunther is. The entrance hall is plain. There are short narrow windows higher up, almost at the vaulted ceiling over 20 feet high. Tables sit perpendicular to the walls lined with torches, leaving a wide aisle down the middle of the hall. A balcony lines the walls about 10 feet up, with doors leading onto the outer walls and into the next room. The mob pushes through into a huge circular room that acts as an intersection for just about every hallway in the keep. The room has 2 stories, the second is a balcony that encompasses the entire circumference of the room. Arched doorways lead from the balcony deeper into the keep in every compass direction. The lower floor mirrors the pattern. Every room is constructed of stone. The mob stops here. I wonder if men from Terrace are here as well, Nathaniel thinks aloud, and not just men from Verfith. I nod replying, I would be shocked if there weren't. Father stares straight ahead. Then where's Gunther? Eventually guards come out and line the second-story balcony. 3 officers stride out of the largest arch at the farthest end of the room, positioning themselves on the balcony. The one on the right speaks, all behold Lord Jarl Hralfr, ruler of Gilgal. A figure enters. He's tall, wearing a cape with large fur shoulders that make him look broader. He wears a steel-polished breastplate and gauntlets, with leather boots. His shoulder-length hair is light brown, his short well-groomed beard matches. He has a solemn wrinkled face with a flat hawk-beak nose. A sword of some sort hangs from his waist, on his left side. Men of Gilgal, he starts. His voice is richly baritone, but the sheer volume forces a somewhat scratchy tone. Our land is at stake. Our lives. Our families. Our freedom. All at stake. He pauses. The room is deathly silent. Terrace, this thriving city, must stand. There is no other option. Tigner will be upon us within a matter of days or hours. You are the wall that will keep them out. Not all of you are soldiers, I know. Some of you have done your time before. The time has come once again to raise the sword against our enemy to protect our wives and homes. Not all of you will survive. But may you die knowing you die for the freedom of your brethren, wives, and children. Thus in death or in life, you will be victorious. He glances around the room. Weapons and armor are available in the armories. One to the left and one to the right. All men of Verfith, to the right, he points to our right, and all men of Terrace to the left. He gestures appropriately. Be quick, we need to get everyone suited. Disperse. With that, the men split into 2 groups and make their way down the appropriate halls. It takes a bit of time to wait in the line, but once at the head, I see why. A guard studies my height and build and says, you'll be difficult to fit. Another guard is saying something similar to my father. The chainmail shirt fits. It's not as loose as it's supposed to be, but it works. Then he helps me slip on a leather jerkin banded with strips of iron. Simple shoulder guards sit snugly on my shoulders. If anything, I only find the helmet slightly annoying. It restricts my hearing and vision, and feels funny. Then the guard takes me to a different part of the armory, where racks of weapons line the room. Favorite weapon? He says. I shake my head. Well, which one do you have the most experience with? I stare blankly into the room, shrugging slightly. Be quick, he says, escorting me to a particular rack. A sword will do. I'm about to grab a random pick when something else catches my eye. It's a dull thing in the back, but I am drawn to it. This is it, I say. A warhammer? Questions the guard. All my life, I've been swinging a hammer. The only difference is the size. And instead of an anvil, I'm swinging at my voice fades. He nods. Give it a try before you take it dash. I've already picked it up and am testing it out. The head is a big simple iron bar, with a blunt end and a spike end. I heft it and say, this is it. The guard nods, eyeing my left hand where my 2 fingers are missing. Okay. Nathaniel comes in and says, well, that thing's a beast. It's the one I'm going to use, I say coldly. Nathaniel looks among the remaining hammers and comes out with one similar to mine, but with a shorter handle and a smaller head. Not as big, he says, but I'm not as strong as you. It's okay. Don't try to lift more than you can. We join my father, who was waiting just outside the armory. He only needed armor, as he possesses his own claymore. He looks approvingly at my choice of weaponry. When he sees that Nathaniel has the same thing, he raises an eyebrow. It's all right, father, he says. I can use it. Father's expression softens, but he doesn't say a word. Leon finds us and says simply, I never thought I'd find myself here. I meant to butcher cows, not. He leaves his statement unfinished, looking grimly at his longsword. Percival holds a sword in circular shield, which hangs loosely from his left hand. He has sheathed his sword. His father holds similar items. Percival eyes my hammer. Interesting choice, he says. I like it, interjects James, who is also carrying a sword and shield. It's just a little heavy for me. For the first time, James has nothing more to say. Jericho appears only a moment later. He's still bandaged around the head, but carries a shield and one-handed axe. You're fighting? I ask. Not planning on it, he says simply. But I feel okay. If I have to, I will. My wounds were minor, just a cut on the arm and the right side of my head. They're healing quickly. If they don't attack for another day or 2, I should be able to fight. I nod, unsure if I should be excited or afraid for him. We need to have each other's backs, suggests James. Us 5. We need to stick together. Watch out for each other. Percival responds, agreed. Once I get in there, chuckles Jericho. They look to me for my response. With my life, I say. Each of our fathers stands silently behind us, listening. They are grim and look to the floor contemplatively. Then my father says, and we'll be right there with you. He gives me a small smile. The room begins to go quiet. As we turn around, we see why. Lord Jarl Hralfr is walking down the middle of the room. When he reaches the center, he stops. He looks around for a moment, waiting for silence. Then he begins. Men of Verfith. You know better than most of us the hostility Tigner will bring. It is to them that you lost your homes. I cannot promise you that you will ever see them again. But what I can promise is that you can bring upon them the same fate. Each of you will have sections of the wall or city designated to you. The men of Terrace will garrison the South Fort, as you will garrison the North Fort. Where's that? Whispers Nathaniel. In the city, like a tiny version of the keep, I whisper back. James elbows me. Some of you will be assigned to the wall, above the gate. Some will stand below, to brace and hold the gate. The men of Terrace will stand with you. The cliff towers will be manned with the best archers from both groups. Who among you is skilled with a bow or crossbow? There are some slow hands that rise. Nathaniel is hesitant. Father rests his hand on Nathaniel's shoulder, and when Nathaniel looks to him, Father only nods. Then my brother's hand rises. The Jarl continues, archers meet in the room to the right. All of those who are above the age of 50, or below 16, will go to the left. All else, remain here. Go. Father and I each say a farewell to Nathaniel, who follows the smaller crowd of archers into the next room. A more elderly group makes their way through the door on the opposite side. Our numbers have been cut by over a third. The Jarl waits for the doors to close. Then he speaks again. You are the mighty of men, he states simply. The strong. Tigner's men will show you no mercy. They are here to take from you your lives and homes. So you must show to them no mercy. You will be stationed at the gate. Fight well. Just before he turns to leave, his eyes flick to me. For just a moment, he is staring into my being. Fight well, he is saying. Then he turns and leaves. A guard stands where the Jarl had been. His words are short. Go and get some rest, he says. The bunk rooms are located on the right through the main hall. The sound of the horn will signal the need for you at your posts. Until that time, the armories and training grounds will remain open and manned. Attack is imminent. Be ready. Later, all of us stand in one of the bunk rooms. I see Frederick, but he is uneasy and solemn. We had managed to find Nathaniel in the midst of the makeshift army. Some of the officials had brought around food rations because evening was quickly becoming night. I sit on my bunk, thinking. What are you thinking about? Asks Percival, sitting next to me. I wait a moment before I answer. I'm thinking about seeing the world, Percival. Will I, or you, live the week through, and even if we do, will we be able to see beyond these mountains? He nods. I can't answer that, Cadmus. I can just hope. I won't let myself die. I've got the rest of my life ahead of me, and so do you. But I have a feeling that if we survive this war, we'll get to see much more than merely beyond the mountains. The night is rough. Guards wake us early. We are rationed breakfast and then given the freedom to do what we will, given that we stay within the keep. The Jarl wants to keep us on task with the war on mind, instead of meeting some pretty girl in the city. We can't afford the distraction. Nathaniel goes to the archery range. My father, as well as James, Jericho, and their fathers, practice combat in the training grounds, which sit on the flat roof of the keep. Percival and I join them for the morning. Percival proves himself with a sword and shield. James, having decided that he feels well enough, has done well with his weapon of choice. Jericho at least proves capable. I, however, have a difficult time with the concept of battle. Something about the footwork, swinging, and crushing doesn't quite come together in my head. By lunchtime, I get frustrated and leave the grounds. Percival follows. We eat lunch almost silently. Percival doesn't speak until afterwards, when he asks, "Would you like to go back and try again?" "No," I say. "I need to go for a walk. We have to stay in the keep. The keep is plenty big." Percival accompanies me. I don't object, he is my best friend. We wander aimlessly around the keep, wearing our armor. Guards don't question our presence anywhere. From the main hall, we go straight into the center of the keep. We find all kinds of different rooms for various purposes, but most of them for food storage or sleeping. Down 2 flights of stairs, we find a dead end with a locked door. For a few moments we wonder where it could possibly lead. Then we turn back. Instead of going back up the stairs, we continue down the hallway in the opposite direction. There are no guards down here. Gradually a sound begins to enter my ears, running water. It's only a slight trickle, but it's definitely there. At the end of the hall, we find a metal grate. The bars are similar to the ones we found in the dungeons earlier. A door made completely of the same bars sits in the middle, with a large rusting padlock sealing it tight. Within, the ground inclines downward. Water trickles from pipes protruding slightly from the walls, running down the shallow incline and through a replica of the iron grate and door. The second door is also padlocked. It is difficult to see beyond, but I can make out a passage. An unpleasant stench reeks out of it. "Where's that go, I wonder?" says Percival. His voice echoes downward into the passage eerily. "Probably waste passages," I say quietly. "Like a sewer. The kitchens and bathrooms have waste pipes in them, it would make sense for them to come out here." "No wonder it stinks," he whispers. "It's not as bad as I thought it would be," I say. "They must have redirected an irrigation canal through it to wash it out. Keep the smell down and keep everything from piling up too much." "Genius," he says. "It must come out somewhere," I continue. "But not in the city. We're down too low. Water just flows down, so it must come out." "Not back to the river," Percival concludes. "Wouldn't want to contaminate it. So it must come out behind the mountain," I finish. "It lets out somewhere in the Wolf-Pack Mountains." A voice behind us startles us. "Oi! What are you doing?" It's a guard, staring at us suspiciously. "Exploring," I respond matter-of-factly. "This place is off-limits," he says. "I'm gonna have to ask you to leave." Within the hour, both I and Percival have forgotten the whole ordeal. I do, however, agree to go back up to the training grounds with Percival. Nathaniel has tired of the archery range and is now training with his warhammer. I join him, as well as the others who are still up there. It does me little good. We do not see Gunther. That night I have difficulty sleeping. I get up to cool my head, but just before I open the door, I hear voices in the hall. "What do you think the outcome of this battle will be?" I hear. I don't like to ponder such things, says the second voice. So you think we'll lose? Not necessarily. I just don't want to entertain the possibility. But you think it likely, the first voice retorts. I think we've given a bunch of farmers swords, growls the second voice. What good are people who don't know how to use a sword? They'll be fighting trained soldiers. It's not enough to simply fight off of will to retain their homes. The first voice doesn't respond for a moment. So you think Terrace is lost, he concludes. Hesitation. Yes. I think we will lose, says the second voice. But I have been wrong before. Having had enough, I go back to bed with my head spinning in turmoil. The exact thoughts had been hurling through my head only minutes before I heard them spoken. To hear them spoken breaks me. Within the next few minutes, I somehow find sleep. My dreams are of chaos and mayhem, so rest brings little consolation to my weary mind. The next morning I am awoken abruptly by the deep blaring of a war horn. The battle begins. Every one of us dons our armor in frenzy, strapping on swords, shields, and quivers. At the last minute I decide to bring my bow, strapping it to my back and simply carrying my warhammer. We burst out of the bunkrooms and into the hall, where every man is running towards the front gate of the keep. Somehow in the chaos we manage to stay together as a group, my father and Nathaniel, Percival, James, Jericho, their fathers, Leon, and Baunan. In what seems like seconds we rush over the steps out of the keep and into the streets of Terrace, where we continue until we reach the front gate of the city. The war horn blares the whole time, until this point. The enormous torches are flaring brightly, casting orange light all about the cliffsides. The sun has yet to rise. My group stays down, behind and to the left of the gate. Nathaniel salutes to us and says, "I'll see you later." Then he runs up the stairs onto the wall, and then into a doorway that leads through the mountain and into the left cliff tower. It only takes another minute for all the other men to take position. Then all stand silently at their posts, waiting for it to begin. Suddenly there is a war horn. It's different from ours, it comes from the other side of the gate and has a harsh, straight tone. The yells and cries of many men follow it, creating a horrible roar. Then suddenly it stops. What's going on? Somebody behind me whispers. Then it begins. We unleash a volley of arrows from the wall and towers. Their archers retaliate, but I'm assuming with much less success. I see very few bodies drop from the wall. My thoughts turn to Nathaniel. He'll be fine, I convince myself. He'll be fine. At this point there's really not much I can do. I just wish that I could see what was going on outside the gate. Shoot down the ram carriers. I hear. Then, above the shouting, I hear a sharp crack. The gate budges inward slightly, but springs back and bounces slightly. Brace the gate. I hear. Then a swarm of men crowds against the gate, pressing against it. The sharp noise comes again and the gate shakes. The crowd of men is pushed back by the force, but they rebound. All the while arrows zing from the wall and the cliff towers, we are receiving fairly few arrows in return. I have to see, I mutter to my father. Before he can stop me I run up the stairs to the top of the wall. The sight is chilling. The army stands on the enormous bridge connecting the city to the rest of the world. Most of them have large rectangular shields held above them to block arrows. A great many of them lie dead in front of the gate, though there are plenty to take their place. Arrows pierce them where their armor is weak, at the neck and armpit. Some standing on the sides of the bridge are hit with such force that they fall over the edge to the river far below. Their ram is doing little damage. Those who carried it in are now buried underneath their fellow soldiers. Many are being shot down, but the ram is always picked up and hurled back into the gate. Then I notice that our arrows are not only coming from the tops of the wall and towers, but from inside of them as well. Tall narrow slit-like windows line the cliff towers and the wall. Enemy arrows clack harmlessly around them, but our arrows shoot with deadly accuracy from within. Similarly, our archers on top take cover behind crenellations. Two objects at the other end of the bridge part the enemy army. The men move aside, cheering and shouting as they pass them. As the things come closer, I realize they're each being pushed by two large humanoid creatures. Where did they get trolls? I hear someone mutter. They're about 10 or 11 feet tall, even though they're hunched over to push the dark shapes. In the dim light of dawn, I notice they're muscular and have long, lanky arms, though they must be brutishly strong. Their skin is scaly and some arrows merely skim over them, but they seem unaffected by those that do puncture their skin. One of them takes an arrow just under his right shoulder and rears with a roar of agony. His face is long, as are his teeth. Large bat-like ears flap behind his bald head. The noise he emits makes the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. It's much like the snarl of a mountain lion mixed with the screech of a hawk. Despite his wound, he takes hold of the object and continues to push it forward. The objects are wheeled, like carriages, but instead of seats and doors, they each have a mechanism of some sort lying across them, with some gears and levers and springs. Only when they reach the wall and activate them do I realize what they are. Ladders! Someone yells. Men holding ropes pull with all their might as others release the mechanism. A 30-foot ladder unfolds from each of the contraptions and each of them comes into contact with the wall with a clang. Here we go, I think. Within moments soldiers are coming up the ladders. The first few are simply shot down to the ground, but then they reach the top. With roars they greet us and the first swordplay of the battle commences. I am filled with adrenaline. As an enemy swings his sword at me, all that I had learned about swordplay the previous day clicks into place. My hammer quickly parries his blow and smashes into his chest, throwing him backwards off the wall. Once again I am almost overcome with disgust at myself, but shake it off and say silently, "That would have been you." My hammer begins swinging almost of its own accord. I lose track of the number of lives I take, though it cannot be more than 5. A horrific clang sounds from the right ladder. In only moments I see the source of the sound. One of the trolls, now carrying an enormous spiked club, throws himself onto the walkway and roars maliciously, throwing spit and showing his sharp yellowing teeth. With a single blow from his club, he throws 3 men from the wall and down into the crowd below. He seems completely oblivious to his bristling coat of arrows. His legs are short, though his arms are much longer than I would have expected. He wears only a loincloth and an iron breastplate, but his abdomen remains uncovered to maintain mobility. In the late moonlight, I can see that his skin is a dull grayish-green, and his neck is long and thick. He charges forward, swinging the vicious weapon with another roar and sending men to their deaths. I dive backward, hoping desperately to avoid his blows. Aim for its eyes. Someone screams. Aim for its eyes. Arrows begin to fly at the terrible beast once again, most from down below. He angrily raises a 6-fingered hand to cover his face and roars at the crowd. He's going to jump. I realize. If he does, he'll kill many more men before we can bring him down. Adrenaline pumps through me and just before he jumps, I do what I can to keep him here. I hammer his big toe. He howls and swings his club furiously at me, but I drop to the ground and evade it with inches to spare. The club smashes through the stone crenellations of the wall and damages the left ladder, throwing it and all of its climbers back down onto the bridge. His beady bloodshot eyes narrow as they focus on me and he raises his club. I dive between his legs as the club comes down with a crash. A terrible shriek tears across the mountain as he flings his club over his head to smash me into the stone, but I roll to the side and stand, barely dodging the weapon before it decimates the brick where I had been lying. I duck and feel the whoosh of air as his club swings just over my head and destroys another crenellation. Then, before he has the time to swing again, I bring my hammer down with all my might on his foot. The howl he emits is excruciating. He recoils and brings up his injured foot, but stumbles onto his knee, one hand with the club on the ground and the other gripping the side of the wall tightly. Then I summon all my strength and smash my hammer into the side of his head as hard as I possibly can. There's a sickening crack. He groans and tumbles to the right, and then topples off the wall and down into the Tigner army below. There are cheers and shouts below me, but there's no time to glory in my victory. Men are still climbing up the remaining ladder. I punch aside 2 enemies with my hammer and knock the third backward, almost all the way into the mountain tunnel. Once I reach the ladder, I pound my hammer viciously into the vertical bar of the ladder. It bounces, but stays on the wall. An arrow sprouts from the chest of an oncoming soldier, and he falls back down the ladder. Quickly I ram the spike of my hammer between the wall and the ladder and push, using it like a lever. Men beside me see what I am doing and push on my hammer, and slowly the ladder is pushed away from the wall until it collapses over backwards, crushing soldiers beneath it. There's more cheering and shouting, but as I look across the bridge I realize it's not over. Trolls push another machine, but this one is bigger. It's a wonder they've been able to get it here through the forest. It's a siege tower. Aim for the trolls. I yell, because I know that once it gets here, there won't be any tipping that thing over. As it nears I notice it has ladders going up the back, into the top of the tower. The base is composed of wheels and the trolls that push it. Above the base swings a battering ram, hanging on enormous chains. Its advance is slow, but certain. Arrows continue to fly. A troll falls to the side having been hit fatally, probably in the neck. Another takes its place. Every so often a soldier falls from the top of the siege tower. An arrow zings a foot from me and I take cover behind one of the intact crenellations. Staying underneath, I crawl to the left tunnel into the mountain and enter. Inside, I peer out of one of the narrow slit windows to watch the lumbering advance of the siege tower. As soon as it reaches the wall, its front comes down with a crash, creating a bridge between the tower and the wall. Soldiers rush through and onto the wall, and the fight recommences. What I'm worried about, however, is the gate. Trolls pull on long thick ropes tied to the back of the hanging ram. Once they have pulled it as far back as it will go, it drops and swings into the gate with a devastating crash. The men holding the gate are thrown backward, and it takes all the speed they can muster to brace themselves before it hits again. The men on the wall begin to fall. Tignar's soldiers trickle through the siege tower at a constant enough rate to force more of our men to the top of the wall. Then the ram hits again. The gate cracks. The wooden beams begin to split, despite their steel reinforcement. I leap down the stairs into the plaza, next to my group, and prepare myself to face their entire army. Percival gives me an amazed smile and faces the gate with furrowed eyebrows. Another crash, and the wood in the center splinters. The head of the ram becomes visible, a large iron block, designed with ridges like a mace. We see it retract, and then suddenly the gate bursts as it hits again. Tignar's soldiers flood through the gate like water through a funnel into the city. The city is breached. Someone cries. The city is breached. We fight like madmen. After felling yet another soldier, I turn to fight the one I know is behind me. His sword is already raised, and I know it may be too late. Then he falls over dead, and Percival nods to me as he pulls out his sword. A roar sounds from the gate and two trolls smash their way through, each wielding a spiked club. A third and fourth follow after, screeching, swinging their titanic crude broadswords. "Come on, Cadmus," says James. "You took on the last one fairly well." "Yeah, but I had the wall to throw him off of." "Well, we'd better come up with something quick." Then we both turn to take on our approaching enemies. The trolls crash through our forces like an unstoppable wave. Many men fall before their crude weapons, and too many of them are without much of a fight. One man jumps and grabs hold of the loincloth of one, and then climbs up the troll's back to his head. The troll angrily bucks about, trying to reach the man. He manages to grab the ankle of the soldier and throw him, but not before the man's sword has found a place in its back. The troll roars and flails about, and then charges directly at me. Never have I reacted so quickly. My hand dives to my belt and comes up with a throwing knife. The troll can't be more than 15 feet away when I throw it, but when the knife pierces his neck he crashes forward and I am forced to dive to the side and out of the way. As I get up to face him again, he twitches and a revolting gargling noise emanates from his long mouth. Then he lies limp. "I'm going to start calling you Trollslayer," jokes James. "There's 3 more, I say grimly. And I'm afraid that was a bit of luck." He was already going down. He responds by blocking a blow with his shield and taking the life of another Tignar soldier. One of the 3 trolls has focused its beady eyes on me as I stand above his fallen brother. The troll roars and I know I'm dead. That is, until an arrow shoots into his right eye. The troll bellows and careens into the market, destroying stalls and crates. Wood flies everywhere. When he emerges, his club smashes a hole into a nearby building, and then he twists and destroys the middle of the street. The canvas canopy from the stall has twisted around his head and shoulders, rendering him blind and twice as dangerous. Anyone and everyone becomes his prey. Members of both armies fall victim to his crushing blows. I glance back towards the gate in search of my father and friends. Percival is holding his own quite well, as are Baunan and Darius. Jericho is trading blows with an enemy, but comes out on top, if only just. I cannot find the others, but for James, who now stands against one of the club-bearing trolls. I dart for his position, but am too late. James rolls to avoid the first few strikes, but then tries to block with his shield. Though the hit was slight, the wooden plate shatters under the club and James falls, yelling and holding his shield arm. "James!" I yell. Then I take one of my knives and hurl it at the troll as he raises his club. It's an accurate hit, just above the collarbone, but the skin must be too thick there for the knife to have done fatal damage. He roars at the sky and drops his club, clawing at the small knife embedded in his skin. "Fall back!" I hear. The war horn blows and somebody shouts, "Fall back! To the keep!" "Cadmus," breathes James. He's in tears, shaking, moaning and holding his shield arm. "We'll have to examine it later, but now I have to get him out." "Leave me," he says. "There's no way you can get me to safety." "I will not leave you," I seethe. The knife drops from the troll's body and he hefts his club skyward. I help James to his feet and half-carry him down the street. One hand holds my hammer, and the other holds James around the back. I glance back to the troll and see him doing battle with other men. Percival spots us and runs to our aid. "What did you do, James?" he complains, putting his shield on his back and holding James's other side. We have to move faster, I urge. We've got to get to the keep. Our step quickens and we make our way into a side alley, where there are no people. We can move faster and we're much less likely to get noticed. Where are the others? I ask. I saw your father helping Baunan and Leon, answers Percival. They were doing all right, from what I could see. I hope they're all right, I mutter. My thoughts keep turning to my father. Why didn't you stay with him? We reach a part of the city where the roar of the battle seems distant. It's eerie, even though the sun is rising and the streets are well lit. We are not alone, however. Others like us push on towards Nringners Deep. Again the war horn sounds, and the cry of fallback. To the keep. We almost reach the back of the city, and then turn back towards the main road that will lead us into the keep. The sight is not good. The battle has made it almost as far as the front gates of the keep, which still stand partially open. Men run inside, seeking cover. A troll is whisking men aside, running on all fours to make it there before the gates of the keep close. His club has been abandoned. Take James, I command Percival. I'll distract the troll. What? They both refuse. Go. Go now. James leans on Percival and they make for the gate. Then I drop my hammer and pull out my bow. The shot is the most accurate I've shot in months, though it's still not where I was aiming, which was his eye. Instead, the arrow pierces his large ear, going through it and tacking it to the side of his head. He roars and looks my way, away from the gate. Immediately I drop the bow and pick up the hammer. His colossal hand reaches up and snaps the arrow from his thick skull, and his ear bounces back, now dripping with blood. Out of my peripheral vision I see James and Percival enter the keep. The troll, instead of charging me like I had expected, turns to the nearest house and pulls off a chunk of the stone brick as large as its hand can grasp. All I can think is oh. The beast twists and catapults the stone directly at me. I turn and take cover behind an almost identical house, and the stone brick smashes into the street where I had been standing. I peek out around the corner, and another block of stone crashes into the wall, shattering on impact and cracking the wall. There's relative silence. Fire crackling, the clang of swords and shields. Then I jump out and swing my hammer at the stealthy brute. My hammer hits his head into the wall of the house. He grunts and lashes out with one of his grotesquely long arms, throwing me a few feet, so I clip my shoulder on the corner of the house and hit the street hard. Slowly I force myself up, but the troll seems as dazed as I am. He pounds towards me on all fours and makes to tackle me, and I lack the awareness to do anything but duck and throw a knife as hard as I can. It enters his right shoulder. He shrieks and his right arm gives out underneath his weight, veering him to my left and into a building, where he crashes forcefully enough to shake thatch from the roof. He turns clumsily, but I am stumbling away as quickly as I can muster. He scrambles with the knife for a moment, but it buys me just enough time to get into the keep. Soldiers are still fighting just outside the doors. Come on, Cadmus. I hear. The voice brings strength to my bones and I rush forward to my father, who ushers me in the gate and to temporary safety. Inside. People yell. Get inside. Shut the gate. Bellows one voice in particular. Lord Jarl Hralfr stands on the balcony overlooking the main entrance hall. Voices echo his command and the gate booms shut as stragglers run inside. Close the portcullis. He booms. Though I cannot see the portcullis, I hear it thunder shut and clang as it hits the stone floor just outside the gate. On the walls. Hralfr commands. Archers, take positions. We must hold the keep. We must hold the keep. Battle for Nringners Deep. The first thing I do is take a head count. We're all here, miraculously, including Nathaniel. My father and Baunan are unhurt, with minor scratches. Leon is sporting a laceration across his right cheek. Percival and Darius, his father, are both unscathed. Jericho's cut on his arm has reopened and he has a limp. His father has a few scratches, as does Nathaniel. James is in bad shape. He groans as we roll up his chainmail and remove the shoulder pad. His left arm is black and blue. Fracture, says Baunan. No doubt. Probably in a few spots by the look of it. We have to get him to the infirmary, I voice. I'll take him. No, Cadmus, says my father. We need you here. Agrees Baunan. Jericho and I'll take him, volunteers Leon. We need to go get ourselves cleaned up anyway. Very well, I mutter. Then I pat James on his good shoulder and say, I'll see you in a few. He only nods. How'd you take that troll? Percival asks. Baunan raises his eyebrows like he was thinking the same question. Actually 2 trolls, corrects my father with the slightest smile on his face. I shake my head saying, I don't know. I just did what needed done, when it needed done. Everything made sense in my head. What to do, when to do it. And I killed them both. Awesome, Percival says under his breath. Do you think you could teach me to do that? There are a couple of half-hearted chuckles. Here, have this, says my father. You deserve it. He hands me a chunk of bread, lightly buttered, as he chomps his own piece. I stare at it like it's heresy. We're eating now? It will take them a while to get through that portcullis, says my father. If they ever get through at all. Eat? That's when I realize that I haven't eaten anything that day. The bread is gone in seconds and my father pours me a drink from a pitcher on the table. My tongue is grateful for the generous serving of water. The people outside I realize, are fine, bound and finishes. Doesn't make much sense to take over a city and kill everyone in it. Then there's no city to own. No, they'll keep the shopkeepers, farmers, and other civilians alive. The soldiers, however. Men swarm the entrance hall. Preparing for the dam to burst, I murmur. Louder, I say, I'm going up. To get up, I have to go all the way through the big circular chamber, through the arch on the left, turn left, and then climb the subsequent spiral staircase. 2 flights up, I emerge into one of the wall towers. I exit and find myself on the roof of the keep, above the left wing. Crenellations overlook the city on one side, and on the other sits a large building, which I believe is an armory or barracks. There's enough space between the crenellations and the barracks to fit at least 3 trolls side by side. The sun has come over the ridge and is shining brightly. The trolls are lazing in the shade, avoiding the sun at all costs. Those who are in the sun shield their eyes, running quickly to wherever they are going. The men run around in agitation, some of them pointing up at us. From where I am, I cannot see the front gate of the keep. There is little happening but a lot of waiting. I go all the way back down and report my findings to my group. Most likely waiting until night, when the trolls will be strongest, my father says. We'd best get some rest, if we can. Eat and regain our energy. I do just that, and I'm not the only one to have that idea. Despite the sun's height, our exhaustion overtakes us and we get to sleep, if only for a few hours. The day passes in limbo. Then the evening comes. The first thing we hear is drums. The beats are far apart, deep and booming. Then they quicken. Slowly the beats speed up and up until suddenly, they stop. Then there's a creak at the portcullis. Trolls! Somebody yells. They're lifting the portcullis. How many? The Jarl shouts. Kaeth, help us, I see him whisper. The reply takes a minute to come from the wall. 5 on the portcullis. Well, take them down. We're doing what we can. They've got men with shields. Suddenly there are several crashes from the upper levels. Everything goes silent. What was that? Percival whispers. To the walls. Commands Hralfr. Only a few soldiers stay below with the gate, the remainder of us charge down the halls and up the towers. Some men lie dead with gruesome wounds. Cracks line the wall of the barracks behind the crenellations, and it is apparent why. Enormous grappling hooks lie taut on the crenellations, connected to ballistae with thick ropes. Along the ropes, ladders are being erected. We try in vain to lift one of the grappling hooks up and off the crenellations, but the weight combined with the pressure of the taut rope is too much to lift. Some soldiers try to cut the ropes but the reach is too far, and for those who can reach the rope proves too thick. A few arrows bounce harmlessly off of them. Burn them! I shout, grabbing a torch. Someone have oil? I reach out over the crenellation and hold the torch underneath the rope. The little strands begin to catch fire and burn quickly, but the rope has yet to catch fire. The ladder is about halfway up. Soldiers shout and yell from below, and an arrow shatters on the crenellation next to me. I crouch as low as I can while keeping the torch under the rope. Someone bursts out of the barracks holding an oil lamp, just as the rope begins to smoke. He strides to the nearest grappling hook and smashes the lamp over it, catching the rope on fire instantly. Others with lamps do the same, but not all of the ladders are taken care of. My rope finally bursts into flame and I hang the torch back on the wall. A ladder, despite the burning rope, makes contact with the wall and soldiers start to leap onto the roof of the keep. A second ladder follows. One of the strands on the rope burns through and it starts to twist. Just when the ladder begins to reach the peak, the rope snaps and the ladder falls, crushing all those on and below. A second follows suit, then a third. I cannot see what is happening on the other side of the keep. There are enough of us, and few enough of them, that we are able to hold them off fairly well. This is too easy, I think. Why? How's the other side faring? I ask a nearby soldier. This can't be everything they've got. I don't know, he says. A grappling hook suddenly bangs into the barracks wall, slides down across the ground, and locks into the crenellations only a few feet from one of the ladders. The Tigner soldiers guard it with their lives, and the fallen ladder begins to rise. Destroy the rope! Father yells. Don't let them get it up. The enemy soldiers gain confidence at the sight of a rising ladder, and something becomes clear: our farmers with swords simply cannot stand up to their trained army. I swing my hammer in a wide arc, much like one of the trolls, throwing more than a couple of men to the side. An arrow pierces the armor of one and he falls to the ground, limp. I must reach the ladder before it hits the wall. Fight! I shout. They must not take the keep. A spear thrown from an ally sticks into a soldier jumping from the ladder. He falls, knocking a couple of other warriors off and down with him. Where are the trolls? I wonder aloud. Probably still trying to get in the front gate, Percival replies. There are few of them. I use the spike of my hammer to snag an enemy and throw him into another. Sweat drips from my brow and my tongue is starting to dry. The ladder is approaching quickly, but our men are beginning to fail underneath the blows of the enemy. Still I fight my way towards it. I am too late, and the ladder makes contact. More soldiers pour onto the wall. I feel something pumping inside me. It's more than adrenaline, it's something powerful, driving me forward, empowering me to destroy my enemies. We have to cut them off here, I say. Somehow. How do you plan to do that? No idea. A couple of arrows stick out of Percival's shield. It's marred and obviously well used. His sword shines in the torchlight. Actually, I say, I have an idea, but I need a troll. There are none up here, he says without questioning my need for one. Besides, you'd probably want to kill it afterwards, and that's not easy. We can't stand here and fight forever, I say simply. For every man we cut down there is another to take his place. Another soldier proves my words true as I knock him from the wall and down to the streets below. We are being overwhelmed. Despite the men's best efforts, the Tigner army is simply better trained and has more numbers. Into the keep! I yell, crushing the helm of another foe. The barracks on the wall is not connected with doors or tunnels into the keep, so the only way in from here will be through the tower. My group, as well as any survivors, follow my commands and dive for the tower entrance. I shut and bolt it, and then place the wooden bar in the way. Men on the other side bang frantically to get in. We need to seal this door, I say. A cry comes from down below. It appears we are too late, says Father. We bar the door quickly, using whatever furniture we can find. Then we run down the stairs and onto the balcony that hangs over the main entrance hall. A bang echoes throughout the keep as the gate buckles inward slightly, and then recoils. The crowds of men that brace the gate bounce with it. How did they get past the portcullis? Nathaniel wonders aloud. No idea. We run down to the lower levels as quickly as we can, until we are behind the gate. Something hammers on it from the outside. Orders? Asks a soldier, a captain I'm assuming, by the purple cape. Orders? Jarl Hralfr sits on one of the tables with his feet on the bench normally used for sitting. He only says, "What is the condition of the wall?" A different captain responds, "Both have been taken. If they don't get into the front gate, it's only a matter of time before they breach the towers and enter the keep." After no response, the first captain says again, "Orders, sir?" The Jarl shakes his head and mutters softly, "The city is lost, but..." Silence pervades the room, though most of us already know that we are not going to be able to retake the city without reinforcements. "The keep is not," responds the captain. "There are still men that can fight within." "But to what avail?" says the Jarl. There's another boom on the gate. "My Jarl," says the second captain, "are you suggesting we die?" "I never suggest death," he retorts. "I am suggesting a retreat." "Where?" both guards ask. "Under the mountain. You can get out through the waste tunnels." The hinges of the gate creak as it is hit again. "What do you mean you?" asks the first guard. "Someone has to stay here," answers the Jarl. "If you leave and no one is left in the keep, they will give chase and we will surely not get far. Someone has to stay to buy time. The rest can get out safely." "What will become of those who stay?" The Jarl pauses. "I don't know." One of the beams on the gate cracks. "Move quickly. Gather the wounded first, they will be the most difficult to transport. Get everyone else out." "Jarl, we won't leave you. You asked for my orders, Captain, and these are they." But sir, I dash. Do as I say. Hralfr barks. The captain flinches and nods slowly before questioning, why take the wounded? Surely Tigner will leave those who cannot fight. The Jarl takes a deep breath. Though Tigner is not so vile as to kill women and children, they will gladly kill those who are of no use to them. They cannot use the wounded. Who will stay? Objects the captain. It is foolishness, anybody with sense in their head will leave. The Jarl turns to tell off the captain, but I interrupt, I will. The eyes of my friends and family lock onto me, some of them in shock. Apparently he lacks sense, mutters the captain. But he is full of honor, says the Jarl. What's your name, son? Cadmus Armstrong. He eyes my hammer. You're the young man who killed the troll on the wall. Yes, sir. He nods, having to look upward to see into my eyes. It will be an honor fighting with you. Then he sticks out his hand. I grasp it and we shake. Fight well, Cadmus, he says. He turns to the captains and says, you'll need these. He pulls a small ring of keys out of his pocket and throws it to the first captain, who catches and pockets it. And don't forget food for your journey. Every man must bring enough for himself. Then he walks out of the room. My father clutches my shoulder. I'll be right there with you, he says. And I, says Percival. Me as well, Baunan responds. Nathaniel is about to saying something along the same lines, but father interrupts him. Nathaniel, he says. I need to fight, my brother interrupts. Your brother and I will be fine, says my father. Go help James's father. He may not be able to get James all the way down and out by himself. Nathaniel makes to object, but my father cuts him off. Nathaniel, you have to do this. For me. Let me know at least one of my sons is safe. Nathaniel nods and steps back slightly. He says nothing. Jericho's father and James's father each say something about staying with their sons. Go, says my father. Hopefully we will buy you enough time. They run off a little reluctantly, leaving only me, my father, and Percival. The gate makes a nasty cracking noise. In seconds we see men still in their armor, running throughout the halls and down the farthest corridor, down into the depths of Ringner's Deep. The only soldiers who stay are the trained guards of Mohanri and their leaders. We gather in the circular hall and wait for the gate to come crashing in. Soldiers come away from the gate and instead point spears up, rooting them into the ground. Men still flood into the depths of the keep as the gate breaks and collapses inward. A troll crashes through and into the wall of spears, breaking off most of the heads. It snarls in surprise as the remaining spears pierce its thick skin. Men run in behind it, a few of whom are skewered, and another few are shot by the archers that stand in the back. The troll thrashes with his club, throwing some of the spears to the side. A few arrows pierce him, but he doesn't notice. In rage he forces his way forward. Spears penetrate him as he charges, but snap as he thrashes through the line of men. The only effect seems to be greater rage towards everything around him. Just before he reaches the end of the main entrance hall, Jarl Hralfr appears on the balcony, swinging his greatsword, and jumps down onto the back of the ferocious beast. Men dive to the side as the brute continues its charge into the circular hall, but it doesn't get much farther. The Jarl plants his blade into the back of the troll just below the neck and its limbs collapse underneath it. He jumps as the troll slams to a halt in the middle of the room, landing right next to the troll's head. Unfazed he unsheathes his sword from the body of the beast and leads a charge towards the main gate. Archers stand on the balcony, picking off warriors of the opposing army. Much to my relief, and the relief of everyone around me, we don't see another troll. A few stragglers run down the farthest corridor of the circular room, down to escape certain death. Slowly the battle travels up the main hall and into the circular room. A couple of men use the troll's corpse as cover. Yelling sticks out from the rest of the battle and more of Tigner's men run from the passages leading to the towers. Finally they have breached the towers from the wall. Took them long enough, I think. We are pushed back until we occupy only the center and rear of the enormous circular room. We still have a way out. Then a large armored figure steps through the remnants of the gate. He clomps forward boldly, his orange cape billowing out slightly behind him. His face is hidden by a steel metal plate helm with an orange plume. His armor is extravagant, with horns on the shoulders and a pointed breastplate. The man stops under the arched entrance to the room. Hralfr notices the new foe and straightens, lifting his sword like he's readying to charge. Then an arrow pierces his left shoulder. He's shocked and stops, simply staring at the arrow. At the same time the arrow makes contact, an enormous voice roars. Cease fire. Everything stops. Swords halt in mid-swing and all eyes turn to the orange ironclad figure. The Jarl acknowledges his visitor by making eye contact. The armored figure walks to the Jarl and says, "Hralfr. That's Lord Jarl Hralfr to you." He laughs. "Is this it? This is all that you plan to stop the mighty Tigner armies?" Hralfr responds with, "I see that you hired trolls." "I didn't hire. They joined me. Their lust for blood in battle brought them to me, and I simply accepted." "You're twisted," is all Hralfr can say. "I am offering you a chance. If I were you, I would try to stay on my good side." The figure is strolling around the room as he talks with the Jarl. "So surrender now, drop your weapons, and no more of you will die. Continue to fight, and all of you will die." The Jarl snaps the arrow from his shoulder and hefts his sword. "You know what my answer will be." "Yes. I do. I merely wish to hear you ask for your own death." There's a clang as the armored figure stops Hralfr's claymore with his own wicked blade. "You know I will not say it," says Hralfr. The armored figure does not respond. Then he says softly, "Very well." The battle recommences as his sword swings at Hralfr's head. The two leaders engage in a terrible battle, in the midst of all the chaos around them. All of us, however, are sucked into skirmishes of our own with the soldiers of the Tigner army. Hralfr's sword glances across the face mask of the Tigner commander's helm, but he spins with the blow and comes back around with an attack of his own. Hralfr blocks the blow and retaliates. I and Percival manage to stay together. We are tiring, there are too many of them. I start to question my resolve to stay. Somehow they have separated me and my father, who fights on the other side of the room. Then suddenly the Tigner commander twirls his sword about Hralfr's and smites the weapon from his grasp. The clang of the weapon on the ground sends a signal to all within the room to stop the battle. Hralfr is shaking. "What are you waiting for?" He seethes. "Finish it." The commander laughs. "Finish it." Hralfr rages. "No," says the commander softly. "Not yet." When the Jarl does not ask why, the commander continues, "I must wait until your entire precious city is watching." Still no response. "Until every man, woman, and child in this city is gazing upon you. Only then will I smite your head from your shoulders, and they will know who rules this pitiful city." "What of my men?" asks Hralfr boldly. "Your men? Your men will be forced to watch you die. And once you are dead, those who cannot work will be slaughtered." Hralfr does not respond, but fingers the handle of the dagger on his belt. "If you take your own life and deny me this privilege, they will all die where they stand." Hralfr replies, "As I die they will not see me frightened. They will see courage from one who sees a better future. Better to die a hero than a coward." His hand withdraws from the dagger. "Brave words," the enemy leader applauds sarcastically. "But words will avail you nothing. Chain them." I glance at my father, who was forced to his knees and clasped with shackles. He's staring directly into my eyes. He is clearly saying, "Run, Thut." I return a look that says, "And leave you behind?" His response says merely, "Run." As soldiers place and lock shackles on Hralfr's hands, I edge my way down the hall with Percival. "Drop your weapons," says the commander. I hear the loud clangs of various weapons hitting the stone floor. One of the soldiers sees me still holding my hammer and Percival behind me, still holding his sword and shield. "Hey! Drop your weapons," he repeats. Instead, we turn and run. We know exactly where we are going. Shouts sound behind me, footsteps of approaching guards. At the end of the tunnel we sprint down 2 flights of stairs and continue down another hallway, going deeper into the mountain. We keep enough distance between ourselves and the soldiers to keep them out of sight. Within another minute we find the metal grate with the iron bar door that had previously been padlocked shut. The padlocks are missing from both the outer and inner doors. Do we risk the noise the door will make if we open it? We decide no. Instead we hide in the darkness, pressed against the wall next to the bars. One of them shuffles in the darkness, so close I could pound him into the ground in one hit. "Forgot a torch," he says. "Somebody go get one." When nobody responds, he mutters something about stupid guards and runs back up the passage to retrieve one himself. Once the footsteps are out of hearing, we try the doors. The creak the door produces on the rusty hinges is horrifically loud. I'm careful to shut both doors behind us. The soldiers reappear moments later. There are only 3, sent to find a rogue idiot and his sidekick wandering about in the lower levels of the keep. They open the doors and enter the passage. Percival and I, however, are waiting just around the corner. The first and second go down before they even know we're there. The third, however, has a bow. Percival yells and drops to the ground just before I pound in the breastplate of the guard. Percival! The bowman, in his frightened quickness, did get off a shot, but it was not a very good one. The arrow sits in Percival's calf, stopped before it breaches the other side of his leg. Are you okay? I ask. Can you walk? He tries, but a small grunt of pain escapes his lips. He shakes his head. Quickly, I tear off a part of my shirt. Should I pull it out? I ask him warily. He thinks for a moment, and then nods. Just do it quick. He yelps as the arrow exits his calf. The head is sharp and not barbed, so the extraction was not as painful as it could have been. Then I tie the piece of my shirt tightly around the wound, throwing the arrow to the side. I drag the bodies down the cylindrical passage a little ways and into a deeper pipe, where they sink into the depths of the water. It's dark, and would be pitch black had the guard not brought down the torch that I was now using. Quickly I go back and shut the metal grates, where I left Percival. Well, that was fun, I mutter quietly, referring to the whole incident. My words resonate eerily in the maze of waste passages. You have a twisted sort of fun, replies Percival, leaning heavily on the wall. Which way do we go? The only way we can, I reply, trying hard to push thoughts of my father out of my mind. Onward. Averting the storm. To choose which way to start, I simply see which way the water is flowing, and I follow the shallow downward slope with my arm around Percival. It's wet and dangerous. There are some places where the water is rushing quickly underneath the rickety walkways. We press on, following the flow of the water. Then, when we round a particular bend, I see light. It's not sunlight, but it's not moonlight either. It's the light of a fire. A lit torch hangs at the far end of the passage, above and to the right of another grate. The water pools in the general area of the grate, a few inches deep, but runs down and out of the passage like a tiny stream. It's a beautiful sight after walking in the passages for nigh over an hour. A large door almost blends in with the wall, though it is made of wood. Strips of metal run vertically and horizontally, holding the thing together. A large metal ring serves as the knob. One must simply pull, but there's a problem, the door is locked. A small keyhole is barely visible in the dim light, just below the metal ring. What do we do? Asks Percival. What you do with most doors, I answer. We knock. My knocks reverberate throughout the passages loudly. Anybody on the other side definitely will have heard. After no answer, I knock again. To my surprise, a loud boom sounds from the other side and the door swings open. Several men stand with swords drawn, pointing them at us. One of them seems to recognize my face in the light. Who are you? Says one. As the next speaks, I realize he is the captain to whom the Jarl gave the small ring of keys. You're the kid who killed the troll. He exclaims. Sheath your weapons, he says to the soldiers while sheathing his own sword. But you stayed behind. What happened? They broke through the gate and there was a short battle, I respond as we walk in and shut the heavy door. It clicks and locks itself behind us. I and Percival escaped after they took the Jarl prisoner. We're inside a small room constructed of stone brick, with a simple arched door on the other side and another to the left. Barrels sit in the corners. I help Percival into a chair. He's a prisoner then. He was not killed? Pushes the captain. Few men of ours were. All who survived were taken prisoner. Where are we? We're in the ruins of Fort Greymane, in the middle of the Wolfpack Mountains. There is a path leading out to a main road that we can take in the morning. You said the Jarl was unharmed? Well, he's a prisoner. There is hope, then. What are your names? Cadmus. Somebody else yells in excitement. I wonder who for only a moment because he greets me with a giant hug. Gunther. I respond, returning the favor. You're alive. We exclaim together. Nathaniel joins the hug. I thought I'd never see you again, he says. Where's father? My face falls. He too is a prisoner. What? Nathaniel says. He is a prisoner, I repeat. Cadmus, then? The captain interrupts. Yes, I respond, a little annoyed. Nathaniel stares at me in disbelief. Gunther is silent, with a solemn face. Do you know any of the plans of the enemy? Did they track you here? Presses the captain. A few of them found the entrance, but Percival and I took care of them. Why did you leave father? I had no choice. So then we are safe? I don't know. Was there anything you could do? Asks Gunther innocently. Not that I could. Is the Jarl unharmed? He's going to be executed soon, probably tomorrow. Halfway through my comment, Nathaniel is already saying, but he's your father. Yes, I know. Executed, pipes the other captain. Yes, killed. What? Well, we have to dash. Quiet, I roar. The room goes silent. I wait for only a moment and then say, I am going back for them. The room stays silent. Then someone brave enough says, that's suicide. It takes me a second to realize that it was the captain. You yourself said that there was hope. Yes, but I meant with reinforcements and a trained army. Not with a group of armed businessmen. I am going. Think of it what you will, but I am going. He is my father and I will not leave him in the hands of the enemy. Neither will I let such a fate befall the Jarl, but... There's another pause. Then you'll need these, says the captain. He hands me the ring of keys. You will not join me? The Jarl charged me with the responsibility of taking all survivors and traveling with them to Kara. We start in the morning. I must fulfill my orders, especially if those orders are the Jarl's last. They aren't. The captain does not respond, but exits the room and walks up the stairs. How are Mother, Ethan, and Nicholas? I ask Gunther. Did you see them before you left? Yes, he answers. They came to my house. That's where they'll stay. They'll be safe. I give a sigh of relief. Rachel was with them when I left, he adds. I hope she's safe. Having had no time to grab anything, I have no bedroll or food. Nathaniel and Gunther graciously share. Frederick approaches me. He appears older now, as though the war has already taken its toll on him. He is smiling now, however. It's good to see you alive and well, he says, shaking my hand. You as well, I respond with a small smile. Even under the circumstances, I find myself contracting his positive attitude. Where are the others? I ask Gunther. James and Jericho? They're upstairs, Gunther answers. Probably sleeping. I'd leave them alone. Go say hello before they leave. You're planning on coming with me, then? He takes a deep breath. I was actually hoping I could talk you out of it. What? It's he stutters. I won't have you go to your death, he says lamely. He's our father. There are many men that gave their lives so you could save your skin, and so I could save mine. I'm merely returning the favor. Yes, I realize he's our father and that the Jarl is important and it's possible for them to die, but Cadmus, he searches for something to say and finally says, live to fight another day, but... You think I won't survive? I phrase it like a question, but it's really not. He doesn't answer. Nathaniel. I look to my younger brother for support. Will you come with me? He looks nervously between Gunther and me, caught between the two opinions of his nearly greatest role models. I don't know, he finally leaks. Am I alone then? I ask. The soldiers close by look away as I turn to stare them down. Frederick says, I fear for your life, Cadmus. Your actions are your own, however. You may choose to do as you will. Percival winces as he tries to stand. His father grasps Percival's shoulder and says something quietly. Percival ceases his attempts to stand and says, if I could, I would gladly stand behind you. Thank you, Percival, I say quietly. When will you go? What time is it? I respond. An hour or two after dawn, says a soldier. We're probably going to get moving soon. We're not out of the fire yet, Not till night, then, I say, answering Percival's question. Their soldiers will most likely clean up most of the mess this morning and then sleep all afternoon and night. We could use some rest ourselves. Percival and his father Darius are discussing something, though it's pretty obvious what about. Percival is upset and begins to speak louder. Finally the conversation comes to an end and Percival says to me, I cannot come with you. But I will be here, waiting for you. He stands with the help of his father and rests his hand on my shoulder, though I am several inches taller than he. I have faith in you. I will not leave until you return. Shortly after, the captains gather the horde of survivors and start off down the mountain path. Jericho's words bring me hope. I have to go, to stay with those who can help me recover. I know you'll do it. Every step of the way, I'm behind you. I'll see you again, James had said. You and your father, Frederick only said, I have faith in you, Cadmus. Now I stand watching them from the crumbled gate of the old fort. It will take them at least 3 or 4 days to travel the length of the path to even get out of the mountains, and then another 4 to get to Kara once they are on the main road. I hope to catch them in a day or two. Percival stands with me, as does his father. Both are slightly irritable, but say nothing. They go back down into the fort after only a few minutes, but I stay and watch until the lines of men disappear around the mountainous bend. Tall pine trees decorate the small pass that leads to the front of the fort. Fallen rocks, that on closer inspection appear to be ancient carved columns, lie about the bases of the trees. The front archway is intact, as is the front wall, but the gate has long since rotted away. The hinges still hang on the sides, rusted in orange. The fort sits nestled in a horseshoe-shaped ring of rocky cliffs, the front gate pointing out of it. Remnants of towers stand like they're trying to prove they still have some strength. The fort has a side door that leads through a small pass to the left, hidden from the front. I don't know where it leads, but guess that it probably eventually ends up at some city or another at the other edge of the mountains. To pass the day, when I cannot sleep, I explore the fort. It's not very large, so it takes only a few minutes. The entryway is wide, with 5 other arches leading into other parts of the fort, 2 on each side, and 1 on the far wall. At one time they must have been intricate, but now are worn and it is difficult to make out what the carvings are supposed to be. The closest of the arches, on each side, each lead up a flight of stairs and onto the second landing, where most of the damage has been done. Here the walls and ceiling are crumbling, there are gaping holes, some of them large enough for a troll to fit through. An old spiral staircase leads to an open landing that I figure probably had a roof many years ago. The same structure sits on the other side of the second floor, but half of the tower is in ruins on the ground below and the stairs are not navigable. Plants have crept up the sides of the structure and moss grows on some of the stones, making some of the bricks slightly green. I follow the second arch on the right of the main hall, which leads down into the room we came into from the waste passages of the keep. The ancient heavy door sits quietly on the wall, almost foreboding. Through the other arch in the same room, I find a storage room full of barrels and crates of all kinds. Almost all are empty, and those that aren't smell of mold, so I leave them closed. In this room I find myself on the other side of the metal grate that leads into the waste passages. The water runs in a stone trench along the side of the room and through another grate on the wall, but this one lets outside, to the right of the fort if you're looking at it from the front. The bubbling sound is almost natural. The whole scene creates a sort of artificial stream that flows out from under the fort and forges its way down the mountain. There's one room that I assume must have been an armory, from the racks that line the walls and the assortment of weapons on the ground. Grass is starting to take over this part of the fort, as dirt has been eroding in through the open roof over the years. Somehow a small pine has taken root and sticks up through the hole in the stone ceiling, into the daylight. On the opposite side of the room sits an odd structure of stone, a half-circle about waist-high jutting out from the wall. The grass growing inside the structure is incredibly green. An old wooden beam stands to the roof, supporting a small iron wheel. What looks like a pile of small wooden planks lies behind the beam, next to the stone semicircle. I crouch down to pick up a peculiar object. As I lift, it uncurls and dirt falls from its form like water from a cliff. I am holding a very old rope. Another large rock catches my eye, but the reason I am drawn to it is that it is not a rock. It's an anvil. This find proves my guess that this was once a forge. I pick up a hammer that hangs on one of the racks. It's a small one, the kind I'm used to. The kind I'd bend metal with instead of bones. The way the hammer fits into my hand is comforting. Nostalgia fills my breast, even though I was holding one almost identical only a week earlier. It's hard to believe that Nathaniel and I had gone hunting a few days ago, and now we are fighting and running for our lives in the midst of the wolf-pack mountains. As I study the ancient forge, I am reminded of my father. It's such an old livelihood, one that is passed down through my father to me. The forge represents to me all that I have learned, all that I have yet to learn, and all the legacies of my father. My father who still lives and breathes somewhere inside Ringners Deep. Wrath boils through me and images of violence and chaos overtake my mind. Who does he think he is? Thinks he can kill whoever he wants, take whatever he wants, and get no consequences? I'll show him. I'll give him the worst consequence he's ever seen. Forever afterward my enemies will hear my name and flee, and none will ever reside in the hands of such darkness again. As my thoughts rage, my hands ball into tight fists and my knuckles turn white. My teeth clench and my jaw tightens. My heart quickens and my blood boils until the hammer hits the anvil with such force that the old wooden handle shatters and the head of the hammer flies dangerously close to my shoulder. A loud clang bursts over the mountainside. Then I calm. Only after this am I able to find sleep in the bedroll Gunther so generously offered me. Percival wakes me as the sun is setting. You didn't show any sign of waking, so I thought I'd help you along, he says. Thank you, I say quietly. I just hope I'm not too late already. What do you mean? Asks Percival. He never said when he was going to kill the Jarl. It was going to be public, but he didn't give a time. I just hope it wasn't today. Who is he? I think and respond, I don't know. A commander of some sort of the Tigner army. I never heard his name. I eat something quickly and then say, well, I'd best be gone. Do you know where the dungeons are? Percival shakes his head, but Darius says, under the right wing of the keep, I believe. I'm not sure exactly where. Thanks, I say, though it was little help. I glance at Percival and say, I'll see you later, then. I'll be here, Cadmus. I won't leave without you. I know you will succeed. Percival's faith in me lifts me. It's the doubt I have in myself that sows my failure. Jailbreak. It's easy to find my way back through the waste passages. I merely follow the flow of water backwards, up the small incline. Soon I come upon the metal grates, and I let myself inside the keep. The grates are loud as they open and shut. Thankfully there's nobody down here to hear it. As I proved while out hunting, I'm not the stealthiest of all men. Fortunately there aren't many guards, and I don't encounter any until I get to the level below the circular room. Then there's only one, but he's asleep on the floor, leaning against the wall. Darius had said that the dungeons are under the right wing, but first I decide I will need a few weapons. The armory just above the dungeons will be my first stop, so I must go up and through the circular entrance hall, and then down another hall. People are talking in the circular hall. I don't have the courage to even peek around the corner, so I stand very still in the shadow just inside the arch. Hralfr would be happy to know that his keep is so nice and clean again, says the first voice. I recognize it as the Tigner commander. Pity to see so many bodies spoiling it. Why don't I let him know? Says the second voice. And that the trolls have been well fed? Let me tell him before I take his life, says the commander. I breathe a sigh of relief. Hralfr is alive. My uncle will be proud of me. Lord Tyrannus, I'm sure your uncle will have the utmost respect for you when you deliver to him one of the strongest keeps of Gilgal. As well as the head of its keeper. Yes, sire. They continue to talk about where and when such a thing will occur. The voices are moving, however, and it's their positions I pay attention to and not their words. They are walking down through one of the far tunnels. Slowly their words fade into the hall and begin to disappear. Then I peek out of the hall. I make it quick, so as not to show myself. I only need to see where the guards are so I can plan accordingly. One stands on each side of the main gate, which is open and under repairs. The portcullis is in place. Each guard has a sword sheathed at their side and holds a torch lazily, leaning on the wall. Another patrols the balcony on the second level. I will need either to find an amazing distraction or another way around. I opt for the second. The keep is deathly quiet. Torches flicker at intervals along the dark hallways, but their dull sound is dim and barely audible, if that. The few guards who patrol the halls are easily avoided. Tigner obviously wasn't expecting any kind of counterattack or prison break. I do eventually make it up to the armory, but it takes me a little longer than I would have liked. A guard stands just outside the armory door, but he's the only one in the hallway. This is my chance. I'm standing in a side archway about 20 feet down the hall from the guard. I hear him sigh and he says something inaudible. Then I shuffle my boots loudly on the ground. He starts. What? I do it again. Who's there? His sword unsheathes almost soundlessly as he advances. Quickly I duck to the shadowy sides. The guard looks down the empty flickering hall for a moment and then says, must have been a rat. When he turns around, I jump out and slam the hilt of one of my daggers into the back of his head. He grunts and falls to the ground unconscious, much louder than I had thought it would be. In a panic I pick him up and drag him into the armory, where I take his armor and don it. It's not until this point that I think that my height might give me away, but I shake off the feelings of doubt and hope that no one will question. I hide the guard in the back, behind a row of tall shields. The armor is heavier than mine, but it's a better quality. The helm has an immovable face mask and some sort of crest on top. I take his sword, having left my hammer back at the old fort. I had originally come to the armory for such a disguise, but taking it from a guard works too. Now to find the dungeons. I start down the hall from which I had come, going down a flight of stairs and into another hall. Evening, says one of the other guards as we pass. I just salute. He double takes, but doesn't question. I take a turn to go deeper into the right wing of the keep. Then I turn around a corner and find a couple of guards sitting at a table in a square room. They appear to be drinking and playing a game of dice. My presence alerts them, but they don't stand. What's your purpose here? Asks one. The prisoners, I say, advancing to the table. What about them? My response is simply to slam their heads together. They go unconscious and lie limp on the table. One of them spills his tankard of ale, making it appear as though they both got drunk and fell to sleep. I continue through the door on the right, and into a long hallway. Doors sit about every 5 feet, made of iron bars. The walls too are made of iron bars so I can see everything going on in every cell. Each one holds 3 or 4 men. A stone pillar stands with every door, separating the cells. Torches hang on the pillars. The pattern is repeated on the other side. I look over as one of the many prisoners says, "What did you come back for? Beating him once wasn't enough?" I stare at him and notice another prisoner lying on the ground, bruised. I ignore him and walk down the hall. Everyone glares at me as I stride down the hall quickly. All but one, who sits on the bench in his cell looking down at the ground. "Father," I say quietly. He looks up. What devilry is this? I come to the bars, but one of the other men grabs me through them. Brutally I shake him off, almost twisting and breaking his arm in the bars. "Leave him be," says the man. Once again, I ignore him. "Father, it's me." I take off the helmet and tuck it under my arm. He runs to the bars, his beard quivering. "Cadmus. Why have you come?" "To get you out." I'd object, but you're already here. "Get about it, quick." I take the ring of keys that the captain had given me and try the keys until one fits and turns. The prisoners run out into the hallway, and my father embraces me. "I've never been so happy to see you." "The same to you," I say. I unlock every cell in the hallway, releasing all of the imprisoned soldiers, though there cannot be more than 50. Baunan claps me on the back as he leaps from his cell. Afterward I unlock the room in which all of their possessions have been stored, and every man runs in to grab his weapons and armor. I do not see Jarl Hralfr in the small crowd, however. "Is there a lower cell block?" I ask. "Does anyone know where the Jarl is being kept?" There are a few no's and my father shakes his head. "We don't," he says. I shrug through the crowd of men that has filled the hallway and get to the other side, where sit the unconscious guards. "Their replacements will be here soon," I say. "We have to get out before they're here." "Which way?" asks Baunan. "You will go forward, turn right, and head down the staircase. From there you should know the way. Get out through the waste tunnels." "Are you not coming?" he asks. "I have to find the Jarl," I answer. We hear footsteps in the hallway. "Who's there?" says a voice. We freeze. 2 guards run into the room and are quickly subdued, but not before making a little bit of a ruckus. "We have to go," I say. "Is there anyone willing to come with me to find the Jarl? Who best knows the passages of the keep?" A few men step forward. One of them says, "I know where the lower dungeons are. If the Jarl is anywhere, it's probably there." "Good. Everyone else, follow Baunan and get out." Baunan nods. "Haste, my brother," he says. Then he leaves into the hall, followed by almost the whole horde. A select few stay with me, including my father. "Names?" I ask. "Landon. George. Spencer." The last to speak is the one who claims to know the workings of the keep. "Leaf," he says, holding one of the guard's swords. "Cadmus," I introduce. "Lead us, Leaf. You're our best bet now." The soldier leads us down a hall and to the staircase, where we travel down 2 flights. The walls become carved stone, as opposed to stone bricks. What the dash a guard starts, but he never gets any farther. We hear the roaring of trolls. "Oh good," says Spencer. "Just what we need." "It's okay," says Leaf. "They're probably stored down here so they don't eat all of the townspeople. Just as long as we stay out of sight." We continue down the hall quietly. "Here," says Leaf, ushering us into a small square room. Then he leads us down the adjacent hallway, which is constructed much the same as the above cell blocks, but the doors are thick, each with one tiny horizontal slit for a window. The walls are made of carved stone. We peek in every cell, calling to the Jarl every time, but are unable to find him. The hallway lets us into another room, but here we all stop dead in our tracks. A troll sleeps soundly in the middle of the circular room, lying on his stomach. We might have slit his throat if it was visible, but unfortunately the position he liked made it quite impossible. None of us wanted to chance that a single stab was going to kill him, and even if it did, it was going to be loud and somewhat messy. We skirt around the edge of the room, hardly breathing. It snores loudly and wetly. A large tunnel, I'm assuming just for the purpose of getting the troll in, leads to another part of the keep at an upward slant. It is closed with a portcullis. On the other side, the tunnel continues for a few feet and stops at an iron door, with only a slit for a window. This must be it, I assume, whispering. Jarl, Leif says as we reach the door. Jarl! There's a rustle from within, the clinking of chains, and the Jarl's voice says, "Who is it that speaks?" "Captain Leif, sir." "Leif! How did you get out? And find me?" "I didn't get out myself, Sir Cadmus broke in and freed us all." Then I remembered the deep dungeons down below and thought it was surely where Tyrannus kept you. "Let us speak in the hall," I say, finding the right key. It's a little more hospitable. It's the smallest, least decorated key that fits the lock and turns. The door opens with a slight creak, and then we see the Jarl. He's pitiful. He's been stripped of his stately armor and cloak, and now wears simple rag pants and no shirt. He's bruised and chained to the wall with shackles. I use the same key to unlock his shackles, and then we help him up. "We need to find something for you to wear," I say. "That may have to wait until later," he answers roughly. Then the horn sounds. Even down in the depths of the keep, the horn is clearly audible. It sends chills down my back as I realize what it means. "We have been discovered," George whispers. The troll grunts and yawns, strings of spit lining and connecting his yellowing teeth. Then he springs up with a snarl at the sound of the horn. His beady eyes glance around and find us in the back of the room. "Run!" I yell, and each of us takes flight across the room and around the troll. He roars and smashes the ground with his fists, as he lacks a weapon. He swings across the room with his enormous arm span. The only way any of us avoid it is to hit the floor, which unfortunately George doesn't do. He goes flying with a yell and hits the wall. The troll, having actually hit something, gets excited and rumbles towards him for the kill. George's sacrifice helps the rest of us get out alive. We run down the hall as fast as our legs will carry us. We hear the troll roar behind us and others answer as we start up the first flight of stairs. A few guards pop out of nowhere, swords drawn. Though they have the upper ground, we quickly subdue them and continue our flight after the Jarl picks up a weapon. We hear yelling and footsteps ahead of us. "Stop!" Leif whispers. "In here." We duck inside a side room and watch a dozen guards pass us by. Then we rise and run down the hall, away from them. My previous way around was now crawling with guards, so now we have no choice but to run through the circular hall just inside the main entrance hall. We don't give any thought to secrecy. We barge in, swords held high. Most of the guards had left their posts, but a few still stand loyally. They are struck down beneath us. Then more flood in. "Not good," I say. "Keep running." We cut our way through their line and into the hall that will lead us down to safety. An arrow clacks into the ground just ahead of us. I turn and slash a guard from his shoulder to his waist, putting him on the floor. An archer stands in the back with another arrow nocked. "Cadmus!" My father roars. Then he jumps. I don't register what is happening until it already has. My father lies on the ground, unmoving, with an arrow in his stomach. Suddenly I see him as I did when I was only a small boy. When he was younger, with less wrinkles and when his beard was less silver. He is smiling, teaching me how to smelt metal. The picture burns in my head, and in my heart the fire continues long after the image is consumed and turned to ash. I feel only rage. My knuckles turn white as I grip the broadsword of my father and lift it into the air. As I slash aside two oncoming men with ease, I make eye contact with the archer and silently say very plainly to him, "You're next." His head hits the ground before he does. I'm not sure how I made it over to him in so little time, but spend no time thinking about it as another guard comes up against me. Blood lines the edges of my sword. Only when I smite down the last do I stop to look at the carnage I have caused. A dozen men lie dead because of me. There are yells from the main hall. More of them. "Cadmus, we have to go," yells the Jarl. "Yes we do," I growl. My father looks up at me. He's sitting, leaning on the body of a guard. I notice that Landon has fallen in the fighting. I take the broadsword in my left hand and help my father to his feet with my right. "No, you can't," he gasps, the arrow still sticking from his gut. "You have to leave me." "I will not," I seethe. Carrying most of his weight, I run forward and down the stairs. Leif and Spencer run behind the Jarl, who leads the way down. My legs burn. We do not stop until we are inside the waste tunnels, and even then we continue, until the ancient door swings open and lets us inside Fort Greymane. March to Kara. Percival welcomes us inside hurriedly. He's walking, but he limps and keeps his weight off of his injured foot as much as he can. The rest of the escapees appear to have made it back safely, and Baonan greets us with a smile. That smile goes away when he sees the arrow sticking out of my father. Move! I command to everyone in general. They don't question in part, providing a way through for me. I help my father lay down on one of the bedrolls and he grunts in pain. We have to get this out, I mutter. He nods. Want me to just pull it? It might be barbed, I warn. He takes a deep breath and nods slowly. I grasp the arrow and take a deep breath myself. This is going to hurt, I say. I take another moment, during which I feel intense. Relax, I tell him. It'll do less damage. Right when I feel him go limp, I yank it out. He grunts slightly, but I can see that it hurt him much more than he's letting us know. Then he breathes deeply for a few moments. I note that the arrow was triangulated, but not barbed. I help him remove the armor to examine the wound. Blood soaks the area around the wound and it's hard to study. Quickly I help him tilt onto his side and rinse the area with water from my flask, using rags to absorb the water/blood solution. They quickly turn crimson. The arrow hit just above his right hip, almost on his side. There appears not to be any serious damage, only the skin and muscles were injured. Little can be done but to clean and bandage it. I'll be fine, says my father. I just need rest. Will they have followed us through the tunnels? A soldier asks. I don't know, I say under my breath. That depends if they even knew we used the tunnels. It's possible that they don't know about the waste passages. I wouldn't count on it, Baonan says. Even if they didn't know about it before, they will find the tunnels sooner or later. It's only a matter of time, and I'm betting sooner. We must leave then, says another soldier. As soon as we are able. There's still some night left. Let's get some sleep and leave in the morning, Percival suggests. The other group left early this morning. If we hurry, we may be able to catch up with them before we reach Kara. I agree, says the Jarl, donning a shirt. We need to leave as soon as we can. He looks at me and says, what do you think? Why are you asking me? I retaliate curiously. Well, you got us all out alive and safely, he says coolly. And by yourself too, adds a soldier. We owe you our lives, he says, holding out his hand. And that includes me. I take his hand and shake it. That's no small feat, he continues. You've got some real stuff in you. I am in your debt. I have no words. After I do not respond, the Jarl repeats his question, do you say we leave in the morning? Yes, I respond. We need to get out. It is decided then, says the Jarl. We leave at first light. I just don't think we'll be able to move fast enough to catch up to the others, I add quietly. There are several wounded among us. We will not be able to move very quickly. As do they, says the Jarl. We must do the best we can. Then he turns from me and says, get some sleep, men. The night is waxing on. He makes his way up into a different part of the fort. How do you feel? I ask my father quietly. He only says, where is Nathaniel? He and Gunther are with the other group. They are safe. He nods and says, I will feel better. I only need rest. Sleep hardly finds me that night. When we wake, I help father to his feet. He is feeling much better, and is able to stand and walk, though every so often his wound acts up and he cringes, bending over slightly to help relieve the pain. Percival's condition is the same as it was yesterday, but he will be able to travel, especially with his father at his side. As the men pack up the bedrolls and what little supplies we have, the Jarl approaches me. The men are weary, he says. They live on only hours of sleep in 3 days. And it's not likely we'll be getting much on the road, I say. And we have nearly no food. We had no time to steal any from the keep stores. Actually, he says, there's a trapdoor in the other room that leads into another storeroom. It must have been left when the fort was abandoned. There are several bags of flour and a few bags of dried meat that haven't yet been soiled. I have some soldiers unloading them now. It will be enough to last us to Kara. Convenient, I say. Fortune favors us. There is a minute of silence, where we listen and watch the men finish packing up. I've been pondering, he says. And I've decided I want to appoint you as a captain. My eyes widen. Me? I almost ask why, but the Jarl interrupts. If you ask why, I might have to club you over the head. I shut my mouth and instead give him an inquisitive look. Without skipping a beat he says, because of the tremendous initiative and strength you have shown on the battlefield and off. I watched you kill a troll and infiltrate the deepest dungeon of Ringner's Deep, and single-handedly at that. The men like you. They'd stand behind you at any time. You're the kind of man I need to help me lead an army. I ponder my response before saying, I don't want to fight. It's the Jarl's turn to give me a look of confusion. I'm a blacksmith, I explain. That's what I want to do. I want to stay with my family where we'll be safe. It's been difficult for me to take any human life. I hate it, and as soon as I have the opportunity I'm going to put the sword away forever. That is why we need you, the Jarl replies softly. After another moment he says, where is safe anymore? When I don't answer, he continues, was Verfith safe? I stay silent. The Jarl only nods and says, if you feel inclined, my offer stands. You may accept at any time. I nod my approval. I can't say I'll take you up on that, but I'm grateful for the request. Well, he advances, it's time for us to get a move on. We're not getting any closer to Kara. I carry mine and my father's food rations, as well as a bedroll that I will let him have. He tried his best to object, but I had none of it. My hammer is strapped to my back, and his broadsword lies sheathed on my belt. The path leads down from the fort, through a narrow canyon-like pass. The cliffs are rocky and steep, colored a drab gray. Pine trees bring life to the area, and grasses and shrubs grow to the sides of the dirt path. We march in a mob, with no organization. Normally I would have expected an army to move in straight lines, but we don't bother. Percival has trouble keeping up. He still limps, but partway down the trail he finds two long suitable sticks that he uses like crutches. They're uncomfortable in the armpits, he complains, but they'll do. Father does reasonably well, for having taken an arrow the day before. He has taken a stick similar to Percival's, but he uses it like a cane instead of a crutch. He holds it in his right hand and leans heavily on it whenever he steps with his right foot. By midday we emerge from the canyon and the dirt path continues down the mountain. We eat small portions of dried meat throughout the day. We make camp at evening, in a large clearing off to the side of the path, down in a valley. We build fires and use pans to cook our flour, which we have mixed only with water to make bland little biscuits. I make several of them to eat the next day for lunch. We will not stop for meals. The ground is hard and the night is cold. The next day is much the same, but for the first half of the day we climb an incline, and the latter half of the day we descend the mountain. The path is clear and there's a thin pine forest that coats the mountain. The third day we break free of the mountains and into the foothills. A little after noon the small path converges with the main road, we turn right to head south towards Kara. Here the ground is flatter and there are not many trees, but it's far from barren. There are boulders that lie strewn about like giants had been playing a game of marbles. Bushes and grasses grow, some of them tall enough that I can't see over them. The river flows to our left, but we are walking upriver. The river's shore is rocky and speckled with tufts of tall green grasses. The water is clear and deep, and in some places is violent. Every so often a tree has somehow managed to take root on the steep rocky shore of the river. Past the trees, the peaks of the Wolf-Pack Mountains rise to our right. The fourth day, my father slows down. He cringes as he gets up that morning. What's the matter? I ask. Don't know, he responds. Is it your arrow wound? Warily he removes the bandage. We find that the puncture in his skin is bleeding slightly, and has refused to close. It has become inflamed and is oozing a yellowish substance. The base of the inflammation appears slightly green. Infected, he mutters. I stare wide-eyed. We don't have the medicine to treat it, I say quietly. We won't until we get to Kara. I know, he says softly. We need to move faster. I hurry towards the Jarl, anxious to find help. Is anyone here a healer? I ask him. There's got to be someone that knows herbs and can gather. What for? He questions. It's my father. He's got an infection. Please, there has got to be someone that at least can slow the infection down until we get to Kara. I don't know, he replies. But you can ask around. I'm sure there is. But our best bet is to get to Kara as quickly as possible. I go to leave, but he quickly adds, I'm sorry. Best of luck to you. I only nod and thank him. Is anyone here a healer? I shout. Anyone? Several soldiers look my way, but few respond. One raises his hand and says, I am, sir. I'm not the best, but I know a thing or two. Good. Do you know anything of infections? What? Who is infected? My father. Please, you've got to help. I'll help you gather plants, whatever you need. Just help me. He looks at me solemnly and says, "I'll do what I can." Despite our best efforts, our pace hardly increases that day. Father is having difficulty, though he tries his best to keep moving at a steady rate. That night I helped the man, whose name is Gregory, to find a specific kind of plant he called crownsail. I'm not sure exactly what it does, but he chews some of it and places it on my father's open wound. Father gasps as it makes contact and I hold his hand tightly. "Come on," I say. "We're going to make it." We are. By the next morning his condition has worsened. He's running a fever and wakes up in a cold sweat, which continues throughout the day. More than once he has to stop and rest. We fall slightly behind, but catch up by nightfall, when they have stopped and set up camp. Gregory does his best to slow the infection by draining out as much of the fluid as he can and washing it with boiled water from the river. The next day he feels slightly better, though his wound still appears infected. He doesn't have to stop and rest as many times, only for lunch, which still consists of bland little wheat biscuits. My hopes rise. Just before midday, we come around a bend in the road and pass a large wall of cliff jutting from the nearest mountain. Behind we see what many call the Veil of Life, or simply the Living Veil. This is because the head of the Frevora River lies in the mountains just to the north of the Veil, and the Frevora provides the main water supply for most of the inhabitants of Greendale. It's also the only source of water in the Haavja Desert. The Veil cuts into the mountains by a league, but the falls at the back are still visible. They're magnificent. Having never been this far south, this was my first time seeing them. They live up to their reputation. The falls commence from a cavern in the mountain as high as the sky. They fall several hundred, if not thousand, feet down, curling into mist. The water that doesn't spray roils violently in a small lake with a crash that can be heard even from our position. The Frevora River flows from the lake. Boulders stick out from the cliffs like spikes. Moss and grass line them, as well as almost anything else in the Veil. Pine trees grow everywhere, though the middle of the Veil is almost completely clear. Everything is vibrant green and full of life. A dirt path branches from the main road and winds into the Veil, eventually making its way up the cliffs and all the way up into the cavern from which the water falls. Our company, however, continues on the main road on our course to Kara. My father's condition the next day makes me even more hopeful. We're going to make it, I convince myself. We are. The falls stay in sight for the entire day. I go to bed optimistic. I wake mortified. My father overnight has become tremendously ill, despite all of our efforts to save him. He has difficulty walking and he leans on me heavily as we make our way to Kara. We cross the Frevora River at Dragon Gate Bridge, a bridge just as ancient, if not more so, than the one at Verfith. The construction is similar, with stone supports sticking up out of the deep rushing water. The bridge is wider and longer, however, as it must be to span the 40-foot river. Large pillars stand on both sides of the bridge in the exact middle, each with stone supports sloping down to the wall of the bridge. Between them is an enormous arch. Each end of the bridge possesses a square archway with a small crenellated walkway on top. There are holes in the stone where there must have once been great nails to hold the hinges that have now rusted away. Impenetrable gates stood here in a long-forgotten age, making this bridge a formidable and essential outpost in some war-long past. The bridge is massive. I do not realize the scale of the structure until I am inside it. The gates on each end are easily 20 feet high, and the bridge must be wide enough to pass 3 carriages side by side. Dragon Gate Bridge is a good sign, because it means tomorrow we will reach Kara. That night, Gregory does his best once again. Kara comes into view the next day. The road makes its way directly to the front gate, but the road branches both to the left and right of the city. To the right it makes its way along the rocky foothills at the base of the mountains, and further south to the city of Thrak. A large mountain protrudes from the plain at the rear of the city. The walls of Kara surround the city, eventually becoming one with the unclimbable cliffs of the mountain. A fortress is built on the peak of the mountain, with one tall tower reaching to the sky. Stone steps climb the mountain all the way up to the gate of the fortress, houses and buildings lining the streets and foothills the city is built upon. Every few hundred yards along the wall, towers jut out from the main structure, further fortifying the city. The mountain acts as the wall for the rear of the city. The front gates are open, but they seem surprised to see us. The guards on top of the wall point and exchange words. A few of them go off running into the city. My father leans heavily on me for support. His fever has gotten worse and his strength has all but left him. We're here, I say to him as we pass through the gate. We're safe. You're going to be okay. Our company stops once we are inside the gate, in the main plaza. I, however, force myself to continue forward to the front of the group where Jarl Hralfr stands. An official of Kara has come and is speaking to him. Lord Jarl Hralfr. He says. What how dash dot. You know from where we come, the Jarl answers. We are not the first group to come here, I hope. No, certainly not. The others arrived here yesterday, late. We were about to send a dispatch out to Terrace, but it seems that will not be necessary. No, it won't. At least not yet. We seek housing and safety here until we can reclaim our city. Where are the others? I interrupt. The others that came in? Who is this? Asks the official with a slightly dismayed look on his face. This, introduces the Jarl, is the young man that single-handedly freed all of these men, and myself, from the clutches of Lord Swordbreaker. Swordbreaker? I think. The official's eyes widen and he looks at me with new respect. The others are in the barracks at the foot of the fortress. Go through the city and you will find the barracks to the right of the stairway at the base of the mountain. He turns to the Jarl and continues, I will allow you to get settled there, but Jarl Chun will want an audience with you. I must carry this message to him quickly, I must go. Farewell, Lord Jarl Hralfr. He runs off down the street towards the fortress. Let's go, I say quietly. We need to get help as soon as possible. We make our way through the city. It's organized into a few different sections such as market, housing, and military, and each section is structured with a grid-like pattern, though each section is slightly offset from the others. Some of the buildings are built into the rocky bluffs of the city, and some are built in little neighborhoods on top of the small plateaus. Always the cobblestone street slopes slightly upward towards the fortress on the mountain. Eventually the street becomes a wide stone staircase that climbs the mountain. After the first flight, the road evens out again with branches that lead to towers where the wall and the cliffs intersect. Large square structures, built into the mountain, sit on either side of the next enormous flight of stairs. These are built of stone brick, and are 2 stories high. The stairs wind up the mountain through a series of switchbacks, up to the front gate of the fortress. Jarl Hralfr leads us inside the building on the right. Those inside turn their heads in complete surprise toward the company that enters. I notice that the room is full of bunk beds and end tables. Immediately the room is full of babbling and hubbub of how the dingflies are they here and alive? Men rush to their brothers. There's embracing, tears of joy and pain, the latter from those who find that their brothers or fathers are not among the survivors. Gunther and Nathaniel find me and father in the mix. We thought we'd never see you again, says my elder brother. I thought you had gone to your death. As did I, says Nathaniel quietly. Father, Gunther says, embracing him. Father's weight falls upon him with a grunt, but Gunther still manages to stand. My son, says our father. As father pulls away and hugs Nathaniel, I say to Gunther, you doubted me. Yes, he responds. And I was wrong to do so. I should have stayed and waited for you, at the very least. I am sorry. I stare him in the eye and rest my hand on his shoulder as father would. You are forgiven. Father falls away from Nathaniel, leaning heavily on his makeshift cane. What's the matter? Gunther asks. Do not worry, father answers. We are here. It will be okay. What will be okay? Nathaniel questions. Father grips his wound and grunts in pain. I help him to a bed in the corner, where he lays down. Carefully I remove the bandage and show my brothers the source of his pain. Infection, mutters Gunther. Oh no, is all Nathaniel can say. He himself almost fell victim to infection when he hadn't properly treated a scratch on a hunting trip. It was a miracle he lived. Took an arrow, grunts my father. Must have had something on it. We need an expert, I tell Gunther. There's got to be someone here who can help us. Someone was able to help us along the way to slow it down, but it hasn't done enough. You must hurry, says my father. The next 3 words he speaks send chills down my back. I am dying. Stormguard. No, says Nathaniel. You can't. The Jarl walks from the back room, which I assume must be an armory. He has emerged wearing chainmail underneath a leather tunic with a steel hauberk. He walks towards me and says, I want you to accompany me to council with Jarl Chun. What? My father is dying. I need to find a healer. Perhaps we can find one in the fortress, he says. Jarl Chun will want to speak with you. I glance at my father, who nods. Yes, I say. Good, replies Hralfr. We're leaving now. Jarl Chun will want to know our situation as quickly as is possible. I follow him from the barracks and up the stairs. A few soldiers follow us, wearing steel breastplates and sporting swords sheathed at their waists. The Lord Jarl leads me up the staircase switchbacks to a flat plaza almost at the peak of the mountain. The plaza is a little wider than the road in the city, and on its side sit small crenellated walls. A large gate stands at the other end of the plaza, leading into the fortress. Stormguard, says the Jarl as we walk across the plaza. It's the name of the fortress. Windows taller than the gate sit on either side of the entrance, overlooking the city. They are unreachable from the plaza or from below, as the cliffs are sheer and rocky. We stop a few feet away from the gate and one of the guards bangs on the gate with a balled fist. Only moments later it opens, and we stride in. The entrance hall is enormous. A long, wide table spans the floor with chairs on both sides and a particularly large one at the head. The floor is made of stone so our footsteps clack slightly as we walk. Large brown tapestries hang at intervals along the walls. They bear the symbol of Gilgal, the roaring head and neck of a bear, with a sword crossing it at the base of its head. At the back of the entrance hall roars an orange fire with a stone hearth. Wooden doors stand between the tapestries, leading into other parts of Stormguard. I assume that Lord Jarl Hralfr must have been here at least once before, if not many times, as he finds his way around with no trouble. We go through a door to the right and into a tower with a spiral staircase. At the second floor we continue down another hallway and into a tall room on the right. This room, though it is not very large widthwise or lengthwise, is very tall. It must be about 15 feet, with narrow windows on the far wall that span the entire length ceiling to floor. They offer a magnificent view of the surrounding area just outside of Kara's walls. At this point on the mountain we have to be hundreds of feet up. Looking down from the window makes me dizzy. Another brown tapestry hangs on each side of the room, identical to the ones in the main entrance hall. Each takes up almost the entire wall. In the center of the room sits an ordinary wooden table, larger than my dinner table at home. On it sits a map that covers most of the table, and the parts that aren't covered by the map are covered by inkwells, scrolls of parchment, and stacks of letters. An end table sits in the corner. A chair sits on the other side of the table, but it is unoccupied. Its would-be occupant is standing by the window, and turns when he hears us enter. His hair is short and sticks up so his forehead is completely visible. His beard is jet black, like his hair. His sideburns and cheeks are only little more than stubbly, but his goatee is thick and several inches long. He has a noble face, though age has not yet appeared in his hair. Wrinkles and pockmarks span his forehead and cheekbones. His nose is hooked slightly, though somewhat long. His eyes are green and shine brightly. He wears a cloak similar to the one Jarl Hralfr wore before the Battle of Nringnir's Deep. Fur coats the shoulders of his armor and a large cape billows behind him. A bronze-colored breastplate sits on his torso, more decorative than anything. A long sword hangs sheathed on each side of his belt. He smiles brilliantly as he sees Jarl Hralfr enter. "Ah!" he cries, his brilliantly white teeth standing out against his black beard. "Lord Jarl Hralfr." "Jarl Chun," says Hralfr, taking the other Jarl's outstretched hand. Chun pulls him into an embrace, rather than a handshake. Hralfr is shorter than Chun and not quite as broad. "I am glad to see you still have your head," says Chun, with a hint of joking in his voice. "As am I," says Hralfr. "Who is this?" Chun asks, bringing his attention to me. "This is Cadmus Armstrong, resident of Verfith and member of Gilgal." "May I ask why you brought him?" "Because he is the reason I stand before you now." Chun's eyes widen as he looks upon me. He turns back to Hralfr as he says, "As I understood it, you were taken prisoner in Nringnir's Deep. We were going to try to assemble an army to retake the keep, but then you waltzed into our city alive and well." "We were indeed prisoners in the keep. This young man, however, got us all out alive. Well, most of us. Am I to understand that this man single-handedly infiltrated Nringnir's Deep, freed 50 men, and escaped with nearly all of them alive?" "Yes, Jarl," says the Jarl. "That's what you are to understand, but." Chun looks at me and offers me his hand. "Well done, soldier," he says. "Well done." I take his hand and say lamely, "Thanks." "You deserve some sort of reward," he says. "A promotion to captain, perhaps." "I already brought that up with him," interrupts Hralfr. He decisively told me no. Chun nods. "I will accept your decision then, for whatever reasons you have. I do, however, thank you for the tremendous service you have done your clan and your people." "Is there something I can do for you?" "Yes," I respond without hesitation. "My father was injured during our escape from the keep. He took an arrow above his right hip. It did little damage and would have healed, but he's got a horrible infection. If we don't do something fast, it will kill him." Chun nods again, saying, "Yes, I believe I can help you with that." "Page," he calls. Soon a young boy, not older than 13, enters the room. "Yes, Jarl Chun?" he says with a small, confident voice. Can you fetch Willard for me? Says the black-bearded Jarl. Tell him it is urgent, and to bring his best medicines for infection. Of course, says the page. Then he runs off into the fortress. When he returns, Jun says to me, follow Willard out of the fortress and lead him to your father. I look to Hralfr, who is standing next to the table. I will stay here, he says. We have matters of war to discuss. Only moments later, an aged man, surprisingly spry, shows up at the doorway into the room. His hair is short and white, and he is tall and thin, carrying a leather bag. You called for me? He says. Jun, now sitting in the chair at the table, says, yes. This young man's father is sick and needs treatment for an infection. I will do what I can, sir. Good. Thank you, Willard. He turns to me. And thank you, Cadmus. Best of luck to you. Then he and Hralfr resume their conversation. I follow Willard through the fortress and out the front gate. Where? He says. Follow me, I reply. There are butterflies in my stomach and I find myself running. My father's life is at stake. It takes us much longer than I would like to reach the barracks where my father lies. In a rush I burst in, Willard close on my heels. Then I run to the bedside of my father, who is still breathing, though his breaths are quick and shallow. He is sweating again, and his eyes are slightly sunken. His beard quivers as he breathes. Let me see, says Willard. Father allows him to undo the bandage and examine. I need light, he says. Gunther brings a candle. You may want to leave, warns Willard. This will not be a pretty procedure. I will not, I say. I cannot. My siblings echo my answer. Very well, says Willard. He works for hours, draining the fluid and trying several assorted mixes that either my father drinks or Willard drops carefully onto the wound. Every second is agonizing. Every minute a nightmare. Finally, a little after sundown, Willard packs up his things and tells me to come with him outside. Gunther follows us, but Nathaniel stays inside with father. It's not working, he says softly, once we are out the door. What? I say. It has to work. It has to. I'm sorry, he says. I've done all that my knowledge allows. From what I can tell, the infection has had at least a few days to spread. What happens from here will be only fate. There has to be something, Gunther mutters. There always is. Sometimes there is nothing one can do but wait, replies Willard. I am sorry. We trudge back inside to the bedside of our father. His breathing has slowed an incredible amount, but he seems short of breath when he speaks. Nathaniel, he says. Yes, father? You are a good boy, a good hunter, a warrior, my son. Nathaniel has begun to cry. Tears are welling in his eyes, but it's not until my father continues that they start to fall. Keep hunting. Keep fighting. Do as your heart tells you. Nathaniel is shaking his head. I know you will make me proud. Nathaniel begins sobbing into father's shoulder. As he begins to speak to Gunther, father's hand gently, lovingly, makes contact with Nathaniel's head. Gunther, he begins. Gunther kneels on the ground next to the bed. My only regret is that I was not able to meet your sweetheart. What is her name? Gunther chokes and says, Rachel. Her name is Rachel. Father smiles. Rachel, he says. You will make it back to her. I know you will. This is when Gunther's eyes begin to well. You are a great man. You will do great things, my son. As he turns to me, Gunther rises and I kneel to take his place. I feel my eyes water as soon as he says my name. Cadmus, he grasps my hand firmly. Be strong, my son, be strong. Through whatever trials and adversities will befall you, you must not, and will not fail. His eyes are watering, but he is not yet weeping. You carry my name upon you, Cadmus, do not do anything that you know would taint it. Tears begin to fall from my eyes. I know you will become something much better, something much more than me. I'm shaking my head, saying no over and over under my breath. You can't die, I whimper. I am, he replies softly. It is the way of all the world. I merely continue my whimpering. I have only one request of you, he says. What? I whisper, if I talk any louder, I know my voice will crack and I will begin to sob. He takes a deep breath and says, take care of your mother. Then he smiles. His chest rises. Then it sags and his eyes close serenely. As his hand goes limp in mine, I hold on, as if holding will somehow tie him to me and prevent his passing. A single tear runs down the side of his aged face and into his beard. Thus was the life and death of Cadmus Armstrong Sr. The way of all the world. Wait a little longer, he says, holding me back. There. See that color? That's what you want. My father pulls the iron bar from the fire and places it on the anvil as I nod. Orange and red sparks shoot from the bar as he hammers it. See how my strokes hit it, Cadmus? He questions. I'm not just hitting a piece of metal. Yes, you are, I argue. That's what forging is. My small childish brain has yet to wrap itself around the entirety of my father's work. That may be, replies my father with a smile. But it becomes more than just hitting a piece of metal. What do you mean? My voice is small, especially when compared to my father's. He pauses for a moment before responding. I am shaping something, Cadmus. I am using only my strength and skill to turn simple iron blocks into something that others will use. Something with shape, color, sharpness, dullness, whatever I want because I am its creator. By hitting a piece of metal. He chuckles. Yes, by hitting piece of metal. Here, you give it a try. I am walking. Our procession is slow. Memories flood my mind and threaten to overtake my will. I cannot let them. If I do, I will collapse into the road and die of grief. Our destination is a barrow in the vale of life. I, Baunan, and my two brothers carry the wooden casket in which my father lies, with his broadsword strapped on the top. The journey is about a day and a half, which gives me plenty of time to grieve and ruminate. The hour after my father left this life, I walked back up the steps to Stormguard. The guards let me in without questions. From memory I find my way back to the room where Hralfr and Chun had been counseling. They both had greeted me in a surprised fashion, though Chun seemed annoyed. My father has died, I had said. I am sorry, said Hralfr quietly. My condolences, Chun said. I am sorry I could not help. I came for two things, I continued, without waiting for either of them to ask. I almost told them that condolences were definitely not the reason I came, but did not want to offend them. I trip over a stone sticking up out of the road, almost losing my footing and falling underneath the weight of the casket. You okay? Says Baunan. I shake my head, but continue walking. If I say anything, tears will come out instead of words. I am not hurt at all physically. My entire emotional structure has just collapsed, and I don't see rebuilding it a possibility in the near future. How will I tell Mother? I wonder. And Ethan and Nicholas? They are expecting us to return, but he will not. How can we anyway? They're still in Terrace. What? Hralfr had said. First of all, I said, I came to make a request. What is that request? The Jarl pushed. Jun was silent, irritated that I had interrupted his meeting. My home is taken by the enemy. Even if we could go back, it would take us more than a week to get back, and by then the body dash my voice cracks and I look down. I get it, the Jarl had said sensitively. You can't go back. He waited a moment and pressed, your request? You're the Lord Jarl, I had pointed out. You must own some land or have claim to most of it. Not personally, he said. But I can reserve land to use for specific purposes. What do you need? I came to request land for a barrow, I had said. It doesn't have to be lined with gold or studded with jewels. I merely want a barrow of wood and stone in which I can bury my father. The Jarl nodded. Did you have a specific place in mind? Actually, I do, I said. The Vale of Life. The Jarl nodded again. I can help you with that. Our procession holds all of those that knew Cadmus Armstrong Sr. My friends are there for my support, namely Percival, Jericho, and James, who has shown considerable improvement. His arm is held in place by iron bars tied tightly to his skin and a tight sling around his neck. It's apparently working because he shows little signs of pain. Each of their fathers accompanies us, as do Frederick and Leon. Several more of my father's friends have joined us. Lord Jarl Hralfr leads the small procession. Throughout the day there are few words traded. We simply walk, wearing our black tunics. You can? I had asked the Jarl, slightly surprised. Of course. I can spare a few men to build a small barrow. Thank you. When can they start? I'll probably send them tomorrow morning. Is that when you're doing the burial service? Yes. It will take you a day or two to get there. I'll see how fast I can get them to build it. What was your second request, Dot? Before we reach Dragongate Bridge, Jarl Hralfr turns our company onto a side dirt path to the left. No one argues. Pine trees are plentiful, but I do not find their scent or the sound of the river comforting. There is a gaping hole in my heart that refuses to be filled. We spend the night only a little ways down the path, at the base of the mountains. I can hardly sleep. The next morning we start up the incline of the mountains. It's a hard hike, and I wonder why we're putting so much effort into going up the mountain when the Jarl said he'd get a barrow built in the vale. Still, I say nothing. Soon we come up above the trees. A steep cliff drops to our right, and a tall ridge rises to our left, splattered with pine trees. Now that our sight is not restricted, we have a fantastical view of the entire vale. The trees are a deep dark green and the waterfall is vibrant blue like the sky. I see no beauty. My father holds my shoulder as I hit the metal feebly. Stronger. Don't be afraid, Cadmus. I try to hit it harder, but sparks hardly shave off of the hot iron. It's not working. I complain. My father sticks it back in the fire and squats next to me so his eyes are level with mine. Cadmus? I look into his deep friendly eyes. What do you want? I'm confused by his question. What? What do you want? He repeats. I want to be a good blacksmith like you. So how do you want to do that? I think for a moment. The same way you did. And what do you think that is? I think for another moment and give him an exaggerated shrug. I became a good blacksmith because I worked at it. I worked and worked in the forge until my steel was the best. So I need to work? Exactly. You won't be a good blacksmith overnight, Cadmus. It will take some time. And you'll have to pound that hammer extra hard. He smiles at me. Do you want to try again? Yes, father. The memory brings tears to my eyes, but I blink quickly and they leave before they fall. I notice that the rocky dirt path we are following curves up to the head of the waterfall. What was your second request, Cadmus? The Jarl had said. I have come to partially take you up on your offer. He raised an eyebrow. Really? I don't want the authority of captain. But if you will take me, I will serve as a soldier in your army. Accepted, he had said immediately. But, continued the Jarl, I do want to know what changed your mind. The path narrows slightly and the cliff to the right becomes more sheer. Finally we reach the mouth of the cavern from which the water flows, and see an ox grazing on the other side of the falls. His cart lies parked just inside, and his owner sits on a rock next to him, rubbing his back. The man waves to us as we pass inside. The river flows from crevices deep in the mountain. It takes up most of the width of the cavern, though there's a path large enough for us on either side. The paths are natural, made from dark soil and rocks. Lit torches hang on either side of the cavern. Evidently someone has been here, probably to build the barrow. After a moment of hesitation, to the Jarl's question I had responded, because I am not the only one feeling what I feel. Sadness. Grief. Anger. Revenge. I wait a moment and continue, no one should have this forced upon them by war. By the evil people and their evil doings. I want to join your army to stop them. Though I hate it, it must be done, and I will fight to destroy all of those who do to people what they did to me and my father. I fight to find vengeance on those who took his life. I fight to kill Lord Jarl Swordbreaker. The cavern turns to the right, and the opening goes out of sight. We only walk for a little farther, and then stop. Here, the river flows from under an impenetrable wall of rock. We cannot go farther. To our left, however, a room has been carved out by the river, but now lies dry for whatever reason. It's wide enough for 3 caskets to lie lengthwise on the floor and long enough for one to lie lengthwise along the wall. The ceiling lies about 3 feet above my head. In the center of the room sits a rectangular stone box, just larger than the casket. Its height is about to my waist, though it is only about 1.5 feet deep. Intricate carvings make their way across the top and bottom edges of the sides, but otherwise the sides are blank and smooth. It's cemented to the floor, and the lid leans on the opposite side of the box. We set the wooden coffin inside the stone. It fits perfectly. Baunan and Gunther take out the poles we had used to carry it, and the wooden box settles into the slightly larger stone one. Father's broadsword is still lying on it, tied to the top. Torchlight flickers across it and it glints like it did in the keep. Is this suitable? The Jarl asks me quietly. It would have taken more time and effort to build a barrow, but to simply transport this stone was much easier. Of course, I respond. It's perfect. Hralfr walks to the other side of the stone, skirting the lid leaning on the stone coffin. I look down at the casket, take a deep breath, and remove the wooden lid. He is serene. Though paled and slightly sunken by death, his laugh lines are still visible and his beard is still just as full. I wish him simply to wake up and jump out of the casket, give me a smile and take up his sword. It does not happen. Instead, he lies still with his hands clasped on his chest. I place the lid to the side and remove the sword from it. I simply hold it with the point on the ground as Jarl Hralfr begins the service. We are gathered. Father pulls the iron from the fire once again and lays it on the anvil. I step onto the little stool he built for me and swing the hammer with all my might while he stands, holding the iron. Sparks shoot from the iron, and a dent appears. Ha! I say, pleased. Look. Good, son. It takes more than one hit, though, to make a sword. He smiles as he says, again. My little arms swing the hammer with enough force to dent the iron again. The same time the hammer makes contact, I wake from my memory in the present time. To celebrate, not the death, but the life, of this good man. Cadmus Armstrong I. Father is showing me how to craft. I am slightly older and more able. The hammer goes awry and hits my left hand, and I drop the hot iron. It falls and hits my hand as well. There is searing pain. Where two of my fingers should be, there are only bloody stumps. My father is there, holding me, wrapping my hand, telling me it will be all right. My good friend, says Frederick. He's not nearly as jolly as he used to be. Lived what he taught, and he taught well. He believed in the highest morals and passed these down to his sons. He's taking me on a trip to Terrace, to buy supplies. He's teaching me how to pack, what to pack. How to set up a tent and bedroll. How to make a fire and cook. An excellent blacksmith, Leon praises. Never made a mistake that I saw. And he's just as good a man as he is a blacksmith. He's lowering us into the cellar, hefting his sword. Then I run with him to protect our home and family. There's fire and yelling. The scrape of steel on steel. Baunan rises next. No one could ever extinguish his spirit. Though he was stubborn at times, he was always right, and he knew it. Yet he was humble. Now we're in the keep. Father fights valiantly, and many men fall beneath him. He's invincible. He's the quintessential father, Nathaniel says quietly. Always provided, always protected, taught us what we needed to know, supported us in our interests and hobbies, and loved our mother. Finally I see us in the depths of the keep, fighting to escape. The arrow pierces his stomach and I see him fall. He was Gunther corrects himself, the greatest father. The greatest man I've ever known. And that I will ever know. I see Father's face. He is speaking to me as he lies on his deathbed. Then his eyes close. I step forward to speak. It takes me only a moment to gather my thoughts. When he was speaking to me, I begin. He told me that I will not fail. He said that through whatever trials and adversities I went through, that I must not, and will not, fail. I do not plan to let him down. I lift the sword and move towards the stone coffin. He also said that I would live to be something more than he. I have no regret saying that no man will be something more than he. I set the broadsword down so the hilt lies beneath his hands and the blade points toward his feet. And though I bury his blade with him, I choke. I will always carry his courage within me. And none can take it from me. I leave the blade over his body and step back, having finished my words. Gunther, Nathaniel, Hralfr, and I each take a corner of the stone slab that will serve as the lid. As it slides across the top of the stone coffin, I look at my father's face until the lid is in place and his body is sealed in the tomb of stone. Despite our beliefs in the afterlife, I know that I may never see his face again. The lid is decorated with ridges along the edges that stick out slightly over the sides of the box. The rest of the smooth stone is blank, but for an inscribed box in the very center that contains the words. Cadmus Armstrong. Beloved husband and father. Frederick says some sort of prayer. Then we leave. Just before the stone tomb disappears around the corner, 4 words run through my head. I will avenge you. Tactics in women. We make camp partway down the road from Dragon Gate Bridge. The next day we go back to Kara. I pick up my hammer in the barracks, sitting on the bunk where my father had died. Lord Jarl Hralfr visits me only a minute or two later. I am sorry, he says. I will avenge him, I say. Swordbreaker is the name of Tignar's leader? Yes, he responds, Lord Jarl Lucius Swordbreaker. Then it's him I'm after. The Jarl only says, that's no small task. I will kill him. I accentuate every word. I will kill him. Well, he says, you're not an official soldier yet. Why not? You have to take the soldier's oath to me. When? Normally in the throne room of Mringer's Deep, but because we're not there, we'll have to make do with the accommodations we have. Now would work. Well, I begin, but just before I can respond, a brown-cloaked soldier tears through the front door of the barracks. Seeing Jarl Hralfr, he makes his way towards us and says, "Lord Jarl Hralfr." The Jarl turns towards him. "Jarl Chun requests a meeting with you immediately, sir." "Now." "Yes, sir." "Now." The Jarl turns to me and says, "Cadmus, would you come?" "What?" I say. "Though you may not want to be a captain, I respect your valor and initiative. You may have something to say that I or Jarl Chun needs to hear. Would you accompany me as an advisor?" I think for a moment and nod. "Good," he says. Then he turns to the messenger and says, "Lead." The soldier leads us up the steps to the gate of Stormguard, and then inside and to the right. We follow the same course we had yesterday, stopping in the same room. The soldier leaves us as Chun looks up from the map. "Good, you're here," he grumbles. The sun shines brightly through the windows behind him, but his attitude contrasts it darkly. "What do you need?" asks Hralfr. "We are moving out in the morning," he says. "Reinforcements just came from the south. Archeantus sent us 1,100 men to aid us." He moves a little purple flag on the map to a dot labeled Kara. "How'd you get the message out so quick?" I ask quietly. "Signal fires," says Hralfr quickly. "With the retake of Terrace?" He clarifies. "Yes. We need that city." "Farming?" I ask. "Forgive his lack of experience," says Hralfr as Chun rolls his eyes. Then he answers, "Yes, farming advantages. Those farms provide a third of our forces with food." I nod slowly in understanding. "There is no option," says Chun. "We must retake that city." "Why wasn't it better guarded?" I inquire. Chun answers, slightly agitated, "Because we did not expect an attack of such strength, and our soldiers are on the front in Watervale, to the west." "You do know where that is, correct?" I bob my head sarcastically. "So I called you here to see what kind of army you have with you, and to plan the retake of your city. Terrace is well guarded, and it will not be easy to retake." "I never thought I'd have to plan the destruction of my own main gate," mutters Hralfr as he leans over the map Chun brings out of a drawer. Upon closer inspection, I find that it's a map of Terrace, and a highly detailed one at that. "Can your survivors fight?" "Yes," Hralfr responds. "At least most of them can and will." "Are they all soldiers?" Chun further interrogates. "No," answers Hralfr with no hesitation. "Some of them are, but many are simple businessmen. Some have not been trained how to swing a sword." Chun nods. "We'll have to work with it." "Will they fight for their city?" "To the end." "Perfect. Now how do we get through the gate?" "By the time we get there, they will have had plenty of time to rebuild and reinforce the gate, and then some." "I hate to suggest it on my own city," says the Jarl, "but I've always favored the catapult. Take down the wall, and we have a clear shot inside." "Or they'll have a clear shot at you," argues Chun. "Who knows how many trolls they've got? They'll smash through men like a hammer on an ant." "What do you suggest, then?" Hralfr says, slightly offended. "We can't get in without destroying the gate." Chun makes to answer, but I interrupt. "Oh, can't we?" Both look my direction. "We can get in the same way we got out. Through the waste tunnels of the keep." They ponder the idea. "Why didn't I think of that?" Hralfr whispers to himself. "Explain," says Chun. "What's the plan after you manage to get an entire army inside Nringners Deep?" "We can take the city by night. While all the guards are sleeping, we simply take everything. Then, when they wake in the morning, we have our swords pointed at their throats." "It could work," says Hralfr. "But an entire army won't fit into the keep without being detected. The alarm will be raised and they'll be forced to siege the keep. That defeats the purpose of attacking from the other side. Which is surprise, correct?" "Well, we'll attack from the front," I retaliate. They stare at me like I'm an idiot. "What?" "While some of us are inside the keep, we kill the guards and take it over and bar the gate. We keep the numbers small enough to avoid detection, but large enough to overcome any resistance we will meet. The rest of the army is waiting at the front gate. While the Tigner army is busy there, we can attack from the keep. While we distract from the back, you have time to break down the gate and get in. Then we have them caught between the hammer and the anvil." Hralfr smiles at me and nods enthusiastically. "See, that's why I brought you up here." "I'm beginning to see why you like this young man," Chun says quietly. He studies me for a moment and says, "Can you promise me you won't be detected in the keep?" "No. But even if we are, it splits their army. Half towards the front gate and half sieging their own keep." Hralfr keeps nodding with a small smile. I'm keeping you, he says quietly. John agrees. Or, alternatively, you can disguise yourselves as their soldiers and open the gate for us right from under their nose. Just let us in during the night when nobody is awake. Hralfr says, that may not be so easy. We can't hide an army on their doorstep. They will know and they will not let simply anyone open the gate, even if you do kill the guards. Killing a Tigner soldier would blow your cover. Then let's compromise, I suggest. We go with my plan, but in the case you cannot break through the gate, I will open it for you from the inside. Sounds good to me, says Hralfr. You then will lead the attack from the inside? I never said that. Hralfr raises an eyebrow but doesn't push the subject. I will lead the attack on the gate. It should take us roughly the same amount of time to get there, but we will need some sort of signal that you are in position for attack, and another that you have taken the keep. Let's light the signal fire, John advocates. It's never lit anymore, but always is stocked with wood and oil. As soon as the keep is yours, light the fire. We will need a signal, I point out, to know when to attack. It would be a pity if we got ahead of ourselves and took the keep before it was time. They'd rout us out before you had time to get the gate down. I see what you mean, Jarl Hralfr responds, but that is easily solved. You said you will be in the waste tunnels under the keep? He waits for my acknowledgement before continuing. The tunnels are a network underneath the city. There's a similar entrance by the gate on the cliff, barred with an iron grate. We cannot reach it, but the warhorn can. So we will be able to hear the warhorn when you attack? I clarify. Yes, he responds. And quite clearly, I should think. Good. As soon as we hear their horn, we will infiltrate the keep. Likewise, says Hralfr, we will need to know that you have reached your position under the keep before we begin our attack. A dove, John answers. I have a few that are trained to carry messages or fly patterns. Take one and release it from the top of Fort Greymane. I nod. Sounds easy enough. Just be sure you are facing the direction you want him to go. I assure you he will find the regiment at the front of the city. Noted, I reply. So I will release the dove to let you know we have obtained our position, you will blow the horn when it is time to attack, and we will light the signal fire when we have taken the keep. You're more intelligent than you let on, says Jun, looking at me while Hralfr nods slightly. And I agree fully with the tactics that have been suggested here. How, then, will we function once we are inside Terrace? Hralfr looks to me. Any ideas? I know nothing of battle formations, procedures, or tactics, I say. I'm only a blacksmith. Well, you're a smart one, he counters. You're sure you know nothing? I know how to make a sword, but I have no idea how to move soldiers in a battlefield. Very well, then, says Hralfr. I will let you know what we manage to come up with. If you wish to, you are dismissed. I will speak with you later this evening, after I talk to our troops. I bow my head respectfully to both Jarls and walk out. People give me odd looks as I find my way through Stormguard to the main gate and show myself out. The sun is still shining, though it is drooping lower and lower in the sky. I take my time walking down the many steps to the barracks where I am staying. As soon as I walk in the door, I resume the position I had been in before the Jarl came in. I sit on my bed and eat a small dinner. Then I pick up my warhammer. Percival approaches me and sits on the bed next to me. He eyes my hammer for a moment, and then he speaks. I'm sorry, he says. Really? I stare at my hammer. He throws his arm around me and hugs me around the shoulders. I'm sorry. I lose my composure. Tears begin to fall from my eyes and I hug him back. Why, Percival? I ask. Why'd he have to go? I don't know, Cadmus, he replies. I don't know. He gives me a minute and pats me on the back. How are Gunther and Nathaniel doing? Nathaniel's taking it hard, I say. He's like me. Gunther's doing okay. He knew it was going to happen, I think. I think he prepared himself for it so that he wouldn't break down when his best friend said he was sorry. Percival smiles and laughs quietly. Sometimes it's a good thing to break down, he replies. Everyone needs to once in a while. I nod. Well, thanks. You seemed like you needed something. I do, I say quietly. Let's go get some food, he suggests. Maybe a cinnamon roll or something. Okay, I nod, wiping my nose. Let's. Wanna go get James and Jericho? I nod again. Jericho is close by, as he has recovered from his injuries. He has a nasty scar on the back of his left arm and across the right side of his face, crossing his cheekbone and his brow. His eye miraculously escaped the blow. he joins us with an enthusiastic nod. James is upstairs in a similar room with his father. He responds quickly to Percival's suggestion, and soon we are walking out the door and into the street. There's still some daylight left. We find a small bakery. I reach into my pocket to pull out some coins, but Percival says, "No. I got it." I don't argue, mostly because I'm not in the mood. He does, however, accept a little change from James and Jericho. Then we eat our cinnamon rolls as we walk back to the barracks. "So what did the doctors say?" I asked James. In Terrace they had merely given him a quick glance and then tied the iron brace to his arm to prevent any further injury he might cause to himself. Here, he was given a diagnosis and real treatment. "It's a small fracture. Just a crack in the bones in my forearm. Not too bad, except that I have to wear this stupid thing on my arm." "Well, you had to stand up to a troll," Percival mutters. Only I hear him. "Did they say when you would be fully healed?" I ask. "They said it would take about at least 4 to 6 weeks for the fracture to heal. Then I can take off this thing, dot." I can see Jericho doing the math in his head. "So you can fight in a month?" he says. "Well," he continues, "I could. But it would hurt, and the possibility of it fracturing again, or breaking, is high. So it will probably be another week or 2 after that." "And you are planning on fighting with us?" says Percival. "You're joining too?" I question him, slightly surprised. "Well, I can't let you go see the world by yourself, now can I?" he says with a smile. "Of course," James answers. "As soon as I can, I'll join you. In fact, if they will let me, I'll join and follow you guys around for support if that's okay." "Then fight when I can." "I will too," says Jericho. "You can't leave me all alone at home." I nod. "We've got each other's backs, okay? All 4 of us. We'll all go in, and we'll all come out." They agree. 2 girls passing by notice James's sling and Jericho's scars. One of them raises her eyebrows and the other smiles slightly. They're both pretty. "Where'd you get that?" one of them asks, referring to James's sling. He stops. "Got in a fight with a troll," he brags. "Got the best of me, but I was too tough to bring down completely." "Only because he was there to drag you out," mutters Percival, pointing to me. "You helped," I defend. "Yeah. After you stole the big brute by knifing him." I have nothing to say. One of the girls giggles and says, "Wow." James gives Percival a dirty look. "What about you?" the other girl asks Jericho. "Just some battle scars. I'm not the best swordsman, so he nicked me a few times." "Did you get him?" They push. "Well, I'm standing here now." One of the girls giggles and the other looks at me shyly. I look away, completely uninterested. "Come on," Percival says, grabbing Jericho by the collar and pulling him down the street. We get back to the barracks before it gets dark. "Come on," says James as we walk in the door. "You've got to have a little fun." Gunther overhears. "What happened?" James answers before anyone else can. "These 2 girls were flirting with us, but Cadmus and Percival basically told us that we had to focus and leave them." Gunther raises an eyebrow at me. "You know, I did tell you to get a girl." "Yeah," I say. "I'm not ready for one yet." "Fair enough," he says. James and Jericho go back to their beds. Percival stays for another moment before retiring to bed. "Thanks," I tell him. "It's nothing," he replies. "Just tell me if you need something, alright?" I nod. "Will do." Gunther is still sitting in a chair at the foot of the bed. Curious, I question, "Will you join with me?" "No," he says. Before I can ask why, he reasons, "I am engaged, Cadmus. There's a girl at home waiting for me. What a pity it would be if I never returned to her. Our own father is already a casualty, and we can't lose all the good blacksmiths in the war." I acknowledge his reasons. "I understand," I say simply. Nathaniel, his eyes a little puffy and his cheeks flushed red, sits up on the bed next to mine. "I'll join," he says. Gunther makes to object, but Nathaniel continues, "If Cadmus can, then I can. Father gave his life for this cause and he told me to keep fighting and do as my heart directed. Well, right now it's directing me to fight. So fight I will." I agree silently. "I will be there with you, Nathaniel." He thanks me with a nod and lies back down. Then I sit down on my bed and pick up my hammer to wait for Jarl Ralphur. He doesn't disappoint. Minutes after sundown he enters the barracks and summons everyone's attention. "Soldiers," he begins. Tomorrow morning we leave Kara for Terrace to retake the city. Make sure you have everything ready to leave tonight, because we will not wait. Every second we spend here is another second Tigner spends calling reinforcements or fortifying the walls of our city. Be sure to let those on the second floor aware. Get some sleep. Tomorrow we march. He walks a little ways into the room, but the eyes don't come off of him. Go on, then. He says. Immediately the men begin to pack and ready themselves for bed. The room is filled with the usual quiet hubbub. He makes his way towards me, shaking his head. I stand to talk with him. I've talked to the other soldiers, he says. And I've set apart a small number of the most elite soldiers to go with you into the tunnels. Good, I say. And a leader as well? Yes. I sag in relief until I realize he's talking about me. What? I object. I can't lead. I don't know how to lead a team of oxen, let alone men. You'll learn quickly, says the Jarl. I said I didn't want to be a captain. You're not. I make to say something else, but he cuts me off. Don't worry. I've appointed someone to help you. An assistant, if you will. Good. You know my friends will want to come with me. Do they know the risks? They will. And they will still want to come. Very well, he says. If it is their wish. Good, I repeat. Get some sleep, he says, turning away. We march for Terrace in the morning. March for Terrace. Once again, we are walking. We would use horses, but lack the sufficient numbers as most of them are in the west. So we are walking. Each of us wears issued armor, a shirt of chainmail underneath a steel breastplate, with a plain helmet, greaves, and gauntlets. Most hold a sword at their waist and a shield on their back. Jericho carries his hand axe instead of a sword. I carry only my hammer, and Nathaniel carries his. Gunther carries a broadsword similar to father's. He agreed that he would fight in the retake of Terrace, but afterward would stay home for his girl. As I suspected, all 6 of them wanted to accompany me through the tunnels into the keep. I am glad to have their support. As we leave the city, the girls we had seen the night before wave to us, wishing us luck. I ignore them, but James and Jericho acknowledge and thank them. Our first camp is a few hours after we cross Dragon Gate Bridge. The waterfall at the back of the Living Vale captures my attention for the entire time it is visible, because I know at the top my father's lies safe in his grave. I find myself thankful the Jarl picked such a spot. It's at this first spot that the Jarl introduces me to Commander Magnus. Commander! He calls. Magnus responds and strides to us. He's of a slight build and not very tall, wearing decorated steel armor plates all over his body, including a helmet with a purple plume. The helm covers his face but for the eyes and mouth, showing somewhat larger lips and a slender chin. A brown cape bearing Gilgal's insignia billows behind him. At his waist hangs an enormous broadsword. This is Cadmus Armstrong, says the Jarl, gesturing. He's the young man I'd been telling you all about. He nods, but says nothing. The Jarl, unperturbed, continues, Cadmus, this is Commander Genevieve Magnus. That's an odd name, I think. Then the commander removes his helmet, and I see that it is most definitely not a him. Her smooth skin and youthful eyes reveal her as very young. Her hair is reddish-brown and tied back into a ponytail, her face is slender, and her nose is small. A pleasure, she says as she looks me up and down, tucking her helmet under her arm. Her voice is melodious and matches her pretty face. She holds out her metal-encased hand for me to shake, and I take it. The pleasure is mine. I have heard of you, she says. The Jarl has told me all of your incredible feats. But I will have you know that I am your commander, and I will not take orders from a lucky blacksmith. Of course, I say with a sarcastic smile. May I ask how you became a commander at such a young age and ... And as a woman? She snaps. Yes. I say it matter-of-factly, like I'm not sorry to bring it up. That's none of your concern, she says. Probably the same way you're getting up now. So, surviving on luck? I retaliate. No, she answers. Just surviving. She turns and walks away. She's a joy, I mutter sarcastically to the Jarl. He suppresses a laugh. Oh, that's a word for it. He manages. Every night, we train. Veterans teach and coach newer recruits around campfires. They're sparring with sticks or with swords if they're more careless. I am challenged a few times, though never by my friends. I refuse to participate. I know if I do, I will do much more damage than I mean with my hammer. So I disappear into the forest. Why? The voice inside me burns. Why? I'm asking myself this for a couple of reasons. First of all, why did father have to die? What did he do to deserve death? All he did was love his family and protect them. Does that mean he had to die? It's my fault. No, it's not, another part of me says. You know it's not. But that arrow was aimed at me. It was his decision to save you. Why did I need saving? Because Tigner was attacking. Lucius Swordbreaker ordered that attack that resulted in the death of your father. I must avenge him. Secondly, I wonder, why did they attack? Why is this war happening? What did we do to offend them, to bring them to war against us? I cannot answer these questions. I stop walking, and turn to make sure I can still hear the swords and see the firelight. Then I begin to train myself. I take my hammer from my back and look at the head. Then I swing at the nearest tree. The impact jars my hand. Come on. You must be stronger than that. I swing again, though I'm not sure exactly what my goal is. As I twirl and smash the bough of a nearby tree, I look again at the head of my hammer. Then my eyes narrow and I fight. Every tree becomes a Tigner soldier, a pawn of Lucius Swordbreaker. I twist among them, snapping branches, shaving bark. They are evil, I reason. That's why. I fling my hammer around my back, slamming it into a tree on the way around, and use the momentum to crack another bough of the one opposite. Images of fire and steel are racing around me. Men dying. They desire only power. They want to destroy all who oppress them. They want to rule all, own all, destroy all. How many fathers have died? How many more will die before the evil conquers or is conquered? Blind rage boils in my blood. Despite the anger and adrenaline flowing through me, I find my muscles all to be relaxed. They must be to wreak destruction upon my enemies. An involuntary yell escapes my mouth and I smash a tree in two. It's a small one, only a few inches in diameter. Half of it lies, still connected by stringy still living wood remnants to its other half, reaching to the ground. As I stare, a voice says behind me, Cadmus? I turn to see the visitor. It's Percival, standing only 10 feet away. You okay? He says. I wait a moment, studying the broken tree. Yes, I whisper. I'm fine. The next day the vale and its beautiful waterfall go out of sight. I make a silent promise to my father that I will visit him every time I pass the vale. Then I turn forward. We march for Terrace. We follow the river north, down river. On the fourth day we come to the hidden path in the trees that leads to Fort Greymane. Here, says Jarl Hralfr. The legion stops. This is where we part, he says to me. Then he shouts to the soldiers, those of you who have been appointed to go with Armstrong and Commander Magnus will travel to the left. They will lead you. All others will travel to the right, where we will confront the main gate. Some of the soldiers seem confused, but we split the legion successfully. I and Commander Magnus, along with Percival, Jericho, and Nathaniel, stand at the head of 150 men. I can't yet fight, says James. I'll go with the others to the gate and stay at the back. I'll see you in a few days, okay? Yes, I agree. I'll see you later. I shake his good hand, and then he disappears into the 1,000 men that will travel to the main gate. Jarl Hralfr walks towards us. This is where we part. I will listen for the horn, I say. Commander Magnus gives me a dirty look. I will watch for the fire, replies Jarl Hralfr with a slight smile. Remember the dove. I look back, where a white dove sits unhappily in a medium black cage. We will be there, Magnus butts in. We will take the keep. I trust that you will, responds the Jarl. Remember. We will attack under cover of night. I suggest you do the same. Until then. Then he walks away, leading his army further down the main road to the main gate of Terrace. Magnus looks at me disgustedly. I am the commander, not you, she says. The Jarl gave me authority here as well. My word means just as much as yours. Well, the Jarl's not here, is he? She exclaims, gesturing to the mountain pass with her arms. You are going to do as I say, when I say to do it. Oh, we'll see about that, I mutter. I was unaware that she could hear. What did you say? She seethes. I merely look at her mockingly. She moves to slap me across the face with the back of her hand, but I catch it in an iron grip before it reaches me. Then I say, oh. We'll see about that. It takes her a couple of tries to wrench her hand from my grip. I let her get away. She only gives me a death stare and then shouts to the army, move out. You're a real charmer, says Jericho quietly. Tell that to her, I reply just as softly. Percival only chuckles. She refuses to even look at me for the next 2 days. On the third, we approach the location of Fort Greymane. I approach her. It may be swarming with enemy soldiers, I warn. They will have followed us into the tunnels. Do you not think I may have already thought of that? She looks at me with contempt. And your plan is? I push. Why do you care? I didn't think you were going to follow my orders anyway. As true as that is, I still want to know what your plan is so I can explain to the Jarl what exactly was going through your head when you died. She rolls her eyes and stares at me like I'm a moron, most likely because she has no comeback. We need to be discreet, I say. If they raise the alarm, our cover is blown and the army inside will be expecting us when we try to get inside. So what do you suggest? Exactly what the Jarl said. Wait for cover of night. We can try to sneak in and take out the guards before moving in our main force. Or we can wait until night, sneak past the guards, and kill them once we are inside. That's what I just said. It was my idea. I take a deep breath. Let's go with it. She smiles in the victory I gave her. Good. We wait until nightfall. Then she turns to the army and starts to spread the word. We wait until nightfall, and then send scouts and wait for the signal to proceed. I turn to Percival and pretend to wring her neck, breathing deeply. You're doing better than I would, Jericho says. Or James. Luckily we don't have to wait long until nightfall, it's only about an hour or so. At that time, Magnus comes to me and says, I'm moving out with several men. We're moving in the trees to the left. I'll give you a signal when the fort is clear. I nod. Good. Then she moves out with her several men. We wait, without building fires. We huddle in blankets and bedrolls, as the high-altitude night quickly becomes cold. Some of us eat a little something. This may be our last chance before we enter the keep and begin to battle. After only a few minutes, Magnus appears out of the darkness bearing a torch. The fort is taken, she says. The small army rises and we get into view of Fort Greymane. Torches line its wall, making its entire shape visible in the moonless night. There is a yell. Somebody on the wall turns our way. Then a man only a few rows behind me falls dead. We panic. I thought you said the fort was taken. I growl angrily. It was. With how many men? She doesn't answer. That's what I thought, I mutter. Ready! I shout, rallying the forces. Form ranks. The men form into lines behind me. Charge. Our line has nobody to cut down. Still we charge, up to the wall of the fort and into the open archway. Then there are guards to fight. I'm the first one in. I slam one guard across the room and charge further into the fort, running for the second door on the right. Nobody stands against the might of my hammer. Percival, Jericho, Gunther, and Nathaniel stay close behind me. In the door, I sprint down the stairs and incapacitate the 3 guards I see within. Quickly I open the heavy door that leads into the tunnels. I see no one. I take a deep breath and close it, shutting myself in the fort. Do not let anyone in or out of this door, I command some of the men that have followed me down. No one leaves. You understand? Yes, sir. They obey. Then they make a formation in the center of the room. One of them hides to the side of the archway that leads back up. I and my friends dart back up to the battle. There's really not much of a battle left. The last few guards have been killed or disarmed and bound. I find Magnus in the center entrance room. What the dingflies was that about? I rage. She raises an eyebrow. I told you it would work. I'm dumbfounded. What? The only thing I checked when I came up here was that there were actually people in it. I knew a frontal assault would work. Now I'm more than dumbfounded. I'm simply fuming. So you jeopardized the stability of the entire operation, just to prove that your tactic would work? More or less. Calm down, says Percival, resting his hand on my shoulder. She's not worth it. I take a few deep breaths. I know, I reply. But from now on, I'm leading. The retake of Terrace. I don't allow Genevieve to even touch the dove's cage. Quietly I open the door and grasp the bird with both hands and it coos at me in submission. I turn in the general direction of Terrace and point the bird the same direction. Then I release it skyward. It flaps off and quickly goes out of sight in the black night. I hope it works, I mutter. Then we're in the tunnels. Genevieve, of course, has refused to let me lead by myself, and so sneaks next to me. Running would be louder than any of us want, and so we sneak quietly through the tunnels to the grate that leads into the dungeons of the keep. Hold, I whisper. Even at such a low volume, the breath echoes throughout the tunnels. Our force halts. Then we wait, but not for long. A low bellow sounds clearly throughout the tunnels. There's the horn, breathes Jericho. We're right on time. The metal grates have been padlocked shut again, but we merely used the keys we had taken from one of the soldiers in Fort Greymane. The metal grates are loud as they open. A guard comes around the corner, but one of our archers gets him right as he comes into sight. It was for this reason we kept archers at the front. Just as I planned, says Genevieve. We split into groups of 10 and kill anyone on sight. Everyone follow your route, and do not stray from it. Move out. I do have to give her the credit for this part of the plan. Every group of 10 has an assigned route through the keep to effectively remove all resistance in the shortest span of time possible, and also to help avoid detection. Several small armies are much harder to detect than one large army. The war horn bellows again as we separate into our groups. Jericho, Percival, Nathaniel, Gunther, and 5 others join me. We run up the stairs and into the main hall with several other groups, our archers taking out the guards before they can raise the alarm. Then we split from them and make our way through a hallway and up the tower stairs. Other groups will be scouring the lower levels for any Tigner forces. Our particular group is supposed to take over the right wing wall. We open the door to the wall quietly. The nearest guard looks suspiciously and comes near to investigate. As soon as he enters the room, we pull him to the side and one of the soldiers kills him. Another guard hears the struggle and says, "Who goes, Dut?" I make eye contact with the archer in motion towards his bow. He nods. Not another second passes before he jumps out and shoots the guard. We pile out of the tower and onto the wall, destroying anyone to stand before us. Our archers are a tremendous help in that they can kill someone from a distance before they raise the alarm. There are surprisingly few men on the wall. However, within the armory on the wall, there's quite a different story. We barge in and look for anyone who would oppose us. They stand everywhere. The armory is full of men, but I don't stop to think about why. While they're frozen in shock, I smash one into another. Then they charge us. I hit one to the side, denting his armor and probably crushing his ribs. I hit the next one's shoulder. He yells as he falls to the ground and there's a sick crack. Jericho puts him out of his misery. One of them charges me from the side. I crouch down and block his stroke, and then catch him with my hammer and throw him over a nearby rack of shields. I turn and watch one of my men die, slashed across the back from an opponent behind him. I remember the pines. The broken tree. The waterfall. The grave of my father. With a roar I pound in the helm of another enemy and knock the legs out from underneath another, most likely breaking one or more of his bones. Percival finishes him. I block 2 strokes from 2 different enemies, and then whirl my hammer in the air, catching both heads and flooring them instantly. Nathaniel blocks a blow and knocks the wind out of one soldier, and then ends it by slamming him in the back. A couple of soldiers barge out of the door. They're going to raise the alarm. I shout. Bring them down. I charge out the door with one of the archers. I kill one and the archer kills the other, but the soldier throws himself towards the crenellations of the wall in a final attempt to warn somebody. His body falls. The others come out of the armory. Our numbers have been cut by 3, but all of my friends are still here. Jericho has a sword embedded in his shield, and he takes a moment to wrench it out. That wasn't so bad, I murmur. Then we run back towards the tower. All goes well. That is, until we reach the top. The beacon is located on top of the tower on the farthest point on the left wing. It's positioned such that when lit, it shines through the gap between 2 of the peaks that surround terrace. It will take at least a minute to climb. However, we are not to light the beacon until we know the keep is ours. To establish that, 5 of the groups have been appointed to visit the most important places in the keep. Once they come to the top, we will know the keep is ours. The training grounds that were built up here have been destroyed, and instead we find a troll. Kaeth knows how Tigner got him up here, but here he stands, woken by the warhorn. Work your magic, Trollslayer, Percival says. He says it like a joke, but I know it's not. The troll roars and charges us, swinging his club. Into the tower. One of the men cries. No! I yell, but too late. As he flees inside, the troll swings his club and cracks the stone bricks of the tower. Only 2 swings later, he has smashed a hole into the tower and has crushed the soldier within. Unable to find his kill, the troll roars and turns back towards us, who are scattering across the roof of the keep. Randomly he begins swinging his club at whoever happens to be closest, bellowing the whole time. Only one archer lives, but the troll only finds his arrows a nuisance. Another group comes up through the tower opposite and, seeing the troll, begins to question the wisdom of fighting. Shortly after them another arrives, in the opposite corner. He advances on me slowly, like he's enjoying the moment of the kill. "Come here, little man," he rumbles. His voice is croaky and low. "You die now." I dodge one of his blows and hit the inside of his knee with the spike of my hammer. He screeches curses and thrashes about. I only barely evade the first strike, but the second nicks my shoulder and I fly towards the edge. I sit up, dazed, leaning on the crenellations that overlook the city. I struggle to stand and make it just as the troll zones in on me and opens his mouth to bellow. Despite my dizziness, I make this the best knife I have ever thrown. The knife leaves my hand as he begins to charge, holding his club high, his mouth wide open in a horrible roar. There's a choking noise as the roar stops abruptly and the knife embeds itself in the back of his mouth. The club flies forward and off the edge as he goes limp with a crash. His momentum carries him forward and I am forced to dive out of the way as his head smashes into the crenellations and he somersaults over the edge to his death. I wipe blood from my lip as the fifth group comes up on the roof, Genevieve leading them. "What are you standing around for?" She yells to no one in particular. "Light the beacon." Her broadsword's edge is splattered with crimson. Several men run towards the tallest tower and disappear inside. "I see you're still alive," she observes. "If a little beaten up." "Troll," I say. "Where is it then?" She questions. "If the mighty troll slayer slew the troll, then where is it?" "Down there." I point towards the crevice in the crenellations, looking down upon her. "Nice try," she says, but I see a little bit of jealousy in her eyes. I take a moment to study the battle that is going on at the front gate of the city. It is difficult to see, as it is still night, but the torches above the gate are lit, and some soldiers carry torches wherever they go. From what I can tell, they have not breached the gate. "They may need help getting through," I say. "Possibly," says Genevieve. It's the first time she ever agrees with me. Suddenly a blaring light shines from the peak of the tower. An enormous fire blazes there, lighting everything on the surrounding mountainside. "There," I say. "The keep is ours. Now to the gate." Few men stay back to guard what we have worked so hard to take. The rest of us run down to the front gate of the keep, where Genevieve gives the order to lift the portcullis. After we hear the loud clack that means it has locked into position, she orders the gates be opened. As soon as the gates allow, we run through into the streets of Terrace. There are few men to oppose us, all of the rest are at the gate. I am startled by what I think is a terrible beast, but after only a moment I see that it is the wrecked carcass of the troll I threw from the top. "We must help them open the gate," I shout. "Whatever we can do." I, with my followers in tow, race around into an alley and run down a less busy, more incognito street. The sound of fighting soon overcomes all others. The Tigner army is in disarray. Most of the soldiers have heard fighting in both directions and do not know what to think of it, and the feeling throws them into a frantic panic. Unfortunately, the same goes with the trolls. The trolls begin beating everything within reach. Arrows pierce them, but they don't know from which side. Swords slash, but from the trolls rearward where they thought only allies stood. It is easy to hammer a way through their scattered men to the front gate. I climb the steps on the right and end up inside the hallway that goes into the right cliff tower. Several men line the halls, but they are quickly dispatched. "How do we open the gate?" Nathaniel shouts. "There's a wheel you turn in the lower levels," I yell, pointing towards the stairwell that will lead us. "It will open the gate." I turn and cross weapons with another foe, quickly throwing him down. "Go!" I yell. "I will make sure no one follows you down." Jericho and Nathaniel run down the stairs. I hear fighting. "Help them," I tell Gunther and Percival. "They won't get past me." "I know," Gunther says with the hint of a smile. Then both run down into the stairwell. Some of my men still stand next to me and fight. Watching me seems to give them strength of their own, and they fight like beasts. "Cadmus!" Gunther yells from the stairwell. "The wheel is blocked. There's no way to open the gate." By this time the shock of our presence behind the gate has worn off of the Tigner soldiers, at least for the most part. Though they still do not know how we did it, they know that we are enemies. "Cover me!" I roar. Then I turn and dart down the stairs. Part of the right wall is caved in, but additional rock from the cliff has fallen to fill it in. Rubble is strewn everywhere, and in the middle, the wheel has been broken from its axle. Even if it was still attached, the damage done to the wheel would render it unusable. Our catapults must have hit it, I infer. But why isn't the gate down? Don't know, Percival says, but we have to do it fast. The mechanism, I mutter. I study the floor where the axle of the wheel enters the stonework. Chains trail from the axle to holes in the wall, where I assume they must connect to the gate. I smash the remains of the axle and free the chains, and then take the cold steel. Hold it here, I command. We line up along the chain, and on my mark we pull. I hear the groan of wood and the scrap of steel on stone. The chain moves as we pull, and there's a roar of triumph from outside. It's working, Nathaniel says. Of course it's working, pull, I retaliate with a short breath. Hey! Someone yells. Don't stop, I urge, letting go of the chain. We must open the gate. They only nod. I hammer the soldier that had opposed my opening of the gate. He lies lifeless, and I move on to the next. Percival grunts with the strain, and Gunther slips on the chain. Don't stop, I urge again. I will protect you. Then I leap up the stairs, and the battle resumes. I am pleased to see that many of my men still fight valiantly. Their morale raises when I rejoin them and fight by their side. You, suddenly says a voice. The voice is ominous. A familiar clomp echoes in the carved room, followed by another. Then he steps down from the stairs that lead into the cliff tower. The torchlight casts a flickering shadow of his figure onto the wall. You, he says. He's clad in shining steel armor, with a billowing orange cloak and an orange plume on the top of his helmet. A scratch distorts the helm where Jarl Hralfr had hit him only a few weeks before. His enormous claymore sits in his hand, ready for use. One of my men shoots an arrow at him, but he blocks it with an inhuman movement of his sword. Kill them all, but him, he says. Leave him to me. My men engage with his men, each fighting for their lives. Me? I question. You are the one who escaped that night, he clarifies. You are the one who led the escape that tore Lord Jarl Hralfr from my hands. You are the one they say fights like a dragon. How do you know? He points. You are missing 2 fingers on your left hand. And your size. It's not often I see someone as big as you. I see, I say. You give them hope. And that's why I have to kill you. Almost with inhuman speed he swings the great claymore, and I barely have time to block. I don't have time to recover before he throws another blow, which I dodge only by falling backward as quickly as I can. By the time he swings again I have regained my balance, and am ready for the next blow. Not only do I block, but I counter. He sidesteps and jabs, but I twist his sword to the side and make to slam in his helmet. Our weapons collide and lock. Our faces are no more than a foot apart. Who are you? I seethe. Then he throws me off and the fight continues. One of my men steps in and my enemy temporarily steps away from me to take care of the nuisance. I am unable to help the soldier. Tyrannus! I hear. Genevieve stands behind him, holding her broadsword. She charges and the fight continues. Slowly our battle brings us out of the tunnels and out onto the wall above the gate. Firelight flickers from the enormous torches, lighting the wall though the sun is still set. He is able to block every stroke we throw at him, though we attack from different sides. His blows are few and far between, but only one proves effective. He slices Genevieve's outer left thigh. She emits a cry of pain, and as she falls, her head hits the ground hard and she goes unconscious. I am upon him, however, and he is forced to turn away from her. You will die, he says as he counters one of my blows. As will all of your family. Rage pumps through my blood and my hammer comes down harder than it ever has before. He is surprised by the sudden force, but after it comes another, and another. I catch the blade of his sword with the spike of my hammer and twist it from his grip. As the sword flies toward me I spin to catch it in my left hand, and then I bring it down on his left arm. He howls and drops to his knees as his forearm falls to the floor. With his other hand he clutches the bloody stump that now serves as his hand. I have already lost my father, I say, pointing both weapons at him. And I don't plan to lose any more. He says nothing more, but dies silently beneath his own sword. In disgust I drop his sword and heft my hammer in both hands. I turn to find that my men have risen victorious over their opponents. A creak emanates from the gate, and then a bang. It's open. One of the soldiers cries. Somebody get her to safety, I command, gesturing to Genevieve on the ground. Everyone else, stand strong with me. We have a battle to win. Our forces flood into Terrace. The Tigner army, attacked from both sides and leaderless, panics. Some men who had watched me smite down their leader simply turn tail and run, dropping their weapons in the road. I run into the mountain tunnel again and reunite with my friends and brothers. I believe we've won, I say. Jarl Hralfr stands on top of the wall, commanding all of Tigner's men to drop their weapons. If they do, they are promised their life. All oblige. The trolls, being morons by nature, take a little more persuasion. They too, however, eventually drop their weapons. The prisoners are compelled to help clean up the mess. Most of the bodies are simply dumped off the bridge and into the river far below. I stand next to the Jarl on the wall. You did this? He says, referring to the lifeless body of Tyrannus on the ground. By this time the sun is rising and the carnage is easier to observe. Yes, I respond. Once again you stun me, Cadmus. He was a mighty warrior. What became of Commander Magnus? He wounded her and she went unconscious. I told a few men to get her to safety, but I don't know where they took her. You know what you are? Asks the Jarl. I shrug. A warrior? A captain, the Jarl smiles. I can't, I say. I haven't sworn the oath yet. The Jarl nods. True. Today you will probably want some good food and rest, am I correct? Of course. Then let us plan on tomorrow. Come into the keep tomorrow and you can take the oath then. Then we will have a feast. The city is ours again. He claps me on the back. Why couldn't you get through the gate? I ask. I know you brought catapults. They built ballistae on the tops of the cliff towers, he responds. Their bolts broke our catapults in only a few shots. Oh, I reply lamely. Well, I must go check on Commander Magnus. I will plan on seeing you tomorrow. Yes, sir. Then he leaves. Mother. I think. Gunther and Nathaniel are next to me and I'm sure are thinking the same thing. We look forward to and dread what this meeting will bring. We drag our feet as we walk towards Gunther's house, which lies towards the outer northern edge of the city. Though we are excited to see Mother, we are not happy to be the envoy of heartrending news. Finally we stand at the door. Gunther, because it is his house, simply opens the door and we file in somberly. Mother, once she realizes who it is, beams at each of us and runs to us, hugging each of us multiple times, saying things like, "Oh, my boys. I thought I'd never see you again. I was sure you'd gone and died in battle. Oh, but you're here and alive. Oh, my boys." Ethan and Nicholas are almost equally as excited to see us. Then Mother steps back. Her face grows concerned. "Where's your father?" she asks. None of us answer. She asks again, "Where is your father?" Gunther steps forward and rests his hand on her shoulder. He has tears in his eyes. "Daddy?" says Nicholas, looking around confusedly. "He did not come back," Gunther whispers to Mother. She stares at Gunther in shock. Then she looks to me and Nathaniel as if one of us is going to shout "Gotcha," and Father will run in the door. I look at the floor. "No," Mother whispers. "No," she turns her gaze back to Gunther, who simply nods. Then she begins to cry. Gunther holds our mother tightly. At first only a few tears fall, but as they come they exponentially multiply until she is sobbing uncontrollably. "My Cadmus," she says. "My Cadmus." Ethan realizes what is happening but Nicholas looks around, puzzled. "Why are you crying?" Nicholas asks Ethan. "Oh," Mother says, bending down and holding her smallest son. "What does Gunther mean Daddy won't be coming back?" he says over Mother's shoulder. His little innocent voice pierces knives into my heart. She comes away from him, but holds him by the shoulders. "Father's gone away for a while," she says, lacking the heart to tell him otherwise. "When will he be back?" She begins sobbing again and holds Nicholas tightly. "It's okay," he says. "We'll see him when he comes back." Mother only cries harder. We give her a few minutes before saying anything. Mother breaks the not-so-silent silence by asking quietly, "How did he go?" I glance at Nicholas and say, "It was peaceful, but..." She almost begins crying again but takes hold of herself and forces herself to stop. "Nicholas?" she asks, crouching down to his level. "Can you do me a favor? Are you big and strong enough to do it?" Nicholas nods and flexes his little muscles. Mother laughs softly with tears dripping from her eyes. "Can you run into the cellar and bring me a little sack of flour? I need to bake some bread for supper tonight." Nicholas nods and runs into the back room, where I assume there must be a trapdoor into the cellar. Before she begins crying again, she stands and repeats one word, how? He took an arrow, I say. But the arrow didn't kill him. The wound got infected and he struggled with it for days. His passing was peaceful. He was able to give us each a few words before he left. She chokes, where is he buried? Above the falls in the living vale. Jarl Hralfr was willing to have a small tomb built in the cavern. Nothing will disturb him there. She nods briskly. As Nicholas comes back in with a little bag of flour, she manages to compose herself and takes it when he hands it to her. Thank you, she says. Know that I will avenge him, I say bitterly. All servants of those who dared take his life. They will die under me. My mother looks at me, alarmed. She has no words to describe her feeling, but she does say, you're going back out there? I nod. Her face falls even further. She can barely say one word. Why? Because it's my duty, I respond. I must not allow this destruction to advance. Nathaniel looks up guiltily. I'm going with him, he says. She only says, I have already lost your father. Do I have to lose you too? You will not lose me, I respond. I will return. There's an awkward silence. I'm in need of a very long nap, mutters Gunther. But first I shall have a large breakfast, I think. And a bath, I say enthusiastically. Agreed, pipes Nathaniel. Where will you stay? Asks Mother. Well, this is my house, answers Gunther as he pulls a little barrel of dried apricots from the small pantry. Cadmus and Nathaniel may stay if they want. We have no bed, I say. But the barracks in the keep has plenty. I'll stay there. And I'll go with you, says Nathaniel. First stay and eat, says Gunther. And so we do, taking turns napping on Gunther's bed. Each of us takes a long well-deserved bath in the little bathroom off to the side, using water heated up over the fire. I have just lain down in pristinely clean clothes when there's a frantic sudden knock at the door. The door opens and I hear a scream, but it is a scream of joy rather than a scream of terror. I roll out of the bed and walk to the main room where Gunther and Rachel are making their engagement very apparent by attempting to eat each other's faces. Suppressing a laugh, I walk back to the bed before Nathaniel steals it from me. For the night, Nathaniel and I go back to the keep and sleep in the barracks. That's where I see James, Percival, and Jericho again. We're all so tired, however, that we simply acknowledge each other's presence and go to sleep. The next morning, during breakfast, is when we catch up. I hug James and congratulate him on living. Living's nothing, he says. What did you do this time? I let us through the keep, I say. Nothing too big. That's a load of dingflies, Percival butts in. He killed another troll and took on the enemy commander. James raises an eyebrow at me. I told you you were Trollslayer, he says. The commander? What was his name? Tyranny or something? Tyrannus, I correct. You kill him? I nod. With his own sword, I say darkly. Oh, I didn't know that, says Percival, intrigued. Both of James's eyebrows go up. How'd you manage that? He asks me. Same way I manage anything anymore, I say. Jarl Hralfr enters the room and walks to me. He rests his hand on my shoulder and says, when did you want to take the oath? The oath? Questions James. To become a true soldier, explains the Jarl, you must take the oath. Have you not? Every one of us shakes our head. Well then we'll have some hearty additions to the army today, won't we? Whenever you are finished you can come find me and we will take care of it. I thought you said it needed to be done in the throne room, I question. This is the throne room, he replies. Or was. Once upon a time. It's not so much a throne room as it is a dining room. The ceiling is high and arched. 2 rows of pillars stand on each side of the room, almost splitting it into 3 separate halls. In the middle sits a large decorated chair, hardly a throne. It sits at the head of a long table, along which we and many other sodders sit. Behind the pillars on each side sit smaller tables, some with maps similar to the one Jarl Chun possesses in Stormguard. Well, I'm done, I say, standing. And I, agrees Percival. Nathaniel stands and pushes away his empty plate as Jericho belches. James stares sadly at the remnants of the food on his plate. I guess I'm done too. You can finish later, says the Jarl. It will only take a minute or two. He leads us down the table and past the throne-like chair. Why here? Asks James. Because it's tradition, answers the Jarl. That's really the only reason. The floor behind the throne is inclined by a flight of about 4 stairs. At the top, the floor evens out again. An enormous banner, brown and emblazoned with the Baron's sword, hangs on the wall behind. The Jarl stands on one side of the banner and positions us on the other. "Do you have your weapons?" he asks. We shake our heads. "No matter," he continues. "It's only a minor part of the ceremony, and an unimportant one at that." He eyes the sling James wears. "You sure you can fight?" James replies, "Give me about a month. I'll stand with you until then, but as soon as I am able, I will fight." The Jarl smiles. "Good. Repeat after me." We accept his instruction. "I, Jarl Hralfr." We repeat, but substitute our own names in for his. That is, except for James, who quickly realizes his mistake and says his own name. "Do swear fealty to the clan of Gilgal and all of its authorized leaders." We repeat. "And offer myself as a protector of its values, to the death." I punch the last few words a little too hard, while the others seem almost reluctant to say them. "And take upon myself all honor and responsibilities that calling holds." We echo him like a chorus. "All hail Gilgal," he finishes. We repeat. He nods. "There. You are official soldiers." We don't move. The Jarl stands across from us awkwardly. After a second, James leans over and looks at his plate sitting alone on the table. He points to it and begins, "Can I dash?" "Yes, go," says the Jarl. All four of us scurry from our spot and down to finish our breakfast. Commander Magnus stares at me from further down the table. "You weren't even a soldier yet?" "Just ignore her," says Percival. "Yeah, I agree. But there's only so much I can endure. That night there is a feast, but I remember little of it. Just about everybody gets drunk. There's lots of food and the Jarl gives a speech about how we fought bravely and reclaimed our city. I leave early with Nathaniel, to visit Gunther and Mother. By the time we get there, Mother is asleep, but our brothers are not. It's hardly evening, so I ask Gunther why Mother has gone to bed so soon. "She's taking it hard," he says without looking up from his book. "Do you know when your regiment is moving out?" 2 days, I say. "We're going to launch a counterattack on Tigner." He nods. "Good. What? Why?" He looks up from his book and gives me a sly look. "Because my wedding is tomorrow," he responds. The information takes a moment to process. As soon as the words make it through my ear and into my brain, I exclaim, "Right. I forgot." He shushes me and reminds me the mother is sleeping. "Right," I say quietly. "I forgot that too." He wears a smile like a mischievous child. "What's that about?" I ask. "What's what about?" He retaliates. That goofy smirk. "I'm getting married." "You'll know when you get married." "That's assuming I survive this war," I say quietly. "You will," he says. "You just need to find a girl to wait for you till you come back. Rachel has a sister, you know." "Not interested," I reply at once. "You'll meet her tomorrow at the wedding," he continues, ignoring my comment. "You are coming, right? Not if you're trying to hook me up with your bride's sister." He shakes his head. "Fine. I'm unsatisfied." "Where is it?" I ask. "Just meet me here tomorrow morning. We'll go as a family." He still wears the childish grin as I leave his home to go back to the barracks. Gunther's wedding. The next morning I show up at Gunther's house wearing the most formal thing I own, which happens to be the armor I have acquired from the army. Though slightly uncomfortable, it suits the occasion and it satisfies Mother, even if she wishes I had worn a frilly collared shirt or something. Only the edges of my chainmail shirt show from under my shoulder pads and the padded steel breastplate I wear over it. The shining silver of the armor is wrought with brown designs that curve and twist around Gilgal's crest emblazoned in the middle. I decide not to bring my hammer. Mother seems unusually erratic and elated. Every so often a tear drops from her eyes, but I can't tell if it's one of joy or sadness. She fusses with Gunther's formal shirt for about 5 minutes. She would have gone longer, but Gunther manages to persuade her that it looks fine and even if it didn't nobody is going to care. Nathaniel wears the same outfit I do, and Mother says something about how we're so brutally dressed and wouldn't it be better to wear something like Gunther? I shake my head. Nothing Gunther has will fit me. When she looks accusingly at Nathaniel, he says, "I can't let him be the only one there wearing this, can I?" When he sees Mother about to respond, he adds quickly, "That was rhetorical." She responds anyway, but in a very out-of-character manner. "Very well." Then she walks away quietly. A few moments later, we're walking to the temple on the other side of the city, commonly called Hall of the Gods. Percival and James have joined us. Jericho does not know my brother well, and so has decided not to come. Where's Gunther? I ask, being apparently very unlearned in the art of marrying. He's already at the temple, says Mother quickly, who is wearing a skirt for the first time in probably 2 years. And Rachel is with her family. Oh. We make a sort of little procession to the priest's village. Having never been there, I wonder if there will be a little priest shop that sells funky hoods and little amulets. The square is amazing. In the very center stands an enormous statue of Caeth, who is stretching his arms to the sky. He wears armor only on his legs, but his chest and abdomen seem strong enough to block any sword. My head measures up only to his mid-calf. A temple sits on each corner of the square, each one supporting a different statue of a different god. Where are we going? I ask. That one, says Mother, pointing at the far right corner. Frederick greets us at the door to the temple and shakes each of our hands, speaking to us individually for at least a few seconds. To me, I think he said something along the lines of, "Hello Cadmus, love getting married, I thought it was weird, but you may interpret it how you like. Inside, we sit on 2 rows of 6 benches. At the front of the room stands an altar on a table. Frederick, somehow back to his old self, takes his place behind it with a large smile. Behind him, a statue of Fragile, the goddess of womanhood and marriage, looks down with a smile at the altar. Gunther enters the room from a door on the left. He wears an enormous grin. It's made goofier by the frilled white shirt he's wearing, and I make a mental note to make fun of him for it later. Isn't he handsome, whispers Mother. I notice that her eyes are welling up again, and she is holding up a handkerchief. Gunther stands on the left of the altar, to Frederick's right. Then the front door opens again. She's beautiful. She wears a golden dress that sparkles in the light and a matching circlet on her head. The circlet has a single emerald studded into it. Her rich hair flows down her back, almost to her midriff. Gunther's smile gets bigger, which I didn't actually think was possible. Rachel stands across from Gunther at the altar. I see her gesture to his odd shirt and he shrugs, but doesn't say anything. Rachel's family comes in and sits. Excitedly my mother tries to start a conversation with Rachel's father, but Frederick cuts her short. Today, he starts. We gather here to witness the union of 2 souls, under the authority of Fragile, goddess of marriage. He pauses and looks at Gunther. It is a high responsibility to become a husband and father. He looks at Rachel. A wife and mother. May you help each other in these callings as you. I catch myself starting to doze and reprimand myself. I can't fall asleep during Gunther's wedding. Before I know it, Ethan shakes me awake. Don't snore, he whispers. I look up at the altar and find Frederick is still giving his speech. How long was I out? I mutter. Only a few minutes, he replies. I wish they would hurry this up. I'm getting hungry. I nod in agreement and glance to the right, where one of Rachel's relations, presumably her younger sister, is staring at me. She sees my glance and looks away quickly. I roll my eyes and look back to the front. Gunther Cadmussen, do you swear that you will keep Rachel close to you, and honor the covenants you have made with her this day, to provide and protect, and to carry out all other responsibilities you may have? I swear it. Frederick turns to Rachel. Rachel or his daughter, do you swear that you will stay close to Gunther, and honor the covenants you have made with him this day, to care and to nurture, and to carry out all other responsibilities you may have? I swear it. Her smile is almost as big as Gunther's. Then, by the authority given me by Fragile, I pronounce you husband and wife. Without waiting for Frederick's cue, they reach for each other and kiss. I snort at the sight, and Mother gives me a look. The families mingle. I meet a few of Rachel's brothers, but I don't find them particularly interesting and I want to go home to eat anyway. The girl approaches me. Hi, she says. I'm Sarah. Cadmus, I respond. I offer my hand and she takes it, though she does hang on a little long for my liking. You're Rachel's sister? Yes, she replies. Her fair skin flushes with red as she eyes my breastplate. She's a younger replica of Rachel, but with slightly more slender cheek and jawbones, and she's slightly shorter. I tower over her by well over a foot. You are Gunther's older brother? She clarifies. When I shake my head she continues, oh. Why are you so much bigger than he? I don't know, I respond. I just inherited all the size and more. She giggles. From who? Then I realize that my father is not there. His last words to Gunther play in my head. My only regret is that I was not able to meet your sweetheart. What is her name? Gunther's voice follows his. Rachel. Her name is Rachel. Rachel, father's voice responds. You will make it back to her. I know you will. Then the memory dies and I am facing Sarah. She sees a tear roll down my left cheek, though my eyes have not filled. Stone-faced, I wipe the tear slowly, avoiding eye contact. Her face falls. I'm sorry, she says. Is it your father? Yes, I reply strongly. He is dead. Oh, she whispers. I am sorry. Then she hugs me around the middle. I'm shocked and stand awkwardly, saying nothing. Gunther looks at me from across the room and winks, then laughs at my discomfort in the situation. I give him a glare that says I'll kill him later. Sarah lets go eventually, but keeps her hands on my sides. I suck in my gut a little out of extreme uneasiness. She takes it the wrong way and thinks I'm flexing. You okay? She asks. Her hands move to my shoulders and slip down to my hands, but I recoil immediately and scratch my head with one, and hide the other behind my back. You know, I say. I haven't talked to Gunther yet. I'm going to go, do that. Then I walk briskly away. Gunther snorts when he sees me striding towards him. You are so dead, I whisper in his ear. The relations he had been conversing with give me an odd look, but don't question anything. Gunther suppresses his laughter but lets himself grin. I'm gonna go, says James after talking with Gunther. My family is getting settled here and I want to go spend some time with them before we leave again. Sure, I reply. Trust me, I totally understand. I'd probably better go too then, says Percival. I'd like to spend what little time I have here with my family. I'll see you later then, I say. We eat at Rachel's parents' home. The dining room is certainly big enough, but a few of us have to eat in the den or on the floor for lack of space at the table. Then there's more mingling. Before Sarah can make another move, I, fortunately enough, doze off and take a nap on one of the fur chairs. Mother wakes me. We're going. I mumble something that probably sounded like, "Ungoob." I fully wake up on the way home, and notice that Nathaniel is not there. Where's Nathaniel? I ask. He didn't want to go to Rachel's house for lunch, so he went home, answers Mother. That was an option? She glares at me. Just kidding, her glare forces me to look down. Quickly, I change the subject. Have you found a place here yet? I know she, Ethan, and Nicholas cannot possibly stay with Gunther forever, especially because he's married now. I've been looking the entire time you've been gone, she replies. And we found a house that was vacated because the owners, well. I got it, I say. When are you moving in? Now. We have nothing but for the possessions we brought from our home in Verfith. Because of the previous owner's sudden death and lack of heirs, we can have the furniture. How did you pay for the house? The extra that your father stored away. Gunther refused to let us pay all of it, so he pitched in a little. Is it close to Gunther's? I ask. It's only a few blocks away, she replies. Just the right size for us. I'll accompany you. She nods. Okay. Before Gunther gets home with his bride, we make a stop at his house and pick up what little we have. Then Mother leads me and her 3 younger sons to the house she has claimed. It's small, though slightly larger than Gunther's. Inside, I take a look around. Could use some cleaning up, she says, referring to the dust and some cobwebs. A chandelier hangs in the middle of the dining room, which doubles as the front room. A small table sits right in the middle with 4 humble chairs sitting around it. The fireplace is right behind, with a stone hearth and some cupboards that hold pots and pans. There's a door on each side of the room that lead to a bedroom and a washroom respectively. I don't know how to bring the subject up lightly, so I bluntly say what's on my mind. Mother? Our regiment leaves tomorrow. She's stunned. Her optimism is destroyed and she reverts to the person she was the night before, after we told her of Father's death. Oh, she says quietly. We're here to say goodbye, I say. We leave first thing tomorrow morning and we won't get the chance. Mother holds out her arms as she starts crying again. Both I and Nathaniel find ourselves in her sturdy hug, and she refuses to let go. My boys, she sobs. My boys, Ethan hugs us from the back and even Nicholas clings to our legs. I resist the tears and they lock in my throat. I cannot speak without letting them out. I love you, she weeps. I and Nathaniel echo her words. Finally she and our brothers pull away. We will be victorious, says Nathaniel. We're going to be okay. We will return, I assure her. We will return. My mother pleads with me silently not to go. Silently we slip away from her and out the door. The last thing I see is her face, struggling to stay strong in front of her smallest children. We have to say goodbye to Gunther as well, Nathaniel says, wiping his eyes. I nod. Of course. The sun is getting low. As a part of the Legion, we are supposed to be in the barracks before sundown. We might have to make this quick. At first our knock on the door goes unanswered. The second try, however, brings him to the door. Cadmus. Nathaniel. He says, tucking his shirt in. He opens the door a little wider and asks, what is it? We leave tomorrow, Nathaniel says. You came to say goodbye, Gunther finishes. We nod. He steps outside and closes the door behind him. We stare at each other for an awkward moment. Then all three of us embrace tightly. I'm sorry, says Gunther. I'm sorry. For what? I ask. I'm not coming with you, he says, almost shamefully. I should be out there fighting just as you are. There's no honor where I dash. I cut him off before he can get any farther. There's plenty more honor in what you're doing than what I'm about to do, I interrupt. You have a wife. You'll have children soon. If every man fights, there will be no one left to teach their children. He nods. I suppose you're right. I'll let you know when she's pregnant, okay? You'd better, I reply. And in return you have to promise me you'll come back, he commands. Both of you. Nathaniel says immediately, you will see me again. I tell him what I told our mother. I will return, I pledge. I know, he says. Then he gives us each a final hug. Best of luck, he says as he opens the door. Though I know you won't need it. His smile is the last thing I see before he disappears into his home. We turn and begin down the street towards the keep. Tales of heroes. Commander Magnus wakes us early with assorted yells of profane things I would rather not reiterate. We eat breakfast and then march from the keep, through the streets of Terrace. People open their doors and windows to see the warriors setting out to protect their lives and freedom. Some of them throw flowers into the road in front of us. We have managed to find a sheath of some sort for my hammer. It's more like a ridiculously long quiver than a sheath, with the head of my hammer sticking out above my right shoulder. To unsheath it, all I have to do is grasp it just below the top and pull. I do, however, need help to sheath it again. Throwing knives sit on my belt. Supply carts roll in the back, each pulled by 1 or 2 oxen. As soldiers we only carry our weapons and flasks of water. Percival stands to my left, with Jericho on his other side, and James walks on my right. Their fathers have opted to stay with their families. The gates stand open for us. We pass under the arch and onto the bridge, and then turn right to head south. The terrain changes throughout the day. We slowly come down the mountains and by midday we almost completely level out onto a plain. Pine trees still stand everywhere, though they begin to thin. Always the river runs to our right, though we are traveling upriver. Then we get to the divergence, where the Tigner River branches from the Frevora and runs almost directly east. We have long since come out of the canyon, but the river is still much too wide to cross. There is no need, however. The crossroads has 3 directions: west, over a bridge that spans the Frevora, which will eventually lead south into Cara, directly south, over the Tigner River and into the Kindred Forest, and east, which follows the river's course all the way into the Hyafja Desert. It is this path that we take. At our head marches Commander Magnus, along with Jarl Hralfr. He asked me to march at the head with him, but I refused, preferring instead to march alongside my friends. He accepted. We make camp shortly after the crossroads. Everyone has an assignment. Some put up tents, others begin cooking, and others oversee the whole project. Having never set up an organized military camp before, I'm confused and watch for the first few minutes. What are you doing? It's Magnus. Of course. Hello Genevieve, I say comfortably. Nice to see you too. You're funny, Cadmus, she says. Why aren't you putting up your tent? Waiting to see where it goes, I say without shame. Never set up a camp like this before. I figured as much. And yet I still can't figure out why the Lord Jarl likes a worthless peasant like you. I let the insult roll off my back. Percival seems to get more offended than I do, but he says nothing. That's what I thought, she says, walking away. Get to work. I hate her. So much, James seethes. There's nothing we can do but deal with her, I say softly. It's our lot, I suppose. Then I set about getting the tent up. Camp goes up fairly quickly, it must only take us a half hour, despite the setting in the forest. Then there are fires going as soon as the sun sets. We use logs as chairs. Dinner consists of a stew of some sort. I try not to pay attention to what's in it. We share our campfire with several other soldiers. 2 of them look a little rough, like they've seen battle numerous times. The others seem a little more innocent, but still are battle-worn soldiers. One of them notices James's sling and iron brace on his left arm. "Where'd you get that?" he asks. James isn't as enthusiastic answering the soldier as he was answering the girl in Kara. "Troll," he says. The soldier raises his eyebrows. "How'd you get away without him taking a bite out of you?" "All thanks to them," James says, pointing to his right, where both Percival and I sit. Jericho sits on his left. The soldier looks at Percival. "You? Don't look at me," says Percival. "It was all this guy." He claps me on the back. "One of the darn best knife throws I've ever seen." "You killed it with a knife?" asks another soldier. "No," I clarify. "Just bought us time to grab James and get out." The soldiers are less impressed. One of them looks at me with the glint of remembrance in his eye. "But you killed another one, didn't ya?" I nod, looking into the fire. "You were the chap on the wall. You showed that troll the city wasn't going to be so easily taken," he exclaims. A couple of the other soldiers remember as well. "The guy with the hammer," says one. "You gave that brute a wallop, didn't you?" "And that's not the only one he killed," adds James. "Tell him, Cadmus." I shake my head and look at the ground with an embarrassed smile. My cheeks are going red as my friends praise me and the soldiers go silent to listen. Percival butts in, "I'll tell them." Everyone looks to him. He starts, "There was the one in the street, behind the gate. You gave him a knife right in the skull when he charged you and floored him." "Then the one on the keep," says Jericho. "That was amazing." "I didn't know about that," says James. "Do tell." "I just got his attention and got him to charge me," I interrupt. "Then I hit him and he fell off the keep." One of the guards has the hint of a smile on his face. "And yet here you sit, dot. Not to mention Commander Tyrannus," Percival puts in slyly. "How do you even know that was him?" Once again, Genevieve has managed to pop in at the right time. I turn and look her in the eye. "Excuse me? How do I even know it was you that killed him?" She reiterates. "You don't believe?" I ask. "I saw it," says one of the soldiers. "Took off the commander's arm and smote him dead with his own sword." "I won't believe what I can't see," she says angrily. Then she delivers the message she came to bear: "Get to bed soon. We march as early as we are able." As she walks off, most of the soldiers get up and walk into their tents. I stay, and Percival stays with me. Jericho and James walk into our tent. The Jarl makes his way to our glowing fire. He stands for a moment and then says, "Can I sit?" "Of course," I say, scooting over on my sideways tree. He sits and says, "I don't know if you know yet, but we're going to Amjad." I nod. "Things get around quick here," I reply. "And my offer still stands," he says. I shake my head. Magnus would rage. The Jarl agrees. "Be that as it may, you shouldn't let that govern your decision." I haven't. It's hard enough for me to be a soldier. It would be harder still for me to lead. He hesitates. "Very well." Then he rises and echoes Genevieve's counsel. "You should get to bed. We have a march ahead of us yet." The next day we are completely out of the mountains and on a flat rocky plain much like the road to Kara. The river carves a straight course east. There are few trees. To the right, across the river and a few miles south, we can see the kindred forest. In the flat terrain we make good time. By the end of the second day, we have almost reached the point where the Tigner River begins to flow southeast. My sleep is troubled that night. I relive my father's death in my dreams and start awake just before dawn. I'm in a cold sweat and holding the knife I keep next to my bedroll. Knowing I will not be able to get back to sleep, I rise and dress. The morning is cold. I wear my traveling cloak over the top of my armor, but it does little to warm me. In the twilight I walk, thinking. Reliving. Thinking of what could have, or might have been. Shortly, the army comes to life. That day we follow the curve of the Tigner River, which cuts through the kindred forest, and the road sticks close by. We make camp just outside the forest. That night, after dinner, I go off into the trees with my hammer on my back. I stare around for a moment. Then I unsheath and heft my hammer, studying its head and spike. Slowly I bring it up and hold it level with my shoulder, positioning the head carefully against the nearest tree. Then I begin. Rage begins to churn through me again. Rage at Tigner. Rage at myself. Rage at anyone to threaten me or my quest. I remember my father. I picture his face. I will not forget it. I cannot let myself. I only stop when I hear someone behind me. I turn and ready my hammer. Who goes? The soldier stands, and then I remember. I'm in a forest next to our camp. There are no enemies around. Only friends. I lower my hammer and walk briskly away. Did you really do what you say you did? The soldier questions. I stop. Then I say darkly, what do you think? My footsteps are harsh on the forest ground. The forest is rocky, much like the plain that we just crossed. The trees are not very tall, but they're hardy and strong, and very dark green. We stop around mid-afternoon. Here, the Jarl says. Amjad is only a day's march away. Some of our scouts run forward, to the city. As far as we know, they have not discovered our army. How do you plan to breach the gate? I ask the Jarl. Catapults, he answers. Some soldiers and 5 catapults joined us from Kara at the crossroads. Any ladders? I ask. Not many, he answers. I'm relying on our catapults to do the work for us. Ah. Is there anything I should know about Amjad? It's a military city. It will be heavily guarded and difficult to breach. Let me know when the scouts return, I ask. If you would. He raises an eyebrow. For not being a captain, you are acting a lot like one. I shake my head and repeat, if you would. He nods and replies, I can. You are still my advisor. Good. I look forward to it. I walk to the tent I share with Nathaniel, Percival, James, and Jericho. They are already there. Nathaniel sits cross-legged on his bedroll, and I copy him on my own bedroll. He pulls a weapon from his belt, over a foot long. It takes a moment for me to recognize it because of the dim light, but the craftsmanship is unmistakable. That's the knife I made for you, I say. He studies it, the blade glinting from the firelight outside our tent. Yes, he murmurs. Everything is quiet. I miss him, whispers Nathaniel. His lip begins to shake. Me too, I respond softly. Me too. Nathaniel gets control of himself after the first tear falls. Then he puts the knife away, rolls over, and tries to get some sleep. What made your fathers stay home? I ask. It seems like we could use all the soldiers we can get. Mine's getting too old, says Jericho. He himself said he had seen too many winters to go to battle. Percival answers, my father stayed to be with my family. I have many small siblings. Mother would be lost without him. I accept their reasons with a nod when I hear James snore loudly. The night is tense, but we sleep all that we can. In the morning we eat and wait. Early, a soldier runs through the camp and gets my attention. The scouts have returned, he says. The Jarl sent for you. I hurry to the largest tent in the middle of the camp. Nathaniel follows, but the others have stayed at our tent. A guard opens the tent for me, but won't allow Nathaniel inside. My brother looks at me for help. It's okay, I say. Just wait here. He concedes and waits by the door. Jarl Hralfr stands behind a small table, on which lies a detailed map of Amjad. Genevieve stands on his left, next to the table. 4 men stand on the other side, and they seem slightly out of breath. Cadmus. Hralfr greets. Good. I take the place directly across the table from him. Then he looks at the 4 men and says, you may begin. There are many of them, one of the scouts says at once. At least 4 times more than we had predicted. The Jarl's face contorts. How many? They outnumber us 3 to 1, sir. They have about 4,000, from what we could tell, sir. Then siege is suicide, mutters Commander Magnus. Yes, thank you, the Jarl says sarcastically, glancing at her. She bows her head submissively. What of Jarl there, dot? He leads them, sir, says the 3rd scout. Trolls? Asks the Jarl. Very few, says the scout. The Jarl sags into a chair and rubs his well-kempt beard. Attack and we are dead men, he says. But retreat back to Terrace empty-handed? Ask Mohanri for 3,000 men? Even then the score will not be even. We will lose many trying to penetrate its walls, and even if we do they will destroy us from inside the Acropolis. Acropolis? I wonder. Surprise attack, suggests Magnus. Do they know we are here? We can march on the walls at night. An entire army? Argues the Jarl. Even with the cover of the trees we will be discovered, assuming we are not discovered now. I have an idea. Then we send only a few. He raises an eyebrow at me. I take it as permission to continue. We can send somebody to infiltrate the city. It doesn't matter if they walk in the front gate or climb over the wall. Instantly I am interrupted. A few against 4,000? Questions Magnus. That's asking for death. The numbers won't matter if we play it right, I counter. What do you mean if we play it right? I mean everything doesn't have to be a bloodbath, I say coolly. They like ale, correct? Whoever we send in buys out the local brewery, and plants barrels of ale in every guard tower we can. They get drunk, we open the gate from the inside, and when they wake up they find their city overrun. Who would be idiot enough to dash? Silence, the Jarl cuts her off. I agree with Cadmus. She's shocked. You can't be serious. Last time he had an outrageous idea, it worked, counters the Jarl. It's the best idea I've heard so far. Magnus is fuming. Who can we send in that can do all that? I will, I say immediately. I can do it. How are you going to get in? Fumes Genevieve. You can't just walk in the front gate. Not wearing this, I can't. Will you be armed? I'll have to leave my hammer behind. She stares at me like I'm an idiot, which I may have to be for this to work. Would you like companions? Asks the Jarl. I'm sure a couple of my friends will volunteer, I say. But I'm going to need all of our ale and a supply cart. Infiltration. You did what now? Asks Nathaniel. We're in our tent, and I'm halfway through explaining to them what I got myself into. So far they haven't warmed up to the idea so well. I volunteered to infiltrate the city, I say. And what else? He urges. And get all the guards drunk and open the gate while they're sleeping. Are you out of your mind? Asks James, almost like he actually thinks I might be. Well, I'm in, says Percival. I'm right behind you. I may be doing something stupid, but I'm doing it anyway, agrees Jericho. Nathaniel simply nods his consent. Sorry, says James. I'd come if I could fight, but if you get discovered I'm kinda dead. We won't, I say. But we understand. We'll think about you while you're nice and safe out here. He tries to figure out what I mean, but gives up after a moment. What's the plan? Asks Jericho. Specifically? About an hour later we're driving one of our supply carts, loaded with ale. We move slower than I would like, but the oxen aren't going to go much faster. We wear no armor and the only weapons we carry are daggers. I've managed to hide a few throwing knives underneath my shirt. Are you kidding me? Jericho says, irritated. We're dressed in less than mediocre clothing, to fit the disguise, and he apparently finds it extremely uncomfortable. No, I'm not, I answer. We turn a corner and I get my first glimpse of Amjad. It's a tall city. A plateau-like structure rises out of the ground, upon which the city is built. As a result, the walls appear twice as high and formidable. An enormous arch sits at the bottom of the incline, the walls like cliffs descending the sides of the plateau to meet with it. A road leads up to the main gate that sits at the top of the incline. A large towering fortress rises from the center of the city, but where we are we can only see the highest towers. To the right, an enormous bridge spans the distance from the south gate, over the river, to a similar plateau where stands a malicious-looking watchtower. The pines of the forest surround the city to the base of the plateau, some even have managed to grow on the rocky cliffs of the plateau, but they are short and scraggly. We pass under the huge arch and into an enormous inclined courtyard-like area. The walls slope with the incline of the plateau along each side of the area, to the main gate. The oxen pull the cart up the steep road with ease, though they are thankful when the ground evens out again and we lumber up to the front gate. The gates are square and about 20 feet high, made of thick layers of wood and reinforced with steel plates. Towers stand on either side of them, and guards watch from the crenellated top. We stop at the gates and a guard yells down, "What business have you in the city of Amjad?" We bring a shipment of ale requested by Jarl there, I call skyward. They converse. We were not told of any such shipment, the spokesman responds. Have you the papers? Dingflies, mutters Nathaniel. I elbow him and pretend to look about for them. When I, of course, don't find anything, I yell back up to them, "Oh, the owner forgot to send one with me. I'll take the shipment back, then, if you need." I take the reins and begin to turn the cart around when the guard yells, "No, wait. One of my colleagues told me he was expecting this shipment. The papers won't be necessary. Who is to pay for the transaction?" It is already paid in full, I reply. There's a bang from behind the gate and the sound of metal clicking on metal. There's another bang, and then the sound stops and the gates roll open with a loud creak. Once our cart rumbles into the city, the gates close behind us. I turn back to see the clicking and banging had been 4 huge rectangular wooden planks, lined with steel, that are drawn across the gate by mechanisms in the towers to the sides. They set into place, locking the gate with yet another bang. That was genius, whispers Jericho. How'd you know that would work? I didn't, I reply. Well, it got us in, he says. That's not the hard part, though, Percival says softly. Tigner's soldiers are everywhere. Some patrol the streets, some drink in the bars, and some just stand there watching. Their armor is all the same, dark gray, with an orange insignia of a scorpion on their helmets. Their helms are simple, leaving all of their face but their cheeks, mouth, and nose uncovered. Almost all carry swords on their belts and shields on their backs. Most of them are wooden diamond shields, with steel linings and the insignia outlined in steel in the very middle. Only the soldiers positioned on the walls have bows. I stop the cart and look at the nearest guard. Excuse me? What do you want? He says, obviously extremely annoyed at something, if not me. Can you point us towards the guardhouse? I ask. He nods, eyeing our load of tantalizing alcohol. There's one on each side of the city, he responds, a little friendlier. But you can drop it all off here at this one. I can make sure it gets round. I acknowledge his suggestion. Where is it? There, that building, he says, pointing to the building across the street. Thank you, I respond. Then I turn the oxen to pull the cart next to the chosen building. We're really gonna drop it all here? Asks Jericho. Of course not, I mutter. I just didn't want to argue with him, . How do we want to do this? Asks Percival. Just walk in and put it down? They'll do it for us, I say quietly, referring to the guards walking towards the cart. This ale for us? One of them asks. Some of it, I reply. Good, says the other, moving towards it. Even if you said no, we would have had to take it from you. They help us unload about 7 waist-high barrels. They go for more, but I step in the way and say, sorry, we've got a couple of stops to make. We'll need all the rest. One guard tries to stare holes in me, but the other shrugs. Finally the other joins him. Very well, then. They roll the barrels on their edges one by one into the guardhouse as we get back on the cart and drive away, towards the citadel. The city is enthrallingly built. The citadel in the center, the Acropolis, is tiered like a cake, with 4 levels. The first is easily 4 stories high, and quite circular. The second is much the same. The third level, however, is much more erratic. The one form dominates the entire structure, an enormous tower standing to the sky from the first tier, connected to every other tier with all sorts of halls, bridges, and archways. For vast bridges span the distance from the first tier of the citadel to the surrounding wall in each of the compass directions, casting their enormous shadows across houses and markets along the way. Equally titanic supports rise from the ground underneath the bridges to hold them up and, I'm assuming, to provide shortcuts onto the bridges. This whole city is an enormous fortress, observes Percival. And we're in the courtyard. Soldiers turn their heads to watch the cart stocked full of barrels of ale. I hope this works, I mutter. I turn the cart to head towards the left wall. Already shadows are getting longer as the day waxes on. All according to plan, of course. Where are we going, exactly? Asks Nathaniel as we pass a particularly malevolent soldier. Delivering the ale, I respond, careful not to look at the guard. The guardhouse, remember? Then I look to him and nod as we pass. He shakes his head and continues down the street. The dwellings here are enormous, but each one houses multiple families. Almost all have second stories and some even have 3, with stairs along the wall leading to doors on each level. Every family must have their own house inside a much bigger house. Consequently, the roads are more shadowy in the residential areas of the city. The hooves of the oxen clack loudly on the street. Some rambunctious children play off to the side of the road, play fighting with wooden swords or sticks. It's the usual hubbub of a city. How do you know where they are? Nathaniel asks. I'm guessing, I say. The last guardhouse was next to one of those enormous supports holding up one of the overpasses. That guard said there was one on every side of the city, so I'm assuming that means there's one underneath every overpass. My hypothesis proves correct. When we reach the intersection of the 4-story high overpass and the wall, sure enough a guardhouse sits between the support and the wall. The guard leaning against the wall helps us unload 7 barrels in much the same way that the first guards did. When we ride away, the oxen are able to walk a little faster. We travel under the bridge that leads into the Acropolis and I study it. Every bridge is easily wide enough for our cart to travel along it, though getting up would be a problem, if not impossible. The bridges are crenellated and probably a valuable vantage point for archers in the case of an attack. A portcullis stands at each of the 4 entrances from the bridges into the citadel. Penetrating the Acropolis may be much more difficult than any of us had envisioned. The third guardhouse goes much the same as the 2 before, with no trouble. The guards put their love of ale before their doubt, if there is any doubt to be had. The fourth sits to the right of the south gate that leads onto the bridge over the river and into the forest. This gate is smaller than the main gate, though it is the same shape and material. It's just as well guarded as the main gate, if not better. The sun is beginning to set as we unload the barrels of ale into the guardhouse. The sky turns orange and the clouds streak with color. I am reminded vividly of the same scene I had observed back in Verfith about a month earlier. It's incredible to me how much time has passed since my adventure began with the attack on our little town. There are yells of pleasure from inside the guardhouse when the guards see barrels of ale finding their way into the barracks. That's a good sign, Nathaniel mutters. I hear a loud clank and somebody yells, "Break one of them open, let's give it a try." More yells follow it and there are more clanks. That's an even better one, I say. Even with all that ale, there's no way we'll get all the guards, says Jericho as we get back on the cart and ride towards the front gate. You'd be surprised, responds Percival. I wouldn't be, if I saw them abandon their posts to get a drink before everyone else drinks it all. Jericho nods. But 4,000? Most of them are probably garrisoned in the citadel, I say. And it is nighttime, so chances are most of them will be asleep. This might be easier than we had imagined. Never say that, Percival says. Never say that. As we make our way back towards the front gate, the city begins to light up with torches. Orange firelight flickers at intervals down the streets. The Acropolis is an even more menacing sight with its form lit against the dark sky. Shadows flicker with every torch, giving the entire structure an eerie aura. They won't let us out, I say. We'll just have to park this somewhere. We decide that in an alley is a good idea. It's up against the wall of a nearby building and we keep the oxen hitched up so as not to lose them. The main gate stands only a few blocks away. Just as we had hoped, the guards are few and far between. Those that are supposed to be on duty are drinking with their friends before their claim is consumed. I'm hoping to do this with as little bloodshed as possible, I whisper. But I think I'm going to need a hammer. Or a sword, mutters Percival. Or a sword, I concede. But we still won't be able to open the gate until they're all either asleep or dead, Nathaniel says. It's too loud. And we'll need to figure out how anyway, I say. Something as big as those would be really difficult to push, The gates come into sight around the corner, but we stay behind one of the adjacent buildings. A few guards still stand atop the gate. We can faintly hear them arguing. It's not like we're doing anything up here. One of them argues. We have to stay at our post, says the second. It's our duty. What if dash? What if this, what if that, the first interrupts. We've stood on this wall for 96 nights in a row and nothing's happened. Ever. Well, there was this time when dash. That doesn't count, the first cuts off again. Back me up here. The third raises his hands like he wants to be left out of it. I agree with him, he says reluctantly, pointing to the first. I'd like a drink before the mutts down there decide to drink it all. And nothing's happened for months. So what if they retook Terrace? Why does that mean I can't have a drink tonight? The second guard shakes his head. Fine. Fine. Go, drink your hearts out. When the captain comes and finds you're asleep on the floor drunk, I'll still be here, and I won't have a licking to face. He turns about and stares off into the distance, where our army lies in wait, scattered in the trees. The others shrug and walk off into the nearest tower. The lone guard fumes for a moment, obviously at war with himself. A yell from the tower comes, the captain's challenged you to a drinking game. Roars of laughter follow. The guard shakes his head and moves about, agitated. Finally, after another minute of indecision, he yells, "Oh, give me one of those." Then he disappears into the tower. That worked incredibly well, comments James. How long should it take for them to fall asleep? Nathaniel asks. Not long, Jericho answers. Sometimes my dad would come home drunker than fish swimming in wine. He was really easygoing and would fall asleep in his chair within minutes on a good night. Let's find some weapons, then, while we're waiting, I suggest. I fear we may need them to overtake the Acropolis. Good idea, Nathaniel compliments. But we may have to wait for them to get to sleep. I'd imagine most of the weapons are in there. True, I admit. The guards stay true to Jericho's word. In only a few minutes, the laughter is starting to subside and is replaced with loud snoring. I hear some glass breaking and figure one of them must have started a fight. We didn't give them bottles, says Jericho in confusion. They might have dug into their own stores, I explain. The more the merrier, right? Especially in this context, he mutters. Let's go, I command. We sneak around the guardhouse and peer in one of the windows. Sure enough, most of them are asleep. Those that aren't sleeping are dozing. Inside, I say, opening the door with a creak and holding it open for the others. Then I follow them in. One of the guards, apparently still at least conscious, stands from his chair and unsheathes his sword. You wanna get a taste of this? He swings his sword dangerously and wobbles about, spins around, and keels over backwards. His tankard falls out of his hand and spills on the ground as his sword hits the ground with a clatter. He okay? Nathaniel asks, a little concerned. Yep, I answer when he snores. He's just going to have an enormous headache in the morning. The room we have entered into has, or had, I should say, a square table in the center with a chair on each side. The table still sits there innocently, but its chairs are scattered about the room and one of them is missing two legs, one of which a guard is gripping tightly, his other hand holding his tankard. Along the wall to the right stands a weapon rack, but it's lined with unlit torches instead of weapons. There's a door to the left, but I infer that it must lead into the support and eventually to the top of the bridge. A staircase rises on the right side of the room, but we ignore it for now, hurrying through the door on the other side of the room. I'm glad to see that we have found the armory. Or, at least, a small one. A couple of suits of armor hang on wooden mannequin-like structures, and there are a few racks of weapons and shields. Quickly we don the armor and strap some swords to our belts. I choose a long broadsword, and Nathaniel picks up a bow. He takes a few test shots at the dummy on the wall to assess the individuality of the bow, and then decides it is worth keeping. Quickly we check the second floor of the guardhouse and find an empty bunkroom and an office with stacks of parchment, an inkwell, and some quills atop a desk. There's nothing of importance. I and Jericho each take a torch on the way out, lighting them with one of the torches outside. Now how on earth do we open the gate? Nathaniel wonders aloud. I guess we'll have to figure it out, I answer. Come on. We enter the tower to the left of the gate, shutting the door firmly behind us. Immediately to our right sits an odd mechanism with an enormous crank. To the left of the crank there's a block of wood lined with steel. Along the bottom of the block are large teeth, like a saw would have, but the teeth are blocky and rigid. They fit into the teeth of the large gear attached to the crank. That's simple, says Percival. I take the handle of the crank and pull with all my might. The gear begins to turn with a creak, and the wooden block begins to move into the room. I turn the crank until the bar cannot come any further. It's one of the door bars, I say quietly. There are 4. There must be 2 on each side. We'll split up, then? Asks Jericho. We can split into pairs, I say. Make it go a little faster. I'm just worried about getting caught. I think we should stay together. I second that, says Nathaniel. With that we hurry down the hall a little ways and up the spiral staircase to the left. We find an identical contraption on the second floor, and pull in the bar using the crank. One of the guards stirs. It's not important or dangerous, but it makes me nervous. We should move faster, I say. Do 2 of you want to move to the other side and take care of the bars there? Jericho and Percival volunteer. Hurry, I say. And don't get caught. I'll stay here and look for the contraption that opens the gate. We'll meet up top. The other 2 run down the stairs and out of sight. Nathaniel and I run to the stairs and ascend to the next floor, where we find exactly what we are looking for. An enormous wooden bar sticks into the room through a hole in the wall. Upon closer inspection, I notice the bar is connected to the gate. Nathaniel and I wait for the slight bang to signal that the bars on the other side have been removed. After the sound, we each push with all our might on the bar. Slowly as we push it forward, we hear the monstrous creak that means the gate is opening. The bar stops parallel to the wall. One of the doors stands wide open. We've done it, I say as we run back towards the stairs. That was almost too easy. We emerge in the tower. There's a table with a barrel next to it, presumably empty. Several bottles lie smashed on the ground. The men are either knocked unconscious or fast asleep. We run through the room and out the open arch, into the open air atop the wall. Below us we hear the creak of the gate as Percival and Jericho do their work. What do you think you are doing? Asks a voice. Dingflies, I see Nathaniel mouth. We turn and face an authoritative-appearing soldier, who is wearing an orange cape and holding a large diamond-shaped shield on his left arm. "Well?" he demands. Nathaniel and I look at each other. Then I drop him with one strike. "Hope nobody saw that," I mutter. "He did," says Nathaniel. Further down the wall, towards the arch above the courtyard, a soldier runs at us, weapon drawn, visible only by the torches along the crenellations. "Intruder!" he yells. In dash, but Nathaniel's arrow cuts him short. The guard falls and we lose sight of him. "Not good," I say. We hear running. Nathaniel draws his bow and points it at the archway of the opposite tower. I heft the broadsword and prepare to charge. It's Percival and Jericho. We effectively scare the daylights out of each other and have to take a couple of deep breaths before continuing. "You guys get caught?" asks Percival. "We thought we heard something." "Yeah, but we took care of them pretty quick," Nathaniel says. "Nobody has heard that we know of." "Good. Time for us to give the signal," I direct. As a group we run down the wall on the side of the courtyard area, to the arch that serves as its entrance. Above it, we remove our helms and wave our torches in the air, in sync with each other. Our friends are watching. I see a similar movement in response to mine, and our army begins coming out of the trees. We run back up the wall and to the gate. Now we must keep it open. Kill anybody that threatens us. There's nobody. Everybody that was supposed to be on guard is unconscious in some way or another. In silence we watch our army sneak in the front gate. What the dash, I hear from the opposite tower. Before he can finish his sentence, an arrow from the invading army pierces him and he falls. I wave to the army below. They know not to attack us because we do not wear helmets, our faces may be obscured by the dark, but we have worked past that. It takes only a matter of minutes. Our entire army is within the city and ready to attack. Jarl Hralfr and Commander Magnus emerge from the stairs of the nearest tower. They eye the carnage within, and then step out to greet us. "Well done," says the Jarl, holding out my hammer. "Thank you," I say, setting down the sword quietly and taking the hammer. The entire army is completely silent, waiting for orders. Genevieve is mystified. "You did it," she murmurs, looking around at the city. The Jarl looks out over the army and raises his hand in the air, spread. Suddenly he closes it into a fist, and the army disperses. "What's the plan from here?" I ask. "Every squad has their own place to take over in the city," he explains. "Every guardhouse, tower, and barracks will be ours within the hour. Assuming your plan worked this well all over the city." I hear the gate boom shut rather loudly. One of the guards starts, but rolls over and smacks his lips. Genevieve makes a face. The bars roll into place and lock our army inside Amjad. "What of the Acropolis?" I say, knowing the answer. "We have over 1,000 men at our disposal, Cadmus," he says. "If all goes well, we will hardly have to use any of them." I look down and find that only part of the army has dispersed into the city. Most of it remains. "When does it ever go well?" "So far it has," he responds. And now we storm the Acropolis. The battle for Amjad. We march. Though there are 4 entrances on top of the first tier of the Acropolis, there are none down below. To enter, we must come from the walls, over the enormous bridges. Any conscious guards we see are slaughtered. Most of the men carry bows just for that reason. As soon as we are detected, the detector must be killed. Some of our biggest men carry ladders over their heads in long lines. Those at the head of the line walk all the way to the wall, and then plant the feet of the ladders firmly on the ground, anchoring them with large blocks of stone. Men push and pull from the base of the ladder, but what does most of the work are the men pulling on ropes that descend from the middle of the ladder. The ladders make contact with the wall. Then we start to climb. Not all men will climb, of course. We only need a few soldiers to get in to open at least one portcullis, and then we will be able to flood the Acropolis and take it with ease. Then the war horn blows. The Jarl only nods. "About time," he says under his breath. As soon as I hear the low note, I grab one of the ladders and begin to climb, cutting ahead of others who were in line. My hammer lies on my back in its specialized sheath. There are yells above us. One soldier looks over the wall of the second tier in unbelief. "How did they dash?" he begins, but once again an arrow cuts him short. I fling myself over the wall and onto the floor of the second tier. Now I will have to fight down to the portcullises, but I am not alone. Percival is right behind me, as are a few other soldiers. Percival looks to me and gives me a nod. I look ahead, unsheath my hammer, and then charge into the Acropolis. I'm in a hall. Quickly I turn left and down another hall, passing doors that lead to who cares where. Torches light the hallways with orange light. "Do you know where you're going?" a soldier asks. Of course, I mutter, having had directions from the Jarl only minutes earlier. At the end I take another left and down the stairwell that curves slightly left, following the curve of the massive structure. The stairwell lets out into an identical hallway on the next floor down, but we run straight and onto the next curving staircase. In the next hallway there are men waiting for us. I smash through them with no trouble, turn right, and run only a few steps to the end of the hallway. There, on the floor, sits a cylindrical structure that extends to the ceiling. Long thick wooden spokes stick out in 6 directions, roughly as high as my midriff. At the top, the mechanism turns a gear that in turn spins 2 reels, one on each side. Each reel is connected with chains to the portcullis below in a simple pulley system. This will lift the portcullis. "Take the spokes!" I roar. Some of the biggest men take places at the sideways wheel and begin to push. They groan with the effort they exert, but with a creak the gears turn, the reels spin, and the portcullis begins to lift. The chains revel themselves onto the reels neatly. Men are beginning to attack us. The initial shock of a surprise attack is still there, but some of them are ready for the ensuing battle. How did they get in the city? I hear. I protect with my life the men that are lifting the portcullis. Percival, in possession of his own sword and shield, fights bravely next to me. I knock aside one soldier and turn to search for a lever or something similar that will lock the portcullis in the open position. Instead I see that there's a mechanism already in place to keep it from falling, but there's a release lever to let it fall. Satisfied, I turn to my next opponent. The portcullis comes into sight underneath the pulley system. Slowly, as the men continue to push, it rises until it fills the dead end of the hallway. Then the men come away, and though they are exhausted, they pull their swords and ready themselves to protect what they have worked so hard to raise. Within moments the Tigner soldiers see that their cause is doomed. They stand trapped between us and the impending army quickly infiltrating and ascending the Acropolis. Still they continue to fight until our army floods the hall. Then they see the wisdom of surrender. Many of them drop their weapons and raise their hands, fleeing into nearby rooms or hallways. I spot Jarl Hralfr at the head at the other end of the hallway. Quickly I make my way over to him and exit the hallway into a huge room. It reminds me much of the circular room in Ringnar's Deep, but it's 3 stories high and much larger. After the ground floor, there are 2 balconies overlooking the entire room, lining the walls of the room and providing a way into the hallways that extend in all 4 directions. "Do we control the first tier?" I ask as we stride back down the hallway. "We just began," he responds. But many of them were not able to react quickly enough to give us any resistance. Those that were are dead, or soon will be. Everyone else, if not asleep anymore, will have very little time to prepare themselves against our force. Then we ascend, I say. "Do we leave the Jarl alive?" "Yes," he says. "He could yet prove useful to us." I nod and lead up the stairs. On every floor we send a few men to take control of it completely. What little resistance they meet is quickly dealt with. That is, until we reach the 3rd tier of the Acropolis. By this time their men have had time to ready themselves with weapons and armor. They may not know how we got in, but they are determined to stop us. They will fail, I decide. The stairway lets us out into a large hallway, but this hall lets outside onto the roof of the lower tier. "There," says the Jarl as he cuts down another soldier. Percival blocks a mighty swing from an enemy hammer and is thrown back slightly with a grunt. I block the blow that would have finished him, and counter the soldier's blow. He does not react in time, and falls to the ground. "You okay?" I ask as I take Percival's hand and pull him up. "Yeah," he grunts as he bends over to pick up his sword. "Just a little sore." "I'll be fine." "Good," I reply. "We still have need of you." Jarl Hralfr leads us through the large archway that leads outside. We find ourselves on a balcony-like structure that curves around the entire citadel, with a waist-high stone wall on the edge. I look down and see that we're 4 stories up from a similar balcony on the 2nd tier. It's the same distance to the portcullises on the landing below that, and even further to the ground. The sight is dizzying. From what I can see, however, the fight is going well throughout the rest of the city. In fact, there's not much of a fight to be had. Most of the guards are so drunk they probably have slept through the warhorn and ensuing battle. What a shock it will be for them to wake and find themselves under our control. To the right, the tower-like structure rises from the ground as one with the citadel. It's an enormous fortress, like a second citadel that someone decided to layer on top of the first one. It reaches even higher than the top tier. Inside, Hralfr beckons. He's run to the right along the wall, and to an archway that lets into the second citadel. This is where the Jarl will be. He leads us to the right and up a set of spiral stairs. There are fewer men in this section of the Acropolis, probably because most of them gathered in the third tier and didn't expect us to run by them. Most of their force is still unready, and as a result most simply surrender themselves and step away from the weapons they haven't even picked up yet. We come into a blank room and slay the guards. To the left, a hallway extends into the Acropolis. Across the room stands an open arch that leads onto the top of the third tier, and we pass through it. Immediately to our left stands a set of 10-foot-high doors. We ignore them and instead turn right, running around the base of the fourth tier and then into its depths. We have them surrounded, says the Jarl. Commander Magnus is below them with the rest of our army. But where is their leader? I ask. I don't know, says the Jarl. I thought for certain he'd be here, but he may be hiding in the highest reaches of his citadel. Soldiers come up from the floor below, trying to escape our invading army. When they run into us, fear freezes them and they have nothing to do but fall beneath our swords. Then we start down the stairways again, pushing them back the entire way. We are surrounded. One of the soldiers yells. Finally we make our way into a central room where most of the fighting is being done. Drop your swords if you wish to live, roars the Jarl as he cleaves in the helmet of another soldier. I sweep the feet out from under my next foe and bring my hammer down. The next I slam with a stabbing motion, throwing him backwards into one of his allies. The Jarl repeats his command, if you value your lives, drop your weapons and surrender. Opposing soldiers start to obey his command. There are few of them left, but because of their obedience, they are left standing. Tigner had stocked the citadel with plenty of soldiers, they simply weren't able to respond in time to our surprise attack. There's a whoosh from behind the Jarl and he spins to block the strike of a malicious-looking battle axe. Hello Hralfr, says Jarl Aer. I wasn't expecting you tonight. Two men, fully clad in steel, wearing orange capes and steel helms with orange plumes, emerge from the hallway on either side of him. Pity, replies the Jarl. It's been a joy. Suddenly a new wave of their soldiers runs from the upper levels. Those who had dropped their weapons pick them back up and fight with renewed vigor. We still have not yet won. Hralfr and they are engaged in a sparring match, but it is evident who will win. Hralfr is more battle-hardened and has more years of experience behind him. However, Thayer does not play fair. Thayer's captains attack Hralfr from each side. The Jarl is barely able to block and dodge the blows, and he rolls backward out of their deadly triangle. I and Percival stand by him. I got the right one, I say. I've got the left, mutters Percival. Then that leaves me the one in the middle, Hralfr growls. Then we each dart towards our target. The captain in front of me swings the first blow, and I block. He stays on the offensive and keeps me on my toes, blocking for several seconds. Then I bash my hammer into his sword as it carves its way down through the air, taking him by surprise. He lurches backward from the force, and I use the moment of hesitation to my advantage. Frantically he moves his sword to block my swing at his feet, but I fake and hit him head-on in the chest with a stabbing motion. He reels backward and I slam my hammer into his sword arm. He emits a yell of pain and his sword clangs to the ground. Then I pull one of my daggers and bash him in the head with the hilt. I glance at Percival and see that he is not the only one taking on the other captain. Several other of our soldiers have surrounded him, and though the captain fights well, he is overcome and falls. There is no match for Hralfr. The death match lasts only less than 10 seconds. Hralfr gets through the opposing Jarl's block and stabs his right shoulder. Thayer falls to the ground, dropping his great axe. He looks reproachfully at Hralfr's ever-nearing sword. Still the battle rages around them. Surrender, commands Hralfr. The Acropolis is ours. It will never be yours, retaliates the enemy Jarl in denial. His hand slides across the ground as his arm fails. Never. He yells as he throws a dagger from his left hand. The Jarl was not surprised and bats it away harmlessly with a clang, but by the time we look back, Thayer is on his feet and running towards the upper levels. He has nowhere to run, grumbles the Jarl as he begins down the hall. And yet he runs. As their leader runs from the battle, many of the soldiers begin to throw down their weapons. Some refuse, however, and fight to the end. I follow the Jarl up the stairs and into another room. From there we follow the sound of Thayer's footsteps. Thayer leads us all the way to the top of the fourth tier, the peak of the main Acropolis. A small bridge leads into the higher sections of the second part of the citadel, but he ignores it and instead runs into the small tower to our right. The door shuts and I hear a bolt click. I don't care that it's locked. I slam my hammer into the handle of the door so hard that the door bursts inward immediately. A broadsword swings down and onto Jarl Hralfr. A furious roar escapes Hralfr's mouth and he falls to the ground. I am there to stop the final blow. Within 2 strikes I have disarmed Thayer and cornered him against the wall. His sword clatters against the wall and he sits, leaning against the stone and holding his shoulder pathetically. Surrender, I demand. His eyes flick to my left hand, where 2 of my fingers are missing. He eyes my hammer and sizes me up. Who are you? He whispers. I'm confused and repeat my mandate louder. Surrender. He studies me further. Dragon hammer, he says softly. I have heard of you. What? I ask. I found myself curious, though I know he is stalling surrender. Then, to everyone's surprise, he utters the words, we surrender. Amjad is yours. Hralfr rises with help from Percival. About blasted time. He complains. Dragon hammer? I think. Celebrate with ale. I am troubled. Our casualties were minimal. Tigner lost as many as 700. Those who weren't killed were taken down into the depths of the Acropolis and imprisoned, Jarl Thayer along with them. 2,500 of their force had lain in the first and second tiers, and had simply not had time to react to our surprise attack. The rest resided in the third and fourth, and half of those most likely were still asleep when we got there. I and Percival reunite with Nathaniel and Jericho just after the battle. We set about trying to find James and do so with hardly any trouble, as he was trying to find us as well. Day has broken by the time we get everything done that needs done, such as disposing of bodies, transporting all prisoners into the cells, and gathering all weapons dropped in the battle. Still, we and most of all the other men managed to get a wink or two of sleep in the bunkrooms of the Acropolis, after eating a hefty breakfast. We spend the day in a lazy limbo. Tonight, it has been announced, there will be a feast. All 5 of us attend, James, Jericho, Percival, Nathaniel, and I. We wear our armor and weapons as part of the celebration, as all of the others in attendance do. We sit in a huge arched dining hall. The table is shaped like a large squarish horseshoe, and soldiers sit all along the outside. Hralfr sits at the largest chair in the very center. Commander Magnus sits on his right side, and I sit on his left by his request. Percival sits to my left, followed by Nathaniel, Jericho, and James. Foods of all kinds sit on the table, waiting for the Jarl to finish his speech so they can be eaten. The center of the room remains clear. The Jarl stands and the room goes quiet. We, and I, he says in the silence, owe this victory to one man. Thanks to his intelligence, daring, and invincible spirit, we have taken the city of Amjad against all odds. Were it not for him, we most likely would not be standing here now, and definitely not so many of us. He raises his goblet. To Cadmus Armstrong. He says. The soldiers in the hall echo his toast, to Cadmus Armstrong. Before they can drink, however, I stand and say, I am thankful for the praise, Jarl, but I must admit that I did not do this on my own. I have to pay the tribute to my friends Percival, Nathaniel, and Jericho. Secondly, I thank all of you. It would have been extremely difficult for me to storm the Acropolis by myself. To you. They call out after me, to us. Then the bottoms of their various drinking utensils go up in the air. As tankards, goblets, and cups hit the table, the Jarl announces, let the feast begin. There's a roar as the soldiers gleefully reach for roast pig, assorted fruits, potatoes, and soups. The clank of silverware becomes background noise and the soldiers begin conversations with one another, creating a constant, somewhat loud, hubbub. It was your plan we followed, says the Jarl as he sits down. I nod humbly, but say nothing. Commander Magnus gives me an ugly look from the Jarl's other side, but says only, pass the rolls. I grab one for myself and hand the platter to her with a fake smile. I hardly load my plate. Then I hardly touch my food. Jarl Hralfr looks at me when his conversation with Magnus comes to an end. What's the matter, Cadmus? He asks. I shake my head and take a bite of roast pork. He reads my mind, leans over and says quietly, your father would be proud. Would he? I ask. Yes, says the Jarl. Would he really? I reiterate. The things I've done? The people I've killed? The people you've saved, Hralfr corrects. I would not be here right now were it not for you. That's why I made the toast to you tonight. It's to you that we owe our victory. If my father had lived, I might not be here myself, I say quietly. He nods. But he is not here because I failed that night. What's done is done, he says. And we must move on, . He said that he knew I would be able to do what needed done, I reply. He said that he knew I wouldn't fail. Continue on this path, and you will do great things. I think for a moment. I want to take you up on your offer, I say. He raises an eyebrow. Are you sure? Yes. I will become a captain. He smiles and nods. Good, Cadmus. I need you here. Then he corrects himself, we need you here. Thank you, I say quietly. May I ask what changed your mind? He prods. I hesitate before answering. I don't want to be a captain, I reply. But I do not want to be a soldier either. Yet I fight. I will lead not because I want to, but because I am needed. He nods, and then says, we can take care of it tomorrow, I'll announce it in a moment. For tonight, celebrate with ale. He holds up his goblet and I clink mine against his. We drink, and then he looks away to answer something that somebody has yelled at him. After he answers, he stands again and most of the room goes silent. I would like to announce, he begins, that Cadmus, after much long deliberation, has agreed to become a captain for the armies of Gilgal. There are cheers and whoops. The ceremony will take place on the morrow. To Cadmus. To Cadmus. Comes the response. Then the soldiers go back to whatever conversation they were having before. I look down at my plate. Then I fill it to the edge and feast. I sleep like a rock that night. The next day we laze around doing nothing really. All of us are still quite exhausted. I do, however, have the ceremony where Jarl Hralfr proclaims me as a captain. Genevieve attends, probably mostly out of duty than anything else. The look in her eye tells me she might have something nasty planned. I wear my new captain's armor. It's different in only a couple of ways. It's heavier, first of all, because it's thicker and offers better protection. The steel is of better quality, though it has a darker sheen than a soldier's suit of armor. I wear shoulder pads that make my already broad build look even bigger, and each has a clasp at the bottom by the breastplate where each side of my cape fastens to the armor. The cape is brown and bears the symbol of Gilgal, the roaring head of a bear with a sword crossing its neck. I carry my hammer because my cape covers the sheath. Thankfully, the ceremony is short. I kneel in front of Jarl Hralfr, who unsheathes his sword and says, by the authority of the Lord Jarl, and as the acting military Jarl of Gilgal, I hereby promote you, Cadmus Armstrong, to the rank of captain in the army of His Highness Lord Jarl Hralfr, General of the armies of Gilgal. Throughout, he rests his sword on each of my shoulder pads one time each, and then withdraws after he says the last word. Rise, Captain Armstrong, he says. I stand and smile darkly at the sound of that. Are you proud, father? I think. Are you proud? The cape annoys me, so I drop it as soon as I have the chance. I'm allowed to keep my shiny new armor with my things, so I go to the bunkroom and try to dump it as soon as I can. It's the day of your promotion, says Percival. You've got to wear it all day. All day? I question. Really? Yes. Only if you agree to wear yours all day. He agrees immediately, and I honor our agreement, but for the cape, which I fold neatly and put under my bunk, and the helmet, I put on my hammer's sheath and carry the beastly thing of my own accord. What do you say to a drink? Asks James after dinner. What do you mean? I ask. I mean, let's go to a pub and get a drink, he says. Celebrate a little. You won us this city, and you're a captain. Is that reason enough, or do I have to come up with more? I like the idea, says Jericho. You, Percival? I could go for a drink, he responds. Me as well, says Nathaniel. I think for a moment and nod. Yes. I'd like that. We walk down through the Acropolis and onto the bridge that leads towards the front gate. The guards there salute to me as I pass, each saying, Captain. I merely nod to them and continue on my way. We find a pub, entitled the Stone Hearth, not too far from the guardhouse. After we enter, we sit at an isolated table in the corner. The bartender soon attends us. What you need? He asks. He's got a full silver beard, but for under his lips and on his chin, where he is clean shaven. He's missing one of his front teeth. His face is round and kind, and he has laugh lines by his eyes. I'll have an ale, pipes James. Me too, says Jericho. And me, Nathaniel says. All around I suppose, I say. Percival nods his consent. I'm not much of a drinker, but I figured I'd let myself have a drink or two. Just as long as I don't get drunk and make a fool of myself. While we're waiting, I observe my surroundings. The windows, though slightly pasty, allow light in, even while the sun is setting. The fireplace on the wall to our left is quickly becoming the best source of light. A couple of candles burn at intervals on the walls and at the bar. There are only a few people here, the bartender, of course, a couple of soldiers at the bar, and some men who presumably reside in the city. Not long after we receive our drinks, Commander Magnus walks in wearing her armor with her sword on her belt. A couple of guards flank her. She talks to the bartender and then sits at the table nearest us. The soldiers talk amongst themselves. Then one of them looks at me and has to do a double take. I try to ignore it, but he seems to be talking about me. "You're Cadmus, right?" asks one of the soldiers, getting my attention. I turn and look at him. "Cadmus Armstrong?" "That's Captain Armstrong," says James. Luckily, I'm sitting next to him and can elbow him. "Yes," I respond. "That's me, Dot." "You're the man who killed that troll?" asks the soldier. "I heard it was 3 of them," says another. "All at once?" "No, of course not." I butt in. "I mean, I killed 3 trolls, but they were all at separate times." "Not at the same time." "Besting a troll in combat!" exclaims one. "I applaud you. And 3 times to boot." "Did you see him in Terrace?" says yet another from the bar. "Took the arm clean off Lord Tyrannus and killed him with his own sword. That was a battle to behold." The bartender doesn't quite know what to think, but he might be waiting for a fight to break out. I'm bowing my head, almost trying to hide from all the praise. "Did you hear what they were calling you?" asks the first soldier. "In the Acropolis?" I shake my head. "What?" "They saw you an enormous soldier, bigger than any man, wielding a hammer, invincible. They've heard the stories. They know who killed Tyrannus." "What did they call me?" I asked curiously. "As you came upon them, they cried, 'Dragonhammer.'" "I've had enough of this," snarls Genevieve. I turn back towards my table with my back towards her, but I can tell she's looking right at me. "All this talk." She fumes. "I've never seen any of this. How do I know these aren't stories that everyone just believes? How do I know that you haven't made this up just for all the fame and glory? What are you saying?" I ask without turning my head. James looks like he's going to explode, but I give him a clear signal to keep his cool. "I'm saying prove it. Do something we all can see to prove you are as mighty as your stories suggest." "Dragon hammer." I hear her chair scoot out and the table bump slightly as she gets up. "If you're as mighty as you say you are, you'll fight me." "I don't want to do this," I say. James is punching his fist into his hand over and over again. "Come on," he mouths. "Why not? You afraid you're going to get beaten? Afraid your frauds are going to be seen through, and that you'll finally come to justice?" "I don't hit girls." "Well, for your information, Captain, I am no girl. I am a commanding officer of the army of Gilgal." "Fight me." I still don't look up or turn around. "You don't want to do this," I urge. "Sit down and drink." "Not until I prove you are no warrior." She presses. I hear her sword unsheath. The sound is small, steel rubbing on the fur inside of the sheath, but still barely audible. There are footsteps as she approaches. "If you are such a great warrior, why don't you stand and dash?" Her words are cut short as she falls unconscious to the ground. I'm standing above her with my tankard in my right hand. "What the dingflies just happened?" asks James. One of the guards is smiling. "Didn't she attack you?" Another answers the question, "Yes." "She did." "Then why is she unconscious on the ground?" James repeats himself. "What the dingflies just happened?" "Knocked her out," I answer. Blocked her with my drinking hand and knocked her in the back of her head with my elbow. I take a swig. I'm going to finish my drink. "Somebody take her out, please." Then I sit back down. A couple of the guards carry out my orders, no questions asked. James gives me an extremely satisfied smile and nods happily. "That's what I was looking for," he says. I merely return his nod and take another swig. "Best dang bar fight I've ever seen," laughs the old bartender. His laugh is wheezy and breathy. "There is no doubt in my mind," says one of the soldiers, "that you have done what you say you've done." "Thanks," I say. Then I finish my drink. The guards had just dumped Genevieve outside, next to the door. She leans up against the wall, still unconscious. "Think she'll sleep through the night?" asks James. "Doubt it," I answer. "She'll come round in a few minutes, I just hope we're not around when she does," he continues. "I don't know," says Percival. "I'd like to see what she does next time she sees Cadmus." Sorry. "Captain Armstrong." I shake my head. "You know you don't have to call me that, right?" "Right," says James. "Call him Dragonhammer." I like it, says Nathaniel. It's got a nice ring to it. Dragon hammer. Dragon hammer, I think. Dragon hammer. Stagnant tactics. Genevieve avoids me for the next few days. When we're at dinner, she avoids making eye contact, even to glare at me. She finds longer ways around the Acropolis just to stay out of my path. James takes off the iron brace and sling and begins to use his left arm again. He still won't fight for another week or two, but now he's not so helpless. Right now we're waiting for orders from the leaders of Mohanri before we take any action. It's getting on my nerves slightly because I want to get out and accomplish something. Those responsible for the attack on Terrace are still out there. Those responsible for my father's death. So consequently I immediately accept the Lord Jarl's summons to the council room. I'm still having a little bit of trouble finding my way around the Acropolis, so the messenger who brought the summons leads me up to the roof of the third tier, where we enter the 10-foot doors. It's a big room with an arched ceiling at least 20 feet up. At the rear, easily 40 feet back, long narrow stained glass windows run the length from ceiling to floor. A lengthy oblong table takes up most of the floor with chairs all along its sides. Bookshelves line the walls from the floor to several feet above my head, some of them stocked with collections of books and others stocked with rolls of parchment. Books and scrolls lie open and shut, scattered across the table. At the end lies a map. As I near, I observe that it shows the province of Greendale, where we reside. There you are, says Jarl Hralfr. You're late. He wears a cloth tunic and a long bloodstained bandage that hugs his chest and left shoulder tightly. Genevieve stands on his other side, but she ignores my presence. I give her the same favor. I was eating, I respond. And well deserved, he grants. I wanted your opinion on this, however. What? He gestures with his head towards Jarl there, who sits in a chair to our left. His hands are bound behind the chair and he wears only simple clothing. This is the first time I get a good look at him. He's somewhat chubby, with a little bit of a gut and some baby fat on his cheeks. He wears a short brown goatee and his hair is long, pulled back into a ponytail. His fingers are sausages, and his limbs are thick. Dragonhammer, he says when we make eye contact. Hralfr appears confused. Why do you call me that? I ask. Because you fight, he answers quickly. Of course I fight. I argue, slightly agitated. That's what everyone does in a war. Thayer doesn't answer. I'm having trouble getting him to talk, Jarl Hralfr explains. About why he calls me Dragonhammer? No, the Jarl corrects patiently, about what Tigner's next plan of action is. We just took their most powerful stronghold in all of Greendale in a single night. We cannot expect there will be no retaliation. I thought maybe you could get something out of him, because I've been trying for the last 3 days with no luck. Why me? He shrugs. You got us into this city, he answers. It was your plan we followed and it worked almost flawlessly. It was your plan? Interrupts Thayer. We ignore him. I thought you could work some of that power here, he finishes. Get him to talk. I look Thayer in the eye. At first his gaze is strong and malignant, but after a few moments the beast inside him cowers and I see fear. I may be able to, I mutter. I kneel and glare into his eyes. He looks down to avoid my gaze. Why are you afraid of me? I ask out of curiosity. He does not answer. What is Tigner's plan against us? Still he does not answer. It's not against us, is it? His eyes flick to mine, but he looks back down after less than a moment. It's not, I conclude. Then who? He seals his lips tightly, but I continue to stare into his unresponsive eyes. Why do you guard your secrets? I prod. Why do you fight for a lost cause? He still does not answer. Why are you afraid of us? Then he speaks. Because you are Dragonhammer. Before I can respond, he continues, you fight like every man is your mortal enemy. You fight with a purpose, to kill, but to protect. You have a rage of some kind inside of you that cannot be extinguished. I saw it when you bested my greatest commander. Your fire spreads across the battlefield, killing all you come across. You cannot be felled. You fight like a dragon. And all of it done with a hammer. If you are afraid, why do you keep your secrets? I hiss. What have you to safeguard and protect? He doesn't answer. We will win this war. And you know it. Then I stand and move to the Jarl to converse. There's definitely going to be an attack, I say, but it's not on us. The Jarl raises an eyebrow. Then who? I don't know. Surely you have spies out? Yes, he says. What have they found? Not much, he replies. Only that their forces are leaving Fort Rugoth below the Kindred Forest. He points to the orange flag on the map in the corresponding area. And that Lord Swordbreaker himself is leading their armies from Nurtok, in the Hyavja Desert. Obviously they are amassing all of their force, I conclude. Yes, but that knowledge gains us nothing if we do not know where they will strike, says the Jarl heatedly. An army of that size will overtake all of Greendale, even with the support we have from Mohanri. It could just as easily march past us and straight to Mohanri's capital in the province of Watervale, turning the tide of the war there. That plan, however, leaves the region of land open to invasion from us. That's a problem, I observe quietly. Yes. He seethes. And those are only two of the many possibilities I have foreseen. We can do nothing to protect ourselves or others unless we can find out what they are going to do. I think for a moment. Unless it doesn't matter. Genevieve gives me a funny look, but as soon as we make eye contact she looks away. The Jarl looks down while he shakes his head and smiles. You're going to have to explain that to me, he says. Like all of your crazy ideas. If we can force them to do something predictable, then it won't matter what they're going to do, I clarify. We have to keep in mind what the goal is, to defeat their army and force surrender, or die trying. Let's get rid of all that fighting in the middle, and bring them out. You mean bring their entire force against our entire force? Yes. I say. How do you expect to do that? He asks. Even if we can get their army out against us, how on earth are we going to win such a battle? We can each send one person to fight on behalf of the entire army. The loser goes home to stay out of the war, and the winner can continue in the war with no interruption. The Jarl thinks for a moment. Genevieve voices his concerns, but how do we get them to agree to such a thing? Why wouldn't they just destroy us? Same reason they'll come out against us, I answer. Because what we offer them will be so enticing they won't be able to say no. The Jarl's face lights up. That might work, he says. We give them an offer, that if they come against us and their warrior wins the fight, we will withdraw from the war and, he waves his hands as he comes up with something else that would be enticing. And pay a 50% tax to them. But if we win, all they have to do is withdraw. Who wouldn't take that offer, especially when the odds are so skewed in their direction? I nod. Exactly. But our offer does not stand if they refuse to participate in the one-on-one match. We will continue to fight against them, and they will have to kill every one of us before we stop. However, interjects Magnus, that does put us at a great risk. If our warrior loses, we have to withdraw and pay a tax, and then Tigner will only have an even clearer shot at Mohanri. She refuses to look at me. But if ours wins, I say, Tigner will have to withdraw and we will be one step closer to winning this war. I will not lose. You? She questions. As soon as I glance at her she regrets asking. The Jarl nods. I have not seen a man fight like you have, Captain Armstrong, he says. I do not doubt your ability to succeed against them. Thank you, I respond quietly. We must do this as soon as time allows, says the Jarl. Who knows how close they are to their goal? He grabs a blank piece of parchment and a quill and begins to write. After a few lines, he crumples it up and starts over. Few words in, he looks up and says, Soldier. The nearest guard stands at attention. Sir? He says. Get me our fastest messenger. Tell him to come immediately. Yes, sir. The soldier leaves quickly out the large doors. And somebody take him back to his cell, commands the Jarl, gesturing to there. 4 guards escort him out and into a different part of the Acropolis. Hralfr signs the letter at the bottom, and then pushes the letter towards me. Sign it, he says. Why? I ask. Your name is becoming known, says the Jarl. And this was your idea. Reluctantly I sign at the bottom. The Jarl folds it, and then reaches into a drawer under the table. He pulls out a little wax disc, which he melts slightly over a candle and then presses onto the letter with the ring he keeps on his left hand. The insignia of Gilgal is imprinted onto the wax, sealing the letter. The messenger enters the room. You called for me? Yes. Says the Jarl. I need you to deliver this as fast as you are able. It will take a matter of weeks, perhaps, before we see you again, but I need you to take this to Lord Swordbreaker. If you bring it to the Tigner leader at Rugoth, he should be able to bear the message the rest of the way. The messenger nods. Get on, then. Urges the Jarl. Then the messenger runs out the door. Hralfr shakes his head and sits down. It is done, he mutters quietly. Let it play out how it will. The next few weeks we wait. We train. We wait. The other side of Magnus. Genevieve doesn't talk to me until 3 or 4 days later. I'm sitting at the breakfast table. Then a messenger approaches me and says, "A letter for you, Captain." "What?" "A letter for you," he repeats, holding out a wrinkled, somewhat yellowed letter. I take it slowly, and he bows and walks out. "Who's it from?" asks James, wiping his mouth. I look at the name. "My mother," I say quietly. "Well, read it." Nathaniel pushes. Upon opening it, I find that it is to both me and Nathaniel. It reads, "My sons. My heart is empty. I yearn every day to have you back in my arms. I grieve every moment for your father, I do not wish to grieve for another. Look after yourselves and each other, for my sake. I have heard of a warrior they call Dragonhammer. I heard the name while I was in the square, and overheard an injured soldier speaking of a man who could not be slain. Is this man true, and if so, is he as the stories suggest? I ask out of mild curiosity, and thought that if anyone could tell me, it's the men who are fighting for us. Gunther and Rachel have settled and Gunther is as busy as ever. Though now he makes more swords than anything, it helps him pay for the family he plans to have. Please write back to me. I need to hear from my boys. Ethan and Nicholas send their love, as do I. Please come home to your mother when this is done, and let it be done quickly. Love. Mother. What a beast, says Nathaniel under his breath, referring to Gunther. Somebody have a quill and inkwell? I call. One is taken from the corner of the room and given to me. Nathaniel and I immediately flip the letter over and write our own message on the back. I hold the quill while Nathaniel speaks his own thoughts. Dear Mother. We are alive and well. We too grieve for Father every moment, and refuse to give you any more to grieve for. Know that we fight for the cause Father died for. We will succeed. Send our love to Gunther and Rachel. We are happy for them and wish them the best. I make Nathaniel write the next part. Yes, we have heard of this Dragonhammer, and yes, he is as powerful as the stories say. We know him well and he truly fights like a dragon. It gives us great comfort to know we fight alongside him. Continue to write. We each send our love, give it to Ethan and Nicholas as well. Love. Nathaniel Armstrong. Cadmus Armstrong. Throughout the day, I feel vulnerable. My thoughts keep trailing back to my mother and the worry she must feel back in Terrace. I train with more vigor than ever before. I must keep my promise to my mother. I will not fail her. I will return to her. I cannot sleep that night. A few hours after dark, I pick up my hammer and sheath it on my back. Where are you going? Nathaniel asks. I need to clear my head, I say. James snores loudly. Going for a walk, Dot? Yeah. With your hammer? He questions. I nod silently. Fair enough, he says. What's bothering you? I shake my head. He waits for a moment before saying softly, It's Father, isn't it? I don't answer him, but stare out the window at the thriving city beneath us. The townspeople seem not to know or care that their city is under completely different rule. I miss him too, says Nathaniel. I nod, and with that I exit the bunkroom. I would have gotten lost were our bunkroom not at the end of the hallway. I turn left and head down the stairs, which still curve left slightly with the walls of the round citadel. A few floors down I turn right and walk out of an arch onto the open balcony. It's larger here, like a small courtyard. There's a small circle of dirt, and in the middle grows a tree. It's a deciduous tree of some sort, with brown bark and big dark green leaves. The 10-foot gates stand on the other side. I stand and stare at the tree in the moonlit night for several minutes. I examine its leaves and its bark, its branches and roots, and wonder how such beauty could have been created. I wonder at the sheer mechanics of it all, and how it is possible that a tree can live and grow. I walk to the balcony edge, to the wall about as high as my midriff, and lean forward on it. I study the stars and various constellations. There's one of Theod plucking an apple from a tree. Another of Fregel holding her newborn child, O'Clear. Another of a hammer and anvil. That's when I realize that I need a forge. There's a burning desire in me to smelt something. In times of great stress, that's the place I would go, the forge. All I'd had for the past 4 weeks is stress, and no forge in which to work it out. I need fire, and heat, and steel. A small blacksmith's hammer in my hand rather than the tool of death hanging on my back. I hear footsteps behind me. I turn and see a slim figure walking towards me. As it approaches, I realize it's a woman. Not only that, but it's Commander Magnus. For one of the first times, she is not wearing armor, but instead is wearing a simple shirt and pants. Her hair is pulled back into a ponytail, but her bangs are up and parted to either side of her face. "Hello," she says as she stands to my left. "What do you want?" I ask quietly. "I'm wondering what you're doing out," she says. "Well, what are you doing?" I ask. She doesn't answer. If this is about the bar fight, I dash. She cuts me off. "It's not. I couldn't sleep." "Really?" I ask sarcastically. "Yes," she says, slightly offended. I'm not totally devoid of feeling, even if it seems that way. Trying to maintain an air of sarcasm, I ask out of curiosity, "What has kept you up?" She's silent for a moment. "I saw you up, and I had to." "Had to what?" "I'm here to apologize." I'm taken aback. "What?" I question, turning to her. "I'm sorry," she repeats. "For what?" I prod further. The sudden change of character is bewildering me. She's silent for another moment. Then she says, "For everything. Ever since I met you, I've only treated you, well, badly. What happened in the bar was necessary, I think, to." She goes silent. "To what?" I ask. "To make me realize that I'm not the best. There are others better than me. The fight with Tyrannus didn't teach you that?" She looks down. "I've been jealous of you. My jealousy and want for glory made me hate you and what you were becoming. What you are." Despite my intense desire to reject everything she's saying, I can't help but know she's telling the truth. My response is only to nod. "So I'm sorry," she says with finality. "Apology accepted," I answer. "I do have to ask you," she says, "how are you, what you are? How am I what I am?" I repeat. "I don't think I understand. How did you become Dragonhammer?" She asks. "What is your story?" I hesitate for a moment. "I'm a blacksmith," I say finally. "My town was raided by Tigner over a month ago. I and my family took refuge with many others in Terrace. When we were attacked there, my father was wounded. We fled to Kara, but my father's wound was infected." I pause and look out over the silent city. "What happened?" she asks. "He died," I say quietly. As the words leave my mouth, anger pumps throughout every limb in my body. And I have sworn to destroy all those that are responsible for his death. Tyrannus, first of all. Second, Lucius Swordbreaker. "You want to kill Lord Swordbreaker?" I nod darkly. "I can and I will. I will not let what has happened to me happen to others. I will kill him." There's a moment of silence. Then I ask, "Why are you jealous? You're a commander as a woman. I'm hardly a captain." "I had to fight for my position," she says. "They did not want me here. Still I fought." "Why? Because my family is victim to their armies as well." I nod in understanding. "Go on," I invite after a moment. "I'm from a small town outside of Thrak," she says. "I'm assuming you know where that is." I nod. "Tigner wiped us out. Spared a select few. Took everything. I killed the soldier who had destroyed my family. Then I escaped from them before they could find me." She waits before continuing. "I pledged into the army under the guise of a boy, with my hair cut short and pads in my clothing. They accepted me, but I was discovered shortly after my first battle, in which I was wounded in the side." She rubs her left side at the bottom of her ribcage. "I was discovered when I refused to let the healers help me. Immediately they tried to kick me out, but I told them to give me a chance. They gave me the chance and I proved myself in the defense of Fragris only a few weeks later." "How'd you do that?" "I saved the life of the previous commander," she explains. "Commander Orpheus. That's when they decided to keep me. Since then Orpheus always liked me. And I've worked my way up ever since. I replaced him when he was killed in a surprise attack while we were traveling back to Thrak. And here I am. I'm jealous because you're advancing quicker than me. I'm not as good a warrior or tactician as you, and not nearly as honorable." I nod. "I may have misjudged you. You have made yourself plenty honorable by apologizing tonight. Are you willing to accept my friendship?" she asks. I look at her outstretched hand. After a second I take it and reply, "Of course." She hangs on a little longer than I would like, but I do notice how pretty she suddenly looks underneath the moon. "It shows," she says suddenly. "What?" I ask, a little perplexed. That you're a blacksmith. Has it been in the family for a while? I raise an eyebrow. Yes. Everything I know was taught to me by my father. Why? Well, she begins. Even in the dim light I can see her cheeks turning red, which I didn't even think was possible. You're big, she says. Got it from your father? Yes. And from the hammer. No wonder you can swing that thing around with such ease, she says, eyeing the beast on my back. I nod slowly. I suppose. The direction of the conversation is beginning to take a turn I don't exactly like. The final straw is laid when she asks the question, do you have a girl waiting at home? My eyes narrow slightly. I look at her and say slowly, do you fancy me? She's taken aback. No. Of course not. That answers my question. Whoa, I say quietly. She denies it again. Of course I don't. Sure, you're big and strong, but I don't fancy you. What gave you that idea? Nothing, I say quietly, anxious to get out of the situation. I need to go get some sleep. I suggest you do the same. Then I turn around and leave her in the courtyard. She pretends that the scene never happened. She does revert back to her old self, but she's much less aggressive. She apparently meant her apology. Hello, she says with a slight smile as she passes me at breakfast, wearing her steel armor proudly. That was weird, James observes. What happened? We had a little talk, I say before taking a bite of meal. Like a talk? He says as he punches his fist into his open palm. I shake my head. A little different. He raises his eyebrows. Talk? He repeats, making a kissy face. I shudder and he laughs. Heavens no, I reply quickly. She apologized. Really? Says Percival. Yes. We sort of settled our differences, I say. Right, says James. I roll my eyes and take a large drink. Genevieve comes back to our group and says, I just wanted to say that I'm sorry. Everybody raises their eyebrows. James's jaw drops. I haven't treated you fairly, and I'm sorry, she continues. What are your names? It takes my friends a moment to compose themselves and answer her. Naturally, Percival is the first to recover. I'm Percival. Jericho. I'm Nathaniel, Cadmus's brother, says my sibling, holding my shoulder. She looks to James. You, soldier? He smiles slightly. James. My name's James. She nods. I'll do my best to remember. I'll see you for training after breakfast. Then she walks away. That was really weird, says James once she's out of earshot. Told you, I say. I wonder how training will be. We meet in the training grounds in the southeastern part of the city, where stands a tall barracks against the city wall. A large courtyard, with the floor made of large stone tiles, lies in front of it. Stripes of dirt and grass line the courtyard, and it is on these stripes that practice dummies are set up. A long dirt track runs along one side, where men bearing lances and spears ride horses into dummies at the end. We stand in the middle of the courtyard, subject to all the heat from the sun. The season is waxing, and though there is still some time until summer, the days are warm. The armor only traps the heat and exhausts us. Training goes well. Genevieve tests us each individually, teaching us different moves and techniques. I, Jericho, and Percival are each well suited to this because we've already seen some battle and survived. We learn quickly. James, however, takes some extra help. Though she has changed for the better, her fiery attitude is still there. She pushes him as far as he will go, which isn't far because he's still recovering from the fracture in his arm. Still, he manages to learn and grasp concepts and techniques that will save his life. Jericho has a different trainer because of his axe and shield. Genevieve trains with a sword, and so Percival and James are each able to learn from her, though each carry shields. I and Nathaniel work with somebody by the name of Dorger. Though I am, in his words, a mighty warrior by instinct, he is still able to teach me some useful tips and skills with the warhammer that I did not know before. I absorb the information and cling to it. All of us take a training class to teach us proper blocking, with and without a shield. As they teach us, I find that I had already been using some of the techniques and tricks. Very good. I hear Genevieve say as James blocks another hit and lunges at her. They're using wooden swords, so as not to kill each other. But not good enough. She hits one of James's legs and he drops to a knee. Then she holds the sword to his head. After a moment of triumph, she lowers the wooden sword and offers her hand to him. Reluctantly he takes it and she helps him up. Good job today. She compliments the entire group. But we'll have to see if it's enough to keep you alive. You'll have to work harder than that to keep yourself from dying in a fight. You are dismissed. I like this new Magnus, says James once he thinks she's out of earshot. She's still kind of mean, but she has a heart now. Percival raises an eyebrow at him. Oh, come on. James says. You don't seriously think that dash? I didn't say anything, Percival interrupts quietly. James shakes his head as Percival turns away. On our way back into the Acropolis, James says, so only I can hear, I'm going to go for her if you're not. Good luck, I mutter. He gives me a sheepish grin. Yep. He's still James. The messenger returns. Jarl Hralfr summons me to the council room 10 days later. We have received a reply, he says before I can ask the question. Genevieve stands on his other side. And? I ask. What is it? Read, he says, handing me the parchment. The letter is written in spiky handwriting, Swordbreaker himself must have written it. It reads, Servants of Gilgal. I am of no mind to put myself in any situation that would destroy me or my soldiers without gain. Neither am I inclined to engage in any battle in which I believe the odds to be against me. That is why, however, I have decided to accept your challenge. As you read this, I am marching to Fort Ruggoth across the Rutgar Plains. We will meet on the plains half a league east of the fort. If you do not come, I will wreak destruction on all the land you have worked so hard to protect. My armies will destroy you and your fortresses, kill all in their path, raze your farms, and leave your wives destitute. By accepting, I am giving you a chance to save yourselves and your people by simply sacrificing one of your soldiers to mine. I hereby agree to the terms previously discussed. Upon my victory, all members of the clan of Gilgal will owe to me 1/2 of all of their increase, to be spent furthering the war and destruction in the west against your beloved ally Mohanri and its leader Archiantus. If this tax is not met, all of the aforementioned penalties will befall you and you will be destroyed. I expect you to honor the agreement you have presented before me. I do not wonder at what has urged you to make such an offer, but I am gratified that you have seen sense and wish to end the bloodshed before more of your lives are lost. In addition, I expect a full withdrawal from the war when my champion stands victorious. You are to have no military with which to hinder my victory in the west. You are not to trade in any way, be it food, weapons, or any other good, with Mohanri or any of its allies. Your farms are to sustain my armies and none else. If you break this agreement, the aforementioned consequences will befall you with no mercy. I recognize the second part of the agreement. In the case that your champion does rise victorious, we will withdraw fully from the war, but I refuse to impart any of my increase to you. Also, I reserve the freedom to trade whatever I will, with whomever I will. This will not be a problem for us, I trust. I am Lucius Swordbreaker, Jarl and Lord of the Clan Tigner. I have spoken my word and will not take back what I have spoken. My word is order. My word is law. Upon the dawn of that day, I will rise victorious over you. Gilgal will lie beneath my feet. All will look up to me and know their lord and ruler. Meet me there or meet your destruction. Lucius Swordbreaker. It worked, I mutter. Yes, smiles the Jarl. It did. I look up from the letter. We have to march. As soon as we can set out. Gather all the men we can and march for Fort Ruggoth. I've already sent messengers out, replies the Jarl. We march for Ruggoth upon the morrow. But we're grossly outnumbered. I say. We've got over 1,000 men. What have they got? They had 4,000 in this city alone. I've also called out for reinforcements, he says. I've explained our situation through letters to Jarl Jun. He fully supports us and is coming through the Kindred Forest with an army of at least 3,000. He's also bringing reinforcements from Thrak numbering at least 2,000, leaving the city still guarded by more than 3,000 men. When will they be there? I ask. As the crow flies, they are closer to Fort Ruggoth than we are. However, they do have to traverse through the Kindred Forest, which will slow them down a little. They should reach the plains about the same time that we do, if not a day or two after. Why are we worrying about reinforcements? Asks Genevieve. Isn't this going to be a one-on-one fight? Let's just say that Lucius is a little bit of a sore loser, so to speak, the Jarl explains. We need to be prepared in case he refuses to honor the deal. He will, I think, but I do not utter it. Then we are dead men. Argues Magnus. Against all of the Tigner force in one place. No, we're not, I say. We've got surprise. They are not expecting to lose. Neither are we, she argues. I am afraid we go to our doom. Have faith, I say. We will return alive and victorious. I tell my posse about the plan, and they all stand behind me. About time. Jericho says. I've been sitting here too long doing nothing. You're talking, retaliates James. I haven't been able to fight with you for a month and a half. It's coming soon, Percival mutters. Too soon. The next morning we march, fully clad in armor, through the back gate of the city, across the bridge, and down the plateau on the opposite side. The forest ends quickly and we are walking across the plains. The road to Fort Rugoth is plain, much like the one to Amjad, but without the trees. Large moss-covered boulders stick up out of the ground like the Wolfpack Mountains, leagues to the west, are trying to spread their domain. I've never seen terrain so flat, especially as expansive as this. The kindred forest covers the hills about a league to our right, several leagues thick. The hills are rocky and some are dangerous, with tall cliffs and precarious high places. Always the forest stays within sight, but we never enter. We set up camp to the left of the road, so as to stay away from the trees that may house malicious individuals or armies. Genevieve sits at our campfire, next to me. I'm slightly uncomfortable with the situation because of what had happened at the Acropolis, but she does not try anything. At least directly. She asks James, Jericho, and Percival what she had asked me, what their story is. They merely wanted to end the scourge and help our side win, they said. Seeming to have fulfilled her purpose there for the night, she strides off without a backwards glance. It strikes me as slightly peculiar. The next day, James asks us while we are walking, what do you think of the new Magnus? Percival raises an eyebrow. What's that supposed to mean? I mean, she's changed, hasn't she? What made her do that? And do you think it's for the better? I don't think it matters, he responds. She's our commander. The end. As far as you're concerned, James mutters under his breath. I think it's just because you haven't seen a girl in a while, I say. I have. He argues. I've seen them around the cities we've lived in. Yeah, but you didn't know any of them, I say coolly. You do know Magnus. Are you suggesting that Dash? That what, James? Jericho asks with a funny look. Jericho looks at him quizzically. Nothing, says James. It's nothing, dot. When Jericho turns his head with a roll of the eyes, I mutter to James, it's certainly nothing if you're defending it. What are you saying? You know exactly what I'm saying. He gives me a horrendous I'm gonna kill you look. You know it, I say with finality. We continue our march in silence. Commander Magnus stays at our campsite a little longer that night. I'm studying James as we sit, and I find that this is not merely a game he's playing. I trade a few looks with him silently while he and a few others carry on a conversation of some kind or another. He gets irritated very quickly, and once Genevieve leaves, he and I both stand. I know it, he says quietly as he brushes past me. I give him a little triumphant smile. Within the next few days Jarl Hralfr talks to me in camp. Captain, he begins. We are nearing the spot designated for the battle to commence. We will reach it tomorrow. What is the plan? I ask. I've never done one of these before, Tigner will back themselves to their fort, most likely. They will keep their army out, no doubt. We will stand about a quarter of a mile away, and then we will each send out our champion, and they will fight. You know what happens from there. Do you know anything about their army or the champion they may have? I ask. I do not, he responds. Tigner is a clan bred for war. They have many mighty warriors. I fear that the worst mistake we can make is to underestimate them, or overestimate ourselves. The next morning, the fort comes into sight. Instead of following the road to Fort Rugoth, however, we walk to the left of the path and into the plain. A halt is ordered when we reach the designated spot. Immediately we set up camp. The air is tense and no one speaks, but to issue or answer commands. The Tigner army sits camped at the foot of their fort. We see them clearly, as they can see us. Within an hour or two of our arrival, a messenger comes bearing the white flag of parley. Knowing the Jarl would summon me, I simply follow the messenger, who is riding atop a chestnut horse. Lord Swordbreaker requests an audience, says the messenger. Bring no guards, and he will bring none. Bring only 2 of your most trusted advisors. He will be waiting at midday. Then the messenger rides off. The Jarl chooses me and Genevieve. Together we walk out towards the fort, and find 3 lone figures standing midway between our army and Fort Rugoth. As we come closer, I see that the ones on the left and right are each wearing orange plumes and capes with their armor, but the middle, the tallest of them, wears a black cape ornamented with orange. His plume is striped like a tiger. His armor looks thicker and heavier, but more powerful and stolid as well. We stop about 10 steps away from them. Then the middle one removes his helm. His hair is black like shadow. His eyes are the same color, but cold and cruel. His face is long and sallow, with high cheekbones and a pointed chin. He has not shaved in a few days, so his dark beard is only beginning to grow out. Jarl Swordbreaker greets Hralfr. I am glad to see you saw fit to accept our challenge. Hralfr, says Swordbreaker slowly. His voice is deep and malevolent. I am glad you saw fit to issue this challenge. As long as we are both happy, mutters Hralfr. Of course, Lucius hisses. What have you called us here to discuss? Asks Hralfr, already knowing the answer. I have called you to finalize the terms of our agreement, he sneers. You obviously have received my letter, and have come, so you have agreed to those terms? More or less, Hralfr answers. Do you know who your champion will be? Hralfr makes no sign that it could be me. I have an idea, he says darkly. Send him out at midday tomorrow at the sound of the horn. They will meet here, where we are standing. He gestures to the field around us. And here they will do battle. Hralfr nods. Then Lucius turns his attention to me. He eyes my left hand, where I am missing 2 fingers, and sizes me up. Then he spots the hammer hanging on my back. Dragon hammer, he says. It is nice to meet you in the flesh. The pleasure is mine, I seethe quietly. This is the man, I think. This is the one who ordered the attack. This is the villain responsible for the death of your father. I see, he says quietly, scrutinizing every inch of me he can see. Send your champion tomorrow, he says. I will speak to you when my warrior has his victory. Then he turns and walks away with his 2 advisors. I hope Jarl Chun gets here quickly, Hralfr says. Or we may be in very big trouble. We shall have a tournament, announces the Jarl when we get into camp. To see who our champion shall be. All those who are willing may come forth. Meet me and Commander Magnus at the council tent, and we shall begin there. I give the Jarl an odd look as he passes. Part of the plan, he says. We must allow every man the chance. I make my way to the designated tent and find only a select few soldiers there. My friends stand with me. The soldiers give me wide-eyed looks as they see me walk towards the tent. Dragon hammer, I hear. Dragon hammer. Then they begin to back away. Soon I am left alone at the front of the tent with Jarl Hralfr and Commander Magnus. Even my friends have backed up to the line of soldiers, each giving me various nods and thumbs up. Is no one willing? Asks the Jarl. It is Dragonhammer, says one of the soldiers. He is the mightiest of us all. If he does not win this battle, then no one will. Other soldiers add their similar testimonies, nodding in agreement. The Jarl gives me a solemn look. Then the burden is yours, if you are willing to bear it, but... Of course, I respond sinisterly. The soldiers cheer. We have nothing to do but to wait, says the Jarl. I fear that Chun will not be here in time. He has not shown up thus far. He could be afraid that the Tigner forces will attack him. We have no way to know. If he does not show up? I ask. I will not lose tomorrow. I will not let it happen. I fear things are beginning to look quite dim, replies the Jarl quietly. We do not have the numbers to hold off their armies. If Jarl Chun does not come, I fear for each of us, and for our land, wives, and children. I nod slowly. Maybe this wasn't such a great idea, I murmur. The Jarl disagrees quickly. Jarl Chun has never let us down before, he says. If we can pull this off, this will have been the greatest idea any of us have ever had. And that's saying something, says Commander Magnus. Then we must not fail, I decide. We must not fail. The next morning, I awake feeling refreshed. It's not until after breakfast that I begin to feel even slightly nervous. Everyone tenses as the time draws nigh. Unsuccessfully, men try to entertain themselves by sparring, playing card games, or other things. I give up and end up throwing my knives into a log over and over again. Dislodging, and then throwing. Dislodging, and then throwing. I snack throughout the day rather than eat all at once. It's a bad thing to go out onto the battlefield when you're stuffed to the brim. You frightened? Asks Genevieve. She stands next to me and watches me throw my knives into the log, and then dislodge them, and then repeat the cycle. No, I respond truthfully. You have much confidence in yourself, she observes. I am merely not afraid of death if it chooses to find me, I say. But I am determined not to let him find me. She nods. Of course. I remove another knife and throw it into a knot on the other side of the log. I have something to give you, she says. What? I ask. You have brought nothing. She stands close to me and looks up into my eyes. I refuse to face her, and instead only turn my head to look at her rather than turn my entire body. I see immediately where this is going and say, I am not in need of any gift. Who is? She asks. I appreciate the feelings you have, I say. But I am sorry to say that I do not return them. She nods, stone-faced. Very well, she says. I wish you luck. Then she turns and walks briskly away into the camp. You are missing a huge opportunity, whispers James in my ear. He nearly makes me jump out of my skin. I'd say I'm dodging an arrow, I reply. I truly feel nothing for her. Feelings create heartbreak, especially in times of war. It is best I leave that part of myself alone. Understood, James nods. Then he follows the commander into the camp. Percival comes and sits next to me. How are you feeling? He asks. I feel alive, I say. And I don't plan to let that change. He replies with a slight chuckle and a nod. I still need to see the world, I say. Beyond the mountains. To the ocean. To the floating farms of Powali. I will be there with you, says Percival quietly. I know, I say, looking him in the eye. Then the horn blows. That's your signal, he says, getting up. You'd best be going. Yes, I say as he helps me up. Together we walk into camp. Soldiers, as I pass them, salute and say, luck to you, Captain Armstrong. Some of them are calling me by Dragonhammer. The Jarl only gives me a nod and a pat, and says, Caeth be with you. Genevieve merely nods. Good luck, Percival says. Though I don't think you'll need it. I nod. I'll see you in a few. He agrees, and shakes my hand. I'll talk to you in a few. James and Jericho each salute. Good luck, says the second. Fight and win, says the first. I know you will. Then I see my brother. I tower over him, as he still has not begun his major growth spurt, so he looks up at me. I'll see you again, he says. Then we embrace. The horn sounds again. As we part, one look forward towards the Tigner army and march out onto the battlefield, wearing my captain's armor. I set my helmet on my head as I continue forward, and feel the weight of my hammer on my back. I will not lose. I am Dragonhammer. The champion. A figure becomes visible, parting from the opposite army a few hundred yards away. The rocks on the ground try their best to trip me up, but I have none of it. There are few boulders in this part of the plain, and the ground is light brown with dull grasses and bushes. I do not get a good look at the figure until we get closer. He's big, just about as large as me. He wears a dark breastplate covering only his upper torso, leaving his abdomen uncovered and free to move as he will. Greaves cover his feet and lower legs, and he wears vambraces on his forearms, each is wrought with silver designs on the dark metal. An orange scorpion is engraved in the center of his chest piece. About his waist he only wears a simple hide covering, leaving every part of his thighs uncovered. Orange war paint stands out against his darker skin, striping his legs and curling across his shaven head. He wears no helmet. A belt is strapped across his chest, with an enormous sheath lying on his back. A hilt almost as long as my forearm sticks out the top. We stop about 15 feet from each other and scrutinize each other. His eyes tell me he has seen plenty of battle. They are black, but not in a cold, malevolent way. They are black in the way that he appears dead, like some part of him was lost in battle. His glare has no effect on me, and I reply with a slight smile. There's another blast of the war horn, probably to try to get us to start fighting. He only draws his enormous sword, and I draw my hammer and heft it menacingly. He studies it. Then he starts to circle. We stalk slowly in circles, keeping a careful eye on each other. Then the war horn blows again. He swings at me experimentally. His blade goes the opposite direction after my hammer stops it. After a moment, he tries again, but still to no avail. His eyes narrow as he examines me and my heavy weapon. Dragonhammer, he says quietly. It will be a pleasure to bring your head to my master. Pity then, when you don't, I respond. You are at an advantage. Your name? Bardlod, he responds. Bardlod the Neckcleaver. Would you like to see why? I glance to his sword and back to his eyes. I already see. He nods appreciatively. Then I shall take your head to add to my collection. I reply, we shall see. His sword swings almost immediately towards my head, but I block it easily. We trade a few blows, and then our weapons lock. With your reputation, I expected a better fight, says Barglod. But you have heard of me, I respond. I have no recollection of you. Our weapons unlock and he swings his sword, but I meet his blade in midair with a heave of the hammer. The blow knocks his sword out of the way for only a moment, but during that moment I punch the head of my hammer into his gut. He begins to fall over, but tries to retaliate with no success. I bring the hammer up in a swift uppercut, easily breaking his jaw and probably cracking something in his skull or neck. His sword comes around the side, but I block it and slam the butt of my hammer into his gut in one move, forcing him to double over, and then I bring the shaft of my hammer down on his back. He falls to his hands and knees, his sword lying worthless on the ground. Blood runs from his mouth. He gasps for breath, struggling to keep from falling onto his stomach. We have seen, I mutter. He sags. Then I bring my hammer down in a mighty arc just below his neck. There's a nasty crack and his neck bends backwards farther than it ever should. He falls to the ground. Then he lies still, and his black eyes lose whatever light they had left. I look grimly at his unmoving body. Then I turn to see the reaction of the Tigner army. There are cheers from behind me. A chant begins. They are saying, Dragonhammer. The Tigner army is silent. Swordbreaker stands at the front, apart from them all. He only stares at me for a moment. Then he raises his hand, and suddenly clenches it into a fist. 3 cavalry ride from their group towards me. A dark smile curves across my lips and I stride purposefully toward them. Their sharp-pointed lances are pointed at me. They are galloping at nearly full speed, closing the gap very quickly. That's right, I think. Come. A knife flies from my right hand and into the right-hand soldier. He goes limp and leans to his left, so he and his horse go galloping off in a different direction. The soldier on the left is not a concern. It's the one in the middle. Just before he runs me over, I leap to the right and give the hammer a powerful sweep. The horse emits a horrible yell as it careens into the other rider, and all 4 beings, human and horse, become one heap on the ground. Then I stop and wait, glaring at Swordbreaker. He stares in disbelief. Then rage covers his face and he blows the war horn. My smile gets darker. The army behind me answers their war horn as I hear one word. Charge. Then the armies run at each other, throwing all prior agreements to the side. I wait in the middle of the field. When my line pushes forward, I push forward in line with them. The armies collide. With a yell I destroy the first enemy I see. Their soldiers lock in fear at the sight of me, the man who threw down their champion at the bat of an eye. The morale of my men skyrockets at the sight, and they fight with ever-increasing vigor. I fight through their line and find a troll bashing through ours. Time for him to go. He does not acknowledge my presence until his knees have given out underneath him and my hammer finds a place in his forehead. He grunts as he struggles to get back up. Before he can lift himself, I fling myself up his arm and onto his back, but then he turns and thrashes anything he sees, leaving me holding on for dear life. He stops suddenly, aims himself at our forces, and then charges on all 4s. Unsteadily I climb and give him a crack over the top of the head. He stumbles and crashes to a halt, dead. Then I leap off and continue the work of death. I must find Swordbreaker. Very few of the opposing soldiers ride horses, so it's easy to spot out the ones that are. Atop one, probably 100 yards away, Swordbreaker proves his name. As I begin my approach and throw aside one of his minions, he looks me right in the eye and receives the message I silently send him. You will die. He rides toward me and I ready myself. He carries no spear, but holds a long sword in his left hand. He slices anyone to get between us, and I do likewise. When he gets within 20 feet, the horse suddenly falls out from under him. He bails and the horse tumbles, stopping just in front of me. An arrow sticks out of its side. There's no time to see where the arrow came from. Swordbreaker advances on me and I ready myself for whatever battle he brings. His sword captures my attention. It has only one sharp edge, and the top curves back to make a wicked point. The weapon seems to be constructed of normal steel, but along the sharp edge the metal has some sort of milky whitish sheen. Dragonhammer, he says. You live up to your name. I'm glad you think so, I reply. Fight like a dragon, he says, ignoring me. Have you ever seen a dragon fight? I give him a quizzical look and he says, me neither. I just thought it would include a little more fire. As he says the last word, he hits his sword hard against the armor of a dead soldier, striking it like a match. The sharp edge of the blade bursts into flame, along the whitish metal. I merely smile. You like it? he says. Know what it is? Fire steel, I reply softly. He nods. Impressive. Cost me a fortune, but I thought it would be the weapon most fitted for striking down Dragonhammer. He says my nickname like it's an insult, but it has no effect on me. Then he swings the fiery sword. We spar only for a few seconds, and then it becomes very apparent to him that defeating me will take much more than simply a fire sword. Just before I can land a crippling blow, soldiers of his army join our battle. I am forced away from him and contend with the nuisances quickly, but more fill their places. There are too many of us, Swordbreaker says. Even Dragonhammer cannot best an entire army. I look around at the impending Tigner forces. As much as I hate to admit it, he is right. The sound of a warhorn blasts from the forest, different from any we have before heard. No, I can't, I reply. Not without help. Rows and rows of cavalry charge from the forest and down the hill, into the battle. Cavalry, I think. That's a nice touch. They plow through the enemy lines like water through fire. I turn to see Swordbreaker's reaction, but only look just in time to see him grab the hand of one of his own cavalry, and leap on the back of the horse. As he rides, the sword slowly goes out and begins to smoke lightly. Cadmus. I hear. I turn and see that the owner of the voice rides quickly towards me on a white horse. Jarl Chun. I greet. You're late. But I came. He responds. And I am not late. I am right on time. I nod in appreciation. I had Swordbreaker, but one of his cavalry picked him up and he got away. We can't let him escape, he replies, holding out his hand. Hop on. With his help I jump onto the back of his horse and we ride off through the battle. I look towards the open gates of the fort. The Tigner warhorn blasts twice, 2 short blows, and then the army begins to enter the fort. Swordbreaker is one of the first inside. The coward, I mutter. Then louder I ask, do you have siege weapons? We were not expecting to fight in the fort, he responds. We could not have gotten them through the forest anyway. Then we have to get in before the gates close, I say. Keep them open at any cost. Jun blows his horn once, long and loud. The forces gather and a friendly horn responds likewise, likely from Jarl Hralfr. All of our forces rally, form ranks, and make for the gate of the fort. Jun gallops the horse and we run with our soldiers to infiltrate Fort Ruggoth. A short flight of stone steps leads up to the wooden double doors that serve as gates. Crenellated walls 15 feet high surround the fort, and towers stick up from the keep inside the walls. Our archers stand outside the walls, shooting anybody to stick their head above the crenellations. Tigner is running to cram as many as they can into the fort before we can breach the gate. Other horsemen join us in our charge for the entrance to the fort, and we plow over anybody to try and stop us. When we near the fort, Jun slows and I dismount the horse, running up the stone steps of the fort. I knock aside 2 men, and then look up to see the gates beginning to close. I don't think so. My entire body weight slams with all the force I have through the head of my hammer into the left door. Whoever had been closing it now lies several feet behind, and I stand in the open doorway with Hralfr's entire army on my heels. I don't stop to study the inside of the fort, but I pick up some basic details. The gate has led us into an enormous courtyard, where most of their army sits in wait. The keep of the fort sits in the middle, with large closed doors. It's tall, with towers and turrets across its walls. We flood the courtyard and fighting breaks out. We show no mercy, they broke the oath. Swordbreaker is in the keep, I realize, looking up towards the crenellated wall above the double doors of the keep. I smash aside another enemy and make for the doors, killing anyone to stand between me and my goal. Soldiers fight alongside me, blocking and returning blows just as I am. Their swords and axes do not match the might and power of my hammer. I reach the door and pull, but the doors are barred shut. Angrily I rattle them for a moment before turning back to the fray. The coward. Between fighting men, I look up and find that there are small bridges connecting the walls of the huge courtyard to the keep in the middle, much like the walls and Acropolis at Amgid. My thoughts flash to Nathaniel, Percival, Jericho, and James. They'll be fine, I convince myself. They'll be fine. The same way your father was? I stop my thoughts there, and turn to continue the fight. Captain! Calls Hralfr, only a few feet behind me. He cuts down another enemy and stands next to me. I have to go after Swordbreaker, I say. He's in the keep. Do as you will, he replies. I will follow you in when you find a way, as I know you will. With many of my soldiers following, I run a little ways into the courtyard to the left of the keep, and up a short wide set of stairs made of stone. It leads up only a few steps, but leads onto a small stone plaza with a path that leads further, around and behind the keep. From the plaza, a side door leads into the keep. Quickly we dispatch what few soldiers are there. When the door refuses to open, angrily I slam my hammer several times into the spot where the knob should be. The wood around the area shatters, and the door explodes inward. Immediately I am attacked, but the attacker falls to the ground before he can land a hit. The soldiers who accompany me follow me inside. We are beset by several of their men, but I take care of them quickly. We have to get to Swordbreaker, I command. Without waiting for Hralfr and his men, we charge deeper into the keep. We run right and into what appears to be a dining hall. Staircases go up one flight on each side of the room, and we quickly take them 2 or 3 steps at a time. We end up on a balcony-like structure overlooking the dining hall, but we don't stop to admire the view. 2 of my soldiers fall to their forces, leaving 10 to stand and fight beside me. We run down the large arched hall straight ahead. It's lined with doors, but we take none of them. Another of my soldiers is lost. At the end of the hall we come to an intersection, where another similar hall crosses ours. We ignore it and continue into the room on the other side, where a spiral staircase leads up. Where would Swordbreaker be? Asks one of the soldiers. At the top, I reply. So he can see how badly the battle is going. There's a landing at every floor that lets into an intersection almost identical to the one we had gone through. We ignore everyone, but for the third one, when the stairs stop. Where do we go now? Asks the same soldier. I look down all 3 choices we have for directions, having come from the 4th. Onward, I mutter. Then I lead them down the middle hall. Tignish soldiers jump out of every shadow. They do not survive long enough to do much more than that, however. 3 more of my soldiers are lost. At the end of the hall we pass through a set of double doors and into a spacious room with a vaulted ceiling. At the end an enormous window overlooks the courtyard. An enormous scorpion, made of all different shapes and sizes of glass panes, stands in the middle of the window. On either side of the window, small archways lead into short corridors. Swordbreaker stands in the middle, looking out the window at the battle below. He turns abruptly with wide eyes at my entrance. His armored hand grips the hilt of his sheathed sword. Immediately he unsheathes his weapon and commands, "Kill them." Soldiers enter from the side corridors to help those that already occupy the room. Swordbreaker stands on the other side of his wall of soldiers, safe and sound. Temporarily. I crash through one of the soldiers and land him on the floor, tripping up another. They fall over each other and I kill them both in one stroke. I look to the right and another of my men falls victim to their cold blades. Swordbreaker's men begin to back away. They cower at the sight of my hammer knocking aside their allies like leaves. Some of them begin to drop their weapons and run. "No!" commands Swordbreaker. "Kill him." "Why don't you?" shouts a soldier fleeing for his life. I let them flee. I refuse to kill a helpless man such as them, even if they are cowardly. Only 3 of my men still stand. 2 more of them had fallen in the battle, despite the fright of the opposition. Swordbreaker looks at me and my soldiers. Then he runs for the left corridor. "No you don't." I beat him there and swing maliciously at him. He blocks it and turns away, towards the other corridor. My men block it. "You're a coward," I scorn as he looks back towards me. "Am I?" he questions quietly. Then he turns and kills one of the other men before they can react. He takes another life before I can get there. "Yes," I argue as I bat his blade to the side. "You're a coward and you know it." My last ally falls dead beneath his blade, the edge of which is beginning to glow red. "I'm here," he says above the body of the soldier. "That only means I can kill you." We trade a few blows, but neither of us gain any ground. Then his sword scrapes against my hammer and bursts into flame. "Why the anger?" he asks. "What you have is evidently more than simply a need to win the battle." "Why do you say?" I revile. "I said I thought you would have a little more fire." "Well, I was right." "You do. In your eyes I see hurt and loss. These serve as the wood for your burning fire to kill me." "Why?" "You know why," I seethe. "A friend of yours lose their life?" He prods. "My father, to your army in Terrace. You ordered the attack. If you hadn't, he would not be dead and I would likely not be here." "But he is dead," he retaliates. "And you are here. And you will join him in the afterlife, dot. Not today." His sword sparks as it clangs against my hammer. Red flames lick the glowing crimson edge of his blade. He cuts my left shoulder slightly and I cry out in pain. The heat of the firesteel cauterizes it instantly. Your father is dead, he repeats. And you have come to avenge him. You will fail. I promised him I would not, I breathe through clenched teeth. I will kill you. We trade a few more blows, and then our weapons lock together, placing us right in the middle of the enormous window. We both push against each other, trying to gain the upper hand. I can see in his wide eyes only one thought. This was a bad idea. It wasn't me, he says suddenly. I give him a quizzical look, but do not release my pressure. It wasn't me that sent out the order, he says, pressing his sword even harder. That order came from Algarath, the leader of Diagral? I question. Swordbreaker grunts underneath the effort it takes to keep his sword between my hammer and him. He commanded it, he says. I only carried it out. Then you still will die. I knock his sword aside and punch him in the gut with the butt of my hammer, and then sweep his feet out from under him. Before he hits the ground I slam him in the side, towards the window. The panes shatter, creating a gaping hole in the glass scorpion. He tumbles out and down to the ground far below. Thus was the end of Lucius Swordbreaker. Men from every corner of the courtyard look to the broken window high above the battlefield and the orange-caped body falling from it. I stand in the hole, clearly visible to all onlookers. Tigner's soldiers begin to drop their weapons when they see my hammer still in my hands. Cadmus! Cries Jarl Hralfr from the entrance of the room. He sees the bodies and the hole in the window. What happened? He asks. He is dead, I respond, bending down and picking up the still flaming sword. I study it for a moment and wonder at the skill required to forge such a blade. The flames burn down and eventually expire, leaving light whitish smoke trailing from the sharp edge of the blade. I drop the blade as I make for the double doors that will lead me out. Word from Mohanri. I meet up with Nathaniel, Percival, James, and Jericho in the courtyard. That was you up there? Asks Jericho. I nod solemnly. Why can't I do that? James mutters quietly. Because you're not as awesome, answers Nathaniel almost as quietly. Neither are you, James retaliates. Well, I did shoot his horse down, he answers. That was you? I ask. He nods. Thanks, I reply. I appreciate that. You would have gotten him anyway, he says, eyeing the orange-caped corpse lying on the ground 3 stories below the window. Don't know, I reply. But he's dead now, Captain, says a voice behind me. I turn and see Commander Magnus. She holds Lord Swordbreaker's fiery sword. Yes? I respond. By right, this blade is yours. She holds it out to me. I shake my head. I don't want it. I see the look on her face and continue, take it. I don't want it. She nods. My thanks. She is stone-faced and her tone is cold as she withdraws the sword and walks away. So the battle is done, says Jarl Hralfr, approaching. But the war is not yet over. Who will succeed him as Lord Jarl of Tigner? I ask. Surely there is an heir. There is, he says. His son, Titus Swordbreaker. I nod. How many dead? Don't know, answers the Jarl. More casualties on their side. Most of them have given over their weapons and will escort them to Thrak. Some escaped. Tigner will learn of this loss very quickly. As I would expect, I respond. When will we leave? As soon as we can. We search the entire fort, but find nothing of value. We leave it and start through the forest to get to Thrak, as it will be much faster than marching all the way around the tip of the forest to the south. The prisoners of war march in the middle, surrounded by our forces on all sides. The forest is beautiful, but cruel. The hills are strewn with boulders and there are some hills-like buttes, with steep rocky cliffs on one side, but a gentle incline on the other. A couple of times we are forced to turn back and go around a hidden cliff. The pines are green and lush. Dead pine needles line the rocky ground, but they do almost nothing to make the ground any more comfortable for sleeping. The grass is bright green and grows in tufts. It is difficult to find enough places to pitch tents, so some of us go without and sleep under the stars. As a captain, I have full rights to one, but deny it. Instead I sleep on the hard ground like the rest of the men. It takes just over a week to navigate the forest and another day to get to Thrak. The mountains are a comforting familiar sight. Thrak is built upon the side of the mountains, on terraces. Every so often a wide stone staircase leads from one terrace to the next. Houses line the terraces, as do various shops, markets, pubs, and inns. Walls climb the mountains on the edges of the city, and there's a gate at the front and the back of the city. The gates open as we near, and I study the remainder of the city once we enter. The main road leads to the right around the base of one of the mountains. 7 terraces are layered up the mountainside, each with their assortment of buildings. A watchtower and small fort sit at the top. As we follow the main road, I notice that it leads down into a small vale. Terraces make their way partway up the mountain straight ahead and to the right. A formidable keep sits on the right edge of the vale, built onto the side of the mountain. It is not very tall, but wide and somewhat boxy. It seems to just grow from the cliffs and rocks at the base of the mountain. The main road goes all the way to its gate, and we enter after the portcullis rises. The prisoners are left in the keep, crammed in the dungeons. We can use them to barter, says Jarl Jun. Tigner has some of our men that we could use. Thrak is in close enough proximity to Kara that Jarl Jun acts as the city's leader. He goes about making plans immediately, but I want to stay out of them. What Swordbreaker had said is bothering me. It wasn't me that sent the order. I only carried it out. My job is not complete. There is something much bigger and darker than Lucius Swordbreaker. Only after it is stopped can I rest. My mother comes to mind. How much she worries. What she must be thinking. Do you know where we're going now? Asks Percival. Tigner is just about defeated. We'll probably join the forces in the west, I answer. Diagral is still a problem for Mohanri out there. That is true, he says. Think Diagral has trolls? I don't want to think about what they might have, but I doubt it's trolls. Why? Apparently the trolls only swore fealty to Lucius Swordbreaker because they wanted to prove themselves in battle. Now that he is dead, I don't know if that makes their fealty void or not. I don't know the depths of troll law. That'll mean we're going to Powali, Percival continues. If we go to the west. James nods. I just hope we're all alive long enough to make it that far. I agree with an identical gesture. A messenger enters the room and says, Captain Armstrong. I stand and acknowledge his presence. Speak. You have a summons from Jarl Jun. When? As soon as you can, Captain. Lead on, then. I give my friends a gesture of farewell, and then follow the messenger down the hallway and up a spiral staircase. Then we go down another hallway, take a turn, and end up in what I recognize as a council room, complete with big table and map. What's the matter? I ask as I enter. The messenger leaves as Jarl Jun waves him away with a thank you. Then he turns to me and says, This came for you. He holds out a letter, still sealed with red wax. The seal depicts a torch sitting in front of a sword crossed over 3 stalks of wheat, the insignia of Mohanri. On the back, in skinny, spiky writing, one word is written, Dragonhammer. Well, open it, coaxes Jarl Hralfr. I obey and discard the envelope, leaving me holding a letter. It says, Dragonhammer. Word has reached me concerning your many feats, including the rescue of many men from Ringnir's Deep, the retake of Terrace, the infiltration and successful invasion of Amjad, and the deaths of Commander Tyrannus and Lord Swordbreaker. Only one of these would be an impossible feat for any one man, but you have done them all and attracted my attention. I hereby request an audience with you. I currently reside in Fragris, and will remain there for a period of a few weeks before returning to my home in Venibur. Come and I will be sure that you are properly accommodated. A warrior such as you should be richly rewarded. May your journey be swift. Lord Archeantus. What does it say? Asks Jarl Jun as I look up from the letter. It's Lord Archeantus, I reply. He requests an audience immediately. Jun raises his eyebrows. With you? I nod. Well, we'd best get you off then. As soon as you are able? He's in Fragris for the next few weeks. He said that a warrior such as I should not go unrewarded. Jarl Hralfr says, we'd best honor his wishes. I know, I agree quietly. I think, but do not say, though I do not want his gifts or promotions. Instead I ask, do we have orders from him concerning our position? None thus far, says Jarl Hralfr. I'm afraid you will be traveling with only a few. I, Jarl Jun, and Commander Magnus will all be required to stay here. I see, I answer. I will set out with 4 others as soon as I can. Good decision, Jun mutters. Not good to ignore the summons of Lord Jarl Archeantus. Am I dismissed? I question. Hralfr nods. Best of luck to you. Travel safely and return swiftly. I trace my steps back down to the bunkrooms where I and the other soldiers stay. What was that about? Nathaniel asks. I'm going to Fragris, I answer bluntly. Lord Archeantus has requested an audience with me. Everyone's eyebrows shoot up. Really? Asks James. Would I joke about that? I ask. I'm leaving tomorrow. You want to come? Of course. Percival jumps up. I'll get packed as soon as I can, Nathaniel answers. Jericho nods his approval. I've got to see what this is all about, he says. I'm in, replies James. Good, I say. We leave tomorrow. The next morning, Genevieve catches us at the gate of the keep. Travel safely, she says. Her eyes linger on mine and she tells me something a little more. Then we leave. We wear our armor and carry our weapons, as well as packs with our bedrolls and food. The gate of the city lets us out of the mountains and into the slightly forested foothills between the Wolfpack Mountains and the Kindred Forest. We take the road south. It will take us about 8 or 9 days to make the journey to Fragris because we have to travel all the way around the tip of the mountains. It would take longer to travel through them. Traveling is uneventful. By the end of the 4th day the forest retreats from the left and we come out into an open plain like the one from Amjad to Fort Rugoth. The mountains begin to become less menacing, and finally on the 6th or 7th day the road curves to the right and around the base of the mountains. We're finally going to see beyond the mountains, Percival says. Within a day or two's travel to the south lies the Hayabja Desert. Though we cannot see the sand, the horizon is flat and dry. We travel west and around the point of the Wolfpack Mountains to Fragris. We cross the Juniper River at an arched stone bridge and Fragris comes into sight from behind the mountains. This city is truly fascinating. It's built on a plateau like Amjad, but it's nestled so perfectly into the mountains that the Juniper River creates a natural moat, at least from the west, cliffs protect it from all other sides. It flows down from the north, circles about half the city, and then curves to the southwest towards the ocean. On the opposite side of the river stands a mesa, upon which a bridge arches to the front gate of Fragris. As we near, however, I see that there is an empty space about 15 feet long between the end of the bridge and the gate. This only becomes clear when we climb the stone stairs to the top of the mesa and begin to cross the colossal bridge. Instead of a gate, an enormous drawbridge with massive chains lies across the gap separating the gate from the end of the bridge. It is made of wood, but reinforced along the edges with steel plates. It clunks heavily as we walk across it. The river roars beneath us, and a couple of water wheels clank as they turn in the churning water. As we pass underneath the archway leading into the city, I note a lifted portcullis. To the left and right, protected in the walls, there must be enormous reels for lifting the bridge. That's quite the defense, Nathaniel observes. One of the guards nods appreciatively, eyeing my missing fingers and the hammer hanging on my back. Where will Archiantus be? James questions. Probably in the safest part of the city, I respond. There is my guess. I point forward, to a titanic tower at the back of the city. It's tall and wide, with 2 similar taller towers behind it, creating a triangle. The towers merge to create an immense fortress, the rear of which is one with the mountain. I like the look of this keep, James comments. Just about impenetrable. And indeed it is. A wide set of stairs leads about 20 feet into the air, to a small stone plaza. An arch with a tower on either side stands on the plaza. Almost identical to the contraption leading into the city, a drawbridge spans the distance from the plaza to the open portcullis of the keep. Guards sit and stand at attention on the arch and underneath it. When we reach the archway leading into the keep, the guards cross their halberds, barring the way. Business? Asks one of them. I am Captain Armstrong, I reply. I've been summoned by Lord Archiantus, . The guard who spoke looks down at my hand, then up at me. I tower over him. Dragonhammer, he mutters. Then they both pull back their halberds and he says, Lord Archiantus awaits you inside, Captain. I nod my appreciation and we walk under the arch. This, however, is where I remember that I have never been here before and don't know my way around. Quickly, I voice this concern to the guards. One of them walks barely into the keep and knocks on the door a few steps to the left. Another guard comes out and they trade a few words. Then the first guard walks back to his post and the other says with a thick accent, Follow me. The stone of the fortress is dark, and the halls are lit by windows and torches. Most of the windows are tall and narrow for shooting arrows through, and the ones that aren't are paned with glass. These windows are only up on the higher levels, however. The guard leads us down the left hall which curves to the right. Our footsteps echo slightly in the stone halls. Purple tapestries bearing the white insignia of Mohanri hang on the walls at intervals, usually on either side of almost every door. We go up a flight of stairs, though the hall continues to the left of the stairs. Once up, we take a right through a spacious arched hall and stop in the middle. An arched pair of double doors stands to the left. A few ornate benches sit on either side of the doors. Wait here, commands the guard. Then he pounds on the left door. After a moment, the door opens a crack. The guard says, Captain Armstrong to see Lord Archiantus. The guard on the inside nods and shuts the door with a few quick words that I can't catch. Our escort says, he will call you in when he is ready. I have business of my own to attend to. Pleasure to meet you. He nods to me and salutes, and then strides briskly back down the hall. Well, here we are, says James as he sits on one of the benches. Hopefully this wait isn't long. I doubt it will be, says Percival sitting next to him. Lord Archiantus did request this audience. I don't think he'd wait much longer than he already has. The next moment one of the doors swings open quickly with a loud creak and a click as the lock unlatches. A guard steps out. Lord Archiantus awaits your presence. Archiantus. We enter in single file. Though the meeting was for me, my friends decide to let themselves in anyway. Nobody objects. The room is ancient. The ceiling is arched and must be 30 feet high. Columns stand along the worn stone walls, jutting out from the bricks slightly. Enormous purple tapestries displaying the insignia of Mohanri hang between the columns. The room goes back at least 50 feet, and the back wall is rough and appears to be a natural cliff. This room must actually be backed against the mountain. At the back, a staircase only 4 steps high occupies the entire width of the room. A throne sits on the raised floor with a purple rug leading from the double doors to its feet. Guards stand along the walls and in the throne sits Archiantus. He's tall and broad, with a muscular build. His expression presents him as strong, though solemn. His black beard is short and well-groomed. He wears a silver breastplate laced with lines of lavender and gold, with the Mohanri insignia emblazoned in a circle in the middle. His cape is thin and deep violet, it's obviously only for show, and not for traveling. His boots are a light shade of brown. It's his eyes, however, that capture my attention. They are blue like lightning, with the same power, sharpness, and fierceness. I stand at the head of my little group, with the others standing behind me in a V formation. We kneel, as is custom to show respect. Rise, he says. His voice is deep and booming, especially in the acoustics of the voluminous room. We obey. Dragonhammer, he says, rising from his throne and descending the stairs. He only stands a few steps away from me. I notice a sword sheathed on his belt. You came. I nod. I could not ignore a summons such as yours, Lord Archiantus, I reply with an air of humility, though I do have to look down slightly. He nods with a slight smile. And right you are, he says. Who have you brought with you? This is my brother, Nathaniel. I gesture to each of them as I introduce them, but they do nothing. And my friends Percival, James, and Jericho. Lord Archiantus acknowledges them each with a gesture. A pleasure, he says. The pleasure is ours, responds Percival. There are not many in the army of Gilgal that get the privilege of meeting the Lord Jarl of Mohanri. True, replies Archiantus. But then there are not many soldiers that I get to meet personally. It is you soldiers that are fighting on the front, and it is you I have to thank for your loyalty and strength in battle. Especially you. He looks and gestures towards me with his head as he says the last 2 words. I'm merely doing what I feel to be right, I say. He scrutinizes me with his vibrant bright eyes. Of course you are, he says quietly. You know why I summoned you here? He asks. You said that a warrior such as I should not go unrewarded, I respond. But I fail to see what I have done to deserve anything more than any other soldier would. Archiantus raises his eyebrows. You did read my letter, did you not? You obviously did, seeing as you're here now. I nod. I am doing what I am capable of. Is not every other soldier doing the same? A smile tugs at Archiantus's mouth. I like you more than I thought I would, he says quietly. But I feel that you still deserve some sort of reward for your effort. You have killed 2 of the most powerful leaders of the Tigner army, saved the life of Lord Jarl Hralfr, as well as many others, and if I am informed correctly, it was your tactics the army used to infiltrate and capture Terrace and Amjad? I nod my affirmation. He continues, then I ask if you would accept the title of commander in the armies of Mohanri. I feel my eyebrows go up involuntarily. Unhindered, he persists, a warrior of your strength and skill is meant to lead. From what I have heard, the soldiers will follow you wherever you go because they believe you are undefeatable. To have you at the head of an army would increase the morale of all allies, while decreasing that of our enemies. Your tactical ability is something you have proven on multiple accounts, winning you the battles against extremely difficult odds. Will you do me the honor of becoming a commander? I think for a moment. He sees my answer before it comes out. I am honored by the request, I say. But I must say no. His eyebrows furrow. You will not be offended if I ask why? Because I am not here to lead, I respond. The reason I am here is because Lucius Swordbreaker carried out an order from Algarath to attack Terrace. Because of that attack, my father was killed by one of their soldiers. I joined only to seek vengeance. I have found it partially. Archeantus nods with understanding. And now you seek to destroy Algarath. I nod darkly. I am not here to lead, I repeat. I only strategize if it will help me to achieve my goal. I'm here to avenge my father, and to do that I will kill Algarath. That will be quite a feat, Archeantus mutters. We are struggling with them in the west, though the war has reached a bit of a stalemate. Neither of us is gaining any ground. It will take something more to turn the tide. Something such as you. I cannot turn the tide of a war. He nods. You are capable of much more than you realize, Captain Armstrong. I shake my head. I will fight. But, with all due respect, sir, I decline your request. He nods. Very well. Then he turns and walks back to his throne. As he sits down he asks, then is there anything I can do for you? Just before I answer no, a thought bursts into my head. Yes, I say slowly. My mother still resides in Terrace with my 2 brothers who still live at home. She has no profession but motherhood, so providing for my brothers is difficult for her, especially after my father's death. Pain drives itself into my heart as I utter the last few words. Then I plow onward. Would you be able to help them? Archeantus looks down at the floor with his hand rubbing his beard. Then he looks up and says, I will do my best to make sure they are taken care of. Thank you, I reply genuinely. No, he says. It is I who must thank you. I do not dare to think what will have become of us if you had not been there when you were. I only nod. Is there a message you would have me bring back to Jarl Chun and Jarl Hralfr? Orders, perhaps? He thinks for a moment, and then says, yes. I need you to stay there. After the death of Lucius Swordbreaker we do not know what Tigner's next actions will be. Titus will have taken over for his father by this point. He will be very angry, and that will lead to an attack. We do not know where, but my bet is either Thrak or Amjad. Thrak is where you will be positioned. I will bring the message, I say. Is there anything else? Lord Archeantus looks me in the eye and says, I only tell you to continue to fight. I respect your decision to stay yourself from leadership, but I exhort you to fight ever harder. You are a mighty warrior, Captain Armstrong. It would be a pity to lose you. Thank you, sir, I reply quietly. You are dismissed, he says. One of the guards outside will show you to the quarters where you can stay the night. You may stay as long as you like, though I see no reason for you to linger. You may follow the other soldiers down to dinner, and I will gladly impart of my stores to you for your return journey. Until next time, Captain. I nod. Farewell, Lord Archeantus. The first thing James says when we enter our quarters and the door closes is, you turn down being a commander? Yes, I reply coolly. You heard and you understand my explanation. Still. He says. After I give him a nasty look, he drops the subject. There's still a bit of daylight left, Nathaniel says as he slings his pack onto the nearest bed. We all follow suit. What do you say we explore the city a little bit? Every one of us makes a mental note of the exact location of our quarters in the keep. Then we make our way out. Be back before dark, warns one of the guards at the open portcullis. The drawbridge rises after sundown. I acknowledge his caution with a thank you, but we decide that we'd like a drink, so we head for the nearest tavern we find. People eye us as we pass, and I get a few scrutinizing looks. There's a gasp from a nearby window, but as I look the shutters are slammed shut. I roll my eyes and continue down the street. The nearest tavern happens to be called Drunken Bovine. I wonder where on earth they got such a name, but leave the subject undiscussed. There are a few guards sitting at a table in the corner, next to the fire. Townsmen sit at other tables, laughing riotously, gulping savagely, or sipping calmly. The bartender takes one look at me and his eyes narrow. His eyes dart to my left hand and then into my eyes. By my beard, he mutters. What's your name? Cadmus, I say. Cadmus Armstrong. His eyes widen. Dragon Hammer? I don't even need to give him an answer. His voice raises and he says, Dragon Hammer. In my tavern? A huge grin has made its way across his face. No need to pay for you, sir. He says. Have a drink. And for your friends, too. I make to object, but he cuts me off. Ale? He asks. I'd like to pay, I say softly. Every person in the tavern is looking at me, most of them whispering. The bartender leans in, not believing. What? I'd like to pay for my drink, I repeat. Here. I flip him a coin and he catches it. Mighty nice of you, says the bartender. But it's all I can do to repay you. I'm only doing my duty, I respond. I hardly notice the door open and more people walk in. Very well then, says the bartender with a smile. Ale? Please. He serves us each a tankard and we sit at a table in the corner. Everyone still looks at me every so often, but one group of them more than others. It's a group of young women. A couple of the townsmen are eyeing them hungrily, but the girls don't notice because their attention is on me. The situation makes me incredibly uncomfortable. James notices. Go talk to them, he says. I shake my head. Not a chance. Why not? What do you think will happen, James? I ask, a little aggressively. He's taken aback. That I'll fall in love and marry one of them when this horrible war is over? Apparently that's what they think, he mutters as one of them approaches. You're Dragon Hammer? She squeaks. I nod, slightly irritated. That's me, I suppose. Did you really do all the things the stories say you did? That depends on what the stories say, I reply bluntly. I've heard a few things, she hurries. You've killed some trolls, right? There's a reason I call him Trollslayer, mutters James. He sits on the other side of the table, so Nathaniel elbows him for me. I give him a thankful look. The girl continues like she hadn't noticed. And you killed the Tigner commander? Broke into the castle and terrace and freed many men single-handedly? I nod as she names things off. Killed Lucius Swordbreaker, ... Yes, I say quietly. That's me. She just about melts into a puddle on the floor. The other three girls at her table are staring in jealousy at her boldness. Well, I was wondering, she begins. Oh no, I think. Wondering what? Would you be willing to spend some time while you're in town? With me? I won't be in town very long, I respond. We're leaving tomorrow. James makes to say something, but this time Percival elbows him from the other side. He doubles over and rests his forehead on the table. Oh, the girl says. Well, maybe tonight? We have to get back to the keep soon, I reply without making eye contact. Then I look up at her and say, I'm sorry. Maybe this was a bad idea, mutters Jericho. She nods and goes back to her seat. One of her friends pats her on the back. One of the townsmen stands after a moment. He walks to the girl and rests his hand on her shoulder and she looks up at him, a little disturbed. He says something, but I can't tell what. She recoils from his hand, but he tightens his grip. One of the other men gets up and approaches another girl similarly. I only tolerate it for another second. Hey! My voice barks out. The men are startled. What? Says the first. You leave them alone, I say darkly. They look at each other. Why? He responds. Because the last thing they need is a creep like you. We weren't doing anything, says the second. And even if we were, why would it matter? Adds the first. The girl rips herself from his hand and stands, but he snags her arm. I stand, towering over them both. You release her, I command. Now. Why do you care? He asks. Let me ask you this, I start as I walk towards him quickly. He cowers as my form looms over his. Do you care for your life? He is engulfed in my shadow. He says nothing, but slowly lets go of the girl. His companion does the same. Good choice, I seethe. Now get out, ... He doesn't waste any time drinking whatever remains in his tankard. There's an awkward moment where he does nothing. Then he whisks away and out the door. The girl looks in awe at me, as do her three friends. I merely nod to them and sit back down in my chair to finish my drink. I'm so glad you're my friend, says James quietly. A smile tugs at my lips as I bring the tankard to my mouth. We should get going, says James. It's starting to get dark. As should they, I respond, referring to the girls sitting at the table. They're still in shock, trying to figure out what has just happened. As we stand, they stand to leave as well. On a whim, Percival suddenly asks one of them, would you like us to escort you home? They're as shocked as I am. Immediately they agree, but the only thought going through my head is, oh, Percival, what have you gotten us into? They ask us our names, and we learn theirs. I walk silently in the back the entire way. Luckily they live close by each other, and two of them are sisters. It's the sisters that we drop off last, and the younger one goes in first. The elder sister is the one that had approached me in the tavern. Her name is Serena. She and Percival had walked the whole way side by side, talking. In fact, each of us, but for me, had been holding our own conversations with one of the young women. I stayed to myself and my thought. Nathaniel had actually been talking to Serena's younger sister. Thanks, I hear Serena say to Percival. James gives me a look that says, we should leave them. I agree silently and we make our way down the street without Percival. He hardly seems to notice, carrying on a conversation of some sort with Serena. We walk out of earshot, so we cannot hear what they are saying. When I look back, I see Serena pounce on him in a big hug. He's stunned and stands stiffly until she retreats. Then she walks into the house and he realizes he's alone on the street. He runs to catch up to us. What did you talk about? James asks slyly. Nothing, Percival says wistfully. James shrugs. All right then. We make it back to the keep just before the drawbridge lifts. We sleep soundly, once we find our room. The next morning a guard shows us to the kitchens and allows us to take some food for our journey home. I help myself to a few loaves of bread and some fruit. Then we leave the keep. As we walk across the bridge, Percival looks back several times. I say nothing until we are on the road walking back towards Thrack, when he gazes at the city until it disappears behind the mountains. It's that girl, I say. Isn't it? Percival and I walk behind the other three, who are talking about something or another that I don't care to listen to. He nods. It's stupid, he mutters, shaking his head. No, I respond. It's not. He gives me a puzzled look. It's not stupid at all, I murmur, looking forward at the road. An unpleasant affair. The journey back is shorter, only a week. We arrive just after midday on the 7th day. We are welcomed back, and immediately Jarl Hralfr and Jarlkjun want to meet with me. After I eat and rest, I respond. I honor my promise and go to the council room when I feel rejuvenated enough. Of course, they want to know what the whole thing was about and how it went. He wanted to make me a commander, I respond. Hralfr raises an eyebrow. Is that it? For the most part. He wanted to award me with something more, but I declined. I deliberately neglect to tell them about his agreement to care for my mother. Hralfr nods as Kjun's face contorts. I thought as much, says Hralfr. For the same reasons you first declined to become a captain? I nod. Did he have anything more to say? Only that he plans for us to stay here and protect against any attack Tigner might send, but... Once again Kjun's expression shows his dissatisfaction, though he says nothing. Understandable, Hralfr comments. Was there anything else? Nothing that comes to mind. He nods. You may go. I hesitate. Is there something you wish to discuss? Kjun asks. I shake the thought from my head. No. Never mind. I bow slightly and walk from the room. Thrack's training grounds lie layered on terraces to the side of the keep. They are small and consist only of practice dummies and targets. Most of the training takes place with leather and wool pads over our weapons so that we don't kill each other as we spar. This has little effect on warhammers and maces, so I refrain from sparring, but still everyone comes away with bumps and bruises. Everybody but me. Genevieve now wields the sword of Lucius Swordbreaker. She practices moves on dummies, but the sword will not light on the soft material. Only when it hits or scrapes against metal will it begin to glow and then burn. A soldier approaches me as I practice slow moves against a practice dummy. This one is reinforced with iron bars rather than wooden poles, as I tend to break the wooden ones. Captain. He greets. Yes? I respond. I have not yet grown accustomed to the name of captain, though I have had it for a while now. I'm sorry to disrupt your training, sir, but I, with all due respect, sir, would challenge you to a spar. I raise an eyebrow. Really? Yes, Captain. You are the mightiest of us all, and there are many things I could learn from you. James gives me a nod and Percival shrugs. Nathaniel and Jericho are still going at each other with their blunted weapons. Very well, I mutter, hefting my hammer, which is already appropriately fitted for the duel. Not that a pad on the hammerhead will do anything to dull the pain. He lifts his sword, which has some sort of thin sheath on it to keep the sharpness from killing somebody on accident. He holds a shield on his right hand, and fights with his left. Let's get this over with, I think. He stands ready, and then pounces. Easily I bounce his sword to the side and knock him in the chest, just lightly enough to land him on his back. He looks down at the hammerhead placed above his sternum. What did you learn? I ask, genuinely curious. As I help him up, he answers, not to be so eager to strike. I nod. What else? He runs through the few seconds in which the battle took place. Then he shakes his head. You left yourself open with the lunge, I criticize. All I had to do was knock your weapon to the side and you were wide open, even with the shield. He nods. I'd like another go. Very well, I respond. Then we take our places and ready ourselves. This time he stays back, hovering. He's waiting for me, I realize. Well then let's give it to him. My first strike is one that I allow him to block. After the second he retaliates and I deflect it with a blow of the hammer. Then after another moment, I lash out, get through his block in a single swift movement, and knock him to the ground. A little bit of a crowd has started to form. He gets up with a grunt of disappointment. Nathaniel and Jericho, the victor having been the former, are now watching me. No more, I mutter. I'd like to try, says a soldier. Then he adds quickly, if I may, Captain? Reluctantly I nod. This battle goes much the same, without much of a fight. I wouldn't go as far to call it a battle or even a fight. Another soldier pops up after I throw down a third. Just about everybody on the training grounds is watching. No more, I say louder. The soldier backs down. As you wish, Captain. Why not? Genevieve stands behind me, next to James. Her sword is out and uncovered, revealing the milky white blade. This is a training ground, I mutter. Not a stage. I refuse to participate if the purpose is to see if they can best me. Is it because you are afraid you will lose? She replies coldly. I won't, I say quietly. And you know I won't. You learned that the hard way in Amjad. She looks down, trying to burn holes in the bright green grass. There's a light wind that rustles the longer blades. Then I walk to my practice dummy and resume my training. The crowd breaks up. Genevieve does not move until the crowd is gone and they have picked up their training where they left off. Then James approaches her. I'll take that duel, he says. Why? She asks, eyes narrowed. The same reason you challenged, he retaliates, removing the cover from his sword. Her face softens and then a dark smile begins to tug at her lips. I approve, she says. They take their places across from each other and ready themselves. James is taller and broader than Genevieve, but the sword she wields requires both of her hands. James holds his shorter sword in his right, and a circular shield in his left. He's so dead, I think to myself. His lack of experience and training places him far behind Genevieve in terms of skill. James, however, seems to be a natural. They trade a few blows, neither with any success. Apparently Genevieve's thoughts were along the same track as mine, as she seems surprised at his ability to stave off her every attack. Her eyes narrow and she tries again. This time he is tested. Their blades clang only once or twice, and then he uses his shield to block a couple of strokes. He lashes out from behind his shield once, and she barely has time to parry his blow. As their blades connect again, they scrape off of each other and Genevieve's blade lights noiselessly, though the loud shing echoes about the mountainside. Undeterred, James begins an onslaught of blows. Their blades spin around each other, and then Genevieve raises her flaming sword. It comes down into his shield and he rolls with the blow, slamming his sword into hers so that it is knocked away from her body. She recovers too quickly for him to strike, so he bashes with his shield. This, she was not expecting. One of her hands lets go of the sword in her surprise, leaving it supported only by her right. James bashes once again and the blade flies from her grasp. Genevieve twists and falls to the ground. She has just enough time to turn over and sit upright before his sword points at her neck. He stands with his sword pointed downward at her, and his shield dangling to his left side. She sits on her rear with one hand on the ground and the other above her head, as if she could stop the blow with her hand. James sticks his sword in the ground and offers his hand. She hesitates, but then takes it and he pulls her up. Nathaniel picks up the flaming sword to keep it from catching the grass on fire, but the area around it is already black and charred. James, right? Asks Magnus. James only nods. Well fought, soldier, she says. Well fought. She takes her sword from Nathaniel and walks away briskly. I give James a small smile and congratulate him. That was hard, he says. But a little fun. Looked like it, I joke. He shakes his head and walks to Percival to resume whatever they had been doing before. I begin practicing another move on the dummy. Only a few seconds later, a soldier comes running at me across the grounds from the keep. I ignore him until he stands within fighting distance. Then he stops and says, slightly out of breath, "Captain Armstrong. Jarl Hralfr summons your presence immediately." "What for?" I ask. Silently I add the words, "What could it be this time?" He didn't say. Only that it was urgent. "He requires you without delay." "Very well," I answer, slightly worried. "Lead me to him." Percival, James, Nathaniel, and Jericho notice the scene and follow me towards the keep. The messenger runs anxiously, and I run to keep up. The others seem slightly annoyed, but curious and just as uneasy as me. We enter the main gate and walk through a few halls and up some stairs. Both Jarls wait in the too familiar council room. "Captain," they announce simultaneously as I enter with my friends on my heels. "What's this about?" I ask. "Why the urgency?" "We just received a message from one of our spies," explains Jarl Hralfr. Before waiting for more information I ask, "Where is he stationed?" "Rakma," he answers. "A small town outside of Kara." I give him a puzzled look. "Why there?" "Exactly for this reason," he responds impatiently. "Now let me finish." I nod and gesture for him to continue. He proceeds, "We received a message from our spy in Rakma, saying that he intercepted Tignar's plans, that..." "How did he get them there?" I ask. "I don't know," fumes the Jarl. "Is it important?" When I don't answer, he plows onward. "Their plans are not a direct attack of any kind, nor are they of large magnitude. They are trying to get rid of you." "Obviously," I mutter. Louder, I say, "I haven't heard anything that benefits us." "What is the problem?" "They are not planning to kill you in battle," says the Jarl. "They plan on destroying you another way. They saw what damage the death of your father did to you. Now they plan to kill your mother." My eyes widen. "I have to leave. Now." Chun jumps up. "Are you out of your mind? You can't leave us now. You're a captain here. Now you want to leave us and travel by yourself to get to your mother before Tignar does? Surely you are not that stupid." "You're right," I say darkly. "They can come with me." I gesture to my friends on either side of me. Though I volunteered them, they agree with nods and gestures of their own. "But you can't leave us," argues Chun. "We can send another dash." "Stop me," I command. "If I can't leave, then stop me." Both Jarls look at me, astonished. "This is my mother we're talking about," I say. "This is her life. The dearest family member I have left, and you are trying to deny me the right of being there for her." They are at a loss for words, flabbergasted at the words coming from my mouth. "Stop me." Finally Jarl Hralfr speaks softly, "I cannot." "That's what I thought," I respond. "I will leave immediately. Those who wish to accompany me may come." The Jarls agree silently. "When you return," says Chun, "I may not be here. There are some things I need to finish up and oversee in Kara. Stop there on your return journey." I acknowledge his request with a simple nod. "Safe journey," says Hralfr. "May your mother be safe and sound when you reach her. Return quickly." "Of course," I reply. Then I leave the room with the others on my heels. Sojourn in tears. There are still a few hours of daylight left, and I use them to their highest potential. Nathaniel, Percival, James, and Jericho join me. Nathaniel seems almost as panicked as I am, and we lead the group at a pace quicker than we've ever traveled. I'm reluctant to stop for the night, but I know we must. We packed light, to travel faster, so my bedroll is not as thick or as warm as I would like. We knew that we would need armor, so of course we wear that and our weapons. No matter how this plays out, there will be bloodshed, and I want to be prepared for it. We come to Kara within the 4th day, but we only stop to buy some food and supplies. It only takes us over an hour, then we leave the city and continue northward towards Terrace. We pass the living vale on our left, and I stare into it the entire time it is visible. Specifically, I gaze to the top of the great waterfall where my father lies. "We must stop," I say. Percival almost runs into me and Nathaniel says, "What?" "We must stop," I say, quieter. Percival sees the direction I'm looking and something in his brain clicks. "Yes," he agrees. "If you feel we must." Then we take the turn into the living vale. I know this will take time. It will lengthen the journey by just less than a day, and though we must make this journey as quickly as possible, this stop is just as important to me as the reason for the journey is. The vale is even more verdant than when we saw it last. Everything has had at least a month or more to grow and change, everything for the better. Birds sing to us as we pass and our feet grind against the dirt of the path with scuffing noises. The pine boughs rustle and the wind blows lightly. A fox darts across the path and scrutinizes us from the cover of a thick hedge. The air is fresh. The cool wind brings a strong scent of pine and makes the air seem even crisper. The path leads up the left ridge of the vale, and eventually we rise above the tops of the trees and walk along the rocky ridge towards the top of the waterfall. We reach it much faster than we had the previous time. We eat lunch a little ways from the opening of the cave. There is little speaking, as the purpose of the sidetrack is obvious and unspoken. "Would you like us to come in with you?" asks Percival. "You may come if you want," I reply softly. "I expect nothing from any of you." Nathaniel is coming, but he does not need to voice it. We walk to the mouth of the cave together and stop. Unlit torches sit on the rocky walls just inside. The water feeding the falls flows from the cave solemnly, like it's respecting the occasion. It seems too fast and deep to allow crossing at any point. The cave is dark, so I take one of the torches from its sconce and light it with my flint and steel. "We will wait here," Percival says on behalf of the group. "You can go on." I nod. "Thank you," I mutter. Nathaniel nods. Then we turn and start into the cave on the left side of the underground river. I hold the torch steadily. The fire casts orange light on the rocky walls, spiky shadows flickering over the floor and sides. The tunnel turns right and the light from the mouth goes out of sight. Then we turn left and behold the tomb. It sits just as we left it. The rectangular box is placed exactly in the middle of the room, and unlit torches sit on the walls in their sconces. I light the ones to the sides with the torch I brought in. Then I stand by my brother and study the stone tomb. We say nothing. I rest my unoccupied hand on top of the tomb as father would rest his hand on my shoulder, with tenderness and strength. "Are you proud?" I ask silently. "Are you proud of me? Of what I have done and what I am becoming?" I stop and wait, as if for a response. It doesn't come. There are some who have taken to calling me Dragonhammer. "I fight for you. I am well on my way to avenging you. You will not have died in vain." I pause again. "Mother is in danger." "The last thing you said to me was to take care of my mother." "I intend to honor that request. She will be safe. I have already lost you. It would destroy me to lose her. The enemy knows this and they mean to destroy me by bringing harm to her. I would not be able to live with myself if such a thing were to happen. I promise you now that she will be safe. Nothing will happen to her. I bring her love. All will be well." I look to Nathaniel and see a tear rolling down his cheek. I take my hand from the lid of the tomb and place it on his shoulder. I shake his shoulder softly and he looks at me. I give him a small comforting smile. Then I take my hand from his shoulder and say one last thing to my father. "There is a hole in my heart caused by your murder. I ache every moment. The hole refuses to be filled. It cannot be filled. You hold a place in me that no other comes close to. I love you, Father. I will return." Then I quench the hanging torches and we turn and leave the tomb. Nathaniel wipes his eyes before we reach the mouth of the cave. His eyes are still slightly red when we walk into the sunlight. Percival gives me a smile similar to the one I gave Nathaniel. I nod to him and say quietly, "Thank you." "Let's keep moving," he says. Then I remember the reason for our journey and I am filled with an entirely different emotion. "Yes, I agree. Let's." Then we trek down the ridge from which we had come. There's a path that leads down the opposite ridge and out the other side of the vale, but our trip would be made faster to go back down and cross Dragon Gate Bridge. We make camp at the base. The next day we will cross the bridge. We wake early and break camp in only a few minutes. There's nothing to pack up but for our bedrolls. Then we eat a quick breakfast and follow the road. We reach the bridge before midday. We can see it before we reach it because of the sheer size of the bridge. Vines are climbing the ancient columns in the season. The trees seem to edge away from the bridge like they're scared of something. As we approach, I see a peculiar rock lying across the road just in front of the crenellated arch leading onto the bridge. James narrows his eyes at it as we approach. "That's not a rock," he mutters. We get closer and all agree that it is most definitely not a rock. "Part of it seems furry," and Jericho says, "It's an animal." "No," I respond. "It's a person. And indeed it is. I crouch down and study him. His hair is short and black, and his face seems almost cruel. He wears a dark traveling cloak with a fur collar and fur shoulders. An empty sheath lies on his belt. I look for the weapon for only a second, and then I find it lying under him. I can see the blade sticking out from under his arm. It glints, there is blood dried on it, but it is not his own. The sword's edge has an odd sheen to it. I study it and touch my finger to the blade. Poison, I mutter. His eyes are open, revealing brilliant green eyes. He died suddenly, I say quietly. I look down towards his chest and stomach. A nasty slash carves its way across his torso from his right shoulder to the bottom of his ribcage on the left. Blood soaks his tunic and undershirt, he wears no armor. I look about him and find the shaft of an arrow. The head has been broken off. I inspect his body again and find a wound in his heart. A broken shard of wood sticks out about half a centimeter. The arrowhead must lie within. He must be only a day or two dead, I say. He does not stink yet, but his eyes are beginning to sink. Who is he? James asks. I don't know, I respond. He wears no insignia or flag of any kind. I would say that we must bury him, but we have no time to waste. I look towards the river. Somebody help me lift him. Percival takes his feet and I lift his shoulders. Where are we taking him? He asks. The river, I respond. Nobody deserves to be left dead on the side of a road. He nods in agreement and we take him onto the bridge. The river flows violently underneath us around the arches supporting the bridge. I nod to Percival and we lift him up and over the waist-high wall. The dead man rolls over the side stiffly and is engulfed by the white water, disappearing into the depths of the river. Pity, James says. I wonder who killed him. And if he was killed in cold blood, I add. Or in self-defense. What makes you think that? He asks. His sword was drawn, I say. And it was poisoned. It was premeditated. He was going to try to kill somebody. But they put up more of a fight than he thought. But he got cut and had an arrow in him, says James. Did he try to take out multiple people? Possible, I say. Or that one person is stronger than he ever had imagined. Either way it is done, and we are not involved. We should continue. They agree and we resume our journey. At the opposite end of the bridge, we pass underneath the arch and I happen to glance to the left. There, lying on the ground, is an unconscious woman. I approach her immediately. She lies on the shore near the water, like she had been trying to reach it. She apparently had been too late. She is young and beautiful. Her skin is white, but not pale. She has freckles across her upper cheeks and the bridge of her nose. Her jaw is prominent, but in an attractive way. Her build is small, and she wears a dark indigo shirt with a similarly colored cloak and hood. Her hair is dirty blonde and somewhat curly. She lies on her stomach, with her cheek resting on the moist dirt. I find myself with the fleeting desire that I might need to resuscitate her, but shake it off and check her vitals. When I don't see her torso rising and falling, I place one of my daggers beneath her attractive nose. Nothing happens for a few moments. Then the blade fogs slightly. She is breathing, I say. Then I sheath the dagger, roll her onto her side carefully, and put my hand under her neck, just above her collarbone. I notice that she has a cut on her right forearm. Her pulse is faint, I observe. I withdraw my hand. But she is alive. Aela. Could this be the other man's victim? Asks Nathaniel. I would guess so, I say. We can't leave her here to die. What will we do? I will carry her. They stare at me like I'm an idiot. The whole way? Asks Jericho. There's no time to go back to Kara. I know. I can do it. Percival nods. Very well then. Do you know when she will wake? I study her for a moment. I don't know. That depends on what the poison is. I may know, says Nathaniel. Judging from the symptoms here, the poison is that of the glunlor leaf. What's it do? Jericho asks. Shuts your body down. It basically puts you into a sleep so deep, you seem dead, but doesn't kill you. If you're under the right care, that is. Within a day or two you begin breathing again, but it depends on the dose. If that's the poison, then I have no idea when she will wake. Only time will tell. I study the wound on her forearm. It's already beginning to heal, and dried blood lies in small streaks along it. I roll her onto her back carefully, supporting her head. I tilt her head back and take the lid from my waterskin. Then I trickle a few drops down her throat. I put my water skin back on my belt and lift her with my right arm supporting her neck and my left under the crook of her knees. Her head rolls slightly towards me and rests on my chest. An overwhelming feeling fills me, but I do not recognize it and withdraw from it uncomfortably. All the more reason to make haste, I say darkly. We make for terrace as fast as we can travel. Although I am slowed, I still manage to not only keep up, but to lead the group. Nathaniel carries the girl's pack, as well as her bow and quiver. That night I try giving her a little more water. She is unresponsive. I sacrifice my extra blanket to her and, though I do not sleep as warmly as I would like, I'm sure she is much warmer than she has been during her unconsciousness. When we wake, the first thing I do is check her vital signs again. Although she has not improved much, she has not worsened either. I carry her the same way all of that day, resting only for lunch. Why are you doing this? James asks. We can't leave her to die, I repeat. What else is there to be done? He only responds with a simple nod and the word, nothing. I rest her head on my cloak, rolled up to make a temporary pillow. Then I cover her in the bedroll we found in her pack, and look into her eyes. Though they are closed, they are moving beneath her eyelids. She takes a deep breath, but does not move otherwise. Her breathing becomes stronger. What are you dreaming? I wonder. The next morning she has not moved a muscle from where I set her down. We resume our trek, and I find myself hoping greatly that she will wake, though I do not know her. She continues to drink water when I give it to her, so I trickle some into her mouth every time we stop. The night goes much the same, and is slightly colder because of the higher altitude. I wonder who she is, asks Percival during the next day. I glance down at her helpless form and then back up at the road. So do I agree. And why she was that man's target. Or why that man was her target, he mutters. I doubt it, I say. Dinner consists of a rabbit Nathaniel shot, stewed with some vegetables he packed in the pot he's stewing with. Afterwards, while the others lie around the fire asleep, I sit upright against a tree next to the unconscious girl, on watch. Who are you? I ask quietly. She does not respond, though I was not expecting a reply. Where did you come from? No response. How did you get there? Why? She does nothing. I rest my head against the tree and think for a moment. Then I look back to her and say, I am your friend. You need not be scared of me. Then she stirs. It's the first time she moves since I've first seen her. She shifts underneath the blanket and her head rolls from her left cheek to her right. Still her eyes continue to move beneath her eyelids. The corner of my lip turns up. It goes back down when she takes a deep breath and I realize she is not yet awake. Percival watches me pick her up the next day and shakes his head. There are not many men that can do that, he says. Carry someone from Kara to Terrace. I shake my head. I am not like many men, Dot. Agreed, he says. For the better. If every man were as strong as you, this war would be won as fast as we could march. I do not reply, made slightly uncomfortable by the praise. But they are not, he says wistfully. We are normal men. He leaves it at that. The road continues upward slightly, forging its own path through the trees and up the mountains. We are nearing Terrace and will reach it in another day or two. That night, just after we finish setting up our camp, she stirs. I'm sitting next to her. I feel an odd sense of protection over her, like I am her guardian of some sort or another. As she stirs, I look sharply, but say nothing. She continues and emits a groan, and then her eyes force themselves open. She starts and looks around abruptly. When her eyes make contact with mine, she freezes. Her eyes are as beautiful as the rest of her. They are bright and perceptive, seeing and analyzing everything about the surroundings and me. They appear bright blue, with a little bit of a misty effect. Only by looking into her eyes, I can tell that she is scared. I give her a very small smile and say, it's okay. You're safe. She shakes her head, but does not break eye contact. I nod. Do you know who I am? She sizes me up, glances at my left hand. Her eyes narrow and then she spots the hammer leaning against a log right next to me. Her eyes widen and she nods. You don't need to be afraid of me, I say quietly. Percival has noticed, but is observing from afar rather than approaching the situation. We are your friends. There's nothing to be afraid of. She glances to the 4 other men in the camp, and then back to me. There's a moment where nothing happens. Then she nods slowly. We have all of your things, I say, gesturing to the pack lying close by. We only took out the bedroll for you to use. She looks and nods slightly when she sees the bow and quiver lying next to her pack. What is your name? I ask. Her brow furrows, like she's trying hard to remember. Ela, she finally says. Her voice is music. My name is Ela. I am Cadmus, I introduce. These are Percival, James, Jericho, and Nathaniel. I point to each of them as I say their name. I wait a moment and then ask, are you hungry? Yes, she says immediately. I get up and get a bowl of stew and some bread. I bring it back and say, help yourself. She struggles to get off of her back and sit up, but has incredible difficulty. I make to help her, but she refuses with a wave of her hand. I back off and let her struggle. After a minute, she is sitting up leaning against a log. She is breathing hard, but still accepts the food with ravenous hunger. I let her eat in silence. When she finishes, I offer my waterskin. She grasps it and messes with the cap, but once she gets it off, she looks at the waterskin warily. Then she looks with the same expression at me. Saying nothing, I take it and take a swig. Then I offer it back to her. She drains it and hands it back empty. I smile slightly and she asks, wiping her mouth, where are we? We're a few days north of Dragon Gate Bridge on the road to Terrace, I respond. We'll be there in another 2 days. I was at the bridge, she says. How did you get me here? I carried you, I answer quietly. Her eyes widen. What? Why? Well, I couldn't let you lay there and die, I respond. Why not? She mutters. I answer her the same way I had answered one of my friends a few days earlier. Because nobody deserves to die by the side of the road. I saw hope for you, so I decided I would help you get your best chance. Thank you, she says quietly. Then, a few seconds later she adds, I owe you my life. I was only helping a friend in need, I respond. Why were you there in the first place? She ponders for a moment. Then she replies, I and my friend were traveling to deliver some goods from Kara to Terrace. That's where I'm from, Kara. We were attacked by a band of thieves at the bridge. They took everything, including her. We killed one of them. I have no sword, so I used my bow. She used her sword. I was hit by one of their poison blades and they must have left me for dead. Her voice trails off. As I study her eyes, there seems to be something wrong, like she is not telling the entire truth. However, I get the inkling that everything she has told me is truth. She looks away and breaks my gaze. I see, I answer. Do you have family in Terrace? She shakes her head. In Kara? She shakes her head again. I nod and ask, do you have family? I have none, she mutters. Will you be able to walk tomorrow? She hesitates. I do not know. Well, get some sleep, I say. We will see in the morning. The next morning, she refuses to have help. I can do it, she says. I can do it. She's stronger than she was the night before, but she is still weak. To stand, she pulls on a tree to help her get upright. Once standing, she takes a few deep breaths and then lets go of the tree. She's still standing. Will you be able to walk? I ask. We cannot afford to lose time. Our journey requires all the speed we can muster. She does not answer, but takes a step forward. She wobbles slightly and holds her head. On the next step, she begins to fall over backwards. I catch her before she hits the ground. Immediately she struggles away from me harder than she had to stand up. Her struggles somehow land her upright about a foot from me. She gives me a glare that says, I can do it. I merely smile slightly with an expression that say, are you sure? Her next expression gives me no answer. We're leaving in just a few minutes, I say. Be sure to get some breakfast. Then I turn and walk to my pack across the camp. She joins us a moment later. Hello, Percival says. Are you feeling better this morning? She nods. A little. You're standing and walking, he observes. That's a step forward. She nods again and declines a chunk of bread that James offers. I have my own, she says. Then she hobbles back to her own pack a little ways away. Think she can keep up? James asks. No idea, I respond. We'll find out, I suppose. If she doesn't? Nathaniel asks. No idea, I repeat. I've known her since last night and I know she'll refuse to let me carry her. She might accept support. Probably a crutch. What's the plan once we get to Terrace? Jericho asks. You've got to have one. I and Nathaniel stay with our mother, I respond. And we will kill anybody that tries to harm us or her. Jericho nods appreciatively. Hila's brow furrows, she's obviously eavesdropping. And with her? James asks quietly. I hesitate before answering. She's been through a lot, but has no family. Maybe we can be one for her. Hila leans back and her brow stays furrowed. She swallows whatever she had been chewing and turns towards her pack. Us? Asks Nathaniel, gesturing to the group. Or us? He points between me and him. Both, I answer. A twig snaps and we look to see Hila standing nearby with her pack and bow on her back. We leaving? She says coldly. I thought you were in a hurry. I raise an eyebrow and look at Percival, who shrugs. As one we stand and join her. She has trouble for the first part of the day. As I predicted, she finds a suitable stick to lean on, but she is slow. Her pace is persistent, however. She plows forward without stopping or complaining. After lunch she begins to improve. Her strength begins to return, but she still is slow and the pace is painstaking for me. Every so often she stops and leans heavily on the stick. Poison still hasn't worked its way out of my system yet, she gasps. Do you need help? I ask. No, she retaliates. I'm fine. Then we continue. She gasps loudly as she sits when we finally find a suitable camping spot. Her breaths are long and deep and sweat lines her flushed forehead. She takes a long drink of water. We don't make her take a watch that night. The mountains look familiar the next day. We will reach terrace probably by mid-afternoon. Hila still has a hard time. She leans heavily on her stick, but robustly refuses any offer to support her. Despite her hard effort, she manages to keep up. What are you traveling to terrace for? She asks me. Why? You are Dragonhammer. What are you doing away from your legion, alone on the road to terrace? I hesitate before answering. Our spies picked up some information on the movements of Tigner. I'm coming here to make sure it gains no ground. She accepts my answer. Finally we reach the gates of terrace, much later than I would have liked. The gates are closed, and the guards on top eye us as we approach. They recognize our armor and the gates open. Then we walk in. As we walk through the streets, I confront Hila about a somewhat touchy subject. Do you have family here? I ask. No, she responds flatly. Friends? No. Anywhere you can stay? She pauses, and then reluctantly says, no. And no money to get your own place, I'm assuming. She shakes her head, crinkling her nose slightly. Where will you stay? The question burns in the air. Then she says, I don't know. Would you like to stay with us? Her face lifts slightly. Why would you do that? Because you need somewhere to stay, I answer. She nods. I would like that, she says softly. Good, I answer just as softly. We walk quickly. I'm not sure what I am expecting. Apparently the spies had just said that Tigner was planning on harming my mother in some way. To find her gone would destroy me. We come upon the little house quickly. My mother answers the knock. I take a long deep breath when I see her. You're safe, I breathe. She's frozen in shock. Her jaw drops and her eyes widen. Then she recovers and leaps on Nathaniel and me simultaneously. My sons! She cries. Mother, I and Nathaniel both respond. What's the matter? She says, pulling away. Why are you home? Is it over? I shake my head. I have some business to attend to here. I deliberately avoid telling her that I came to specifically protect her. There's no need to fill her with more worry than is necessary. We needed to see our mother. She starts sobbing and holds us close. Everyone else is standing there slightly awkwardly, she has not even seemed to notice their presence. Hila is fascinated. She seems like she's trying very hard to make sense of the situation. Come in, says Mother. Come in. She gestures to everyone, including Hila. Hila is reluctant to enter. I stand behind her, waiting for her to go in. Who is this? Mother asks. This is Hila, I respond. We found her by Dragon Gate Bridge. She has no place to stay. Yes, she does, says my mother. You are welcome here, Hila. Make yourself at home. She studies Mother, and then looks to me like she's trying to discern a riddle of some sort or another. I nod and gesture towards the door. Thank you, she says softly. Then she enters the house. Mother gives me a smile as I walk in. Will you stay here? she asks as she closes the door. There is no hesitation in my answer. Yes. She smiles. Good. Do you have room? Nathaniel asks. I will make room, she answers. My two younger brothers, Ethan and Nicholas, zing around the corner and cling to me. I wait patiently for them to release their grip, and then I move back to the door. Ela stands next to the fireplace, with an air that makes her appear as though she is out of place. Mother invites her to sit down, and Ela sits after another request. Mother looks back to me. Where are you going? I have business to attend to, I respond. I am a captain in the army, and I must make sure my duties are taken care of. Very well, she breathes with understanding. Return quickly. We should come with you, says Percival. Mother looks at Nathaniel pleadingly. He looks down and says, I can stay. I nod and say, I'll try to be quick. It should only take an hour or two. That's fast enough, she responds. Then I, Percival, James, and Jericho leave the house. What are we doing? Percival asks. We're finding out what's going on, I respond. Everything we know about what our spy overheard, so that we will know how and when they will strike, And why they didn't strike before we got here, mutters James. Exactly, I reply. The portcullis of Nringner's Deep is lifted, but the gate is shut. The guards recognize me immediately and bang on the door before I even reach it. I don't have to stop before walking in the gate. Inside, I turn to the guard on the right. Who is the commanding officer? I ask. Commander Siegfried, he responds. Where can I find him? The guard leads us around the too familiar keep and into the dining hall where Jarl Hralfr had officially made each of us a soldier of Gilgal. The commander sits at the head of the table, messing with all sorts of papers and inkwells and quills. Thank you, I say to the guard. Then I approach the commander. He looks up from his work and the guards on either side of him tighten their grip on the hilts of their sheathed weapons. Dragon hammer, he says. I was told to expect you. He is clean-shaven with short blonde hair and dark brown eyes. He wears the same armor that I do, but his shoulder pads are bigger and more ornate, as are his gauntlets. Then you know why I am here, I respond. You know what our spies picked up? He nods. Tell me everything, I command, sitting in the chair on his left hand. I must know. I am busy, he says. Can this wait until dash? No, it cannot. I bang my fist on the table as I say the last word. He seems surprised and says, Captain, that is dash. I don't care what that is, I interrupt. I came here as fast as I could travel. This is my mother's life we are talking about, and by Kaeth I will know what I need to know to keep her safe. Siegfried's eyes are wide. He puts down his papers slowly and takes a deep breath. All we know, he begins, is that one of our spies picked up information that your mother would be killed in an effort to destroy your will. I know that, I say quietly. Was there anything else? Anything at all? Any tiny little unimportant detail, None that I am aware of, he responds. Simply that when your will was destroyed, they would be able to kill you in battle. Then we must sit here and wait until they attempt it? I question, ignoring the last part. You traveled with a small enough group that they may not know you are here, he says. They may still attempt a kidnapping or assassination, whatever they had in mind. I say you wait. Let them come if they will. And if they don't? He pauses. Something tells me they will come, Captain. You are too great a prize to have escape. I nod. I will take that as a compliment, Commander. Take it as you will, he responds. Stay as long as you will. I will stay until I know that they either will not attempt, or their attempt has failed. I will not leave until then. He nods. I respect that decision. Very well, I say. I will tell you as soon as I know when I am leaving. He nods again. Thank you for your time, Commander. It was nice to meet you, Dragonhammer, he replies. I bow and excuse myself. The others follow me out. So that's our plan? Asks Percival. We're just going to wait around until Tigner tries to do something to your mother? Exactly, I respond. No matter how long we must wait. How do you know this wasn't a front to get you out of the front lines? He asks. What difference would that make? I ask. One man in thousands. No. Whatever information we intercepted is real. We find our way out of the keep and to its front gate. There we stop. Where will you stay? I ask. I and Nathaniel are staying with our mother. We can stay here in the keep, Percival answers. Your mother will want us to stay with you, but there is no room. Agreed, says Jericho. James nods his consent. Would you like to visit Gunther with me? I ask. I'll go get Nathaniel and then we'll go see Gunther together. Percival shakes his head. I don't know him very well. I'll just stay here, I think. Grab a drink. Get some sleep. I'm tired of travel. As am I, says James. But maybe I'll go out later and, he leaves his statement unfinished, but we don't press it out of him. Jericho says, I'll stick with them, I suppose. Very well, I say. I will see you later, then? Of course, they respond. With what I expect to happen, however, I will not leave my mother's house unless I absolutely have to. Feel free to join me there. Percival nods. We'll be there with you. Farewell then, I say. Then I turn and walk out of the keep. The day is waning quickly. I walk back to Mother's house quickly, and let myself in. From there, I fetch Nathaniel and see if he wants to say hello to Gunther. He agrees, and we go off down the street. As we walk, I look up and find the sky is turning orange. Then red. There has been blood shed today. Rachel answers the door. She recognizes me, though I do not think she remembers my name, and invites us inside. Gunther gives us each a warm embrace and we talk for only a minute or two. Nathaniel and I explain that we will be staying with Mother, but we leave out the details of our mission. I do not want to worry him with the knowledge that Mother is Tigner's target. Then we leave. So what did you learn in the keep? Asks Nathaniel as we turn from Gunther's little house. Everything we already knew, I respond. I do not know when or how the strike will be, but I know that it is coming. How will we stop it? He asks. By being prepared, I respond. We walk in the door and ask Mother, where should I and Nathaniel sleep? You can have my bed, she says. I've let Ela have the spare in the other room. I can't take your bed, I respond. I'll take the chair. She tries to protest, but I give her a look that says, it'll be all right. I'll take the chair, I repeat. She nods and gets some blankets and pillows for me. Nathaniel decides he will sleep in one of the 3 other chairs. Ela comes out of the little hallway to the left, which leads to her room and the tiny washroom. The hallway on the right leads to the bedroom my mother shares with Ethan and Nicholas, though only the latter two have to share a bed. Mother gets one all to herself. You're staying here? She asks. Of course, I respond. Before either of us can say anything more, Mother pulls a pot off the fire and sets it on the table. Then she gets a couple of bowls from the cupboards and sets the table as nicely as she can. Dinner, she says. I was planning on feeding a few hungry boys tonight. And indeed she was. There's plenty to go around. I notice the quality and quantity of the ingredients and ask lowly, where did you get this? I thought you'd know. She says. I search my mind and my brow furrows. Then my face brightens and I say, Lord Archiantus kept his promise, didn't he? She nods slightly. I never would have accepted it, but the nice soldiers who brought the money insisted that I take it. Something about me being a, she glances at Nicholas and her eyes water. Widow, I mutter. She nods, blinks a few times, and continues, but what do you mean kept his promise? Lord Archiantus? I am unwilling to tell her, and she senses this. Cadmus, she urges. What did you do? I can't hold anything back from her. Lord Archiantus wanted to repay me for fighting well. So I asked him to help you out. Her eyebrows go up. You did that for me? Yes, I answer. Why wouldn't I? She shakes her head. Well, I won't need to work again. He's provided us with much more than enough. That's good, I respond. You can be a mother. Especially with father being, I glance at Nicholas. Away, then you can be the mother they need, and still have everything to provide for them. She nods and her eyes start to well slightly. Thank you, she says. Then she hugs me tightly. It's getting dark, she says. Time for little ones to go to bed. Nicholas overhears and slumps. He knows fighting is useless. Am I a little one? Asks Ethan quietly. Yes, Mother responds. Go on. She ushers them into the right hallway and all 3 of them go out of sight. Ela, Nathaniel, and I are left sitting. Where did you say you are from? I ask Ela. Kara, she answers flatly. Where do you stay if you have no family there? I and a friend were staying together. The bandits have taken her. Now I suppose that I have the place to myself. I'm sorry, I say, contemplating her blank tone. I attribute it to shock. She nods silently. If I could, I would try to find her. But we know nothing of them. They could be anywhere. It's a sad thing, Nathaniel says. I'm hit by his words, and struggle to think where I have heard them before. It takes me a minute to remember. It was the old man in the square, talking about the world at war. It's a sad thing. She gets up. I'd best be getting to bed, she says. Good night. We echo her farewell. I get up from the table, leaving Nathaniel there. I walk down the hall towards the room where my mother is reading a bedtime story to Nicholas. My timing is perfect, she has just started. I recognize it immediately as one of my favorites, from a book she read to Gunther and me when we were small children. Despite my age and lack of need for a bedtime story, I find myself standing just outside the door and listening. Grothinger the Mighty. Once, long ago, when the land was ruled by dragons and giants, elves and dwarves, there was a king. This king was no man, or even an elf or an orc. He was stronger than any being, wielding a sword larger than any sword that had ever been forged. His blade was sharp, his armor shining, and his courage above all. He was the lord of the frost giants, towering above all men and above his own kin. None could match him on the battlefield. He was a berserker, undefeatable, invincible. His frost giant blood granted him the ability to freeze objects solid with a single touch, and even from a distance with the mist he shot from his hands. He wore no helmet, as he was a frost giant, and like all frost giants had horns like a ram, great and curling, sticking from his head. His name was Grothinger the Mighty. The frost giants spent their time with each other. They built halls and castles to protect themselves and others. They were a productive and hard-working people, always striving to build and to protect. There was another warrior of another race. This race was in direct opposition to the frost giants, and so was one of fire, destruction, and mayhem. These were the fire giants. Though they did build forts and castles of their own, they constantly looked for their own gain and welfare above all others. Often they would destroy the villages of men and elves simply because they wanted the land. A great greed grew inside every one of them until they each wanted only to control all. The warrior of this race was a titan among the giants. He could throw fire like a catapult, or simply burst his body into flame during battle. His armor was dark, his beard long and crimson. His sword was as black as his soul, with an edge red as blood. He was Avalcan the Infernal, lord of the fire giants. The frost giants did not take kindly to the fire giants' works of destruction. As builders and protectors, they rose up against the fire giants and soon peace reigned in the land. This peace, however, was temporary. The prosperity of the world came to an end when Avalcan the Infernal came to power as the lord of the fire giants. He ordered his people to attack and destroy all men and their cities, for the purpose of controlling all of the land. Men fled before them, and that might have been the end of the race of man. That is, if Grothinger the Mighty had not stood in his way. Grothinger had a love for men. He loved the way they could build, expand, and the way they could love. This love for them made him their protector. Thus came the callings of the fire giants and the frost giants. Fire, to destroy, and frost, to protect. At the same time, the dragons were waging their own war, but it was within their own lands. Vrskr served as the king of the dragons, the dragon lord. He ruled with righteousness and good judgment. His son, however, was not the same. Virkith, Vrskr's son, agreed with the fire giants that all were to be subjected to their rule, and the dragons and giants were to rule supreme. Vrskr could not believe the evil that had seeded in his son, so he banished him from their lands. Virkith, in his wrath, swore vengeance. He invaded his own land with his dark followers and threw down his own father, taking upon himself the title of Dragon Lord. Thus the dragons and the fire giants came into an alliance. The frost giants were unable to hold them back, and were driven back to their own Arctic lands. The fire giants could not risk the revolt the frost giants would lead, so they decided that the frost giants must be destroyed. But there stood Grothinger the Mighty. Though the fire giants breached their lands, they faced the capital city of the frost giants. Never before had it been breached, and never before had it fallen. Avalcan was determined to be the first. The gate was breached and the fire giants, with the dragons, began to fight. They did not expect Grothinger to prove his name as well as he did. Atop the wall, Grothinger fought in an epic duel with Avalcan. Grothinger the Mighty had no match, and soon was driving Avalcan towards the edge. The lord of the fire giants knew his demise was nigh, and so he called upon Virkith the Dragon Lord. Now it must be said that Virkith had a son, whose name was Vervold. Vervold saw the ways of his father and knew they were evil, instead believing in the course of the frost giants. He refused to fight, but was forced by his evil father. Though Verkith joined the fight against Grothinger, it availed nothing. As the frost giants watched their leader take on such mighty foes, they rose up and fought with ever-increasing vigor against their enemies. With a great heave, Grothinger threw Verkith from the wall. Verval jumped into the fray and fought his own father, killing him in combat. This would not have been had it not been for Grothinger the Mighty. With the dragons leaderless and in disarray, the frost giants took courage and fought ever harder. They fought not for dominion or power, but for their homes and families, to protect. Grothinger overpowered Abelkand and forced him to the side, where Abelkand made his escape by jumping down from the Great Wall. Not before Grothinger could land a crippling blow, rendering Abelkand's right eye blind. Abelkand and his fire giants may have escaped that day, but the frost giants were victorious. The dragons retreated from the war into their own lands. Their story continues, but it is not a part of this tale. Grothinger pursued Abelkand all the way back to the land of the fire giants, but there the frost giants chose to stop. They made a pact with the fire giants, and both sides went away in peace. Thus the giants came to peace, the race of men was saved, and the world lived in harmony. And such was because of Grothinger the Mighty. Chess games in the forge. Nicholas begs mother to read another, specifically the one involving the dragons. She refuses, mostly because of the length of the one she has already read. I smile slightly. It feels good to hear something like that again. It takes me away from the war and from the turmoil inside me. For a moment I get to feel like a small child, lost in the legends and stories of the gods. Then I shake myself from my thoughts and, having forgotten what it was I had gone down the hall for, walk back toward the den. I change into something slightly more comfortable and sit in a chair padded with blankets and pillows. I do not plan on sleeping. If something happens, it will happen at night. And I need to be ready for it. Nathaniel is already drifting off in his chair, similarly padded. There I sit all night, alone with my thoughts, with only a few hours of sleep. Ela fills my mind and I am unable to get her out. The next morning I cannot think straight. I am overcome with an intense tension of the mind. It is as if all of the stress of the past few months has saved itself to press upon me at this time specifically. So much death. The loss of my father. The people I've killed. Those I have watched die. So much death. Nathaniel tries to talk to me, but I have trouble even paying attention to keep the conversation. Eventually I give up, saying, I'm going to go talk to Gunther. This is actually what I plan on doing, though I expect the conversation will be very short. There's something very specific I want, and Gunther will be able to help me obtain it. Gunther won't be home, he'll be at his forge. I walk there, thinking about how I will bring the situation up. I don't bother to knock, I let myself in. He looks up from the grindstone and grins. Cadmus. He says cheerfully. To what do I owe the honor? I have a favor to ask, I say bluntly. His grin goes down slightly. Of course, he responds. What, Dot? Can I use your forge? His eyebrows go up and he's taken aback. It's obviously not what he had expected me to say. Yes, of course. He says. Go right ahead. Are you working on something right now? I ask. I'd hate to intrude. We can both work, he says, his smile coming back. Miss it, have you? Yes, I nod. I need it. Well, here's a hammer, he says. And there's, well, everything else. I nod. Thank you. It's nothing, he says. What do you plan on making? I don't know yet, I answer. He merely nods and says, fair enough. Then he goes back to his project. I stare at the hammer for a moment. Then I walk to the shelves where Gunther stores some ingots to keep on hand. The rest are locked up tight in the back. Can I use the steel? I ask. Of course, he answers. What's mine is yours. Having received permission, I take a couple of the finest ingots and lay them atop the anvil Gunther has designated to me. I study them for a moment. What do I see within? What does this metal have to offer me? I stare for several minutes, enjoying the uncomfortably hot environment. Then I finally begin. Every ounce of stress that has built up inside of me is worked out. With every hammer stroke I feel slightly better, slightly more at ease with myself. There's only one thing that does not resolve, and that is the death of my father. I work for several hours, shaping and pounding the material. Gunther goes to his home for lunch, leaving me alone in the heat. Then, much to my surprise, Ela walks in. I am drenched in sweat and I must smell horrible, but at this point I don't care. She carries a basket that she lays on the table in the corner. Then she sits and studies me. I ignore her. What are you making? She asks. This is when I answered that question for myself. I had been pounding and heating where my skill had told me, not paying attention to exactly what it was that I had on the anvil. A warhammer, I answer, studying my creation thus far. She nods and looks at the glowing object on the anvil. After another minute or two of watching, she speaks again. You have great skill, she says. Who taught you? My hammer stops on the hot metal with a clang, and doesn't rise. My father, I mutter. Everything I know, I learned from him. Where is he now? Is he fighting as well? I hit the metal a few more times and then stop. Finally I reply, no. A moment later I whisper, he is dead. The clang of the hammer follows my words. Oh, she says insensitively. I'm sorry. There's a moment of silence. The next thing she says is quite sensitive, and she says it softly. I never knew my father. I look up at her with a look that says, go on. She looks down at the table, her pretty hair slightly covering her forehead and eyes. I lost him before I can remember, she continues. I have no memory of his face, personality, or anything else really. But for his voice. Her brow furrows like she's both concerned and concentrating. Of my mother I only remember her face, but the picture is vague. What happened? I ask, sticking my steel back in the fire. I have no recollection of it, but I have been told that my father died getting me and my mother out of our village during a Volfa raid. Your mother? I ask softly. I do not know, she says. I was told she died of disease, but it does not seem right. I was very young, but I do not recall any symptoms of any kind before I last saw her. Her voice trails off. I'm sorry, I say quietly. So you grew up in an orphanage? She thinks for a moment. Yes, she replies. She takes a deep breath and repeats quieter, an orphanage. I am sorry, I repeat. Then I go back to my work. I brought you lunch, she says. Your mother had me bring it to you. Thank you, I say, looking her in the eye. Send her my thanks as well. She nods. She hesitates for a moment, and then takes a step towards me abruptly. Before I can ask her what she is doing, or before she can take another step, Gunther re-enters. Oh, she says quietly. I should go. Then she strides quickly to the door and out of the building. Gunther raises an eyebrow at me and points to the door with his thumb. Who is that? That's Ela, I explain, walking towards the table and the basket of food. He makes his way to his project slowly. Have you found a girl? He asks slowly. I take a large chunk out of an apple in one bite. It crunches loudly and buys me a few seconds before I answer. Well, I did find her unconscious by the road. Apparently she had been attacked by bandits and was left for dead. I brought her here to heal. He keeps an eyebrow raised and glances up at me from his anvil. I'll take that as a yes, then? Take it as you will, I answer. I can afford no distraction. That's exactly what I think you need, he says. All of that stress is pent up inside you and can't get out. You need something else, something other than just fighting in war. I nod. I know, I whisper. That's why I'm here. He looks at me tenderly. Then he says, I'm sorry. For what? He shakes his head and doesn't answer. I eat the rest of the contents of the basket and then continue to work on my warhammer. The heat of the forge is refreshing, it's something that I've missed greatly. When I walk back into the house that night, I carry a new weapon. Nathaniel admires it with wide eyes. Whoa, he says. The basic shape is similar to the one that the army had given me. The spike is slightly curved downward, with steel ridges sticking slightly out of its corners and coming to a sharp point on the end. A small spike sticks out of the top, only as long as one of my fingers, but similar in construction to the other spike. The blunt impact portion of the hammer is larger than that of my first hammer, and has 6 small ridged spikes sticking out along the edges. This is my new warhammer, I say quietly. It's a little heavier than the last one I had. Does it fit in your sheath thing? Asks Nathaniel. It should, I respond. I used the same dimensions for the shaft that the other hammer has. Very cool, he mutters, gazing at the weapon. Ela eyes it uncomfortably, but she says nothing. After dinner, Ela sees something in the corner. She does not move to get it, but instead asks curiously, what is that? It's a chessboard, I reply. Confused, I ask, have you never seen a chessboard before? No, she says. What is it? I walk to the game and pick it up. As I set it on the table I respond, it's a game. Her head tilts slightly as she looks at the way I set each piece on the game board. This is a castle, I explain, holding up a carved little watchtower. It can move to the sides and forward and backwards, but not diagonal. It can go as many spaces as you want, as long as another piece isn't blocking it. Then I pick up a little carved horse. This is a knight. It moves in the shape of an L in any direction. In a similar fashion, I introduce all of the other pieces as I set them up on the board. You go first, I say finally. She hesitates. I think I'd like to watch first. Nathaniel, I call. He groans. Do you have to play against me? Let's just show her how to play. I urge. Come on. He murmurs something under his breath as he trudges to the table and sits across from me. Ela moves to the side to watch. Within only a few moves I have destroyed Nathaniel and put him in checkmate. That's why I didn't want to play, he says to Ela. He always wins. Does he? Mutters Ela thoughtfully. Yes. Replies Nathaniel. Every time. He gets up and walks to the chair by the fire, where he sits and stares into the flames, still a little angry. I want to play, she says. Nathaniel turns. Really? I raise my eyebrows as she nods. Okay, I say. Then we reset the pieces. She doesn't put up much of a fight the first time, but it does nothing to quench her curiosity about the new game. Again, she says. I beat her again and say, checkmate, triumphantly. She scrutinizes the board and says, okay. Again. Partway through the next game, she is stuck on a particular move. She cannot figure out what to do, and then her face lights up and she moves her knight in an enormous L across the board to take my queen. Knights move in little L's, I explain. 2 up and 1 over, or vice versa. Oh, she mutters, taking her move back. Her nose scrunches and she studies the board. Then she moves the horse in a different direction and takes one of my castles, effectively setting me back. Like that? She asks, looking for my approval. Yes, I mutter. Like that. Despite my victory in the third game, she is willing to try again. After I checkmate her, she analyzes every corner of the board and then says, okay. I'm ready. I glance to Nathaniel, who is still sulking by the fire, and he mouths to me, ready for what? I shrug discreetly and reset my pieces. Within a few moves, what she was ready for becomes more and more obvious. I'm stunned as she takes yet another of my pieces, and I am forced to take several minutes to think about my next move. Regardless, within another 3 moves she has taken my queen and has my king in check. Her next turn, as she sets down the piece a few squares from where it began, she says quietly, checkmate. I'm flabbergasted. By this hour, we are playing by candlelight and the light from the remains of the fire in the hearth. Shadows dance across the board, taunting me with her word, checkmate. Nathaniel is equally as stunned. How the ding flies, he mutters under his breath. I shake my head as she leans back in her chair and folds her arms. Every time? She asks Nathaniel. His eyes widen and he shrugs excessively. Her face is smug as she turns back towards me. Let's leave it there for the night, I say. We will play again tomorrow. Agreed, she says emphatically as she stands. I'm going to bed. It's late and I'm tired. Good night, Nathaniel says. I echo him as she walks down the hall. When she is gone, Nathaniel gives me a look that says the exact thing he had uttered earlier. No idea, I answer. No idea. The next morning, as we play our rematch, she asks me a question. Why did you join the army? To avenge my father, I say bluntly, taking her pawn. And to destroy anybody who brings upon other people the pain they have brought upon me. Her eyes narrow. What do you mean? I mean the leaders of Tigner and Diagral. They bring their clan to war for their own personal gain. They want power, land, wealth, whatever, and they are willing to kill as many people as it takes to get there. It's sick, and it destroys so many people and families who otherwise would have been happy. Like yours? She says softly. I nod. Yes, I respond. Like mine. She pauses after she sees my bishop land in a particular square. You loved your father? She asks, almost at a whisper. Yes, I nod. Still do. She hesitates. How? She asks. When she sees my questioning look, she clarifies, how do you still love your father if he has passed on? Because he was my life, I answer. All the good memories I have involve him in some way or another. He taught me everything I know, not only in the forge, but how to read, how to fight, how to be a good person. I remember him, and as long as I do that he will always be with me. That's what he told me before he died. It's almost impossible for me to get the last word out. I see, she says. Then she takes another of my pieces and puts me in checkmate simultaneously. You've got to be kidding, I mutter. Silent blades. That night I sit up, awake in the night. I twirl one of my throwing knives, resisting the urge to throw it into the table, not only because of the noise it would make, but because of the fit my mother would have when she finds the table scarred. Then I freeze. I have heard nothing, but something is wrong. Even the candles seem to freeze in anticipation. There are a few very long moments of nothingness. Then a figure appears from around the corner. Before I can stop myself, the throwing knife flicks from my hand. I realize just in time that the figure is not hostile, but is Ela. Though the knife still leaves my hand, I am able to alter its course just enough to miss her. She stops eyes wide as the knife embeds in the wall an inch in front of her face. Her eyes glance to me as if she is asking permission to move at all. Sorry, I say quietly, moving towards her and taking the knife from the wall. She doesn't move again until after I sit down. Don't you sleep? She asks, moving to the chair on the other side of the fire. I need very little, I reply darkly. I cannot afford to sleep. Why not? She asks. I glance down the hallway where my mother and two brothers sleep. Nathaniel sleeps heavily in a chair across the room. Then I respond quietly, Tigner is trying to get at me by hurting my mother. I cannot sleep because if I do, I chance it happening while I am asleep. She accepts my answer, eyeing my warhammer that leans against the stone hearth only inches to my left. I begin twirling my knife again as I ask, what are you doing up? Couldn't sleep, she answers. Thinking about what happened at the bridge. I finish. She nods. You may see your friend again, I comfort. You may yet. When all of this is over and Diagral has been overthrown. She does not answer. Your home is in Kara? I ask. She nods. We will take you there on our way back. I do not think we will need to stay for much longer. Why not? Because whatever is going to happen will happen soon. There's a pause. Then she says, thank you for the thought, but I don't think I want to be going back. Why? I ask flatly. I have nothing to go back to, she responds. A man has been courting me, but he's a little old. I do not love him, nor will I ever love him or anyone like him. I would not be sad if I never saw him again. Understood, I reply. Is there someone you do love? No, she replies unequivocally. I nod and repeat, understood. What will you do then? Can I accompany you into the army? She asks without hesitation. You may, I respond slowly. Women are not accepted into the army very well, but you may try if you like. They will accept me, she mutters. Why do you want to join? I ask, ignoring her last comment. Because I have nothing left to do with my life, she answers. I need an escape from what I do have. I nod. Very well. Silence pervades for a moment. Then she says, how do you do it? Do what? Everything. You'll have to be more specific, I say, shaking my head slightly. Or I'll be explaining the basics of smithing for the next week. How do you fight like you do? She specifies. How are you unstoppable on the battlefield, but still have these powerful connections with your family and friends? How is it possible that you can throw a knife like you just did, but have the ability to make that hammer there? I think carefully for a moment. Then I say, it is because I have these relationships that I am able to do what I do. Her face conveys her thought, what? I am able to fight because I have something to fight for, I answer. The relationships I have give me something to protect. I failed to protect one of them, and I swear to you it will not happen again. I see, she says quietly. We sit in silence for a few minutes, and then I break the quiet by saying, do not concern yourself with my worries. You should get some sleep. As should you, she replies coolly. Good night. Then she gets up and walks back down the hall. The next morning, I eat breakfast and take a nap. I have no fear sleeping during the day. The attack will be a stealthy one, and definitely not during the day. When I wake a few hours later, Percival is looking at me from across the room. James and Jericho are discussing something intensely at the table. I sit up straighter in the chair and greet Percival, but wait for the other two to finish their heated conversation that has something to do with cows and the process of getting them drunk with anything less expensive than wine. Soon James glances at me and says loudly, Dragonhammer awakes, ... Mother looks from him to me and from me to him. Dragonhammer? she asks me. I shoot James a dirty look and nod reluctantly. Yes, I say. I am Dragonhammer. Her eyebrows go up. That was you doing those things? I nod again. She sits down. Why didn't you just tell me? It didn't come up, I say lamely. She shakes her head and says, well, I know now. Don't get yourself killed, Cadmus. Please. For me. I wasn't planning on it, I respond. Nobody is, she says quietly. Your father wasn't. Then she leaves the room. Percival waits for the air to lose tension before he begins talking to me. When are we planning on leaving? He asks. Not until it is done, I respond. And it is not done. How long will that be, though? He says. They may never come now that you're here. But, if that is the case, as soon as I leave, they will know, I retaliate. And then they will strike. I would not be able to live with myself. That day I forge a dagger for myself. It's double-edged and about a foot long, with a leather sheath that straps to my right thigh. The hilt is curved slightly and fits my hand almost perfectly. Ela and I play a few more chess games that evening. She wins the first, I win the second, and the third is a stalemate. Then she and the rest of them go to bed while I stay out in my chair by the fireplace, twirling my throwing knife. Instead of sleeping, I think. I must always remain aware. Stealth, by trade, is not easy to detect, so if I am to defeat it, I must always expect it. I can't expect it if I am asleep, so I keep myself awake with my thoughts. I think about where I am. Why I am where I am. How I got there and the events that led to it. The decisions that I or others have made to force me into this situation. I think on the people I know. Jericho's grounded manner, James's sense of humor, and Percival's wisdom. Nathaniel's aspirations, my mother's love, my father's sacrifice. Leon's boisterousness, Bonan's compassion, Frederick's good heart. Kralfer's leadership, John's control, and Genevieve's fire. Ela. No matter which direction my thoughts may take, they always trail back to Ela. Her mysteriousness. Her sadness. Her story. Her beauty. I cannot afford the distraction, I hear myself saying. And this is exactly why. I am fascinated by her in every aspect, including the way she was able to magically learn and master the game of chess in less than an hour. How sad, I think. That she was the victim of such evil. How fortunate that I was able to come across her. Something that Frederick once said comes to mind. Coincidence is fate in action. Why her? I ask myself. Why now? I decide to search myself deeply. There's a twisting knot of emotion associated with her, and I will attempt to make sense of it. I find sympathy and empathy. I feel sorry for her. I can relate to her through the loss of her parents, though her childhood definitely was harder than mine. She grew up in an orphanage, with no familial connections. I find sadness for the same reasons. She must be so alone. There's a little bit of irritation, probably because of her ability to beat me in chess, which hasn't happened for several years. Also at her hard-headedness. There's something else I find, but I am unable to unwind it from the rest of the emotions. It's evasive and something I don't recognize, but I like it. I am torn from my thoughts when I hear a scuff. It's a tiny thing, but audible nonetheless. My knife freezes in my hand and my other darts to the shaft of my new hammer. Silently I stand with the knife in my right hand and my hammer hanging in my left. The sound came from the left, though my mother's bedroom is to the right. There's nothing for several minutes. A mouse? I think. No, mice aren't that big. I tread to the hall without a sound. In return, I hear nothing. My head whisks around and I see an empty room with candles flickering obliviously. The wind blows eerily. I step carefully back into the center room. The front door sits untouched with a bar across it. Nobody will be able to get in that way quietly. I stand for what must be another several minutes. Then there is another scuff. It comes from the hall where Ela sleeps. Noiselessly, but quickly, I start into the hall. Still I hear nothing. Slowly, ever so slowly, I sneak down the short hallway. There are two doors, the right leads to the tiny washroom, and the left leads to Ela's small bedroom. The latter stands slightly ajar. The room is completely dark. Without sensing anything, I begin back down the hall. For stealth's sake I am barefoot. Still I hear nothing. I know you are there, I think. I know it. Then I hear something. It is furtive and soft. I hear it as a breath of the wind. It comes from Hila's bedroom. As I begin back down the hall, I hear a low unrecognized voice utter one single word, "Why?" A blood-curdling scream emits from the room. I waste no more time with stealth and bound down the hallway in a single step, blasting through the door. Two men sit inside the room, cloaked in black. One holds a crossbow, and one a sword. The crossbow points at Hila, who is pressed against the opposite wall with her mouth open in a horrible scream. The men see me enter but have no time to react. They wear no armor, so they are subjected to the full power of my newly forged hammer. The first receives a fatal blow in the stomach and the second tries in vain to back away, but the spike on the end of my hammer drives into his chest as I punch it forward. He gasps as I withdraw it, and then falls to the ground as I slam him in the side. Both lie dead on the ground, bleeding. I ignore the mess, shut the window and lock it, and then turn to Hila, who is clutching her head and crying in a ball on the bed. A sharp dagger lies next to her, she must have dropped it in her fright. "Are you okay?" I ask, dropping my hammer and gripping her shoulder tightly. She suppresses her terror and looks up at me with slightly swollen eyes. The tears stop quickly and she sits up. "Yes, I'm fine," she says. Nathaniel runs into the room and sees the scene on the floor. His eyes go wide. "Don't let Mother see," I say quietly. "Don't let her see." He nods and turns to stop our panicked mother, who is running down the hall towards the scene. At the same time I open the window again and dump out the bodies. Hila just had a horrible nightmare, Nathaniel lies. A horrible nightmare. Everything's fine now. "It'll be okay, just go back to bed." "Let me see her," Mother persists. "Let me see her." Nathaniel looks to me pleadingly. I take a blanket and cover the pool of blood on the floor, and then nod. Hurriedly I pick up my hammer and hide the bloodied head behind my back. "Hila?" begins Mother. She enters, ignoring the blanket on the floor. Hila only looks at her. Mother sits next to her on the bed. I take an opportunity and leave the room with Nathaniel, but I stop outside the door to listen to the conversation. "What was the nightmare about?" Mother asks. There's no answer. "You can tell me, sweetheart. You'll feel better to get it out." "Men," answers Hila. "Two of them with weapons. They were going to kill me." "Who were these men?" "I don't know. They were clothed all in black. Assassins probably." "You were scared?" No answer. I chance a peek inside and see my mother holding Hila about the shoulders. "It's going to be okay," she says. "There are no men here to get you." "Anymore," mutters Nathaniel so only I can hear. "Will you be able to sleep?" Mother asks tenderly. "Would you like me to warm up some water for a hot drink?" Hila shakes her head. "No, thank you," she says. "Okay," says Mother. "If you need anything, don't be afraid to call on me. I'm just down the hall." "Okay," says Hila. Nathaniel and I hurry to the chairs in the den to pretend that we had not been eavesdropping. "Get some sleep, boys," dictates Mother as she passes. "It'll all be okay." "Yes, it will," I mutter, looking at Nathaniel. It is done. The next morning I walk to the keep with Nathaniel and enter. First I find Percival, James, and Jericho. "What's up?" Percival asks. "It is done," I say. "You mean they tried?" James questions with wide eyes. "And failed," I respond. "Miserably. I will leave probably this afternoon. There is no reason for us to stay any longer." "Agreed," says Jericho. "Good," I say. "Get your things packed and meet me at my house later." "I'll see you then." They offer me similar farewells and I walk further into the keep with Nathaniel. I find Commander Siegfried quickly. "Yes?" he says when he sees me. "I won't be able to get you to wait, so let's get this done." "Thank you, Commander," I reply. "Tigner tried last night, and I stopped them." "Good to hear," he interrupts. "I'm going to be leaving. I need you to appoint guards at my mother's house around the clock. They will be frustrated that their plan didn't work, and they will certainly try again. I can't stay here forever." "Of course," he says. "You are a captain. Choose those whom you think are best, and give them the job." I nod. "Thank you, Commander." "Until we next meet," he says, saluting. I copy his gesture and repeat, "Until we next meet." As I leave the keep, I stop at the guard bunkrooms and ask which one of them is the best. A couple of them are nominated and I get them to come with me. They follow Nathaniel and me to Gunther's house, where I tell them to wait, and we will only be a moment. Rachel answers the knock. Is Gunther in? I ask. He's not yet left, she responds. You came just in time. Then she lets us in. What's the matter, Cadmus? Gunther asks. We're leaving, I say. We won't see you again for a long while. We came to say another goodbye. He smiles slightly and hugs us each. I appreciate that, he says. I'll see you later, then. Yes, you will, I assure. To my surprise, Rachel embraces me as well. Good luck out there, she says. Thank you, I respond as she pulls away. You take care of my brother. I do that already, she giggles. Good, I respond. Then I look at them each and say, farewell. Their farewells sound behind me as Nathaniel shuts the door. The 4 guards follow me to Mother's house, where I position them at every corner of the house and explain to them, there are to be guards here at all hours of the day and night. You may find replacements and take shifts, but there are always to be guards here. Is that understood? Yes, sir, they respond in unison. Good, I mutter. Then I enter the house. My face softens when I see my mother tending to Nicholas, who appears to have scraped his knee. Hello, Cadmus. She greets. Ethan is probably outside playing somewhere and Ela sits in a chair staring at the empty fireplace. Mom, I say quietly. I have finished my business here. She looks at me sadly. She does not burst into tears, as she has done before, but her face falls. She has been preparing herself. Okay, she says. When are you leaving? Today, I say. As soon as the others join me. She nods. I have positioned the guards around the house, I explain. Don't be afraid of them. They are here to protect you. She nods again. Thank you, she says. Then I turn to Ela, who is gazing at me with her fantastic entrancing eyes. Did you want to come? I ask. We will leave soon. I have little to pack, she says. I will be ready in moments. Percival, James, and Jericho join us only a minute later. As I stand in the open doorframe, I say to my mother, it was great to come and see you. I had to see my boys, she says, hugging us each again. Her eyes are brimming with tears, but she does not let them fall. My boys, she says again. We will see you again, I promise. She nods and says, I know. Then we shut the door and start on our way out of the city. I walk at the front with Nathaniel to my side. Percival, James, and Jericho walk behind us. Ela walks in the back, of her own accord. I have the strangest feeling, says Nathaniel quietly, that this is the last time I will ever see Mother again. Do not listen to it, I respond. You can't let it get inside of you. He does not respond. Moonlight. We make good time down the mountain, southward towards Kara. Jarl Chun will likely have gone back to his city, and there we can spend a night and resupply. We walk with the Frevora to our right for most of the day, and then cross over a bridge to the other side. The road makes its way down the mountain until it runs only just higher than the river. On the way down, I notice the way the waxing season has affected everything. All plants have deepened their colors, whether they are red, purple, white, orange, or jade. The pines are deep, dark green. Rocks and boulders still manage to stick out of the brown earth, disrupting the flow of the forest. The river smells slightly of fish, the mild breeze carries the scent to our position, no matter where we walk. We take turns keeping watch during the night. I take the longest shifts and allow the others to sleep. I find myself fully capable of functioning on very little sleep. Ela offers to take a shift and is quite forceful about it. Finally, I agree to have her take one with James, if she would like. You don't trust me? She asks. I've never seen you fight before, I respond. I need to know you can defend yourself. The first person to get attacked is the watch. Can you defend yourself from attack? She turns away and doesn't answer, settling the dispute. The first few days go normally. On the 4th, Ela asks me something. Why do you love your mother so much? I think it an odd question, but wave the thought away because she has never had a mother to care for her. I answer, because she is my mother. She gave birth to me. For the first 18 years of my life she fed me, gave me a place to sleep, and taught me. There's nothing that quite matches up to a mother-son relationship. Except for the one I have with my father. It's a little difficult to describe. I see, she says. You showed me such kindness even though you didn't know me. You still don't and you're still showing me kindness. Why? Because that's what good people do, I respond. I'm trying to be a good person. I learned from my parents how to do it, and they do it well. Yes, she agrees. Then she leaves the discussion. James is trying to make a good impression on Ela. He does all sorts of things to get her attention, and it's quite obvious. She ignores every attempt, shutting him down every time. His enthusiasm is unhindered for a long while, but finally he grows weary of his own attempts and ceases his antics. "What's up with James?" Ela asks. I smile and answer, "He's being James." She gives me a well-do look, and I just shake my head with a grin. I become uneasy when we get within 3 days' travel of Dragon Gate Bridge. I start to get a little jumpy and the wind has a sour, cold feel to it. It's a different kind of cold, it chills me to the bone like it brings a dark omen with it. My head whirls every time I hear a twig snap or see a shadow out of the corner of my eye. Percival notices. "What's the matter?" he asks. "We're being followed," I mutter. "How can you tell?" he asks. "I just know," I say quietly. "There's something very wrong." "I'll take your word for it," he responds. "You've been right every single other time. This time will be no exception. I will sleep on my sword tonight. And I will take first watch," I state. I don't like this at all. That night, we don't build a fire. James and Nathaniel are disappointed, but take it like men when I tell them why. Every one of us sleeps on our weapon of choice. But for me, I don't sleep. I sit up against a tree in the night. There's a crescent moon shining on us tonight, so visibility is bad, but it could be worse. I am aware of everything. Every sound, every smell, every sight, I perceive and analyze. The rustle of the pines, the dart of a squirrel, the hoot of an owl, the smell of the river. I keep my hand on the hilt of one of my throwing knives, keeping it sheathed to avoid detection by the glint of the blade. The other hand grips the shaft of my hammer, with the shining head partly hidden under a bed of pine needles. I do not move for minutes at a time, and only when a particularly loud rustle of the trees is able to mask my minuscule movements. We have set up camp on the right side of the road. On the other side the river roils past. I am offered an almost clear view of the road, but any passers-by will not be able to see me. Not that any passers-by will take the road at this hour. Finally, after several hours, I wake Nathaniel for his turn, and lay on top of my bedroll to get what sleep I can. As I sleep my hands rest on my weapons. I wake before anyone else. Except for James, who was dutifully on the last watch. I rise and he draws his sword suddenly, but when he realizes that it is only me, he sheathes it. "We're all jumpy," he says quietly. "Something's going to happen and we all know it." I only nod. It's good that we're ready. That day we travel faster, probably out of nervousness. The only one who seems to be at ease is Ela. There's little conversation. We listen to our own footsteps, half expecting to hear others coming from behind. We pass a man driving an oxen-drawn cart. He gives us a friendly wave and I do my best to give him a smile and return the gesture. I'm not sure it comes out as friendly as I would have liked. "Beautiful day," he says. "Great for traveling." I agree sincerely. The sun shines, the sky is blue and clear, and the air is warm and comfortable. There's something else going on inside each of us. I take the first watch again, and we go without a fire. I'm in the exact position I had been in the night before. A few hours pass. The tree's boughs and needles crackle as they rub together in the dark night. During a particularly strong gust, the rustle is louder than normal. During that rustle there is a similar unnatural noise from behind me. I stand my ground, sitting silent and unmoving on the floor of the forest. There's a minuscule crackle from the left of my tree, and the knife leaves my hand. He goes down with hardly a gargle. There are more, however. One of them starts and falls backward on a long stick with a loud snap. A dark smile starts to form on my lips as their movements get a little more frenzied. Still I am undiscovered. Turning about, they make their way into the middle of our camp. I count, there are about 9 of them. With a horrific roar I jump from my hiding place and slam one of them into the ground, stab another with the spike, and then fling him into a third. Percival leaps up, drawing his sword and running one of them through the middle. Dark blood glints as it drips from his blade in the moonlight. James wakes just in time to roll to the side and dodge one of their stabs. He retaliates into his attacker's leg, and the man falls with a yell of pain. I knock aside 2 more and watch as Nathaniel shoots a deadly arrow from his bow straight to the heart of his target. There stands only 1 more. I disarm him with a quick twist, grab him by the collar, and slam him to the ground. "Who are you?" I demand. "Who sent you?" He shakes his head and says, "I'm not telling you that." I rest the spike on his sternum, letting the weight of the hammer drive the point into the bone. He groans. "Who sent you?" I seethe. Again he shakes his head, but says nothing. I begin to push on the spike. He emits a small cry of pain. To this reaction I respond, "You will die whether you tell me or not. Be aware that if you tell me, it will be painless and quick. If not..." I lean my weight onto the hammer. Blood starts to ooze from the new wound and he spurts, "We are from Diagrol." I lift the weight, but leave the point there. "Doing what?" "We're here to kill you." "And a fine job you've done," I say sarcastically. "Why here, why now? What does it look like?" He chokes. "You're alone on the road. What does that make us?" James mutters. "Our leader would do anything for your head." Continues the assassin. "We've spent more lives trying to get it than anyone thought. If only dash." Suddenly he chokes and writhes on the ground. "If only what?" I demand. He thrashes without answering me. Then with a gargle he suddenly lies still. I remove my hammer from his chest and study him. Foam has begun trickling out of his unmoving mouth and his eyes have gone dormant. His black cloak remains unadulterated, apart from the splotch of blood where the spike of my hammer had been resting. Finding nothing, I glance at Nathaniel, who raises his hands, saying clearly, "It wasn't me." Ela sits on her bedroll with her dagger unsheathed, but her bow lies unstrung across her pack a few feet away. She looks up at me with her misty blue eyes. We cannot stay here, I decide. We leave. Now. We pack up camp faster than we ever have before. Then we leave, almost at a dead run down the road. Every so often I glance behind us to check. There is never anyone there. I run at the back, with Nathaniel at the front. Ela runs just in front of me. Despite the situation, I can't help but notice the beautiful way her hair shines in the moonlight. Then we reach the path that curves into the Vale of Life. Nathaniel makes to run further down the road, but I hiss to him, "No. This way, Dot." Our troop warily makes its way into the Vale of Life and, hopefully, away from prying eyes. The bridge is dangerous, I explain. A prime place for ambush. We can't risk it. We go around, through the vale. Nobody argues. In the same formation we run up the ridge and away from all attackers. The sun begins to rise and we ignore it, though our pace has slowed. Still we walk, all the way around. We only stop at the cavern from which the waterfall flows. What is this place? Ela asks as we seek temporary shelter in the cave. We walk over the wooden bridge just inside, to the other side of the underground river. This is the tomb of my father, I respond quietly. Oh, she says, a little embarrassed that she had asked. We breathe hard. Then she asks, may I see? I nod hesitantly and light one of the torches, taking it from its sconce. She and Nathaniel follow me deeper into the cave. We turn the corner and our only light becomes the torch. Then we stop at the tomb. Ela reads the inscription on the great rectangular stone. I must pay my respects every time I pass, I explain. It wouldn't be right for me to pass him by without stopping. Neither for me, says Nathaniel quietly. Ela watches us for a moment, and then we walk back out to the falls. Onward, I say, leading our troop down the ridge that will lead us closer to Kara. We see no more hostiles on the road, or in the forest for that matter. The path connects with the main road and we turn to continue south, having bypassed Dragon Gate Bridge successfully. As evening falls, we enter the gates of Kara. I must speak with Jarl Chun, I mutter urgently. He said he would be here. We walk without stopping all the way to the base of the stairway that leads to Stormguard. Even then we continue upward, to the massive gates. I am Dragonhammer, I announce to the guards. I request to see Jarl Chun. They nod and bang on the doors, which open shortly after. I lead my group inside, and then inspect what I have just interrupted. It appears as though we have walked in on dinner. The enormous hall is filled with guards and men of high standing in the city. Every chair around the long table has an occupant. Jarl Chun sits in the largest one at the far end. He sees me before I reach him and gets up, wiping his mouth and beard with a handkerchief. Cadmus. He says. Your return is welcome. I stopped it, I state. They tried and failed. As I expected, he replies. You are staying here then? I nod. If that would be all right? Of course. You and each of your companions will have room enough. Thank you, I reply. You should know that we were attacked on the road here. By who? He asks. His brow furrows and the corners of his lips turn downwards. They had no marking that gave away their affiliation, I respond. But I did catch one and he gave away that they were with Diagrol, sent to kill me specifically, but. In our own lands? He questions. This is grave. If this is the case, none of the roads are safe here. No, I agree. They are not. Well, spend the night in good spirit, he says. Allow me to have the worry. You have had enough of that the past few weeks. Would you like some food? Please. The Jarl gives us each a generous helping of food, and then a guard shows us to our quarters. The rooms are much more luxurious than I am used to, as they are guest rooms in an essential fortress palace. Nathaniel and I share a room, Percival, James, and Jericho share another, and Ela gets one to herself. Nathaniel and I each get our own four-poster bed, with thick blankets and smooth fluffy mattresses and pillows. From a tall window, we get a view of the plains that stretch behind the city. A brown tapestry emblazoned with the bear and the sword crossing its neck hangs on the wall between our beds. In the dressers, various shirts and pants are stocked. I still have to ask for some to get a size large enough. That night is the best I sleep for a very long time. The next morning I and all the others eat breakfast with the Jarl at the unnecessarily long table in the front hall. Then the gate bangs open and a messenger runs in. My Jarl! He says, taking a knee in front of Jarl Chun. Rise, says the Jarl. What tidings do you bear? I bring a message from Jarl Hralfr, he says. From Fragris. Fragris? I think. He holds out a letter, the wax seal stamped with the insignia of Gildal from the ring on Hralfr's finger. Chun takes it and breaks the seal unhurriedly. As he reads, his eyes narrow and his reading almost becomes frantic. What? I ask. He finishes the letter and says, it's for you. Flight. I take the letter warily and glance into the Jarl's emerald eyes before beginning to read. Captain Armstrong. Your presence is needed immediately in Fragris. You must waste no time in your journey. There is no option, you must come now. Titus Swordbreaker, the son of Lucius Swordbreaker, has sent a letter that you must read and answer to within a week from the time I have sent this message. If he does not get a reply or an audience from you within that time, he will attack with all the force that Tigner can muster. Speed your flight here or there will be much blood shed needlessly. He has requested that you come against him to battle the same way that you came against Lucius's champion. Make haste and get here in time to reply. He sits on our doorstep, waiting. Come, and come quickly. Jarl Hralfr. The others read over my shoulder. I look at the messenger and ask urgently, how long were you traveling? From the time you got this letter to the moment you walked in that door, how long was it? This is the third day, he replies quickly, raising his hands like I was pointing a sword at him. I would have been here yesterday, but I was slowed by a troop of bandits that tried to raid me. My horse outran them. 3, I repeat under my breath. That only leaves us with 4 days to get to Fragris. 4 days? James questions. 4 days? How the dingflies are we going to get to Fragris in 4 days? Why? Asks Ela, concerned. She takes the letter and reads it quickly. Not good, she mutters. That'll take us 13 days just to get there. James panics. 11 or 12 if we're moving fast. Horses, I reply. Oh, he mutters, looking down. Right, that's faster. I can spare a few horses for you, Chun says when I look for his approval. You know where the stables are? Yes, I nod. Simply tell the stable master I sent you and that it's urgent. He will allow you to take the 6 you will need. I am assuming you are all going? Nobody says anything otherwise. Make haste, Chun says softly. Be strong, as you need to be. I pray to Kaeth that it will all play out for the better. Then he looks to me. I fear that they may try to attack you again. Always keep up a careful guard. Be ready. We pack with food from his stores that he has generously offered us. We leave within the hour that we received the letter, almost running down the steps from Stormguard into the city. The stable sits next to the barracks on the left of the enormous staircase. As Chun promised, the stable master is cooperative and allows us 6 horses. The gate opens to let us leave. Then we are on the road once more. Ela leads us strongly from atop her chestnut, though there's not much leading to be done on a road such as this. There is constantly a nag in the back of my mind. 4 days. 4 days. 4 days. I expect an attack similar to the one that plagued us on the road to Kara. None comes. The plains pass quickly, but not nearly as quickly as I would like. Always the mountains rise to our right, and the forest stretches to the left in the distance. We make camp a little ways from Thrak. It gets too dark too quickly to get to the city. I take the first watch and pass the baton to Nathaniel. I sleep little and wake early, during James's shift. It's very early, probably an hour before sunrise. I lay on my side, contemplating, trying to get a little more sleep before we have to load the horses again and continue our journey. The fire lies just in front of me, now burned down to white ashes and coals. Nathaniel and Percival are to my left and right, with Jericho on Nathaniel's other side. Ela lies asleep on the other side of the fire. We make a nice little ring around the still warm embers. The horses are tied to the trees directly behind me, next to a large rock formation. Then I look at James, who is dutifully sitting up with his back against a tree, looking the same direction I am. He does not know I am awake. 3 days, I think. We can make it. Then I hear slight rustle from behind me. My brows furrow as I try to pinpoint exactly what the sound is. Then my eyes widen as I realize. I spring up with my hammer, startling James into toppling over. In the same movement I twist around and find several men cloaked in greys and blacks. They stand with the horses, 2 of which have already been untied. I dart towards them with a yell, but I am too late. Not caring any more for stealth, they slash the ropes with their drawn swords and each take one of the 6 horses. I smash 2 of them and another tries to hop on an already occupied horse, but his acquaintance leaves him in the dust and I dispatch him quickly. Then they ride away with our horses. Fantastic, I say as I watch them disappear on the horizon. Absolutely super. By this time all of the others are up as well, standing with their weapons drawn. We have to move out, I say. Now, Dot. How are we going to get to Fragris in 3 days without horses? Asks James. We can't, I answer. It's not possible. It'll take us a week from here. Yes we can, Ela says quietly, almost shyly. Explain, I coax, looking at her. We sheath our weapons as she begins to speak. We can take Dracynville's Pass, she says. I raise an eyebrow. What's that? A pass through the mountains just below Thrack, she answers. It lets out just north of Fragris. If we're fast it will easily cut 4 days from our time. Is it dangerous? Jericho asks. I've heard that the Volthae inhabit these mountains. A pass like that would attract them like nothing else. She shakes her head. I've been through this pass a few times. I'm a hunter by trade and the tower at the top makes a great camping spot. I've never encountered anything more malicious than rats there. Sounds like that's what we've got to do, I decide. We have to move quickly if we're going to get there in time. We hardly stop to even look at the gates of Thrack. Still we continue on. This is where Ela begins to lead. We continue along the road for another hour, and then she leads us right and into the brush of the mountain. Are you sure about this? James asks. Do you want to get there or not? She asks. James shuts his mouth. A ways up the mountain, she turns us right and we stumble onto a path hidden from view. It leads up the mountain and through the range. It will be our salvation. Or our demise. The Battle of Dracynville's Pass. Grass grows in dark green tufts. Around us the soil is dark, almost black. The trees and boulders are just thick enough that we cannot see the main road that leads around the mountain range. We, and the road that leads to the pass, are completely hidden from view. I keep every dagger loosened in its sheath, as well as my hammer. My hands hover over the hilts on my belt, ready to throw at any time. I may not be able to react quickly enough with my hammer, but a throwing knife will definitely do the trick. 3 days, I think. 3 days. Our time is waning faster than we are moving, but we can only travel so quickly. It's like watching an axe fall in slow motion and being unable to stop it. The path evens out slightly onto a relatively flat portion of the mountains. A lake sits to our right, and the trees get thicker. The path leads through the trees and cuts across the side of the mountain to the left. It would have offered a spectacular view of the lake, but unfortunately the trees hinder our visibility in all directions. It's partway into this valley that we make camp. 2 days. I'm beginning to get a little frantic. We had already been moving at a fast pace, but we lengthen our stride and press onward and upward with increasing quickness. It's on this day that the pass comes into sight, much to everyone's relief. The trees clear slightly as we come up out of the valley, and the pass becomes clearly visible higher up on the mountain. It sits between the slopes of 2 mountains. The path squeezes through them and lets out on the other side. Dracynville's tower rises from behind the right cliff. It disappears as we plunge back into the trees. As we trudge up the mountainside, the dirt path beneath us becomes stone stairs, worn and cracked with age. The trees here are thin and scraggly. A huge trunk lies to the side of the stairs, at one with the ground. Its decaying flesh has merged it with the earth. Then the trees are gone, and we are left climbing the stairs up to the narrow pass. To the sides, there are only rocks of every shape and size, but all of them are black. They create small barren fields between us and the surrounding cliffs that hem us in. The stairs turn from gray to black. An archway spans the top of the pass, right above the point where the path passes through. It is far from intact, however. Chunks of its wall are missing and there are holes in its sides. It seems to be leaning to one side. The stone bricks that do remain are cracked and probably won't support much weight. The stairs lead all the way up to the arch, and the ground only evens out once we go through. However, we put off entering. To the right, Dreysinval's tower does its best to reach the sky. A couple of tall pines compete with it mightily. At the base of the tower sit the remains of a fortress. Only one room seems to still be intact, and it lies just in front of the tower. The rest of the fortress lies in ruins. The sun, getting low in the sky, is beginning to cast orange light around the old keep. A blood-red banner flies atop the tower. It bears a black insignia, a twisting dragon inside of a black ring, with only the tip of his tail barely making contact with the inside of the ring. His wings are spread, but become one with the ring and do not go beyond the black circle. How does Diagral control this place? I question under my breath. How? In the middle of our lands? We cannot turn back, Ela says. If we want to have any chance of getting through to Fragris, we have to get through this pass. I know, I mutter. We'll have to be stealthy and quick. We do not know how many there are. Every one of us draws our weapons. Then we begin to step through the arch. A twisted mass of rusted metal bars lies to the left, leaning against the cliff. I recognize it vaguely as a portcullis. That's quite the catapult to do that, I think. But how did they get it up here? That question is one for me to answer at another time. A campfire sits about 15 feet from the door of the tower, with several armored men sitting around it. Their armor is silver with black veins running throughout it. The crest of Diagral, identical to the one emblazoned on the flag, is printed on their helmets. One of them points us out with a yell and all of them draw their weapons. So it begins. We charge and Percival takes a blow on his shield as I smash in the chest of an assaulter. Another goes down underneath my hammer. James twists out from underneath an opposing strike and counters with effective precision. The man does not emit one sound as he falls with blood running from his chest. Ela! One of the soldiers backs away, lifting a drawn bow with a nocked arrow. He's aiming straight at Ela. Suddenly I am seeing from the eyes of my father. Ela becomes me, fighting the soldiers of Tigner. I have just emptied their dungeons of all their prisoners, and we are fighting our way out. The archer takes aim at me, my strongest son. As my father I feel the terror. I feel responsibility. I feel strength. I feel sacrifice. The vision snaps away as the arrow is loosed from the bow and flies straight and true towards Ela's heart. And it pierces my left shoulder. Searing pain shoots through my left arm, but I do not let myself falter. Despite the arrow sticking from my shoulder, I wield my hammer with augmented strength and with a roar I crash through their growing numbers and stab the spike of my hammer into the archer. Surprise flits across his face, and then freezes there as he dies. Their soldiers take courage at the sight of the arrow. It does them no good. Into the tower. I roar. They hear my cries and my troop runs for the door. I slam on the breastplate of another soldier, easily breaking some ribs. Even if he is not dead, he will not be able to fight. One of their men tries to evade me by throwing his weight backwards, but my hammer still catches his helmet and throws him, probably twisting his neck. The door is locked, but I do not let that stop me. With a single stroke I have broken the door inward and we get inside the tower. Get those barrels. I command, holding the door shut. Percival cuts aside two men and rolls a barrel on its edge. It's full of something, but it doesn't matter what. It's full, and that's what matters. With the arrow still sticking from my shoulder I place the barrel where I had been standing to block the door. I knock aside another 3 men and place the second barrel that Percival brings to me. James bashes against an oncoming blow with his shield, throwing the soldier onto his back. Jericho finishes him quickly. Then all is quiet in the tower. Outside the men are roaring and banging on the door, but I place 2 more barrels in the way and pick up one of the enemy swords. I remove the wooden bar I had shattered and replace it with the sword, effectively barring the door. I study the tower for only a moment. The floor's stonework is partly covered with dirt, and grasses are growing in the cracks. A spiral staircase winds up the far wall, to the higher levels. A door to the right leads to the only remaining room of the fortress. There are a few lit torches to bring light into the otherwise dark room. Ela stares at me. You, she starts. You took that arrow for me. I nod and pull the arrow out quickly. Then I take a bottle of wine from the nearby table, smash the narrow top, and pour it on the wound. Alcohol, I explain to James, who is looking at me like I'm mad. Cleans the wound. But, why? Says Ela softly. You hardly know me. Because you are my friend, I reply. You were in danger and I was not going to let you die. There's a particularly loud bang on the door and Jericho jumps. What's the plan now? He asks in frenzy. We have locked ourselves in and have no way to go but out. There's no way for them to go but in, I reply. Ela and Nathaniel, I need you to get to the higher levels and hit them with your arrows. There should be windows on the next floor specifically for that purpose. Ela seems shocked. I'm not, she begins. Not what? I press hastily as another bang sounds on the door. I'm a hunter of animals, not people, she says quietly. Very well, I reply. But get used to it if you're serious about joining the army. Nathaniel, go on. Jericho, go with him. See if you can find a bow. There's got to be one around here somewhere. Yes, sir, he mutters. Then both run up the staircase and out of sight. What are we going to do? Asks James. We're going to fight, I respond, kicking aside one of the barrels. I hear a loud yell of pain from the other side and say, Nathaniel must have found a window. I roll a second barrel from the door and then a third. The sword bends as the enemy presses upon the door. I move aside the last barrel and look to my team for permission. When Percival nods, I knock the sword from its place and the door flies open. My hammer immediately clotheslines at least 3 of them. James stabs another in the armpit, where their armor is weak, and Percival skillfully downs a 5th. Ela tries to make herself look small in the stairway. I whirl and knock one of them in the back of the head. Percival twists and stabs his sword into an enemy, but is unable to withdraw it to block the next stroke in time. Their sword cuts open his right thigh, and he falls to his knees with a cry of pain. My hammer stops the blow that would have been fatal. Ela, help Percival. I command, smashing his attacker into the wall. Percival weakly makes his way to her, where she copies my wine trick and helps him rip off a part of his undershirt to bandage the wound. It bleeds heavily. I defend them mightily. Every soldier to stand against me is thrown down. Every one of them dies. I glance at James as his sword is twirled from his grasp and he absorbs 3 blows on his shield. He falters and one of them slices open his right arm, across his bicep. He emits no cry, but clenches his teeth and bashes with his shield, throwing them back to me in their doom. A new figure steps through the door. His cape is red and he wears a red plume atop his helmet. He wields a long sword in each hand, and his dark eyes do their best to pierce me. They fail. He is faster than me, but I am stronger. He pushes against my hammer with both swords and says, Dragon Hammer. I never thought I'd get the chance to kill you. The name of Captain Dash. I never learn his name, as I bash my hammer into his knees and stab the spike through his armor easily. He dies instantly. For whatever reason, he was the last. I stand and behold the carnage for a few seconds. I'm tired of people saying they're going to kill me, I comment to James. He smiles dimly. Blood soaks the ground, and just about everything else for that matter. I don't bother to count the number of bodies. Nathaniel and Jericho run down the stairs, almost running into Ela and Percival, who are still working on his wound. The bleeding has slowed. I rip off a part of my own shirt and tie it around his leg as a second layer, being sure to make it as tight as I can. Then I offer my hand to Percival. He takes it and stands, keeping his weight off of his right leg. I'll be okay, he says. But I don't know how we'll make the trip down the mountain in a single day. We have to stop for the night, I answer. You can't walk right now. Tomorrow will be better. No, he rejects as I sit him down in a chair at the table. You have to leave me. There's no way I'll make the trip in time. You will travel much faster without me. I ponder his wisdom. I will go on, I say. James and Jericho? They stand by me. James clutches his wound, which he has wrapped up hastily like Percival. Do not stay here. Walk with Percival as quickly as you can, but do not force him faster than he is able. Ela and Nathaniel will come with me. Everyone nods their consent. The sun is set, and the moon is too dim for us to safely make our way down the mountain to Fragris. We make camp outside the fort, as close to the cliff as we can. We keep a heavy watch, and I get little sleep. That morning, I, Ela, and Nathaniel leave much earlier than the other 3. Come as quickly as you can, I advise. We will see you again. Farewell, Jericho says, offering his hand. I take it and we shake. James does the same. Then I sit down next to Percival and say, "Don't hurt yourself." "I won't," he grins. "They did that for me." He gestures to the soldiers lying stiffly on the ground. "Be quick," I smile. "I will see you soon." "Yes, you will," he responds. Then we begin down the mountain trail. Fragras comes into sight from around a ridge to the left. The great city stands proudly, set into the mountain with its titanic bridge over the river. The sun lies in the east, behind the mountains, wreathing the city in a dark umbra. The shadows of the mountains are visible as we look into the plains, like an enormous set of teeth on the ground. As I look to the west, the shadows seem to get darker and lengthen. An army sits only about a quarter of a league away from the start of the bridge, like an enormous rectangular shadow on the Vrakjar plains. "I'm here, Titus," I mutter.